In a fantastical realm, the young man Rello finds himself reincarnated as a pirate, fortuitously endowed with a people-friendly panel system, commencing his journey by consuming the thunder fruit. Unexpectedly arriving in Cocoyasi, he grows up alongside Nami and Nojiko. Throughout his journey of self-improvement, he gradually comprehends the adage, with great power comes great responsibility. While traversing the world, he rescues countless young maidens from the clutches of suffering. In life, the most paramount aspect is to find joy. Am I not strong enough to indulge a little? As he continues to grow stronger, the seemingly useless panel begins to reveal its extraordinary capabilities. The functions of deprivation and fusion, which cause Rello's heart to race, are successively unearthed. Thus, he steadily ascends towards the pinnacle of power, all in pursuit of his youthful dream, to languish in the embrace of beauty, each knee adorned differently. Years later, amidst the shattered remnants of the world, all survivors cheer and exclaim, "Thank you, Lord Rello, for saving us." Gratitude to the Thunder God. Do not spout nonsense, is clearly the Dragon God. In apparent response to the survivors' words, a thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens. The crowd looks upwards and witnesses. In the vast expanse above, a colossal seven-colored dragon undulates gracefully, enveloped in a dense, vibrant mist. The very fabric of space around it fractures, struggling to contain its immense form. Welcome, everyone, to my world. Chapter 1. Cocoyasi Island? Is it so cold? Where am I? A golden-haired boy lies sprawled on a floating piece of debris in the sea. At this moment, his complexion is pale, his lips cracked, and he trembles from the chill. The boy's name is Rello, originally hailing from a noble family in the kingdom of Goya. During a voyage aboard a cruise ship, they were beset by pirates, and in the ensuing chaos, his parents cast him into the sea. Thus, the original soul was supplanted by the spirit of the same name from Blue Star. After sifting through the memories of his predecessor, he realizes he has been transported to the perilous world of pirates, a realm notorious for its propensity to annihilate villages and nations. Rello has no desire to meet his demise so soon after his arrival. His immediate goal is to survive. Surveying his surroundings, he finds nothing but the battered plank in a single bundle. Indeed, the original owner had a tragic fate. He was a noble youth with a life of privilege, yet his first journey with his parents ended in calamity, a true stroke of misfortune. Assessing his condition, Rello grows apprehensive. This body may not endure for long, and he must devise a means to survive. Struggling to open the bundle on his back, he discovers a golden apple, some berries, and a few pieces of jewelry, evidently hastily packed. Parched and desperate, Rello seizes the apple and bites into it without hesitation. At the moment he finishes the apple, a panel materializes before him. Rello feels a surge of excitement. What is this delightful surprise, akin to a pie falling from the sky? System, what functionalities do you possess? System father? No response. Could be a matter of posture. After some contemplation, he finally arrives at a conclusion. It appears he does not possess a sophisticated system, but rather the most rudimentary one, featuring only a single panel. It seems this fortunate pie is not as grand as he had hoped. Reluctantly accepting this reality, Rello examines the panel. Rello, basic armament hockey, awakened. Basic observation hockey, awakened. Basic conqueror's hockey, awakened. Fundamental martial arts, mastered. Basic swordsmanship, mastered. Fruit powers, 1, thunder fruit, 2, none, 3, none. Spatial backpack, items. Gazing at this splendid panel, Rello finally feels a sense of calm wash over him. He has indeed arrived in the world of pirates, and his anxious heart can finally rest. It seems the apple he consumed was indeed the thunder fruit, and it bears no adverse effects. Observing the 2 vacant slots on the panel, does this imply he may consume 2 more devil fruits? Could the bundle he received be a novice gift pack? Watching the arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips and his right hand cloaked in a dark hue of armament hockey, Rello's trepidation begins to ease. In the next moment, Rello stows away the plank in his backpack, a crackling sound echoing in the air as he spots an island emerging in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the shore, discards the plank, and, clutching his bundle, steps onto the island. "Hey kid, who are you? And how did you get here?" A youth clad in a guard's uniform leaps forth. "Greetings, sir. My name is Rello. My family encountered pirates at sea, and I was the sole survivor drifting to this island. Where am I?" "You little rascal, don't call me sir. Call me Brother Jien or simply Jien. This is Cocoyasi Village. How may I assist you?" Cocoyasi, Nami's village? Judging by Jian's appearance, it seems Nami has yet to mature. Considering my youthful form, perhaps it is wise to bide my time for a few years. Survival is paramount. Brother Jian, are you the village chief? May I stay here for a while? Rest assured, I have money. As Rello spoke, he raised a bundle in his hand. I am not the chief. I am the head of the village's security force. Staying here should not pose a problem. But, then thank you, Brother Jian. Rello interjected, for he currently had nowhere else to go. You little brat, Jian grumbled. Follow me. There are empty houses and land on the west side of the village. What are your plans? I intend to build a house myself, Rello replied, trailing closely behind Jian. Thus, with Jian's assistance, he connected with the villagers, and within 2 days, a small house was erected, allowing him to settle in the village. Life in Cocoyasi unfolded normally and uneventfully, during which Rello learned that the current year was 1501 in the Sea Circle calendar, and Belmare was still serving in the Navy. Subsequently, Rello embarked on his rigorous training regimen, daily sprinting along the beach with heavy stones, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and swimming in the sea, relentlessly honing his physique. During this time, Ajien made several attempts to dissuade Rello, expressing concern that such strenuous exercise at his tender age could jeopardize his health. However, Rello consistently offered half-hearted responses, and eventually, Ajien ceased his interventions, recognizing that the boy likely harbored emotional scars due to the pirate-related incidents. Thus, time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had elapsed, marking Rello's 7th birthday. From his initial scrawny stature, he had grown to approximately 1.5 meters tall. Although his physical appearance showed little change after a year of training, his body had become increasingly robust. It is time to venture out to sea and hunt some sea beasts to diversify my diet, he declared. In this pirate-infested world, one could hardly survive without meat, and given the intensity of his training, his appetite for flesh had surged dramatically. Having nearly exhausted his funds, the only option left to procure meat was to take matters into his own hands. Days passed in this manner, until the first time Rello brought back a sea beast, drawing the attention of the villagers. In the days that followed, Rello sporadically returned with large sea creatures, and the villagers soon grew accustomed to the spectacle. On one occasion, as he dragged a several-meter-long small sea king ashore, he noticed Ajien and a few villagers gathered around a woman, engaged in animated discussion. As he approached, he realized the villagers were gossiping, seemingly chastising her. Who would have thought that wild girl from back then finally decided to return? Indeed. Has she abandoned the Navy? Could it be that she was discharged for misconduct? Who are the fathers of these 2 children? Why didn't she bring them back? The villagers clamored, pointing and whispering. Enough! You rascals, this is Nami. Nojiko is someone I rescued from the battlefield. The young woman interjected, hands on her hips, her voice laced with indignation, before turning her gaze to the villagers with a softer demeanor. From now on, they will be my daughters, and I hope everyone will take good care of them. Just then, Rello approached with the Sea King, and the villagers greeted him warmly. Hey, Xiao Luo, out hunting again? This one is even bigger than the last. Indeed, Rello's prowess in hunting sea beasts is growing. Ajien stepped forward, patting Rello on the back. Come here, little rascal. Let me introduce you. This is Belmare, who used to serve in the Navy and has now returned. Her house is just a stone's throw away from yours. You'll be neighbors from now on. Ajien then turned to Belmare, smiling. Belmare, this is Rello, who came to our village last year after his family fell victim to pirates, leaving him all alone. Hello, Belmare. I look forward to your guidance. Rello nodded respectfully. Oh, little rascal, did you hunt this sea king by yourself? Quite impressive. I look forward to your future endeavors, Belmare remarked, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she greeted him. Chapter 2. All set. Belmare, once a wild girl, has returned to the village, igniting a daily commotion characterized by raucous clamor and bustling energy. Noki, please bring the diapers. Nami has wet herself again. Ajien, don't make things worse. Nami cries whenever she sees you. I finally managed to calm her down. Life unfolds amidst this uproar. Yet Belmare diligently tends to her orange grove and gradually becomes acquainted with her neighbor, Rello. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have swiftly passed. Rello, now 10 years old, has grown to over 1.8 meters tall, likely due to his unique physique. After years of rigorous training and battling sea kings, he has developed a formidable strength, earning him the nickname Monster Physique from Belmare. His dark fists shatter the enormous stones before him. Revealing his status, Rello, Armament Hockey, Intermediate, Observation Hockey, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki. Beginner, Intermediate Physical Arts. Intermediate Swordsmanship, Fruit Abilities. 1. Thunderfruit 2. None 3. None, Spatial Backpack, Several Berries, Various Sea King Jerky. Taking a deep breath, Rello gazes at the panel with satisfaction, nodding in approval at his mastery of Haki and the development of his fruit abilities. He has long harbored the ambition to visit the Sky Island, pondering whether consuming the Thunderfruit there would lead to an awakening. Of course, it remains uncertain if the Thunderfruit still exists on Sky Island. But given his current strength, he feels confident. In the East Blue, often dubbed the weakest sea, he can practically traverse it with ease, and fortunately, this region has afforded him ample time to enhance his skills. Rello, Belmir has asked me to invite you over for dinner. Thanking you for helping with the oranges yesterday. Nami's cheerful voice echoes from afar. I'm coming. How many times must I say this? You should call him Luoji. Rello gently taps Nami's head, playfully reprimanding her. Humph. Nami turns back, sticking out her tongue, and dashes away. Ah, Belmir. Today's feast is quite lavish. Luoji, you're here. Please, take a seat. Noki enthusiastically welcomes Rello as Belmir brings the final dish to the table. Indeed, Noki is quite sensible, unlike some mischievous little rascal. Rello's gaze sweeps over Nami, who is now grinning. You were in such a panic yesterday when the wind knocked over the orange trees. You jerk, Rello. I'll get you for that. Nami's face flushes with indignation as she leaps at him. Rello playfully holds a finger against Nami's forehead, rendering her unable to advance. Ha ha ha, little Luo. Don't tease her too much. She's clearly embarrassed. Now let us eat. Watching the playful banter unfold, Belmir quickly intervenes. This is the Sea King meat you brought. After all, Rello releases Nami and begins to serve himself, prompting Nami to eagerly join him in a friendly competition. After the meal, Rello and Nami, side by side, down their respective glasses of orange juice. Burp, I'm stuffed. Me too. The two slump into their chairs, patting their bellies. You two rascals, enough? Hurry up and wash the dishes. Belmir chides, observing their messy eating habits. Laughter fills the dining room. Rello, look. This is the sea chart I drew. What do you think? After the meal, Nami eagerly showcases her creation. Oh, let me see. This is the map of Coco Island. Quite impressive, Nami. Did you draw this all by yourself? Rello inquires, astonished. Of course. Though Noki helped a bit, it was mainly my work. Indeed, it's all Nami's handiwork. She's amazing. Noki praises from the side. Rello is taken aback. How young is Nami? It seems that in this world, talent is essential for any endeavor. Yet this feels rather absurd. Nami, you're incredible. You're truly a born navigator. Hee, my dream is to chart the entire world. Nami exclaims, wiping her nose with her finger, her eyes sparkling with ambition. That's a magnificent dream. I support you. And Noki, what's your dream? Rello turns to the quietly seated Noki. My dream? It's to live happily with the one I love. Noki glances shyly at Rello before quickly lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. Observing Noki, who has always played the role of the quiet older sister, Rello gazes at her with affectionate admiration. That's a beautiful dream. You will surely achieve it. Keep it up. By the way, Belmir, I'll be setting sail in a few days and want to return for several months. If there's anything you need, I'll bring it back. What? You're going to sea? The three exclaim in surprise. You're still so young to venture out. Luo, is there something that necessitates such a journey for several months? The two little ones plead, gripping Rello's clothing anxiously. I need to retrieve some belongings of mine. Don't worry, with my current strength, no one in the East Blue can match me. Belmir understands some of Rello's circumstances, aware that he might be going back home. In truth, Rello intends to visit Sky Island, hoping to discover whether the Thunderfruit still exists, not to mention the allure of gold, as he is currently in dire need of funds. Thus, with Rello's determination, the three reluctantly consent, though the two little ones wear pouty expressions filled with discontent. Rello helplessly embraces Noki and ruffles Nami's hair. Don't be upset. When I return, I'll bring you delicious treats and beautiful clothes. And Nami, I'll also bring you study materials about navigation and sea charts. Having pacified the two, Rello returns home to prepare. 2 days later, Rello sets sail on his small boat, while Noki and Nami watch with tearful eyes as he departs, waving their hands fervently. Rello, come back safely. Don't worry. I will. After sailing for a while, just as Rello intends to stow the boat and take to the skies, his observation Haki detects a pirate ship approaching. Now this is interesting. Rello halts his vessel, keen to see which pirate crew has dared to venture into these waters. Chapter 3, Journey to Sky Island. Captain, there's a small boat ahead. It's just a kid. Do I need to be informed of such trivial matters? I'm in a foul mood today. Let us test the power of our newly installed cannons. Ho ho ho. The captain is magnificent. Looking at the Scythe pirate crew a few hundred meters ahead. Led by Captain William Combe, with a bounty of 3 million berries, he is already a notorious pirate in the East Blue. The crew cheers for their captain, exhilarated by the impending bloodshed. Observing the pirates who would fire upon him without cause, Rello can't help but feel exasperated. Typical pirate behavior, wanting to kill without reason. With his right hand cloaked in armament hockey, he punches the cannonball, shattering it mid-flight, his gaze towards the pirate ship radiating an unmistakable murderous intent. Wow, Captain! You hit it. Captain William, with a bounty of 3 million berries, truly lives up to his reputation. Oh. The crew erupted in cheers for Captain William, who stood at the bow of the ship, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Once I plunder the East Sea, I shall lead you into the Grand Line, conquering the world, and then become the Pirate King. Captain, we vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Pirate King! Pirate King! The pirates shouted fervently, their eyes ablaze with zeal. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, followed by a somewhat tremulous voice. Cow eye within, Pirate King. Who goes there? The crew whirled around to see a young boy perched atop the mast. Who are you? How did you come aboard our ship? One crew member stammered, trembling. Nanny. After a brief shock, William's eyes glinted menacingly. You have some guts to come aboard our ship. Bring him down. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets passed through the boy, Rello, leaving no mark. What is happening? Why can't we hit him? Is he a monster? Captain, what do we do? Cold sweat dripped down William's forehead. Fear not. Regardless of what he is, he's but one person. We shall confront him together. After the pirates unleashed their volleys of attacks, Rello smirked. Now that you have finished your futile attempts, it is my turn. With that, he appeared before William in an instant, delivering a punch that sent William reeling, his eyes bulging, before he collapsed. As Rello continued to demonstrate his skills, one by one, the pirates fell. Just when he thought there were no survivors left, a noise erupted behind him. Oh, a devil fruit user, I see. No wonder he survived. William, now transformed into a towering minotaur, stood defiantly. Beastful fruit. Bison form. Ever since I consumed this fruit, I have yet to reveal my true form to anyone. Boy, it is an honor for you to die at my hands in this form. With a mighty bull charge, he lunged at Rello, piercing through him. Sparks erupted from the wound as arcs of electricity danced. Bison fruit, cow eye within. Rello turned to William, eyes wide. Nanny, what are you? William's expression was one of disbelief, unable to fathom that his beastly form was ineffective. Oh, I too am a devil fruit user, but of the Logia type. Farewell. Pirate King. Thunder Spear. 2 electric spears shot forth, impaling William to the ground, his body twitching before slowly returning to its normal state. Subsequently, Rello began to scavenge the ship's treasures, only to discover a mere few 100,000 berries. A bunch of paupers, he scoffed before vanishing. As a colossal column of lightning descended upon the pirate ship. Boom. Thunder roared, flames soared into the sky, and the Scythe pirates were eternally consigned to the depths of the vast sea. As Rello soared over Town, his observation hockey led him to a sword shop. Entering, he scanned the interior. This is the one, he thought, eager to acquire a blade to remedy his current weaponless predicament. Noticing the shopkeeper dozing off, Rello ignored him and rummaged through a bamboo basket in the corner. Hey, what are you doing? The shopkeeper, bewildered by Rello's actions, questioned him. I'm here to buy a sword. How much for the blades here? Rello continued to search while asking. The swords in there are 50,000 berries each. Pick whichever you like, the shopkeeper replied, losing interest when he realized Rello's apparent poverty. Finally found it. Rello exclaimed, holding up a blade. This sword? Are you serious? The shopkeeper's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down as he hesitated. Of course, Rello insisted, extending the sword toward him. But this is a cursed blade. The previous owners met gruesome fates. Perhaps you should choose another? The shopkeeper advised earnestly. I refuse to exchange it. This is the one I want. Let's see if I can tame this cursed blade. With that, Rello drew the sword and tossed it into the air, closing his eyes and extending his arm. The shopkeeper thought, is he insane? It's just a sword. Why gamble his life for it? Buzz, buzz, crackle, crackle. Whoa. What the? Rello opened his eyes to find half his arm severed, yet the electricity surged back, restoring it. The shopkeeper murmured, while Rello, filled with rage, gripped the hilt tightly, electricity crackling around him. The blade, known as the Sandai Kitetsu, absorbed the lightning, its body gradually turning crimson. With a thunderous roar, Rello ceased channeling electricity. What's the matter? I can't handle you. He boasted triumphantly. How much is this sword then? 55,000 berries. The shopkeeper, regaining his composure, was visibly uneasy. After Rello completed the transaction and exited the shop, the shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "What kind of person is he? A complete lunatic." With the Sandai Kitetsu in his left hand, Rello strode confidently towards the execution square. A man must have a sword. No need to question why. It's just a feeling. Follow your instincts. Upon reaching the gallows, gazing up at the towering scaffold, Rello found it challenging to comprehend the thoughts of Pirate King Roger. Did he yearn to forge a new era, or simply wish to continue his dream? Yet, he undeniably brought suffering to this world, as his final words drove many to madness, setting sail as pirates, leading to countless tragedies. Rello, however, was indifferent to these matters, as long as such suffering did not encroach upon him or those he cherished. Regardless of the turmoil, he simply desired to live freely. After departing Low Town, Rello transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the Grand Line. After an arduous journey, he finally arrived at Skypiea. The convenience of the rumble fruit was undeniable. Standing on the shores of Skypiea, he gazed skyward, arms outstretched, shouting, "I have arrived, Sky Island." Chapter 4, All Mine. Traversing layers of clouds. Rello reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, finally arriving at Skypiea. The breathtaking sight of this pure white sea left him awestruck, a wonder that words could scarcely convey. This world was indeed magical, with such magnificent vistas found nowhere else. Rello flew over the skies of Skypiea, confirming the location of Bika and discovering the city of gold. Chandora. The sight of a city constructed of gold was nothing short of overwhelming. A true land of gold. All mine. All mine. I need not worry about money anymore. Huh? Yet, he first needed to locate the rumble fruit. Arriving at Bika, he meticulously searched, eventually uncovering a dilapidated building. Is this a temple? He wondered. The murals suggested that the ancient inhabitants, after enduring a cataclysmic disaster, had journeyed toward the infinite land under the guidance of a deity. This deity led many craftsmen to construct a colossal airship and then transformed into thunder, merging with the vessel as the people journeyed towards their new home. Before him stood a grand altar in the center of the hall, adorned with a golden box, surrounded by 4 statues in reverent worship. Approaching the box, Rello placed his hand upon it. As the metal melted, he discovered, as expected, the rumble fruit within. As I lifted the fruit and took a hearty bite, I fervently prayed for an immediate awakening. Ugh, the flavor was utterly revolting. Gradually, I began to sense the fusion of the thunder fruit, and as Rello soared into the sky, he unleashed lightning with abandon. The entire Sky Island was soon shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunderous roars. Witnessing this fearsome spectacle instilled immense panic among the ordinarily tranquil inhabitants of the Sky Island. The Sky People and the gods hastened to this location. As the power of lightning continued to discharge, Rello's observation haki extended with the electric currents, eventually transcending its limits to encompass the entire Sky Island. Sensing that the awakening of the thunder fruit was imminent and that his observation haki had also reached a higher level, Rello felt a twinge of disappointment at not achieving the awakening. Returning to the temple, he observed several boxes beside the altar. Upon opening them, he discovered blueprints for the construction of the Ark and various historical records. The text revealed that the Sky Island's inhabitants initially lacked wings, but over time, their ancestors journeyed to the infinite land, leaving those behind to worship the gods and yearn for the infinite land. Gradually, they became accustomed to their wings, which explained Enel's relentless desire to reach the infinite land, seeking to live there as his ancestors had, while Rello was busy using lightning to refine gold. The current god of the Sky Island, Gonfor, along with the rival Sky People, approached him. "Ah, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you," he greeted. "Who are you? What brings you to the Sky Island? Are you from the Blue Sea? Was that commotion caused by you?" The warriors of the Sky People eyed Rello warily. "There's no need for alarm. Allow me to explain," Rello began, raising his hands to calm them. "Firstly, I have come to take the gold from this place. Secondly, I aim to resolve the disputes that have persisted for centuries and to put an end to this senseless conflict, as the Sky Island holds great significance for me." After articulating his intentions, Rello turned his gaze toward the Sky People. To begin with, the descendants of the great warrior Calgera, his friend Rolando, did not let you down. He then recounted how Rolando was executed upon returning to the Blue Sea after advocating for the Sky Island. "Your faith has not betrayed you. It is time for your struggles to cease. Soon, I will ring the bell of Chandora to witness the oaths of both you and Rolando's descendants." After all these years, Rolando's descendants have also been striving tirelessly. The elder of the Sky People fell to his knees with a thud, Are our centuries-old oaths finally about to be fulfilled? Woe is us. Finally, Rello turned to Gonfor, who was still standing nearby. Now, Gonfor, what I mean to say is that henceforth, the Sky People and the inhabitants of the Sky Island shall jointly possess rights to reside in and utilize the sacred land. Both parties shall coexist peacefully and collaboratively build the Sky Island. Should anyone disagree? As he spoke, Rello transformed into a colossal figure of thunder, casting brilliant lightning that illuminated half the sky. A god. A true god. The Sky Island has birthed a genuine deity. The crowd gazed in awe at this miraculous sight. Kneeling in reverence, even Gonfor fell to his knees. We shall heed your command, O deity. I did not intend to, but my name is Rello. From this day forth, I shall be the god of the Sky Island. From now on, whether Sky People or inhabitants of the Sky Island, all shall be considered citizens of the Sky Island, prohibited from harboring animosity or engaging in conflict. Those who contravene this decree shall face severe repercussions. With the final words echoed, boundless thunder illuminated the entire Sky Island, manifesting Rello's divine might. We shall obey the divine edict. Now, since that is settled, have someone gather the gold. I have use for it. With that, Rello vanished. Reaching the summit of the enormous vines, a grand golden bell rested upon a cloud. The resounding chime echoed throughout the Sky Island, traveling far to the blue sea and beyond. The bell of Shandora. The god has struck the bell of Shandora. The Sky People rejoiced, dancing in elation. The inhabitants of the Sky Island paused their tasks, lifting their heads to listen to the enchanting toll of the bell. In the distant blue sea, on the western coast of Gyre Island, 3 monkeys were moved to tears. Yes, yes, it is indeed the golden bell of Shandora. The Sky Island truly exists. Our ancestor Rolando was not a great deceiver. Seated in the temple's main seat, Rello addressed the elder and Gonfor. Currently, pirates are rampant in the blue sea, and it is only a matter of time before they come to wreak havoc. The defensive capabilities of the Sky Island are still too weak. Therefore, select 200 individuals to come here. I will teach them to cultivate their strength to defend the Sky Island. After all, I have my own affairs and cannot remain here indefinitely. We shall obey the divine edict. In the following days, Rello instructed the 200 sturdy warriors in the ways of haki cultivation. During this period, the physically robust warriors mastered the techniques of armament haki, while some awakened their observation haki, thanks to the island's environment and Rello's electric stimulation. Next, Rello demonstrated the divine power of thunder. The warriors gazed at Rello with fervent admiration. Is this the might of a god? It is formidable, truly formidable. Henceforth, you shall be the guardians of the Sky Island, ensuring its safety in my absence. We shall obey the divine edict. In the subsequent days, apart from training these warriors, Rello collected all the gold, estimating it to be several thousand tons. This is it, I've truly struck it rich. After acquiring various local specialties and the Sky Island's famed giant lobsters, Rello announced his intention to depart from the Sky Island. Well then, I have done what I needed to do. The rest is up to you. You two are of advanced age. I trust you will discuss matters in my absence. Weber, among these warriors, you possess the greatest strength. After I leave, you shall be responsible for enhancing their training. I have also made clear the matters regarding haki. We shall obey the divine edict. Do you need me to send a few individuals to accompany you, O deity? There's no need. I will return when I have the chance. Thus, I take my leave. With a crackle, Rello vanished. Chapter 5. A great event approaches. Having traversed the endless seas, Rello beheld the city of water in the distance. He retrieved his modest vessel and began to navigate towards the city. From afar, the city of water resembled a colossal fountain, with torrents gushing from its center and diverging into streams flowing back into the sea, alleviating the direct impact of the waters on the city. Surrounding sea trains commenced their journeys, a magnificent blend of technology and nature. Rello's primary purpose for visiting the city of water was to exchange some berries, procure sea salt, renowned for being deep sea salt due to the water gods, an exquisite seasoning, and indulge in the famous water meat, which he simply had to taste. As for shipbuilding, he would leave that for another time, as Frankie was not yet ready. Rello first exchanged gold for billions of berries, then embarked on a shopping spree, acquiring clothing, snacks, and even remembered to purchase nautical books for Nami. Arriving at the seaside, he stowed away his small boat, and with a crackle, Rello vanished into thin air. As the storylines had yet to unfold and many people and events remained elusive, Rello found himself at a loss. He could only return home and continue to bide his time, for the unfamiliar narrative posed risks he could not afford. After all, time was still on his side. The stronger he became, the more confidence he would gain. Let us go. This journey had been remarkably smooth, albeit the travel was arduous. In a few years, when the Ark's blueprints were completed, he could simply recline and relax. After 2 to 3 months of travel, he finally returned home, ready to unload the various burdens from his backpack. Rello, you're back. Haha. Noki, come quickly. Rello has returned. Ah, Nami. What a coincidence to run into you just as I disembark. Come, lend me a hand with these items. What? Since you set sail? I've been waiting at the cliff with Nojiko, watching the ships pass by, eagerly anticipating your return. I only rushed over when I finally spotted you. Rello felt a surge of emotion, embracing Nami and ruffling her hair, before offering a hug to Nojiko as well. The little girl's cheeks flushed, her thoughts a mystery. Come, help me with the goods. I've brought back an abundance of treats, and today we feast like royalty. Wow, you're just the best, Rello. Nami exclaimed, her joy palpable, especially as her gaze fell upon the navigational charts. Thank you, brother Rello. Think nothing of it. Now let us head home. Days turned into weeks, and Nami's yearning to chart the seas grew ever stronger. She frequently pestered Rello to take her on voyages, and they explored nearly every nearby island. 3 swift years passed, and the year was now 1507 in the age of the sea. Rello stood tall at around 2 meters, a true picture of strength. Status. Name. Rello Armament Hockey. Advanced Observation Hockey. Advanced Conquerors Hockey. Intermediate Advanced Martial Arts Advanced Swordsmanship Devil Fruit Abilities. 1. Thunder Fruit 2. None 3. None Inventory. Berries. Sandai Kitetsu, Gold, etc. Gazing at his unembellished status, Rello proudly declared, my achievements are solely the fruits of my relentless labor. I have earned every bit of this. Rello, why are you just standing there? It's time to eat. Oh, he turned to see 6-year-old Nami, who was now far from the malnourished child depicted in the original tale. She had grown close to 1.5 meters tall, her complexion fair and rosy, vibrant with life. Nojiko was even more remarkable, nearly 1.7 meters tall, gracefully poised. Yet, it was curious that she no longer called him brother. Rello, come eat. Nojiko naturally beckoned. Coming. Rello sighed. Where's Belmare? Off delivering a meal to Uncle Aiken? Yes, yes. When will those two finally get together? Uffed. The 2 girls' faces instantly flushed. What? Nojiko glanced back at the doorway, her voice trembling. I know. Uncle Aiken brought flowers for Belmare the other day. I saw it. Nami exclaimed boldly. Oh, that's a promising sign. Soon, our household will welcome a new member, Rello declared with conviction. What new member? Belmare's voice suddenly came from behind. Yikes. And no, nothing. Nami was just saying she wanted to get a pet, right, Nami? Rello hastily turned to her. Ah, yes. Rello was just saying he'd buy me a pet to take care of. Nami stammered, fabricating an elaborate tale. Nojiko stared in disbelief at the two, wondering if they ever prepared for their lies. Oh, I see. What kind of pet are you thinking of? Have you decided yet? Belmare casually inquired while eating. Not yet. We just started considering it. Rello began to sweat, realizing that one lie often spiraled into a multitude of others. Nojiko, watching Rello wipe his brow and spin his yarn, stifled a laugh, while Nami reveled in his misfortune. Rello shot them an exasperated glare before returning to his meal. By the way, I'll be heading out tomorrow for about a month. What? Again? I want to go too. Nami, I can't take you this time. Rello gently tousled her hair. Humph. You big silly. You never take me with you. Nami pouted, turning away, refusing to acknowledge him. This time it's important, but I promise to return safely and swiftly. Rello embraced Nojiko and pinched Nami's cheek playfully. Since you've made up your mind, please ensure your safety, Belmare. Yes. While I'm away, I'll entrust our home to the clever, lively Nami and the gentle, capable Nojiko. Humph, if the silly Rello says so. It's in my hands now, Nami declared with pride. Rest assured, Rello, Nojiko assured him warmly. The following morning, under the waves of farewell from the 2 little ones, Rello embarked on his humble vessel. With a crackle, he transformed into lightning, racing toward the Grand Line. Sabaody Archipelago, this island brims with formidable energy. Perhaps I shall explore a bit first. With Sandai Kitetsu at his waist, Rello made his way toward the bustling commercial district, stopping to purchase a mask emblazoned with a bold character for thunder. Ah, just the thing. I'd prefer not to be hunted before I even set sail. A mask will serve as a disguise. It had been nearly half a month since his arrival, yet there was still no sign of action. What is the holdup? Rello spent his days wandering about. A few days ago, he had informed Belmare through a transponder snail that he might be delayed in returning, assuring them not to worry and explaining his current circumstances. Nami, that little imp, upon hearing of Rello's shopping escapades and delectable treats, was immensely envious, clamoring for him to bring her some. After chatting with Nami and Nojiko, he ended the call. As Rello strolled, his steps suddenly halted. Here he comes, the red fishman. Towering and formidable, it must be Fisher Tiger. It seems the time has come. I must prepare myself. On a night a few days later, amidst the clouds, Rello abruptly opened his eyes. Is it time? At last, the moment has arrived. Mariejois, he has come, ascending with the flames of vengeance. As the red fishman stealthily ascended the red soil continent under the cover of night, a figure clad in black, wearing a mask adorned with the character for thunder, also silently infiltrated this so-called sacred ground. Chapter 6, The Plunder of the Sacred Land. With Tiger's incursion, he liberated the enslaved fishmen, who in turn rescued one another. And soon, a multitude of freed slaves surged forth, some setting ablaze the very hell that had imprisoned them, whether to vent their fury or to attract attention. The area where the celestial dragons had confined their slaves was soon engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Countless celestial dragons, under the aegis of the CP organization, fled in disarray, with a few directing CP agents to retrieve their slaves. In the noble quarters, cries, curses, and pleas for help created a cacophony, yet amidst the blazing inferno, arcs of electricity flickered, unnoticed by anyone. Wealthy, these swine are unbearably affluent, but now, it all belongs to me. Rello muttered curses as he collected treasures, berries, jewels, devil fruits, fine wines, everything was taken. As Rello plundered the third estate, 2 CP agents suddenly burst in. Who dares? How audacious to steal from the divine treasury. Divine? Huh, I am a god as well. So this treasury's treasures rightfully belong to me. You seek death. Chafe. Thunder spear. The 2 CP agents were instantly pinned to the ground. I need to hasten my efforts. I must loot 3, no, 4 more houses before I make my exit. As Rello continued to gather riches from the treasury, his observation Haki sensed movement. Far off, a procession was hastening toward him. The winds are fierce. I must make my escape. Just as he prepared to flee, he noticed a pig-headed figure with a fish tank atop its head, accompanied by 2 CP agents, cornering 3 young female slaves. Ah, you've inadvertently drawn fire for me. Allow me to assist you. A brilliant flash of white lightning instantly pierced through the fish tank, causing the flailing celestial dragon to freeze momentarily before slowly collapsing, his body twitching twice before falling still. Within the confines of the arena, the celestial dragon, Rello, sauntered closer. The 2 CP agents stood dumbfounded, then shrieked in terror. How dare you slay a god? You are doomed. There is no refuge for you on this earth or beyond. Ah, no refuge, you say? Then can you perish? With that, crackling sounds echoed as the 2 CP agents were impaled to the ground by lightning spears, their lives extinguished. After taking a few steps, Rello noticed 3 young maidens remaining frozen in place. Hey, are you not leaving? Oh, we are going. We are going. The leading maiden hastily followed Rello, while the other 2 quickly trailed behind. The leading maiden gazed ahead at the figure clad in black, her pupils trembling violently. Can even a god be slain? She murmured to herself. Her inner beliefs were shattering and rapidly reconstructing. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply. Rello, walking ahead, abruptly turned to her. Is that the awakening of Conqueror's Haki? How intriguing. He then suppressed her with his own Conqueror's Haki. Now is not the time for awakening, otherwise your 2 companions might faint from the pressure, and that would be troublesome. Hurry up and keep up. Oh, the maiden stammered, quickly catching up. Upon reaching the edge of the Red Earth continent, numerous slaves were crowded onto several elevating platforms, clamoring noisily. Some, unable to wait, jumped down directly. Silence. Tage is here to rescue you, not to have you loitering about. Hurry down. Those who haven't come will never make it. If you don't leave now, prepare to meet your demise. Hey you. Yes you. Quickly organize these people. Rello commanded, pointing at a calm green-haired man. Yes, sir. The green-haired man bowed in acknowledgement. You 3, hurry down as well. Rello turned to the 3 maidens. But, sir, what about you? As for me, I will hold them off for you, otherwise none of you would escape, Rello replied, glancing at the pursuers hot on their trail. As the slaves descended rapidly, the green-haired man suddenly called out, Benefactor, may I ask for your name? The other slaves gazed longingly at the masked figure in black. Me? Ha, I am the Thunder God, Rello declared dramatically, his flamboyant nature erupting. The silhouette clad in black transformed into a dazzling display of lightning across the night sky. Thunder God, you must survive. Benefactor, please stay safe. As they watched the approaching crimson fishmen, a rift opened in the realm of thunder. Tage, you should descend with them. And you? Leaving is easy for me. Hurry. Your compatriots are waiting for you, Rello said, turning away from him. Your kindness is immeasurable. Brother, you must ensure your own safety. Tej responded as he descended the Red Earth continent. Do not thank me. I owe you my gratitude. Luo waved his hand dismissively while still facing away. Within the arena, the Knights of God and a contingent of the Navy, including a Vice Admiral and several CP agents, were assembled. Quite the formidable force, Luo thought. Though he felt uncertain. However, merely stalling them for a moment posed no significant issue. Come, let me test your mettle. He initiated a wave of Conqueror's Haki. But the effect was minimal. The 5 members of the Knights of God were not significantly affected, leaving only one Vice Admiral. A 1 versus 6 advantage is in my favor. Luo muttered to himself. You, who dares to offend the gods, shall face death. There is no forgiveness, shouted a figure nearby, wearing a round hat and a mask that concealed everything but his eyes. However, before the others could act, Luo's voice rang out again. That's enough. My gift has arrived. Are you ready? The group paused in surprise, then looked up abruptly. Thunderstrike. Prepare to receive it. A massive black and purple sphere of lightning descended suddenly. The group was enveloped in the colossal sphere, bathing in a tempest of thunder, enduring countless strikes of lightning. After dozens of breaths, they finally broke free from the sphere, which exploded outward violently. Thunder raged across the ground, carving out vast chasms. The center revealing a gigantic pit several meters wide. The group, disheveled and gasping, knelt on the ground, utterly spent, gazing at the now empty expanse ahead of them. They felt too exhausted to pursue. Initially, they had underestimated Luo, thinking they could easily subdue a single individual, only to find that he played no fair game and unleashed his full power from the very start. Suddenly, Luo appeared at the bow of the ship, and upon seeing him, the others rushed forward to greet him. Observing the hastily commandeered warships, he turned to Tej. What do you plan to do with these people? Let them decide for themselves. Those who wish to leave may do so, and those who wish to stay can remain. Very well, let's set sail quickly. This place is not safe for a prolonged stay. Indeed, the situation is urgent. We must leave at once, Tej urged. Soon, the warships vanished into the night. All right. I will disembark here. The rest is in your hands, Tej. Upon reaching Sabaody Archipelago, Luo stepped off the ship. By the way, Tej, does your subordinate have a fellow named Arlong? Tell him to avoid the East Blue. Otherwise, he will meet his end. This is my advice. Luo suddenly turned back to Tej as he was about to leave. Understood. I will remember. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Wait. I will disembark with my sister. A melodious voice rang out. Chapter 7. The Bartering Tavern. So, you are Boa Hancock, and they're your sisters? Though he had long suspected, seeing the real person before him still surprised Luo. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed a rare beauty, though not yet to the extent of captivating all. Then follow me. Luo removed his mask and tossed 3 black cloaks to the trio. As they walked, Hancock and her sisters observed him intently, and Luo found it increasingly challenging to endure. I must ask, what are you staring at? Would you like me to put my mask back on? Luo said helplessly. No need, no need. We simply did not expect you to be so young, sir. Hancock replied, her cheeks flushed, speaking softly. Do not call me sir. My name is Luo, just call me by my name. We have arrived. Gazing at the tavern sign, Luo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Having strength allows for such recklessness. The former king, Hancock and her sisters exclaimed in surprise upon entering the bar. Seeing Shiki. Ah, it seems Tej successfully rescued you. It was worth my effort to confront the Navy with that old man, Shiki said, having anticipated their arrival. Luo cast a glance at an elderly man with graying hair and round glasses, sitting beside Shiki and sipping his drink. Given his appearance and association with Shiki, it could only be Rello. Noticing Luo's gaze, Rello paused in his drinking and turned to smile at him. You 3 sisters have endured much. We have been devising ways to rescue you, but could not find the right opportunity, Shiki said apologetically, looking at Hancock and her sisters, deeply concerned for their suffering. No. We are very grateful to the former king for rescuing us, and also to you, Lord Luo. The 3 sisters hurriedly expressed their gratitude, their eyes occasionally glancing at Luo. Observing the sisters with their reddened eyes, Luo found it hard to imagine the days they had spent as slaves. Given the despicable actions of the celestial dragons, it was not difficult to guess the hellish experiences they had endured. Ah, young sir. Thank you for helping us rescue the 3 sisters. At this moment, Shiki noticed Rello, turning to him with a beaming smile to express her gratitude. No, I am Rello. I happened upon the 3 sisters by the coast, and simply came over to inquire about a few matters, and I brought them along as well. Regaining his composure, Rello modestly downplayed his involvement. Beside him, Rello remarked, Such a young lad, yet so remarkably powerful. The commotion he caused while bringing up the rear was utterly astonishing. Uncle Rello, what do you mean by bringing up the rear and causing a commotion? I know nothing of it, so please do not speak carelessly. Upon hearing this, Rello's expression turned to one of alarm as he hurriedly distanced himself from the association. How could a mere 13-year-old like me possibly undertake a task as audacious as storming Mariejois to rescue someone? Do not slander my name. Be wary, for I may accuse you of defamation. Rello found himself in a humorous predicament, caught between laughter and incredulity. Huh. Oh my, young Rello, your wit is truly delightful. Shiki chuckled, thoroughly amused by Rello's playful defense. Hey, Sister Shiki, I really am 13, no exaggeration. At this proclamation, everyone around fell silent. Hancock, cradling her cheeks in her hands, blushed and murmured, Lord Rello is even younger than I am. How splendid. Ah, what a surprise. Shiki exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Truly, talents arise in every generation, Rello mused, initially struck by Rello's youth, but now taken aback by his remarkable age. Rello glanced around, then resolutely approached Rello, filling his glass with wine. Say, Uncle Rello, may I inquire about a few things? Oh, young Rello, you know me? Just as Rello was about to sit down, he paused and smiled at Rello. Your words are quite the compliment. After all, who wouldn't know the illustrious vice-captain of the Pirate King? Besides, didn't Sister Shiki just call you by name? Not at all. We have not called each other by name throughout, Shiki replied with a grin. Rello turned to see Hancock and her sisters nodding slowly in agreement. He smacked his forehead in realization. How careless of me. Ha ha. Let us not dwell on such trivialities, he stammered awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Shaki's laughter made Rello wish for a hole to hide in. No matter, young man. What would you like to know? Rello, not wishing to press Rello further, inquired instead. Well, I would like to learn about the training methods for flowing cherry and the mastery of conqueror's haki. Could you enlighten me? Rello asked candidly, seizing the opportunity. For such a chance might not come again. Ah, I underestimated you, young Rello, Shiki said, genuinely astonished. At such a tender age, he had not only mastered the flowing cherry technique, but also possessed conqueror's haki. Rello, equally astonished, nonetheless took the time to explain the training methods for both techniques, considering Rello's assistance to them. Hey, Hancock, you too shall need to master conqueror's haki in due time. Take note, Rello turned and advised Hancock. Huh, Rello looked surprised, while Shiki beamed with joy. Hancock, you awakened conqueror's haki? Yes, it seems so. I awakened it upon witnessing Lord Rello slay a celestial dragon right before my eyes. Hancock admitted, nervously fidgeting with her fingers as her gaze darted between Shiki and Rello. Rello facepalmed, taken aback by her candidness. She was far too honest, revealing everything without hesitation. Rello and Shiki observed Rello, this playful young man, who moments ago had vanquished a celestial dragon, yet now calmly inquired about training methods. Was this truly normal? What is it? Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Rello steeled himself and asked. After a moment, Rello sighed, alas. It seems I have truly grown old. Shaki's expression mirrored complexity. Ahem, Sister Shiki, I still wish to purchase a piece of information from you. Shiki narrowed her eyes and smiled. What information does young Rello wish to acquire? Well, I would like to know the precise location of a place called Sleepy Ancient Town. Sleepy Ancient Town? I will inform you once I have news. Shiki contemplated for a moment, finding no leads. All right then, thank you, Sister Shiki. Noticing that Shiki might have further matters to discuss with her sisters, Rello decided it was best to take his leave. Well then, I have completed my business, so I shall take my leave. Hancock, forget the past, and live well from now on. Thank you, Sister Shiki, Uncle Rello. I hope to see you again. With that, Rello hurriedly departed. What an interesting young man, Shiki remarked. Indeed, quite intriguing, Rello said, swirling his wine glass. Hancock, tell me about what transpired after you encountered him. Shiki turned her attention to Hancock. Chapter 8, The Tremor of the Sea. In Mariejois, Panga City, amidst the corridors of power, Saint Nasudru sat upon a sofa, diligently polishing the first-generation sword, Kichido. Saint Peter stood before the window, arms crossed, observing the reconstruction of the buildings below with a solemn demeanor. Saint Vacheli reclined on the sofa, supporting his chin with both hands, a flicker of anger in his gaze. Saint Mass, standing rigidly beside the sofa with his hands clasped behind his back, bore an impassive expression. Saint Satan sat on the opposite sofa, leaning on his cane with an angry countenance. How dare those wretched fishmen offend the celestial dragons? They deserve death. Saint Satan was visibly incensed, for the previous night's incident had cost his family dearly, with several members lost and one slain. though there had been casualties during the God Valley incident decades prior. That had been an accident. This time, however, it had occurred within his own domain, and the circumstances were wholly different. I propose we send the Marines immediately to Fishman Island to apprehend Fisher Tiger, Saint Satan continued. Fisher Tiger has declared independence from Fishman Island. Their side issued a statement this morning, St. Peter interjected. Doesn't the Navy require a vice admiral position for Borsalino? Let him pursue that fishman. Once the task is completed, he can be awarded the rank, St. Nasujaru suggested. Agreed, came a chorus of approvals. What of the so-called Thunder God? There has yet to be any concrete information regarding him, Vacheli inquired. That accursed creature, the user of the rumble fruit, has been elusive for centuries. There is no need to concern ourselves. Let the Navy increase the bounty, and he will inevitably reveal himself. We will deal with him all at once, Vacheli continued. Agreed. Agreed, echoed the others. Just as Rello was on his way, contemplating the treasures he had acquired. Little did he know that a bounty on his head had already spread across the seas. Fisher Tiger, bounty of 1.5 billion berries, deemed a grave threat. Dead or alive. The bounty poster depicted a red fishman with a fierce expression, gritting his teeth. Criminal Thunder God, user of the rumble fruit, bounty of 1.58 billion berries, deemed a grave threat, dead or alive. The bounty poster featured Rello wearing a thunderous mask, with an endless storm of lightning in the background. It was unclear how this bounty had surfaced. Even with a mask, he had been marked. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku was assigning tasks to Admiral Kizaru. Within the Gulf, there are fishmen and the user of the rumble fruit. Kizaru pouted, his face contorted in annoyance. As Sengoku, veins bulging with intensity, addressed the languid Kizaru. He implored, "You must take this seriously. The completion of this mission is crucial for your qualification as an admiral. You should comprehend the significance of the 3 admirals to our Navy. Thus this task must be expedited." Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku understood. "We must capture the fishman Fisher Tiger," Kizaru responded lazily. Observing Kizaru's lackadaisical demeanor, Sengoku inhaled deeply, waving his hand in resignation. "Just go." In a flash, Kizaru vanished. Sengoku gazed at the bounty notice, letting out a deep sigh. The incessant crunching of snacks from Garp nearby grated on his nerves. Just as Sengoku managed to suppress his irritation, Garp's munching provoked him. "Garp, you rascal. Well, there's no need to get worked up over such trifles. Those scoundrels are dead." "So be it," Garp reassured Sengoku, nibbling on his senbei. "Great Buddha impact." Garp's voice echoed from outside. "I'll be back. You know you lack martial virtue. Summon someone to repair the window," Sengoku commanded. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick in the New World, Whitebeard was gulping down alcohol. Old man, this is incredible." "You must see the newspaper," Marco urged, handing him the paper. "Oh, intriguing. Someone really ascended?" Whitebeard reflexively touched the scar on his chest. "Those bastards. Ha. When that Thunder God brat comes to the New World, I'll make him my son," he bellowed jovially. "Oh dear, the old man is drunk again." In Weno country, Anagashima, Kaido boomed, "I'm a Thunder God? Such an arrogant fellow, daring to call himself a deity. Let us see if you can make it to the New World." Kaido took a deep swig of his drink as a masked girl approached, brandishing a small spiked club. "Kaido, Kazuki Odin challenges you once again." Kaido, veins bulging in irritation, slowly picked up a massive spiked club to commence a new round of training. At Tato Land, on Cake Island, Big Mom relished a delectable dessert, exclaiming, "This pastry is exquisite." Karakuri entered, clutching a newspaper. "Mama, today's paper reveals that someone has attacked Mariejois." "Thunder God? Huh. Such trivial beings dare to claim godhood." Charlotte Linlin dismissed with a wave of her hand. "Just a minor player, no need for concern." On an unknown island in the New World, the red-haired pirate's base. Beckman handed Shanks the newspaper. "Hey, Shanks, take a look at today's news." "Oh, the thunder fruit? That devil fruit thought lost for centuries has resurfaced? Is a new era upon us?" "Indeed, a troublesome fruit," Beckman replied, chuckling. Ha. "To the new era, let us drink. In Dressrosa, at the royal palace." A sinister voice echoed, "Chaos reigns. The more disarray, the greater the opportunity. I will eventually pull down all you lofty insects and obliterate you." In the calm belt of the Grand Line, Hancock, endowed with royal lineage, was being groomed as a successor. Surrounded by bounty notices of Rayleigh, she murmured, "Lord Rayleigh, I shall seek you out when the time comes." Rayleigh, having returned to Cocoyasi Village, eagerly began examining the devil fruits and renowned blades. Chapter 9, A Review of Acquisitions. Gazing into his backpack filled with billions of berries, Rayleigh felt numb, merely staring at the pile of currency, too apathetic to count. The focal point lay in the 8 small boxes he opened one by one. The first revealed a dark, melon-shaped devil fruit. Consulting the devil fruit encyclopedia, he identified it as the superhuman black obsidian fruit. Ah, splendid. A promising start, he mused. The second fruit, pear-shaped with white markings, was the superhuman silver fruit, another remarkable find. The third, a pale yellow, apple-shaped fruit, was the animal-type bull fruit, which was rather mediocre. The fourth, also white, but with spiral patterns, was the natural-type cloud fruit. What a delightful surprise. The fifth fruit, resembling a teal peach, took some searching in the superhuman category to identify as the shatter fruit, an exceptional find, akin to the quake fruit. The sixth fruit, an animal-type snow rabbit fruit, seemed to be ornamental, likely intended for slaves. One could infer its purpose. The seventh, another animal type, was a fire fox fruit, an average specimen. The eighth fruit, white with feather-like patterns, turned out to be the rare animal-type mythical zoan, the human fruit in angel form. Rello carefully stored away these devil fruits, contemplating their potential applications. Overall, the bounty of these 8 fruits was tremendous, not to mention the shatter fruit, the natural-type fruit, and a mythical zoan. It was truly worth the effort. Rubbing his hands together, Rello opened 2 rectangular boxes. One revealed a pink-handled blade, its guard resembling 5 petals, with a matching floral-patterned sheath, the most exquisite sword he had ever seen, named the Great Blade 21, Lingluo. The other blade was exceptionally long, reminiscent of Law's sword, with a dark green sheath and a blue blade, another fine weapon. Named the Great Blade 21, Wind Splitter, Rello decided this would be his sword of choice, for it possessed a striking appearance. After organizing his spoils, Rello bundled the jewelry and gifts and headed towards Nami's home. "Nami, I'm back," he announced as Nami rushed over to embrace him. "Here, I brought gifts for you. See if you like them," he said, unveiling his bundle. "Where are Belmare and Nojiko?" Rello inquired, turning to Nami. "They're in the orange grove. I'm home preparing lunch," Nami replied, munching on snacks. Rello joined Nami in tidying up the mess she had made, waiting for Belmare and Nojiko to return. As time flowed like water, the ordinary days passed swiftly. During this period, Rello had been adapting to Wine Splitter while training with Flowing Cherry according to Rello's methods. After 6 months, he finally mastered Wind Splitter, achieving the internal destruction effect with Flowing Cherry. Moreover, he began training Nami and Nojiko, having inquired about the 6 styles training methods from Belmare. Although Belmare was aware of the training techniques, she had not mastered them, so Rello employed these methods on the 2 girls. The outcome was that neither succeeded, yet their physical condition certainly improved. "I plan to visit Frostmoon Village soon to systematically study swordsmanship," Rello informed Nami and Nojiko. "How long will you be gone?" Both girls understood Rello's ongoing preparations for sailing and his relentless pursuit of strength, thus refraining from interfering with his plans. "About 6 months to a year. But it's quite close, and I'll return periodically. However, I must remind you both not to venture out to sea without permission. You're still too young." Rello cautioned that although the East Sea is often dubbed the weakest sea, it still harbors pirates. Yeah, I know. You're such a nag, you silly Rello," came the response. "How about this? I have some devil fruits here. Would you like to eat them?" Rello produced 2 devil fruits. One, a Logia-type cloud fruit, and the other, a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the bat fruit, which he had acquired from the sleepy, ancient town months prior. A treasure of the sea. Each one is worth 100 million berries. Nami exclaimed excitedly. "You little money grubber, these 2 are not something you can buy for a mere 100 million berries," Rello chuckled, tapping Nami's forehead lightly. He found it curious that Nami, who had never lacked for money since childhood, was still so obsessed with wealth. "Here, Nami, you take the white one, and Nojiko, you take the purple-black one." Rello handed the devil fruits to them. "All right, we'll follow your lead," he reminded them. "Make sure to eat them all." "Ugh, this is absolutely disgusting." The 2 girls grimaced as they forced the remainder down. "Wow, Rello, look at me. I've turned into a cloud. I'm flying," Nami shouted in delight. Nojiko transformed into a striking beauty, her small fangs accentuating her fiery red lips, adding an alluring charm as she occasionally dispersed into a swarm of tiny bats before reassembling. The 2 reveled in their newfound powers until they were both panting heavily. "All right, let me explain the nature of the devil fruits. Eating one turns you into a landlubber. You will become powerless in seawater. The other is sea prism stone, which is, as the name suggests, solidified seawater." As he spoke, Rello pulled out 2 pairs of low-purity sea prism stone handcuffs from his backpack. "Try these on." The moment we touched the sea prism stone, the 2 girls collapsed to the ground. "Your resistance to seawater and sea prism stone will strengthen with your physique, and your adaptability will improve over time," What you need to do now is wear these sea prism stone handcuffs in your daily life. Ah no, hurry and put them on. Rello urged. Do you still want to draw the world map? Do you still want to sail around the world? Move it, move it. He resembled a sports coach, incessantly motivating his students. Days passed, and the two girls gradually adapted to their daily activities with the sea prism stones. From now on, you'll train like this. Once you stop seeing results, I'll provide you with higher purity sea prism stones. What? You bully! Nami protested. This is a necessary process. You'll thank me later, Rello declared. Ignoring their resentful glares, hands on his hips, filled with pride, prompting the girls to roll their eyes in exasperation. Chapter 10. The OneHeart Dojo. Upon arriving at Frost Moon Island, Rello inquired for directions and made his way directly to the OneHeart Dojo. As he surveyed his surroundings, he contemplated that the current master of the dojo should be Gung Shiro, a renowned swordsman. This visit was essential for him to address his shortcomings in swordsmanship. As he walked, he noticed a green-haired boy trudging along a path towards the coast. Could it be him? Hey kid, how do I get to the OneHeart Dojo? Rello asked, approaching. The green-haired boy looked back in surprise. What do you want with the dojo? Isn't it obvious? What else would I be going there for but to learn the way of the sword? Oh, then follow me. I'm heading back there now. The boy turned and continued walking. You study there too? How long have you been learning? Is there a lot of people at the dojo? Rello intentionally struck up a conversation with the green-haired lad. Stop being so chatty. You'll find out when you get there. The boy replied, somewhat impatiently. As they walked, Rello sensed something amiss. Wasn't this the road to the port? Hey, kid, are you really studying swordsmanship at the dojo? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Of course, I'm learning swordsmanship there. The boy retorted angrily. Then why don't you know the way? This is leading to the port. The green-haired boy froze, his face turning crimson before turning back. Come with me. I was just getting familiar with the area. As they continued, the boy suddenly veered off to the side. Hey, what are you doing? You're going the wrong way. Good grief, this is ridiculous. Rello thought to himself, bemused. This guy must have all his brain cells occupied with sword techniques. Zoro, are you lost again? I've been waiting for you for ages. A clear, melodic voice chimed in. Indeed, it was this great navigator. A short-haired girl, around 5 feet tall, stood gracefully, looking somewhat exasperated at Zoro. It seemed this was Kuina. Who are you? Kuina asked, noticing Rello. Oh, I'm here to learn swordsmanship. But I'm stuck going in circles thanks to this big oaf. How bold of you to let Zoro lead the way. She chuckled. You idiot. I was just. Zoro's face flushed as he defended himself. Right, you were just showing me around. Rello interjected dismissively. Come with me. I'll take you to the dojo. Are you a beginner, or do you have some swordsmanship foundation? Kuina asked as they walked. I'm already a swordsman. Kuina halted, turning back with a hint of skepticism. Are you here to challenge the dojo? You've misunderstood. I've only been practicing alone, and reaching swordsman is the maximum I've achieved. So I came to the dojo to learn real swordsmanship. Kuina scrutinized Rello for a moment before continuing on her way, albeit with a slightly melancholy air. Rello understood what Kuina was pondering, but felt it was not the right time to address it. He would wait for the right moment to guide her. Hey, green-haired kid. Why did you veer off to the side? Your lack of direction has its limits. We're walking in front, and you still managed to get lost. At this point, Rello had a clear understanding of Zoro's navigational incompetence. Kuina couldn't help but laugh at the scene. She led Rello to Gung Shiro and explained his situation. After hearing her account, Gung Shiro observed Rello for a moment before speaking. You are indeed a gifted child. You appear quite robust, suggesting you've trained diligently. Indeed. Master Gung Shiro, after reaching swordsman, I've hit a plateau and have no clear path to becoming a great swordsman. Advancing to the level of a great swordsman is no simple task. First, you must forge your own path. Gung Shiro was somewhat astonished by Rello's talent and, after a moment of contemplation, continued. For now, focus on solidifying your fundamentals alongside others. During this process, gradually seek your path to becoming a great swordsman. Do not rush. Concentrate on the swordsmanship and let your heart follow the sword. Yes, Master Gung Shiro, Rello replied earnestly, nodding. By the way, the tuition. Thud. Rello set a box down on the floor. Here is 100 million berries. Please accept it, Master Gung Shiro. That's quite excessive, Gung Shiro remarked, somewhat taken aback. Could this little fellow be of noble descent, to be so extravagant? Beside her, Kuina gazed in astonishment at the treasure chest overflowing with berries. Having never encountered such a vast sum of money before. It's all right, Teacher Gung Shiro, I possess ample funds. You may keep this for now, should it prove insufficient. I have more, declared Rello with a generous demeanor, prompting Gung Shiro and his daughter to exchange curious glances. Very well, Let Kuina escort you to your quarters. Commence your training tomorrow. Thus, Rello took up residence at the dojo. In the days that followed, Rello settled into a tranquil routine, dedicating himself to the mastery of swordsmanship alongside the apprentices, diligently reinforcing the fundamentals. Under Kuina's guidance, he honed his skills, despite being a sword master. His expertise was forged through wild encounters with sea kings and pirates. As he trained within the dojo, a transformation began to manifest in Rello's aura, his previously untamed essence gradually tempered, giving rise to a sharp intensity. Unbeknownst to him, nearly a year had passed in this scholarly pursuit, and his swordsmanship had improved significantly. Though he still identified as a sword master, he was leagues ahead of his former self. On a night illuminated by a full moon, Rello lay on the rooftop, observing Zoro and Kuina engaged in a duel. Clang! Kuina deftly sent Zoro's twin blades flying. Damn it, that's the 2001st failure. If 2 blades won't suffice, then I'll wield 3, Zoro exclaimed in exasperation. Kuina stood silently, gazing up at the luminous moon, softly addressing Zoro. As I've grown over this past year, our battles have become increasingly strenuous for me. Kuina, I will surpass you one day, Zoro vowed. Just as my father said, women are inherently disadvantaged compared to men. I can feel it in my very being. Kuina's expression dimmed as she reached for her gradually developing form. Zoro, I sense that my physical growth is already slowing. You will soon eclipse me. Women are inherently weaker than men, and they cannot attain the status of a great sword master. Women simply cannot compete with men. Tears glistened in Kuina's eyes, her words laced with resignation to the harsh realities. Zoro, filled with indignation, retorted, "What nonsense. Kuina, I have never once bested you." Glancing back at Zoro, Kuina's voice grew somber. "You don't understand, Zoro. Why must I be a woman? In this body, this body." Kuina's choked cries echoed through the night, laden with bitterness and despair. In the depths of the night, on the mountainside, Kuina sat quietly, her long blade cradled in her arms, gazing at the distant moon. It felt like a dream of reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, forever out of reach. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. In truth, women are not weaker than men. There exists a female great sword master within the Navy, and in the New World, there is a female pirate captain reigning over the seas. Known as the Empress of the Ocean, Rello's voice accompanied his approach. Kuina's body stiffened momentarily before she sprang to her feet, excitement flickering in her eyes. "Rello, is that truly the case?" For Kuina, Rello's words illuminated the darkness within her heart. However, as a thought crossed her mind, her shoulders sagged. "But my body, you are aware of devil fruits, right? Consuming one can enhance your physique, allowing you to grow stronger through relentless training." Rello understood her concerns and recommended a devil fruit to her. Kuina bowed her head in silence. Sensing her trepidation, Rello chose not to press further. "I, too, am on a journey to discover my path. So, Kuina, where lies yours? Once you have resolved it, come find me." Chapter 11. The Pact. That night, as the impending event loomed, Rello felt a tightening in his spirit, for Kuina's fateful trial was approaching. Since hearing Rello's words the previous night, Kuina had been distracted all day. That evening, she hurried to the second floor, seeking her beloved whetstone, hoping to find solace while maintaining her blade. Crack! The sound of splintering floorboards echoed as a dazed Kuina, clutching her sword, tumbled down from the second floor. Zzzt. The crackling of electricity filled the air. "Oh dear. With such a slight frame, you could have lost your life in that fall." Rello sighed in relief as he caught Kuina in his arms, then playfully teased, still dazed. "Are you, Rello? How do I look? Am I not handsome enough to warrant your devotion?" Recovering her composure, Kuina hastily extricated herself from Rello's embrace, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you for saving me, Rello. What happened? What happened?" Zoro burst in, followed closely by Gungshiro. Kuina fell from upstairs, and this sword. Rello's gaze fell upon the exposed blade of the Wado Ikemanji, a piercing glint flashing across his eyes. "Kuina, perhaps it's best if you refrain from using this sword in the future." Gungshiro's pupils dilated as he regarded the blade Kuina held. The situation earlier was somewhat alarming. "Kuina, you must never wield the Wado Ikemanji again," Gungshiro interjected before Rello could finish. "A famed sword will choose its master, and it may also slay its wielder." Taking the Wado Ikemanji from her, Gungshiro turned and departed without a backward glance. Zoro, baffled, scratched his head and yawned as he left. Kuina, head bowed, followed Rello to the mountainside before lifting her gaze. "Rello, I've made up my mind. I will continue my training in swordsmanship and become the world's greatest sword master." At that moment, Kuina's expression radiated determination, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Recognizing her resolute spirit, Rello wasted no time, producing the devil fruit and offering it to her. You must consume it entirely. Without hesitation, Kuina bit into the pristine fruit. Gulp. Under Rello's smiling gaze, she devoured the coveted devil fruit piece by piece. Flap. A pair of pristine wings unfurled behind Kuina, her dark hair transforming into a golden hue. Even her pupils shimmering with gold. As she felt the intense surge of power coursing through her, Kuina trembled with anticipation. Having been constrained by her father's assertion that women were inferior to men, combined with her own awareness of her physical limitations, she had endured years of mental torment and the harshness of reality, which left her in despair. At this moment, she finally found liberation, breaking free from her constraints and soaring into the vast sky. This was her aspiration, and she acted upon it, her wings spread wide as she ascended, experiencing an exhilarating sense of freedom. Next, Rello produced the linglong and tossed it to Kuina, a fine blade, drawing the linglong. Kuina's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the pink-hued blade. Swish! A pink sword aura sliced through the air. You've entered the realm of sword masters. Congratulations, Kuina. You have finally taken this step. Rello approached her, extending his congratulations. With the long sword firmly in hand, Kuina stood poised, raising her blade to the heavens. I will undoubtedly become the world's greatest sword master. Buzz. A profound and weighty aura enveloped the surroundings. Incredible. Has she awakened Conqueror's Haki? Rello's expression was one of astonishment. Just as he marveled at Kuina's sudden awakening, a soft figure collided into his embrace. Rello, thank you for pulling me from the abyss. Thank you for presenting me with such a precious gift, and I am equally grateful for the serendipity of our meeting. Embracing the soft figure of Kuina, Rello gently patted her. Now that you have accepted my gift, you shall henceforth be mine. Indeed, together, we shall traverse the globe until you ascend to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Agreed. After the initial shock subsided, the exhilaration of breaking free followed, culminating in the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. Before long, the mentally exhausted Kuina drifted into a tranquil slumber in Rello's arms. Not far away, Kung Shiro observed the scene with a complex expression, ultimately choosing silence as he nodded at Rello before turning away. Rello regarded the departing Kung Shiro with a serene demeanor. Regardless of his past thoughts, Kuina had awakened and was now destined to carve her own path. The following day, Rello jestingly remarked, "Hey, green algae head, why are you wielding 3 swords? Have you descended to the rank of a mediocre swordsman?" Observing Zoro, Rello engaged in his customary teasing. "You scoundrel! What did you just say? I challenge you!" Zoro shouted, brandishing his swords. "Ha, 3-sword style Zoro." Rello nonchalantly picked his nose with a finger. "Scoundrel!" Zoro fumed, assuming a stance prepared to clash with Rello. "Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. I must return to my training. By the way, Kuina has also surpassed the swordsman level." With a wave, Rello headed towards the back mountain. Upon hearing Rello's words, Zoro paused momentarily before retracting his stance and quietly returning to his training grounds. There was no frantic outburst, no shouting, as if Kuina's advancement to swordsman was an inevitable fate, just as Zoro believed his own breakthrough would be. On that very day, Rello expressed his intention to depart. "My swordsmanship has reached an impasse. To transcend to the level of a great swordsman, I require a vigorous battle." With sincerity, Rello bowed in gratitude to Kung Shiro. "Thank you for your unwavering guidance." Kung Shiro promptly waved his hand, attributing the outcome to Rello's own diligence, encouraging him to pursue his own path, assuring him that he would undoubtedly become a great swordsman. Rello nodded slightly and turned to Kuina. "Do not forget our promise." "Safe travels," Kuina replied, her face filled with reluctance. "Green algae head, do your best. I shall await you at the pinnacle." Rello called back to Zoro before turning to leave. "You scoundrel, just you wait." Zoro's voice echoed in protest behind him. "Zoro, it seems you will soon have a formidable rival," Kung Shiro remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Zoro grinned fiercely, "Just as I desire. That's what makes it interesting. While she is on the verge of becoming a great swordsman, you have yet to attain the level of a swordsman," Kuina interjected softly. "Kuina, you scoundrel. I shall challenge you," Zoro declared. Kung Shiro watched with a knowing smile, noting the glint of Kuina's sword. A fascinating little one, indeed. Chapter 12, Marriage. Upon returning to Cocoyasi Village, Rello embraced a life of leisure. How delightful, he sighed while reclining on a beach chair, sipping juice and observing the 2 sisters energetically racing along the shore. "You fool, Rello. You lounge there while we toil away," Nami huffed, panting from exertion as she glanced at Rello's relaxed demeanor. "Rello has returned and exchanged the sea prism stone for a higher purity, allowing us to continue our training." "Enough, Nami. Cease your complaints. Arrow is only looking out for us. You just defend him. Noki protested, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Rello waved at the sky, and a newsbird descended. Ah, Tiger, the hero of the fishmen, the liberator of slaves, has indeed passed away, Rello mused, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Ultimately, he was not strong enough. I did not come to this world to be a hero. I merely wished to live freely, to frolic through life, traveling the world with a few beautiful companions. And when the tides of change strike, to protect those I hold dear, that is sufficient. Flipping to the other side of the newspaper, he exclaimed, "Oh, are they implementing the 7 warlords?" "Little Rello, I knew you would be here," Bermel said, strolling over with a cigarette dangling from her mouth. "What is up, Bermel?" "Oh, that guy Awaken proposed to me, and I accepted," Bermel stated nonchalantly. He has the audacity. Although over the years, Rello, Nami, and Noki had attempted to play matchmakers for the two, Awaken had remained oblivious until now, surprising everyone with his bold proposal. Bermel laughed heartily. I had to give him a little push, otherwise he would have stayed silent. The reason Bermel had come was to announce that they had set the wedding date. Congratulations. You, the long single woman, are finally tying the knot. You impertinent fool, Bermel retorted. Bermel, are you really marrying Uncle Awaken? Does that mean Noki and I will soon have little siblings? Nami exclaimed excitedly, racing over upon hearing their conversation. Noki shared her anticipation. Not so fast, Bermel replied, exasperated. In the following days, with the villagers' assistance, Rello's house was demolished, and a charming villa with a garden was constructed in its place. Rello proposed to move in with Nami and the others, and after discussion, it was agreed that newlyweds should reside in a new home. On the wedding day, Noki and Nami helped Bermel adjust her wedding dress from behind, while Rello stood with Awaken. Uncle Awaken, we entrust Bermel to your care. If you make her unhappy or mistreat her, Noki and I will have words with you, Nami warned, her eyes glistening. Rest assured, I will cherish her for a lifetime. Awaken promised earnestly. Bermel gazed at her 2 daughters with pride and affection. All right, I shall step down and leave the stage to the 2 protagonists of the day. Rello gently ushered them off the platform. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the couple exchanged vows and rings. Nami danced with excitement below, her voice ringing out in encouragement. While Noki watched with envy and longing, stealing glances at Rello, her cheeks flushed, only to quickly avert her gaze upon being noticed. After the joyous wedding, the village returned to its tranquil state. Life continued without much alteration, though Rello now had 2 daily wake-up services. Bang! The door was kicked open, and before Rello could fully awaken, a figure landed on his abdomen. Foolish Rello, hurry and get up for breakfast. Enduring the torment, Rello felt a twinge of regret. While Noki gently called him awake, Nami was akin to a lively rabbit. Nami, spare me. I wish to sleep a little longer. No way. Get up quickly. We have training to do. Nami insisted, her hands playfully scratching at Rello. All right, you get up first, Rello lamented. Once he was ready and seated at the dining table, he spotted Noki, apron cinched around her waist, setting dishes on the table, which lifted his spirits. Good morning, Noki. You will surely make an excellent wife. Good morning, Rello. Noki replied, her cheeks flushing at his teasing. Seeing her bashful demeanor was utterly adorable. The days passed slowly amidst playful banter and mischief. 6 months later, Belmare discovered she was pregnant. Early one morning, Awaken rushed to share the joyous news. Truly, how wonderful. We are going to have a little brother or sister. Soon after, the group visited Belmare's new home, showering her with warm inquiries. I remarked, you lot, enough already. It's only just been confirmed, no need to make such a fuss. Belmare found herself overwhelmed by the ruckus created by the little ones. That won't do. We must be extra cautious, you have to be responsible for the child, the others insisted earnestly. Belmare couldn't help but chuckle, lamenting that Awaken shouldn't have informed them so soon. The group resolved that Belmare's nutrition was paramount, and thus, every few days, Rello would venture into the windless zone to hunt for sea kings. As Belmare's belly gradually grew, their excitement and anxiety mounted. During this time, Nami and Nojiko's training bore fruit. Both had mastered the techniques of Soru and Jeppo. Moreover, they had awakened their observation haki, which took Rello by surprise. It seemed they were ready, and it was time to set the Ark of the Covenant in motion. Bring. Hello, Nojiko, what is going on? Rello, returning from a hunt, answered Nojiko's call. Alla, where are you? Hurry back, pirates have invaded the village. Nojiko spoke in a panic. What? Don't panic. First, make sure Belmare hides away. I'll be back immediately, Rello exclaimed, alarmed, urging Nojiko to ensure Belmare's safety, especially since she was about to give birth. Yes, we understand. Nami and I will hold them off. You come back quickly. All right, stay safe. I'm on my way. With that, Rello ended the call, the crackling sound of electricity resonating as he vanished in an instant. At this moment, Cocoyasi Village was in chaos. Several houses at the entrance lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Yahaha! This island now belongs to me, the Arlong pirates. From now on, everyone must pay taxes. Adults 500,000 berries, children 100,000 berries. Those who refuse will meet their end, he proclaimed, pointing to the lifeless bodies of several villagers sprawled on the ground. Moments earlier, Nojiko had instructed, Belmare, stay inside and don't go out. Nami and I will try to stall them, and I've already contacted Alo. He is on his way back. Although anxious, Nojiko remained resolute in her admonition to Belmare. Nami chimed in, what nonsense. How could I let you face pirates? I was once a Navy officer. The situation is different now. You're heavily pregnant, so just stay put and leave it to Nojiko and me, Nami insisted, rushing out the door with Nojiko before Belmare could respond. Awaken, you must follow them. Don't let anything happen. All right, you stay safe at home. After ensuring his wife's safety, Awaken too grabbed his weapon and dashed outside. Boss, 2 girls are charging at us. Fishman Ju reported to Arlong as he spotted Nami and Nojiko. Yahaha. Perfect, we can use them as an example. Collecting taxes will be much easier afterward. Filled with rage at the sight of fallen villagers and their burning village, Nami and Nojiko shouted, Pirates, get out of our village. Yahaha, your village? From now on, this is the territory of the Arlong pirates. Arlong sneered, unimpressed by the sight of 2 young girls. Nami, let us show these pirates our strength. Nojiko surged forward, a pair of black wings emerging behind her, propelling her toward the pirates. All right, Nojiko, be careful. Nami transformed into fluffy white clouds, soaring above the pirates. Chapter 13. The Thunder God? Arlong glared darkly at his fallen comrades, then turned his gaze to the 2 girls, panting yet undeterred. Yahaha! Who would have thought that in this impoverished East Blue, I'd encounter 2 devil fruit users? Quite the surprise. Brandishing his serrated blade with a menacing glint, he focused on Nami and Nojiko. But this is where it ends. You won't be able to harm me. I am a noble fishman. Our natural strength is 10 times that of humans. While I may be unable to deal with you now, I will slaughter everyone here. You scoundrel, how dare you? Nami and Nojiko's eyes flared with rage. This was their home, and they could not allow the pirates to wreak havoc. I don't have to kill you. If you join my pirate crew, I'll spare them. Arlong, tempted by their abilities, thought that recruiting them would bolster his crew's strength. In your dreams. Nami retorted, disgusted. If you refuse my offer, then I shall kill you all. Just as Arlong was about to unleash his wrath, a series of crackling sounds echoed in his ears. Turning around, he was met with a breathtaking sight. A tall, golden-haired youth approached, enveloped in a storm of lightning. The youth was illuminated by a cascade of azure electricity, a relentless symphony of crackles filling the air. Bathed in this celestial tempest, he resembled a deity walking among mortals. His eyes transformed into bolts of blue lightning, radiating a murderous intent as he advanced, the skies darkening with his arrival. Arlong, it seems you did not heed Fisher Tiger's warning. You? Are you the Thunder God? Arlong's pupils dilated in terror, memories of Fisher Tiger's warning flooding his mind. Arlong, though I don't know why the Thunder God mentioned you, I must relay his message. Steer clear of the East Blue. He has been a great benefactor to us fishmen. Do not provoke him, understand? The words resonated in Arlong's mind, and he quaked with fear. Thunder God, please forgive me this once. I won't do it again. I will leave the East Blue immediately. Arlong fell to his knees. Rello surveyed the fallen villagers and the surrounding flames. Forgiveness? How can someone like you change? There's only one way for you. To die? With that, bolts of lightning transformed into spears, piercing Arlong and all his pirates into the ground. The fishermen pirates twitched momentarily before falling silent. As the terrifying storm dissipated like a doomsday vision, the sky cleared, leaving behind a haunting silence, blanketed by the lifeless bodies of the pirates. It was as if the astonishing scene had been an illusion. Rello, you're incredible. Nami was the first to react, leaping into Rello's embrace, excitement radiating as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Rello held the jubilant Nami close, also pulling Nojiko into his arms, soothing them gently. You both did exceptionally well. Are you hurt? No, we're fine. The 2 girls shook their heads. After a moment, Rello released them and turned to Awaken. All right, Uncle Awaken, please find a doctor to tend to the injured villagers. We'll handle the pirates' bodies and take care of their ship, while Awaken assisted in treating the villagers. Rello and the others concluded their task of dealing with Arlong and his crew's corpses before heading to the pirate ship to loot it. There's still one survivor? Come out. Please, spare me. I am not a murderer. A terrified fishman with a hedgehog-like hairstyle scrambled out of the cabin. Upon witnessing the sheer terror etched on the creature's face, Rello understood that it was fortunate the fishman had not attempted to flee. Otherwise, Rello would have been compelled to take his life. Your name is Shiro, is it not? Out of respect for Rayleigh, I shall refrain from slaying you. Observing the dazed fishman, Rello felt no inclination to resort to violence. Return and inform Jinbe that should he seek vengeance, I am here. I dare not, I dare not. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Shivering, Shiro bowed repeatedly in gratitude upon hearing that Rello would spare him. Begone. With a dismissive wave, Rello signaled for the tearful Shiro to leave. Ah, what a dire state we find ourselves in. It seems being a pirate is not as grand as one might imagine. Noki remarked disdainfully, surveying the pitiful bounty they had collected. Pirates are nothing more than a rabble of scoundrels, engaging in heinous acts upon the high seas, living each day on the edge of death. What kind of life could that possibly be? Rello, however, found Noki's complaints entirely justified. Let us return. Once we remove the pirate flag, we might still sell this vessel for a decent sum. Upon returning home, they found Belmare anxiously waiting. Are you all unharmed? Why are you so late? We're fine, but Nami and Noki demonstrated remarkable courage this time. To alleviate Belmare's worries, Rello deftly shifted the topic. Indeed, Nami said proudly. You should have seen how Noki and I handled those pirates. They were hardly a challenge. Is that so? Well, since you performed so admirably, your training shall be doubled from now on, Rello said with a sly grin. Huh, you fool. Rello, I shall have my revenge, Nami exclaimed, leaping onto Rello in mock fury, playfully hitting him. As laughter filled the air, a throng of villagers arrived outside. Nami, Noki, and Rello, thank you for saving us all, one villager exclaimed. Indeed, without your bravery, our village would have perished. This is a small token of our gratitude. You must accept it. The sight of so many villagers left Nami and Noki momentarily flustered. Ultimately, it was Belmare who stepped in. All right. We are all from the same village. Helping one another is only natural. Please, do not worry. We shall graciously accept your gifts. Now return home. After dinner, Rello produced 2 devil fruits and presented them to Belmare and Azure. These are 2 devil fruits. One is the Zoan-type yellow cattle fruit, which enhances physical strength and recovery abilities. The other is the Paramecia-type shatter fruit, which also improves physical condition and possesses an impressive shattering ability. In the end, Azure consumed the yellow cattle fruit, while Belmare declined the shatter fruit despite their encouragement. Rello ultimately gifted her a firefox fruit. Chapter 14. Communication with Kuna following the pirate attack on their village. It is clear that you have recognized your own shortcomings. Rello lounged languidly on a beach chair, observing the 2 sisters as he analyzed the recent events. Your physical condition and offensive capabilities are lacking, Noki stated gravely. As for your physique, regular training should suffice. As you grow, your strength will naturally increase. Especially you, Noki. The mythical Zoan fruit augments your physical prowess in unparalleled ways. As you unlock its potential, your strength will only grow. Rello rose and meticulously outlined the training plan for the 2. Now, what you lack is offensive technique. Nami, developing your thundercloud could serve as a formidable attack, and do not neglect your martial arts. He continued, once the customized weapon I ordered arrives, I want you to try it out and see if it suits you. After addressing Nami, he turned to Noki. As for you, I intend for you to study swordsmanship as well. I will arrange for an instructor. She will also be a future member of our crew. This will provide an excellent opportunity for everyone to familiarize themselves and build rapport. Days later, they returned to Frost Moon Village. With a sigh of nostalgia, Rello made his way to the dojo. Upon entering, he spotted a group of children practicing diligently with wooden swords. At the forefront, their elder sister Kuina demonstrated techniques. Upon noticing Rello, her face lit up, and she urged her students to continue practicing as she dashed over to him. Rello, you have arrived, she exclaimed. Yes, I came to see you and incidentally, to ask for a favor, Rello replied with a smile, ruffling Kuina's hair. Kuina squinted her eyes in delight, rubbing against his palm. After introducing Kana to Yoshiro and explaining his request to invite her to their home for a visit, along with the intention of teaching his 2 sisters the ways of the sword, Yoshiro readily agreed, and Kuna was overjoyed. After bidding Yoshiro farewell, the 2 made their way to the back mountain, where they found Zoro practicing his 3-sword style. It seems he truly has become a swordsman of the 3-sword style, Rello remarked. Indeed, he claims that wielding 3 swords enhances his combat strength. Kuina chuckled. Rello, what brings you here? Zoro asked, a grin breaking across his face, though he quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, I merely came to observe how well someone has been mastering the three-sword style, Rello teased. Are you belittling me? Zoro retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. Ignoring Zoro's outburst, Rello turned to Kuina. Care for a spar? Absolutely. Show me the spirit of the world's greatest swordsman, Rello declared, drawing his long sword and positioning himself opposite Kuina. With her grip firm on her sword, Kuina prepared herself. A surge of conqueror's haki emanated from Rello, enveloping Kuina. With a fierce glare, she released her own conqueror's haki in response. The clash of their powers created an explosive shockwave that reverberated through the air, the pink and blue hues of their haki intertwining. After a brief stalemate, Kuina's pink aura shattered, leaving her pale-faced. What was that? Zoro questioned, bewildered, realizing how much he still needed to learn. Yet, determination burned in his eyes. He vowed to surpass them. The two figures vanished in an instant, the sounds of clashing swords ringing out as they engaged in a rapid exchange. Their movements grew increasingly swift, and the area around them expanded as their battle intensified. With a flourish, a slash was unleashed, quickly followed by another that countered the first. Excellent work, Kuina. You've advanced further in your mastery of swordsmanship. Of course. I refuse to halt my pursuit of strength, she replied. Once more, the two charged at each other, the sound of blades scraping together creating sparks. Rello parried Kuina's strike, pushing her back slightly. With a smirk, Kuina prepared her next attack. This is Falling Cherry Blossom Slash. In a flurry of movement, countless slashes surged towards Rello, each one intertwining like petals falling from a cherry blossom tree, crafted from pure sword energy. How beautiful. Is it impolite not to announce my techniques? She pondered as her long sword cut through the air, creating a mesmerizing array of strikes. Clang. Another strike was deflected by Rello, sending debris flying as nearby stones shattered into fragments. Observing the devastation around him, Rello felt the time had come for the final bout. Now let us conclude this, Kuina. As Guena's necklace gradually transformed into a golden hue, her body assumed a diving posture. Extreme, sacred fall. In an instant, Guena's figure vanished, and a sudden slash materialized before Rello, the blade's light slicing downward at an angle. The long-anticipated strike was met with Rello's counter, Mountain Break. A resounding clash echoed, sending a powerful shockwave that dispersed dust and sent withered leaves spiraling through the air. The two figures stood motionless amidst the haze, as they sheathed their swords. Zoro hurried over. Hey, what was that you just did? Haki. Don't worry. You'll learn it too, Rello replied with a smile. Really? I knew I could do it, Zoro declared, satisfied. Subsequently, Rello began to explain the awakening and training methods of the three types of haki. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, Rello's stomach grumbled. Let's go back to eat, Guena chuckled. The three descended the mountain, chatting merrily. After their meal, Guena approached Rello. Well, we shall take our leave, Teacher Jinshiro. Leave? Where to? Zoro queried, perplexed. To my home for a visit. What do you say, Algae Head? Do you want to join? No, I need to continue my training. Zoro hesitated for a moment, considering his progress in swordsmanship, ultimately declining. That's fair, your strength is still lacking. Be careful out there, or you might get beaten up. Rello teased. Damn you, Rello. Just wait, I'll make you pay? Zoro retorted angrily from behind. Ha ha. Upon boarding Rello's small, rickety boat, Guena felt a sense of novelty. This was her first time at sea, gazing at the azure sky and the boundless ocean, feeling the sea breeze caress her face. She couldn't help but close her eyes and stretch her arms wide, embracing a freedom she had never experienced before. Suddenly, an involuntary burst of Conqueror's haki surged forth, seemingly enhanced. Not bad, Rello praised. From now on, you must focus on honing your haki. Chapter 15. Formation of the Adventurer's Crew at the Seaside Training Ground. Nami and Nojiko awaited the arrival of Rello. Why aren't they here yet? Didn't Rello say they'd arrive today? They should be here soon, Nojiko reassured. Perched on a boulder beside the training area, the two exchanged words. Suddenly, a small boat appeared on the horizon, slowly transforming into a boat. Look, Nojiko, they're here, Nami exclaimed, waving excitedly. I see it. Let's go greet them. From a distance, the two girls waved enthusiastically. Look, they're coming to welcome us, Rello said to Guena. Yes, Guena replied, tightening her grip on her sword, her expression filled with anticipation. Soon, she would be living alongside them. Ha! You finally made it. Nojiko and I have been waiting eagerly. Is this our new partner? After the boat docked, Nami rushed over, grabbing Guena's hand and turning to Rello. Yes, indeed. This is the swordsmanship prodigy Guena. Guena, this is Nami, and this is Nojiko. Hello, I am Guena. I look forward to working with you. Hello, I'm Nami. Nojiko chimed in. Pleased to meet you. The three exchanged polite introductions. All right, introductions are done. Let's not just stand here. Let's head home and prepare a welcome feast for Weno. Rello led the way. The three girls chattered animatedly behind him, quickly bonding over their similar ages and Nami's lively nature. First, let's raise a glass to welcome Weno. Cheers. X4. Now, I declare that our adventurers team is officially established today. Seizing the opportunity, Rello unveiled a long-held dream. From now on, we will sail our own ship, weather storms and waves, overcome challenges, and explore every corner of the world. Ultimately, we shall become the greatest adventurers in the world. Hooray! X4. Rello then proposed that each member declare their goals or dreams as part of the team's establishment ceremony. I will chart the world's most detailed sea maps, guiding our ships safely through every perilous area, and become the greatest navigator. I will become the world's #1 swordsman. I will be a strong warrior of the sea. Since Nojiko decided to learn swordsmanship, she silently vowed not to lag behind and to strive to keep pace with Rello. After a joyful banquet, Nami and Nojiko prepared a room for Weno, and thus she settled in. The following day, Weno began instructing Nami and Nojiko. Under Rello's arrangement, they all donned high-purity sea prism stone. Reclining on a beach chair, watching the three training in the distance, Rello opened his panel. Rello, Armament Hockey, Advanced. Observation Hockey, Advanced. Conqueror's Hockey, Intermediate. Advanced Physical Techniques. Advanced Swordsmanship. Devil Fruit Abilities. 1. Thunder Fruit. 2. None. 3. None. Inventory, Gold, Berries. Wind Splitter, 3rd Generation Ghost Slash, Food, etc. Glancing at the rudimentary panel, Rello couldn't help but scoff. Others who traverse worlds receive rewards through sign-ins or tasks. With intelligent systems to boot. What use does my panel have? Is my traversal stance incorrect? If only I could have multiple subsystems. I'd gladly accept being a top-tier swordsman or even a celestial dragon. Dumb Rello, what are you thinking? Your face looks so lewd. Nami interrupted his daydreaming. Cough, cough. What's wrong, Nami? What is it? Just now, Uncle Aiken told me via the transponder snail that Belmare is about to give birth. What? Didn't they say it would be a few more days? Let's hurry. Rello sprang to his feet. In the courtyard, the four of them stood silently, like sentinels, while Aiken paced anxiously at the entrance, occasionally glancing inside. Uncle Aiken, could you please calm down? You're making me dizzy with all that turning. Don't worry. Belmare will be fine, Nami reassured, though her own eyes betrayed concern. Nojiko silently prayed, despite Rello having brought a few female doctors from Roguetown in advance. Belmare was over 30, classified as an elderly mother, which carried certain risks. Why is there no movement? It's been ages. Aiken's face was etched with tension. Rello used his observation hockey to scan the situation. Rest assured, Brother Aiken, Belmare is fine. Don't be too anxious. I understand that, but how can I not worry? Inside is my wife, Aiken muttered, his usually composed demeanor unraveling. If it comes to it, I'll go check, Nami suggested. No. What if they are at a critical moment? You might disturb them. Rello rolled his eyes. Nami pouted, sulking as she waited. By the way, Brother Aiken, have you decided on the baby's name? Rello inquired. Yes, for a boy, he will be named Alan, and for a girl, she will be named Erin. Not bad. Those are good names. After the baby is born, let Nami take care of him, so she can experience what Belmare felt back then, Rello proposed mischievously. You idiot, Rello. I'll take care of him, and what is so great about that? Nami retorted angrily. All right, you're so impressive. Just don't complain when you're tired. Ask Nojiko how arduous it was for her to raise you, enduring the trials of changing your diapers and feeding you. A chuckle escaped. Nojiko doubled over in laughter at Kuina's jest. Alas, Alo, what nonsense are you spouting? It was not as crude as that. Nojiko shot a disgruntled glare at Rello, chiding him for his indiscretion. You foolish Rello, you big rascal, I shall have my revenge. Enough of this ruckus, for Belmare is currently. Suddenly, a piercing wail erupted, accompanied by Belmare's anguished cry. It's happened. It's happened. Congratulations, congratulations. Both mother and daughter are safe. The female doctor gently presented the newborn to Azure, who beamed with joy. How splendid. The crowd gathered around to admire the child, gazing in wonder. Oh dear, the child is rather unattractive. Thud. Ouch. What do you know? Newborns always look like that. They haven't fully developed yet, Azure reassured, observing the infant nestled in his arms, eyes closed, with long eyelashes and tiny fists clenched. The baby had inherited Belmare's soft pink hair and chubby cheeks, making her quite adorable. After several of them took turns holding little Eileen, Azure carried her indoors, while Rello distributed the congratulatory gifts to the doctors, arranging for their return. In the ensuing days, Nami volunteered to care for the child, but soon cried out in despair, Belmare, Eileen has made quite the mess. Belmare, Eileen is hungry. As days passed, Nami endured Eileen's relentless demands, while Belmare endured Nami's incessant complaints. Rello found amusement in their plight, while Nojiko rolled her eyes, filled with sympathy. Fortunately, after diligent effort, Nami finally learned to care for Eileen on her own, skillfully humming to lull her to sleep, impressing Rello with her newfound capability. Nami finally grasped the hardships Belmare faced in raising her. Chapter 16. Another 4 years later. On the beach, sprawled out on a sun lounger like a salted fish, Rello cradled a small, adorable bundle. He looked down at the drooling, sleepy little girl in his arms, his face softening with affection. How swiftly time has flown. For years have passed in the blink of an eye. The once helpless infant had blossomed into a delightful little girl with pink hair. With a sigh of nostalgia, he gently stroked Eileen's tiny head, his gaze drifting to the horizon. It has been nearly 11 years since he arrived in this pirate world, and he often wondered about his parents back in his original world, hoping they were well, even though he could no longer fulfill his filial duties. Reflecting on his past, he felt a sense of gratitude. In this extraordinary realm, he could live freely, though a tinge of regret lingered. Yet, what in life is ever perfect? His gaze followed the figures of 3 young women training, and he mused, what more could he possibly lament? Observing the girls as they matured, Rello couldn't help but exclaim once more, time truly does fly. Now, Nami and Nojiko had thoroughly mastered the dual-color haki, while Kuna had honed her swordsmanship to perfection. As for their devil fruit abilities, they could now absorb others' vitality and store it to be transferred to others. Nami cherished her customized weather staff, now adept at utilizing it, creating large-scale electrical storms, showcasing her formidable combat prowess. Kuina remained a master swordswoman, yet the aspiration to become a grandmaster remained distant. She had mastered dual-color haki and even reached an intermediate level in Conqueror's haki. Recently, during a visit to Frostmoon Village, Zoro had clamored to challenge her. Since breaking through to the swordsman level 2 years ago, he eagerly anticipated a rematch with Kuna, only to be soundly defeated once more. However, he had also learned dual-color haki, surpassing his original timeline. As for Kuina's angel fruit, she had developed 2 abilities, Holy Light Healing and Holy Light Judgment, enabling her to recover swiftly from injuries and suppress dark abilities. Rello himself, glancing at his panel displaying his swordsman status and intermediate conqueror's haki, felt a sense of helplessness, as the path to breakthrough remained elusive. Brother, I'm hungry. The little girl mumbled sleepily. You little fool. You only eat after a good nap, Rello teased, gently tickling Eileen's nose. Brother, you big bad guy. Eileen protested, nudging Rello's embrace with her head. Ha. He lifted Eileen and called out to the others. All right, everyone. Let's take a break and prepare for dinner. Here I come. Eileen, come here for a hug and a kiss. Nami dashed over, snatching Eileen for a kiss. No, sister. You stink. The little girl pushed Nami's face away with all her might, her expression filled with disgust. Well, you little stinker. Have you forgotten all the good I've done for you? And yet, you still complain. Eileen doesn't stink. Eileen is fragrant. If you don't believe me, ask brother. Laughter echoed as they made their way home. At the dining table, Rello announced, I plan to visit Water 7 in a couple of days to construct our ship. Is it finally happening? The girls looked at Rello with eager anticipation. Yes, once the ship is built, we shall set sail. Following our previous plan to circumnavigate the seas before entering the New World via the Grand Line, Rello met their expectant gazes, revealing his meticulously outlined journey. Hooray! We are finally going to set sail? I can hardly wait. Nami cheered, while Eileen clapped her hands in excitement, mirroring the joy of the others. However, I will also make a quick trip to the New World. There's a place there that would greatly benefit my training. Scooping up little Eileen, Rello continued. I will train while the ship is being built, though the timing is uncertain. That's all right, go ahead. We've waited this long, a little longer won't matter. Nami replied nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to Rello's spontaneous disappearances. Is that place dangerous? Nojiko asked with concern. Rest assured, there are no dangers, it is merely training. During this time, the household will be in your capable hands. After dinner, Rello took out paper and pen, saying, let's discuss what everyone wants for the ship. I'll take notes. I'll go first. Nami interjected eagerly. Firstly, I want an art studio, a study, a tool room, a garden with orange trees, and a larger bathroom. That should do for now, and I'll let you know if I think of anything else. I want an open kitchen with a refrigerator, preferably spacious. Nojiko stated succinctly. I need a training room, Kuina added. All right, let me add a few more. A medical room, a leisure area, a dining area, and perhaps an aquarium. We can consult professionals once we arrive there, Rello supplemented. After jotting everything down, the group helped Rello pack, focusing mainly on provisions and clothing. He stored everything in his panel backpack, which had long piqued Nami's envy for its spatial storage capabilities. The following morning, the group bid farewell to Rello. Safe travels. Return early. Take care on the way. The most troublesome part for Rello was that little Eileen, upon learning of his departure, clung to him stubbornly. After much coaxing, Nami finally managed to hold her back, preventing her from clinging to Rello. Brother, I want my brother. Sister is a bad egg. The little girl wailed, pounding her fists as she cried to Nami. Eileen, be good. Your brother will be back soon, bringing you delicious treats and fun things. Stay at home and listen to your mother and sister, all right? Rello gently patted little Eileen's head, soothing her with soft words. He's gone. A flash of electricity crackled as he vanished from Eileen's tear-filled gaze. Chapter 17, Carrera Company. Suspended in the air, Rello gazed down at the water city, observing the city's bustling vibrancy and the intricate network of waterways with a sense of wonder. Life has a way of carving its own path. This isolated island, perched above the sea, has miraculously survived through the genius of the great designer Tom and his team, safeguarding its home with their wisdom and toil. To be honest, Rello had always rushed during his visits, never taking the time to explore. Besides, what joy was there in wandering alone when he could enjoy the company of beautiful women? Shaking off such thoughts, Rello followed the directions given to him and arrived at the Carrera Company. Before him stood a shipbuilding company resembling a colossal ship's hull. Rello couldn't help but marvel. Upon entering, the atmosphere was bustling, filled with countless materials and shipwrights moving in an intricate dance. A bit bewildered, Rello stood still, unsure of what to do, with no one around to ask questions. Good day, sir. I am the shipwright Darius Stone. Are you here for repairs or to build a ship? Our shipbuilding technology at Carrera Company is the finest in the world. You have come to the right place. A burly man with a bushy beard and a tattoo of a shipwright on his left shoulder approached Rello with a loud voice. I am here to build a ship. Will you be designing it yourself, or would you like us to assist you? I have my own blueprints. Rello smiled, raising the drawings in his hand. Very well. Please follow me. Our Vice President Barry is currently out on business. I will take you to our president, Mr. Espagu. Darius Stone led the way. That would be best. Soon, they arrived at Espaga's office. President, this gentleman wishes to construct a ship and has brought his own blueprints. The man behind the desk, dressed in a checkered shirt with a buzz cut, was the iceberg himself. Hello, let me take a look at the blueprints. Without further ado, he requested to see the designs. Rello handed over the blueprints. Mr. Espagu, I came across these plans by chance, and I would like to make a few modifications. After examining the blueprints, Espagu's face lit up with astonishment. What a remarkable structural principle. Such an imaginative design. Simply splendid. However, the construction of this vessel presents considerable challenges. May I ask what modifications you intend to make? It was evident that Espagu greatly admired the design of the blueprints. I trust that Mr. Espagu has noticed this as a flying ship. I wish to use it for regular navigation while retaining the ability to activate the flight system when necessary. Additionally, I request the hull be constructed entirely from conductive metal. Rello continued, pulling out another note. After jotting down the requirements, Espagu was left speechless, while Darius Stone wore an expression of bewildered awe. A flying ship? What metal for the hull? Conductive? Darius Stone stammered. Who am I? Where am I? While gazing at the blueprints, Espagu was deep in thought, and Rello patiently sipped his tea, awaiting his response. Finally, Espagu looked up at Rello. From modifying the blueprints to sourcing materials and constructing the vessel, it will take at least 6 months. Very well, 6 months it is. I will pay 2 billion berries, with 1 billion as a deposit. My only requirement is that it be of the highest quality, Rello declared, placing 2 chests of berries onto the table with a resounding thud. Darius Stone was left in shock, oblivious to where Rello had procured the 2 chests containing 1 billion berries each. As for the technical aspects, you can rest assured. Carrera Company is renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship, Espagu assured him. Then it is settled. I look forward to seeing my ship in 6 months. With that, Rello turned and exited the office without looking back, leaving the 2 men in stunned silence. Wait, is it really that straightforward? No contract even with that amount of money? Darius Stone exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't it enough to simply pay? Rello mused as he departed. Constructing this miraculous ship poses a significant challenge for us at Carrera Company. Regarding some configurations of the vessel, I will need to seek collaboration, Espagu stated. President, are you saying you intend to consult him? Espagu did not respond, but merely raised his eyes to the window, nodding gently. In the distance, Rello turned back to gaze at the water city, then retrieved his transponder snail and dialed. After informing Nami and the others of the time required for the ship's construction and soothing little Eileen with many promises, he finally hung up. Sigh, always rushing back and forth, what a hard life. He vanished in a flash of lightning. In the skies above Sabaody Archipelago, Rello paused momentarily, casting his gaze down at the chaotic scene below and shaking his head slowly. Not lingering for long, Rello's figure disappeared amidst the sound of bursting bubbles. Huh. At the knock-up stream bar, Rayleigh suddenly looked up. What is it, old man? Nothing much, just sensed a familiar presence. It seems to be the long-lost god of thunder. Rayleigh replied, swirling his drink. Ah, the god of thunder. It has indeed been quite a while since we heard from him, Shiki said, a cigarette dangling from her mouth as she rested her chin on her hand at the bar. Speaking of Rello reminded Rayleigh of the last time Little Eight had come looking for him. Yes, it has been a few years since Little Eight mentioned him during his visit. Speaking of Little Eight, that piques my interest. When he was here last, I was quite surprised to learn that the god of thunder hails from an inconspicuous little place in the East Sea. Apparently, he obtained a remarkable devil fruit during his last visit to sleepy ancient town, Shiki remarked. Such a young lad, yet so knowledgeable about the world. Truly a mysterious boy. Rayleigh mused, equally impressed. At such a young age, possessing immense power and a mysterious background, I wonder what role he plays in this vast ocean. A flash of lightning streaked across the red soil continent, shooting towards the new world. At Mariejois, in Panga City, amidst the flowers, a figure cloaked in black suddenly opened his crimson eyes, scanning the direction of the lightning before slowly closing them again. My lord, is there something amiss? A knight beside him knelt, inquiring softly. The surroundings fell silent, and the knight, receiving no response, slowly retreated. The islands near the red soil continent, free from pirate disturbances, allowed the local populace, mostly families of Navy personnel, to live normally. As a bastion for the Navy facing the New World, the islands near the red soil continent are continually fortified with a substantial naval presence. After some inquiries, Rello procured an eternal pointer. For his first destination, Rello chose to venture to the bank's forbidden zone, also known as Punk Hazard. The artificial green dragon fruit within must not be left for Momonosuke, that lecherous, cowardly, and irresponsible little brat. Should they cross paths, Rello would ensure he met his foolish father, allowing the two to reunite in the afterlife, thus accruing a significant merit in the process. Punk Hazard. On the island, two majestic peaks stand at either end, with a river flowing serenely between them. Once a vibrant oasis nestled against the mountains and waters, the island now exudes an air of desolation. As his observation haki swept the area, Rello alighted at the foot of the western hillside, confronted by a vast platform akin to a dock, upon which loomed a colossal metallic gate built into the mountainside. Oh, this must be the entrance. Adorned with a mask emblazoned with the character for thunder, Rello advanced, unsheathing his long blade cloaked in armament haki. Clang! A massive X-shaped gash materialized on the grand door. With a forceful kick, he shattered the barrier and stepped inside. Chapter 18. The artificial Azure dragon fruit secured. A blinding red light flickered in the corridor, accompanied by the incessant wailing of alarms. The cacophony was soon joined by the hurried footsteps of two squads of guards clad in gas masks, wielding sprayers. Who goes there? Halt immediately, or we will open fire, barked the leader, his voice booming ominously from behind the mask. Without uttering a word, Rello narrowed his eyes, unleashing a wave of conqueror's haki. The guards collapsed en masse, and Rello activated his observation haki, striding deeper into the facility. Brother Ming, help. Someone has breached the laboratory. Please, come quickly. A man in a white lab coat, his appearance rather flamboyant, was frantically shouting into a transponder snail. Having just witnessed the man incapacitate everyone in an instant via surveillance, he realized that this was no foe he could handle. Calm down, Caesar. Tell me, how many intruders are there? What are they doing in the lab? Just one. A masked individual. His power is terrifying, Caesar exclaimed, his gaze fixed fearfully on the entrance. All the guards went down in an instant. Don't ask so many questions. Brother Ming, think of something. Caesar, remain composed. You are under my protection. No one dares lay a hand on you. Let us observe his intentions first. Came the composed voice of Don Quixote da Flamingo. He possessed such confidence, being one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, with even the Navy wary of him, let alone others. Yes, yes, you are a warlord of the sea, and I am your subordinate. He wouldn't dare, Caesar stammered, attempting to collect himself, but the sudden voice startled him, causing his hand to tremble, and the transponder snail fell to the ground with a thud. Why you? Caesar stuttered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Friend, may I ask why you have intruded upon my laboratory? Doflamingo's voice echoed from the transponder snail. Oh, Brother Ming. I came to retrieve a devil fruit, the one left by Vegapunk. It should still be here, right? It's still here, I assent it? That failed devil fruit. What do you want with it? Caesar inquired, puzzled. Rello turned to Caesar, his eyes flashing with crimson light, causing Caesar to freeze in place. Brother Ming, help, he implored, his gaze pleading into the transponder snail. Brother Ming, I advise you to contemplate your response carefully. Will you hand it over, or not? Surely you do not wish for your hard-earned laboratory to be destroyed. Rello's hand crackled with lightning. You dare threaten me? Doflamingo's veins bulged as he gripped the transponder snail tightly. Precisely. After a brief pause, Doflamingo relented. Caesar, go fetch it for him. Though angered and helpless, he recognized that aid was not forthcoming and that the fruit in question was merely a failed experiment, making the decision less consequential. However, the tone of the threat left him quite displeased. Ever since ascending to the throne of Dressrosa, no one had ever dared defy him. This audacious intruder, demanding such a thing, truly vexed him. Moments later, Caesar approached, carrying a glass dome containing a pink, scale-like fruit, the artificial version of the Zoan-type fish fruit. Azure dragon form ignited a fervor in Rello's gaze. With a swift motion, he secured the fruit and turned to depart. A pleasure collaborating, Brother Ming. Farewell. Leave your name, boy. Thunder God. Rello paused, and with a flash of lightning, the transponder snail shattered. Far away in Dressrosa, atop the royal hill, Doflamingo crushed the remnants of the transponder snail. Thunder God. An oppressive laughter echoed throughout the palace. Hey Doflamingo, what happened? Queried a snot-nosed figure nearby. Nothing to worry about. Just a detestable little brat. Having departed Punk Hazard, Rello eagerly extracted the devil fruit. Although awakening artificial Zoan-type fruits was notoriously challenging, the enhancements to defense, recovery, and physical prowess they provided were undeniably substantial. Upon examining the fruit closely, he took a decisive bite. Ugh, the taste assaults the senses. With a roar, Rello transformed into a 100-meter-long pink dragon, soaring atop orange flame clouds before shifting into his hybrid form. With a mere thought, lightning enveloped him in this state. The ability to wield two distinct powers simultaneously was nothing short of magnificent. Opening his status panel, Rello, Armament Hockey, Advanced. Observation Hockey, Advanced. Conqueror's Hockey, Intermediate. Advanced Physical Combat. Advanced Swordsmanship. Fruit Abilities. 1. Thunder Fruit. 2. Azure Dragon Fruit. 3. None. Inventory. Gold, berries, Wind Splitter, 3rd Generation Ghost Slash, Clothing, Food. Ah, delightful, no side effects. Simply consuming a devil fruit ensures no adverse consequences? What a splendid surprise. Previously, Rello had contemplated whether consuming additional fruits might negate the thunder fruit's lack of side effects. Now, relieved of such worries, he felt considerably at ease. In his hybrid form, Rello stood over 3 meters tall, glancing about, admiring his body adorned with pink scales. He flexed his hands, assessing his newfound strength. Indeed, impressive, my power and physique have increased by at least 30%, producing another eternal pointer. Rello transformed into a dragon and soared toward another pathway. In Water 7, Frankie's workshop, a burly man clad in iron shorts and a net stumbled in. Boss, this is bad. What is it, Zanbai? No need to overreact, Frankie nonchalantly replied, reclining with a soda. Yes, Esbaku has come for you. So what if he has? Why the panic? Frankie waved dismissively, glancing toward the doorway. I've come to ask for your assistance in constructing a ship. Esbaku stepped in, holding a blueprint. What kind of ship could possibly daunt you? Just take a look at the blueprint. Oh wow, such intricate design, such brilliant architecture, Frankie exclaimed. This ship will be a challenge for me to construct alone, so I need your help. Ha. Leave it to me, Super Frankie, Frankie proclaimed, striking a flamboyant pose. Unbeknownst to him, the Cube sisters, having entered unnoticed, mimicked Frankie's pose, chanting, Super Frankie. X2. Esbaku remained expressionless as he scrutinized the performance of the 3 individuals before him. The little white mouse perched on his shoulder clutched its belly with its tiny paws, rolling back and forth on Esbaku's shoulder. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, the unspoken awkwardness spreading like wildfire. Pack up your tools and come to my office, Esbaku commanded as he turned to leave. Damn it, Esbaku, why the rush? Frankie muttered. Damn it, Esbaku. Damn it, Esbaku, echoed the Cube sisters in a mocking chorus. Chapter 19. The Awakening of the Thunder Fruit on Thunder God Island. A small isle nestled in the first half of the New World, relentless thunderstorms shroud the land, with lightning incessantly ravaging everything in its path. Upon setting foot on Thunder God Island, Rello observed the locals strolling about, nearly everyone wielding an umbrella, unaffected by the wrath of the lightning above. Hey, newcomer, an umbrella costs 1,000 berries. With this, you need not fear the lightning overhead. A bald man brandishing an umbrella attempted to sell his wares to Rello. 1,000 berries for an umbrella? Are you trying to rob me? Rello retorted. Though he had the funds, he found the price outrageous, recalling that back in Cocoyasi, an umbrella barely cost 10 berries. Don't underestimate this umbrella. It's crafted from materials unique to Thunder God Island, capable of repelling lightning. Just think about its worth, the bald man insisted. After a lengthy negotiation, Rello finally relented and purchased one for 500 berries. As he ventured forth, a quaint little town came into view. Countless pillars surrounded the town, supporting a dome that sheltered the entire settlement beneath it. The bustling streets were teeming with life, utterly oblivious to the violent lightning outside. Rello marveled at the peculiar architecture. Upon entering the town, he stowed his umbrella and made his way to the town center, stepping into a small eatery. During a lull in service, he inquired, "Boss, this town is quite remarkable. Does the structure truly protect against lightning?" "Ah, my dear guest, you must be new here. This is an insulating material unique to Thunder God Island," the owner began, animatedly sharing the story. "In the past, we had none of this. Then someone discovered the material and rallied everyone to gather and utilize it. Life was quite dreadful before its discovery. We seldom ventured outside, unlike today." Rello nodded in understanding, reflecting on the old adage, in a land of deadly poison, a remedy is always within 7 steps. After a night's rest in a rented yard, Rello learned the next day that the mountain outside the town was the area most densely struck by lightning. He recalled that it was the site of the fierce battle between Akainu and Akiji, which had permanently altered the terrain and climate. Rello speculated that Thunder God Island might be a remnant of the climatic phenomena left behind by a previous user of the Thunder Fruit. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, Rello assumed his Thunder God form, basking in the tempest of lightning. In this state, he felt his body gradually absorb the surrounding electrical energy. His observation haki expanded, drawing in the lightning with increasing intensity. As time passed, the energy converged, ultimately transforming into a robust blue-violet lightning pillar that engulfed the mountain peak. "Look, what is happening at the mountaintop? I've never seen lightning so thick," a villager exclaimed, noticing the anomaly. More villagers gathered, pointing at the gathering blue-violet lightning. As the energy coalesced into a massive white lightning pillar, it illuminated half the sky, resembling a colossal support beam. Initially, the townsfolk were abuzz with excitement at this spectacle. But as the days went by and the light showed no additional reactions while the surrounding lightning diminished, their worries eased. Gradually, the villagers became accustomed to the towering light beam, occasionally glancing up at it, as if it had become part of their landscape. One day, a villager chanced to look up. "Hey, where did the lightning go?" His exclamation triggered a wave of astonished responses from the others. The persistent lightning that had graced the island for centuries had vanished. They turned their gazes toward the mighty pillar, only to witness it visibly thinning and shrinking, until it ultimately disappeared from sight. Confusion reigned as they exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the sudden change. Just as they stood bewildered, a thunderous roar erupted from the spot where the white lightning pillar once stood, exploding into a magnificent thunderous bloom. As the thunder flower detonated, lightning surged across the entire island, even spilling beyond its shores, with a tumultuous intensity greater than ever before. Fortunately, the town was protected by the insulating material, otherwise, this surge of electricity would have likely spelled doom for them. Watching the resurgence of lightning, the townsfolk's unease slightly subsided, their gazes drawn instinctively to the mountain peak. Rello, who had been seated atop the summit, rose, clenching his fists, his face alight with joy. The thunder fruit had awakened. Just moments ago, after absorbing the lightning, he felt a profound clarity, mastering the very essence of electricity. In that instant, Rello was one with the lightning, and the lightning was one with Rello. With a mere thought, he could create a realm of thunder, eternal and inexhaustible, capable of manifesting countless forms and evolving into myriad entities. As he gazed down at the town, his form suddenly vanished, and the lightning that had struck the town transformed into Rello's silhouette as he gently descended. After returning to the town and finishing his meal, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed into a deep slumber, desperately in need of rest after the mental toll of recent events. 2 days later, rejuvenated and invigorated, Rello ventured out once more, returning to the same eatery. "Hey boss, why are there no pirates in this town?" he queried, glancing around in confusion. "Why, of course there are. Many pirates entering the New World often make this their first stop. However, as the gateway to the New World, the Marines maintain a strong presence here, and most pirates simply restock supplies before moving on. Thus, it's rare for them to cause trouble here. Understanding dawned on Rello. After leaving the eatery, he hurried back to the mountain's summit, this time transforming into a dragon man, his body enveloped in haki, allowing the lightning to strike him unabated. Rello had a grand notion. He intended to temper his body with lightning. Yet despite the haki shielding him, the downward strikes left him feeling tingled all over. As time wore on, his haki gradually faded, and the crackling sounds were accompanied by the enticing aroma of cooked meat. Before long, he was charred all over. But soon the charred flesh beneath began to writhe and regenerate into new skin. The formidable self-healing abilities of the mythical Zoan dragon fruit were on full display as Rello endured the relentless cycle of destruction and rebirth. After a day of this grueling process, Rello returned to the small restaurant, his attire in tatters, consuming 100 portions of food, leaving the owner in stunned disbelief as he slowly made his way back to his lodgings, collapsing into slumber. As the days gradually slipped away, Rello maintained a regular routine between the mountaintop, the little restaurant, and returning home to sleep. The longer he lingered atop the peak, the stronger his physique became, and his appetite grew substantially. Enduring the relentless torment of the mountain's thunder and lightning, time passed slowly, marked by a sense of suffering. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly elapsed. The daily trials and the accompanying sensation of becoming stronger had ensnared Rello in a state of intoxication. Atop the mountain, in his dragon-human form, no. It was more fitting to refer to it as his great dragon-human form now, for Rello had reached a height of 5 meters in this guise. His once pink scales now shimmered with a lustrous purple hue, and as he tapped them with his hand, they produced a delightful chime. Drawing forth his long sword, he struck fiercely at his left arm. With a gentle clink, a white mark appeared on his arm, and Rello's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gazed at the white mark on his left arm, then at his body, which remained intact after 10 days of enduring such trials. With a booming laugh, he declared, "I have become a Taoist master." Haha. Chapter 20, Return to Sky Island. Panel, Rello, Armament Haki, Supreme. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. Supreme Martial Arts. Advanced Swordsmanship. Fruit Abilities. 1. Thunder Fruit. 2. Azure Dragon Fruit. 3. None. Backpack, Gold, Berries, Wind Splitter, 3rd Generation Ghost Cut, various supplies. Beholding the panel, Rello was overjoyed. He had indeed made a breakthrough. It was time to return. Upon entering the small restaurant, the proprietor greeted him loudly, urging the staff, "Our esteemed customer has returned, everyone. Perk up." Rello felt a vain throb on his forehead. During these 2 months, his frequent visits had filled the owner's coffers, and upon seeing Rello, he was positively effusive. "Boss, I need food for 500 people," Rello said, somewhat helpless, as his appetite had vastly increased. "Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on. Your meal will be ready shortly." As the delectable dishes were continuously presented, Rello could no longer resist and began to feast. After the meal, bidding farewell to the proprietor, Rello noted the owner's look of regret upon learning of his departure. It seemed he felt there was still more profit to be made. Following this, Rello sought out the local factory and purchased all their insulating materials. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he departed from Thunder God Island, where he had spent over 2 months. On the Red Earth continent, in Mariejois, the residential area of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, a massive dragon, stretching 1,000 meters in length, suddenly soared overhead. The onlookers below, momentarily stunned, erupted in exhilaration, shouting, "A dragon! It's a dragon! I want it as my mount! Someone!" Others, too, gazed with greedy eyes, clamoring to have the dragon as a pet. In Pangu City, amidst the realm of power, where the 5 elders resided, a report was made. "Sir, a 1,000-meter dragon has just flown over Mariejois, suspected to be Kaido." "Nonsense. Kaido is still on Anagashima. Go, find out who it truly is." Such audacity. Saint Satan barked angrily. At once, the CP agents trembled as they withdrew. "A 1,000-meter-long dragon. Could it be another mythical Zoan?" murmured Saint Nazashiru. "Regardless of who it is, such an audacious flight over Mariejois is a blatant provocation. I recommend ordering the Navy to investigate thoroughly." Saint Satan added. "Agreed," came the chorus. On the Sabaody archipelago, in the Knock Knock bar, Rayleigh was enjoying drinks with Shanks and others. "Shanks, are you heading back to the East Blue again?" "Indeed, Rayleigh-san. I encountered an intriguing little fellow in the East Blue." "You know, he uttered the exact same words as the captain," Shanks exclaimed excitedly. "Is that so? I also met a little one from the East Blue. Quite interesting, huh? But do be cautious. It seems Carp has also returned to the East Blue recently. Is that so? How unfortunate. Shank's expression stiffened. As Shanks was about to inquire further about the little one from the East Blue, he suddenly turned, prompting the others to look outside. Kaido. The aura seems somewhat off, Jesus Burgess remarked. No, it's not Kaido. It's an unfamiliar presence, Shanks asserted. Yet this aura is not weak, and its size resembles Kaido's too closely, Beckman scoffed. Shanks pondered deeply, while Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. A glimmer of insight flashing across the lenses, leading him to conjecture, though he found it hard to believe. Rello, without pause, arrived at Water 7. At the shipyard, he was received by Darius Stone. Do you have any requirements, esteemed guest? Your ship is currently under construction. No, I'm here to deliver materials. These are special insulating materials. Please give them to your boss. He knows how to use them. As Rello spoke, he produced a large quantity of insulating materials. Under Darius's astonished gaze, he vanished without a trace. It's been quite a while since I visited Sky Island. Ascending to a height of 10,000 meters. Rello gazed at the gate of heaven ahead, reminiscing about his first visit when he hurriedly collected gold. He recalled how he had swiftly gathered the gold and departed. Unfurling his observation haki, he enveloped the entire Sky Island, raising an eyebrow in amused disbelief. Had he truly come to see himself as a deity? On the divine island of Appiato, in the square before the palace, people came in succession to pay homage to the statue of the deity. Indeed, the inhabitants of Sky Island had erected a statue for Rello, a colossal 10-meter-tall effigy. Ever since the various marauding pirates from the Blue Sea had been vanquished by the guards over the years, the reverence and admiration of the Sky Island people towards their god had grown exponentially. The deity had foreseen the future, imparting to them the techniques of cultivation, thereby granting them the ability to protect their homeland. The deity had put an end to the internal strife on Sky Island, uniting its people and fostering a sense of solidarity. Later, at the suggestion of Gonfor, the populace unanimously agreed to construct a statue and a temple for their god. Since I am your deity, allow me to manifest a divine miracle. With a resounding rumble, the skies above Sky Island filled with lightning. The entire island crackled with thunder. Subsequently, all the lightning converged above the square of the temple, coalescing into the form of Rello. The deity has returned. Mother, I see a living god. Our god has returned. Whoa. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed around the square as two groups approached, kneeling on one knee in unison. We bow to the deity. Welcome back, Divine One. The inhabitants of Sky Island also knelt, chanting, we bow to the deity. Welcome back. All right, everyone rise. Weber, and the members of the guard. You have all done remarkably well. It is evident that you have not grown lax, and I am very pleased. Observing Weber and the others, Rello's haki swept over them, confirming that their auras had strengthened considerably. In adherence to the teachings of the deity, we shall not falter. Very well. Weber, accompany me into the temple. The rest may disperse. Noticing the feather in Weber's ear, he inquired, Weber, have you taken on the role of leader? Yes, revered deity. 2 years ago, the former leader passed the position to me. By the way, deity, I have just dispatched someone to inform the former leader and High Priest Gonfor to come and pay their respects to you, Weber hurriedly replied. There's no need for such formalities. I will seek them out if necessary. My primary purpose in returning is to see how Sky Island has developed and whether any assistance is required. It seems, in my absence, you have all fared quite well, and I am very satisfied. Deity, our Sky Island requires your protection for lasting peace, Weber exclaimed, flustered and kneeling once more. Awaken, for as the clan leader. One's aspirations are boundless, Rello sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I mean no offense. You may take your leave. The deity observed the fatigue in Rello's eyes as Weber bowed and exited. Rello rose and stepped into the side chamber, where a grand cloud bed sprawled in the center. Draped with cascading curtains, flanked by 2 cabinets adorned with exquisite porcelain. Opposite the bed stood a table, with a bookshelf nestled against the wall, while the corners of the room overflowed with unique artifacts from the Sky Isles. Just as Rello prepared to indulge in the sensation of resting upon the clouds, 6 winged maidens gracefully entered through the doorway. You must show me this. I assure you, I am not weary. Chapter 21. The completion of the swift wind. Deity, we are here to assist you with your bath. The 6 maidens knelt. Rise, Rello remarked, increasingly acclimating to his divine identity. Having once toiled endlessly, he had never envisioned such a circumstance. Such privileges were typically reserved for the elite in exclusive establishments. Reveling in the fervent admiration reflected in the maiden's eyes, Rello felt a sense of peace as he accepted their service. After months of arduous training, Should I not indulge myself? This is my due reward. The maidens were a flurry of excitement, their first opportunity to serve a deity, drawing near to divinity, a privilege denied to many of the Sky Isle inhabitants. Enough. You may retire now. Should I require you, I shall call, he declared. After his bath, Rello, amidst the eager gazes of the maidens, resolutely dismissed them. Occasionally, he longed to indulge, yet he knew that such indulgence, if allowed once, could become a habit, eroding his resolve until regret would be his only companion. Without further contemplation, Rello sank into the cloud bed and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, the maidens attended to him diligently. After breakfast, Rello vanished in an instant, leaving the maidens in awe. At the pinnacle of a massive vine, Rello's figure materialized, seated upon the ground, gazing out at the endless expanse of white sea. His heart gradually settled, and he spread his observation haki, extending his senses to perceive the essence of humanity, the life force of trees, and the presence of the serpent by the ruins, immersing himself in the essence of all things. In the days that followed, Rello tirelessly honed his observation haki, while also delving into the sword arts, attuning himself to the flow of armament haki and the transmission of mental will. Rello envisioned himself progressing step by step toward the realm of the great swordsman. 2 months later, engrossed in his training, the sound of bubbling interrupted him. Hey, Rello, your ship has been completed, Acebug's voice rang out. Excellent, I shall be there shortly. After hanging up the phone insect, Rello summoned Weber into the divine hall. After giving Weber his instructions, he turned to leave, but noticed the 6 maidens gazing at him with longing. Rello approached each maiden, gently ruffling their hair, offering words of comfort, and encouraging them to train whenever they could. Amidst their reluctant stares, Rello's figure slowly faded from view. Upon returning to Water 7, Rello was filled with eager anticipation. At last, he would possess his own adventure ship. Arriving at the Coretta Company, he entered Acebug's office, where Acebug sat at his desk. Nearby, a blue-haired man clad in swim trunks and a floral shirt lounged on a sofa, idly whistling with his feet propped on the coffee table. This must be Frankie. Hey, Rello, you arrived quite promptly, Acebug exclaimed with a smile upon seeing him. I couldn't afford to be slow. I've been eagerly anticipating my ship for quite some time. Rello laughed heartily. Brother, you are the owner of the vessel that Acebug commissioned for me to construct? Oh, what a magnificent, super ship, Frankie proclaimed, striking a bizarre pose upon learning Rello's identity. Rello froze momentarily, managing an awkward yet polite smile. Indeed, I am quite eager. Ah, you shall have every reason to be excited. This ship will surely exceed your expectations, Acebug declared, rising to lead Rello outside. Arriving at the seaside dock, Acebug and Frankie guided Rello to a massive curtain, halting their steps. Rello, do not blink. The moment of revelation is upon us, Frankie announced as he and Acebug tugged at the edge of the curtain. With a flourish, the curtain fell away to reveal a colossal ship, primarily adorned in soft blue. Its waves interspersed with golden ripples, the blue-gold hull exuded grandeur. The ship's bow was intricately carved with a fierce azure bull's head, complete with dragon horns. A design requested by Rello, the Thunder Beast, Weno. Come, let us board. I shall introduce you to the ship's structure and functions, Acebug urged, leading the way. The vessel measures 135 meters in length and 32 meters in width, constructed from lightweight conductive alloy materials. The lightning cannon, originally intended for the bow, has been relocated to the stern. Additionally, a spacious lookout point has been established at the rear. The ship's compartments are divided into 3 levels. The first level comprises storage rooms, a utility room, and a tool room for logistical purposes. The second level houses the dining area, kitchen, art studio, training room, medical room, and 5 additional bedrooms. The third level, designed at your request for spaciousness, includes 10 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. As they entered the cockpit, Frankie eagerly pointed at the control panel. At the bow, as per your specifications, I have installed a retractable cannon capable of firing electromagnetic projectiles from the mouth of Weno, thanks to my superior inventions. Impressive, truly impressive. Well done, Frankie, Rello praised. Don't interrupt, we are only just beginning. The ship features 2 retractable propellers on either side, which can be retracted during navigation and deployed for takeoff, allowing for rapid ascension with the aid of the 2 rear propellers during swift travel. Rello couldn't help but think to himself, this is akin to a flying ship. Most importantly, the 2 rear propellers liberate this vessel from the constraints of wind-powered navigation. In theory, as long as there is sufficient power, this ship can traverse even in windless zones without obstruction. It is no exaggeration to say that if operated at full power, this will be the fastest ship in the world. Coretta Company lives up to its reputation. Rello surveyed the ship, thoroughly satisfied. Of course. This is my finest creation, the super ship crafted by Super Frankie. Frankie boasted with enthusiasm. The ship, a marvel of engineering, was destined to sail like the wind across the seas, gaining fame worldwide. Acebug, too, wore an expression of admiration. After all, creating such an extraordinary vessel would inevitably bring them acclaim in the future. Like the wind, free to go and come as it pleases. Henceforth, this ship shall be named the Swift Wind, Rello declared, his heart brimming with inspiration. Swift Wind. What a magnificent name. Frankie exclaimed with delight. It truly is a splendid name. Rello handed over the remaining berries to Acebug before entering the charging chamber. Farewell, everyone. I must extend my deepest gratitude to you, Mr. Acebug and Frankie, for crafting such an extraordinary ship for me. Until we meet again. Atop the lookout tower, Rello hoisted a crimson flag emblazoned with the golden characters for adventure, featuring a pentagram at its center. Chapter 22. Encounter with the Golden Lion. As the propellers roared to life, the vessel accelerated across the sea's surface, ultimately lifting off gently, soaring skyward like a swift arrow. Alas, we are airborne. Rello exclaimed with joy. Oh, how magnificent, Frankie. Truly remarkable. The president is extraordinary, having constructed a flying ship. Long live the president. Long live the Kurika Company. The shipwrights of Kurika cheered. This is quite fast. Oh, we can ascend even higher? How exhilarating. In the cockpit, Rello fiddled with the control panel. On board, he savored the vast sea and azure sky, a refreshing experience indeed. Shortly thereafter, he observed, oh, is that upside-down mountain? Are there pirate ships? Wow, how tragic. Their vessels are shattered. Leaving a doppelganger to pilot the ship, Rello settled on the figurehead, scrutinizing the scene below. What a pitiful pirate, hey? They are still waving at me, come on. Rello noticed numerous pirates in the water enthusiastically gesturing towards him and promptly waved back. The pirates exclaimed. After passing Upside-Down Mountain, Rello suddenly recalled, It seems I have forgotten to purchase a gift for the little girl. Thankfully, I still have some snacks and specialties from Sky Island in my backpack. I shall add a Sea King to the mix, as the little girl loves meat. He then directed the ship towards the doldrums, where his observation hockey began to sense the presence of a Sea King. Suddenly, Rello looked up. Sky Island. No. The Golden Lion? Captain, ahead, there are flying ships. Indigo reported. Oh, flying ships? Ha ha ha, how intriguing. The Golden Lion, cigar in mouth, rose from his seat, attended by two maidens, and bellowed to take a look outside. A flying ship? The Golden Lion exclaimed, slowly gliding towards Rello's vessel. Youngster, your ship is quite fascinating. Join my Golden Lion pirate crew, and contribute your skills. I shall grant you a rank. What say you? Not a chance. Did you not see the adventure flag I am flying? I have no interest in piracy. Rello firmly rejected, gripping his sword with righteous indignation. This is bad. It seems today will not end well. The Golden Lion is a true pirate, known for his reckless actions, committing arson, murder, and plundering without remorse. Capable of annihilating entire nations. He is unlike Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks. This man shows no restraint. As expected, kid, I am informing you, not seeking your consent. You have no power to refuse. The Golden Lion's gaze turned menacing. At this point, retreat was impossible. With a decisive gesture, Rello retracted the ship and stood suspended in midair before the Golden Lion. Oh, what kind of technique is this? A devil fruit ability? Ha ha ha, kid, I quite fancy you. I shall give you another chance to join my pirate crew. The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed with interest. Join you? To languish in this corner of the East Blue until I wither away? You are seeking death. The Golden Lion's face darkened. The one seeking death is you. Rello unsheathed wind cleaver, slashing forward. Ha ha. The strike was shattered, the slash whizzing past Rello's side. Ha ha ha. Kid, you still have much to learn. This is merely the beginning. Allow me to demonstrate the pinnacle of power. As he spoke, Rello's form gradually grew taller, reaching a height of 5 meters. His body adorned with pinkish-purple scales, a pair of horns protruding from his head as he glared menacingly at the Golden Lion. A power reminiscent of Kaido? Hey kid, what is your relation to Kaido? Surely you aren't his son. The Golden Lion queried, puzzled, as the ability seemed too similar. I am not his offspring. This is the power of the dragon. Rello exclaimed, unleashing a furious strike. Clang. The clash of blades erupted, sparks flying as the shockwaves reverberated. Rello, gripping his blade tightly, fixed his gaze on the Golden Lion. Kid, what remarkable strength. The Golden Lion was forced back by Rello's strike, his expression darkening. Golden Lion. You are growing old. Rello's unassuming words struck a nerve, inciting the Golden Lion's fury. Ha ha. I am the Golden Lion. You shall perish. Lion slash. With a flurry of slashes, the Golden Lion sealed off all of Rello's escape routes. Clang, clang, clang. Rello wielded his sword in defense, but was sent flying. Sustaining numerous wounds across his chest, arms, and legs, blood quickly saturating his body. Moments later, the wounds began to emit wisps of smoke as they slowly healed. Not bad. Rello rose, his eyes ablaze as he regarded the Golden Lion. Observing the rapid healing of Rello's injuries, the Golden Lion's expression darkened. This kid's physique is indeed reminiscent of that Kaido fellow. Rello charged toward the Golden Lion with fervor. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing swords echoed, their figures moving with increasing speed until they ultimately vanished from sight. The fierce battle was only discernible through the surrounding clamor and the sparks of their blades. Who on earth is that kid, able to engage in such a fierce battle with the Golden Lion? Indeed, that kid's devil fruit ability bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Kaido's power. Rest assured, Captain Shiki will not be defeated. He is the strongest. Scary-Doo, filled with confidence, understood the Golden Lion's strength better than anyone. This mere kid posed no threat. We should distance ourselves. They are coming this way. Let us move. Let us retreat. The pirates hurriedly fled, eager to avoid being inadvertently harmed by their captain. Whoosh. Two figures materialized upon the floating island. Viper. As the Golden Lion landed, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending rocks, deadwood, and scattered blades hurtling towards Rello. Boom, boom, boom. The slashes followed, a massive strike piercing through the smoke. Rello deftly sidestepped, the colossal strike cleaving the ground behind him, creating a chasm over 100 meters long. Lion's might, Earth's decimation. 5 enormous lion heads of Earth suddenly materialized around Rello, overwhelming him in an instant. Moments later, several slashes erupted from the ground, leaving Rello in disarray. I cannot allow the Golden Lion to unleash his full potential. Rello, brandishing his sword, appeared before the Golden Lion in an instant. Power of Thunder, Great Slash. The blade shimmered with lightning as a colossal thunderous slash descended. The Golden Lion's body stiffened for a moment. Then he felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. Lifting his gaze to glare at Rello. Good lad. Rising into the air, Rello pursued him, unleashing a barrage of rapid strikes. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing swords resonated as their blurred forms darted to and fro, endlessly shifting. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was scarred by the impacts, trees uprooted, and terrifying shockwaves rippled outward in expanding circles. Chapter 23, Fierce Battle. Clang. As the two figures crossed paths, Rello's body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming forth. The sword energy ravaging his injuries, hindering rapid healing. Rello's gaze burned with intensity and excitement. He had never fought with such fervor before. Battle, battle, carnage, carnage. Rello's blood boiled. Hormones surged through him, urging him onward, to fight, to endlessly engage in battle. The Golden Lion gazed at the ever-spiraling battle intent of Rello across from him, his eyes trembling slightly. Once, he too was like Rello, youthful, tireless, battling the heavens and the earth, traversing the vast oceans. Young man, what is your dream? To be the strongest. Rello's gaze was resolute. Without strength, how could one indulge in a carefree life, roam the world with ease, or marry several wives and live in peace? Ha! The Golden Lion paused for a moment before bursting into wild laughter, the roar of his lion's might echoing. Useless, Shiki. Rello swiftly swung his sword, delivering a flurry of slashes that shattered several clay lions. Is that so? A glint of cunning flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as a massive sphere of water materialized above Rello's head, descending instantly to envelop him. Ha ha ha, I acknowledge your strength, young one, but this is where it ends. As Rello emerged from the water sphere, the Golden Lion looked on in astonishment. This is what it means to be a pirate, deceptive, treacherous, and willing to resort to any means for victory. Rello confronted the Golden Lion. Are you done for? Aren't you afraid of the sea? Can't do it. I am the pirate admiral, the Golden Lion. Initially bewildered, the Golden Lion's expression morphed into rage. Now it's just beginning. Are you ready, boy? The Golden Lion dove downward. With a swish, he unleashed the lion's might cross slash. 2 slashes formed an X, aimed directly at Rello. Perfect. I'm eager to experience the legendary pirate's prowess. Rello exclaimed, taking a bold step toward the oncoming strikes. Hey, is this for real? They've been fighting for a whole day and night. That kid must be nearing his limit. Look at him, covered in wounds. I bet you, in less than a stick of incense, he'll be done for. The pirate minions huddled together in the distance. murmured anxiously as they watched the sparks fly from the clash and felt the terrifying pressure of the battle. Indigo approached Scarlito, concern etched on his face. Such high-intensity combat. I worry that Shiki won't be able to withstand it. You know how he suffers from headaches. He can't endure this much strain. Scarlito, taken aback by the remark, understood the severity of Shiki's condition, recalling how he rolled in agony when it struck. With years of minimal action, this sudden battle surely placed a heavy burden on him. Thus, he observed Shiki's condition with a grave demeanor. Indigo's worry deepened. If things take a turn for the worse, we must intervene. Scarlito silently nodded, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Ha ha, Rello panted, eyeing the golden lion not far off, who too was gasping, his eyes bloodshot. Shiki, you can't deny your age. Just look at yourself. You're in dire straits. Boy, you're in far worse shape than I am. Still talking tough? I see you're the one truly at your limit. Shiki retorted, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily. Let us not jest, Shiki. I know my body well. Do you know yours? Have you realized how much your strength has declined? Rello mocked. The golden lion examined his hands and suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha, I truly am getting old, underestimated by a mere whelp. With a swift motion, he discarded the two swords strapped to his legs. I am the golden lion who has roamed the world. Thousand Cuts Valley. In a flurry of swift slashes, countless strikes surged forth with astounding speed. Clang, clang. As Rello defended himself, he was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Suddenly, he sensed a lethal threat. His eyes flashed red, and he evaded just in time. Boom. A colossal slash tore through the ground where Rello had stood, sending shockwaves through the earth. The golden lion floated down, looking down upon him. You have some skill, boy. You foresaw the future? Rello fixed his gaze on the golden lion. Cold sweat dripping down his brow. How close he had come to danger, having grown accustomed to the rhythm of the dual sword master. The sudden shift to a two-handed style unleashed a speed and power that felt like facing two opponents simultaneously. Boy, feel the true power of the great sword master. Just as I wish. Bring it on. Rello tensed, his observation hockey locking onto Shiki. Lion's might. Slashing waves. Boom, boom, boom. Rello knelt on the ground. A deep gash extending from his left chest to his left arm. Thankfully, his physical breakthroughs combined with his Busashoka haki prevented him from collapsing outright. Yet, the situation had escalated to a life-or-death crisis. Suddenly, Rello stood, his expression tranquil, swiftly charging at Shiki, swinging his blade faster and faster. The clashing of swords echoed. The sickening sound of flesh being sliced resounding in the air, as Rello became consumed by madness. The sparks from their clashes illuminated the calmness of his face. Calm in battle. Calm in slaughter. He swung his blade, again and again, unceasingly. The golden lion, equally exhilarated, unleashed his dual swords like lightning. Blood splattering onto his face, both Rello's and his own. The sparks from their clashes reflected in the corners of the golden lion's mouth, which curled up slightly, resembling a demon unleashed upon the world. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous echoes reverberated across the island. Low mountains crumbled, forests were decimated, and the earth was torn asunder. The terrifying aftermath of their battle ravaged everything around them. Pirates forced to retreat to the edge of the floating island watched in horror as the chaos unfolded. What is happening? Were they just warming up before? Is this the real battle now? Hey, are you serious? If this continues, the island will collapse. They gasped, stunned by the sheer terror of the conflict. Boom. Rello was hurled backward, bloodied and battered, his body marked by intersecting sword wounds, scales shattered, and one of his dragon horns broken. Leaning on his sword, he struggled to rise. Ha ha. He spat out blood, gasping for air. Ha. Ha. The golden lion, Shiki, was equally breathless, covered in wounds, his cape reduced to tattered strips, stained crimson. Ha ha. What a thrill. Exhilarating. In the midst of his laughter, the golden lion suddenly froze, his swords clattering to the ground as he clutched his head and cried out. Chapter 24, Fierce Battle. Shiki, Indigo and Scarlito were alarmed, realizing their worst fears had come to pass. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the battlefield, followed closely by the pirates behind them. It hurts. Roger. How long will you torment me? Roger. The golden lion writhed on the ground, clutching his head. I will not lose to you again, Roger. The agonizing cries of Shiki echoed. Just as Rello contemplated his next move, the fallen golden lion suddenly grasped the half of a ship's helm from atop his head, yanking it out with a sickening sound. Shiki, Indigo and Scarlito felt their hearts drop. Once the helm was extracted, Shiki would be finished. Indigo had long been conducting examinations on Shiki, with the ship's will deeply embedded in Shiki's mind. To extract it recklessly would result in a profuse loss of blood, endangering his life in an instant. Not to mention the violent removal occurring now. There was no doubt that Shiki's life had entered a countdown. Roger. I shall not be defeated by you again. The Golden Lion's gaze was fixed firmly on Rello. Rello, bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind and mistaken me for Roger? You all should leave and not disturb me." The Golden Lion's eyes were drawn to the approaching pirates in the distance. "Captain Shiki, get lost." The air pressure suddenly plummeted, and scarlet lightning crackled ominously, prompting the pirates to scramble back to the shore in panic. The Conqueror's haki surged toward Rello, who, locking eyes with the Golden Lion, unleashed his own Conqueror's haki. The dark red and blue-gold haki clashed violently, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. In that moment of collision, Rello felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. A sense of subjugation permeating the air. Subjugation? What a jest! My life is mine to command, not to be dictated by fate. He roared, golden locks standing on end, his bloodshot eyes radiating a more formidable Conqueror's haki. The dark red and blue-gold haki engaged in a fierce struggle, entwining and clashing. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion, they shattered, leaving the world cleansed in their wake. Roger, with the Golden Lion's twin swords crackling with crimson arcs, grinned wickedly and charged forth in an instant. Rello, enveloping his blade with supreme armament haki, lunged at the Golden Lion. A tremendous shockwave, emanating from the two, radiated outward in a circle of crackling black-red arcs. The ground beneath them fractured and collapsed, only to be thrust into the air, sending low hills soaring and trees uprooted, while the floating island reverberated with a deep rumble. Pirates at the edge of the floating island fainted from the initial shockwave. Those who had managed to escape were soon engulfed by the debris hurled from the island, delivering an unfortunate fate to the Sea Kings below. Rello and the Golden Lion clashed momentarily before being propelled backward like cannonballs, ultimately crashing into a low hill. Dust and rubble flew, and Rello crawled from the debris, blood oozing from his mouth, a massive X-shaped wound etched across his chest. Before he could catch his breath, a colossal strike followed. Rello was hurled again, spewing blood as he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to rise, gazing at the distant Golden Lion, gripping his wind splitter tightly. "Boy, have you felt the power of the pinnacle of the seas? You are still far from becoming the strongest." Suddenly, Rello's consciousness sharpened. He realized, locking his gaze on the Golden Lion. He felt it. The legendary pirate was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. "Ha! I am the pirate admiral, Gold Lion Shiki." He cackled, but mid-laugh, the Golden Lion unexpectedly plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Rello, gasping heavily, collapsed onto the ground, his body ablaze with pain as every ache surged forth. Struggling to the Golden Lion's lifeless form, he gazed down with a complex expression. Had it not been for the Golden Lion's failing body, he surely would not have survived this day. The previous version of himself had been too arrogant. This profound blow had awakened Rello. He was not yet strong enough and must continue to grow. He collected the Golden Lion's twin swords and moved toward the nearby ruined structures. After a lengthy search, he discovered only a safe. Sensing the island's descent accelerating, Rello secured the safe and vanished from the spot. On Cocoyasi Island, by the seaside, after a strenuous effort to safely land the ship, Rello collapsed onto the bull's head, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, and finally, with the sound of a grumbling stomach, he slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Nojiko slept at the bedside, her tear-streaked face evident. He felt a pang of compassion for the girl who must have been terrified by his injuries, and he gently raised his hand to stroke her soft blue hair. Drowsily, Nojiko lifted her head, meeting Rello's tender gaze, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Wah, Auro, you finally woke up. You've been asleep for several days. We were so worried." She threw herself into Rello's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, Nami and Kuna rushed into the room, their eyes widening with relief upon seeing Rello awake. Nami leaped onto Rello's legs, embracing him tightly. "You silly Rello, you finally woke up. You have no idea how we managed these past few days. You scared us to death." As Nami spoke, tears flowed freely, and Rello gently wiped her tears, only for more to stream forth. He beckoned Kuna, who, shedding her reserve, joined them in an embrace, softly sobbing. The past few days had terrified her, and as Rello tenderly stroked her hair, he felt the warmth of the girl's concern, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. In this familiar yet strange world, Rello had formed deep bonds, and it was these connections that propelled him forward. After soothing the three girls, whose eyes were red from crying. Rayleigh inquired about the events of the past few days. On that day, the girls had been training by the sea when they spotted a ship descending from the sky. Assuming it was Rayleigh returning, they excitedly rushed over, only to be met with the sight of him battered and bloodied, lying in a state of near death. Panic ensued, with little Erin bursting into tears, calling out for her brother. Ultimately, it was Kuna who regained her composure, instructing the others to help carry Rayleigh down. She sent Nami to fetch a doctor and used her holy light healing ability on the scene to treat him. Soon after, Bielmer, Awaken, and the villagers arrived upon hearing the news. Eventually, a doctor intervened, dispersing the crowd, urging them not to obstruct treatment. The sight of Rayleigh's gruesome wounds, particularly the 2 deep gashes across his chest, was enough to elicit tears from the girls. Nojiko bit her lip, trembling as she gazed at Rayleigh's battered form. Tears flowing incessantly, Nami clung to Bielmer, sobbing, while Bielmer's eyes glistened with tears. Erin, terrified by the horrific scene, buried her face in her mother's embrace, crying out. Due to the sword energy ravaging his wounds, Kuna found the healing process to be quite challenging. Fortunately, her enhanced physique and well-developed abilities allowed her to persevere. Once the wounds began to heal, the doctor diagnosed Rayleigh with severe blood loss, but given his robust constitution, he should awaken soon. However, days passed with no sign of improvement, causing the girls to panic once more. The doctor reassured them of his steady recovery, leaving them with no choice but to wait. The girls decided to take turns watching over Rayleigh as he lay unconscious in bed. Many were discreetly wiping away their tears, but fortunately, Rello finally awakened today. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for what to do. He gently patted the heads of the young girls, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. They all shook their heads softly in response. Gurgle, gurgle. The girls broke into smiles, rising one by one to prepare food for Rello. Chapter 25. Renowned across the seas the next morning, little Erin rushed in, and upon seeing Rello awake, she exclaimed in joy and leaped into his arms. Brother, you're finally awake. I missed you so much. The little girl's expression was one of endearing grievance. Did you behave while I was away, Erin? Rello asked, holding her close as they sat at the dining table. I was very good, Erin replied, her eyes sparkling. Is that so? You're truly well behaved. Here is a little treat from your brother. Why don't you give it a taste? Wow, brother, you're so wonderful. Moi? Little Erin cheered, laughter filling the air. The sight of her antics brought joy to the other girls as well. After their meal, Rello carried Erin outside, where the villagers, noticing his revival, approached him with warm greetings. Feeling the affection from the villagers, Rello's heart swelled with warmth as he acknowledged everyone before departing with little Erin in his arms. Upon reaching the orange grove, he found Belmere busy with her tasks. Spotting Rello, she hurried forward, attempting to take Erin from him, but the little girl clung stubbornly. And so Rello had no choice but to accommodate her. From that moment on, Erin refused to leave Rello's side for the entire day, much to his bemusement. Rello, take a look at today's newspaper. Nami approached, holding the latest edition. The headline read, The Fall of the Legendary Pirate, Gold Lion. Followed by the mysterious boy slays the Gold Lion. Beneath it was a photograph of Rello in his dragon form, sword in hand, gazing down at the corpse of the Gold Lion. How did Morgans manage to capture this? There was no one around at that time, Rello pondered. The mysterious boy is speculated to be Kaido's long-lost son, Nami continued, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Rello's expression darkened at the thought. Morgans, let us hope I don't cross paths with you, or you'll be calling me father soon enough. So, the one you fought that day was the infamous pirate, Gold Lion? Kuina inquired. Yes, I initially intended to hunt a sea king in the calm belt to provide a feast for little Erin, but unexpectedly encountered the Gold Lion instead. Did you truly defeat him? Nami's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's incredible. He was the Gold Lion, after all. Not quite. The Gold Lion was fearsomely powerful. Just look at my injuries to see that. Although I didn't kill him directly, it was due to me that he met his end, Rello said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. What about this dragon form? I recall you wielding the thunder fruit, right? The thunder god? Nami teased. Ahem, well, my body is somewhat unique. I can consume 3 devil fruits. Keep this a secret. All right, Rello declared mysteriously. Really? The others gasped in astonishment. Indeed, they collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that if this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. By the way, have you all had a chance to explore our ship? What do you think? It's magnificent. They all exclaimed, eager to share their thoughts. The facilities on board are extraordinary. The art studio, the workshop, everything is just splendid, and the rooms are so spacious. With a kitchen, a medical room, and even an aquarium. In short, this ship is simply amazing, Nami exclaimed, her excitement palpable. And it doesn't even rely on wind for navigation. It can even fly. Truly unbelievable. I absolutely adore this ship. The others nodded vigorously, their faces lit with satisfaction. I'm glad you all are pleased. It makes my numerous trips worthwhile. Pleased? We're beyond satisfied. Haha. As the girls animatedly discussed how to decorate the ship. In the new world, a vast and unfamiliar sea stretched before a colossal white whale ship, slowly making its way across the waters. Ozaki, Ozaki, look at today's newspaper. The gold lion is dead. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The Whitebeard, who was in the midst of enjoying a drink, took the newspaper and exclaimed, Waha, Shiki, you rascal. Have you also departed? He gazed into the distance, musing. Whole Cake Island, mama. Here's today's newspaper. The gold lion Shiki has been killed, Katakuri announced. As Big Mom was devouring an array of desserts, she grabbed the newspaper upon hearing the news. Shiki, that old fool is dead? Good riddance. He should have met his end long ago. Find out who this mysterious boy is. Could he truly be the son of my dear brother? Yes. Mama Kakuri's eyes sparkled as he looked at the photograph of the dragon-formed boy. Weno country, Anagashima. Who dares to kill me? I long for death, the towering Kaido. Inebriated, murmured. Brother Kaido, today's newspaper states that the gold lion has been killed, and that it was by your son Jin entered, holding the paper. Nanny? The gold lion is dead? My son did it, Yamato? Kaido appeared perplexed. No, brother, you should see the newspaper. Could this boy truly be my son? Isn't it obvious, brother? You're unaware? Jin remarked, exasperated. Unaware? Well, it doesn't matter. Let us drink. Jin realized that this brother was beyond hope. Dressrosa. Royal Plateau, Royal Palace. What? The fruit that scoundrel stole has already been consumed? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Conference Room. The mysterious boy who killed Shiki is likely the dragon we were instructed to find during the last Holy Land mission, Admiral Tsuru asserted. Ha. A formidable little brat, from the East Blue. I shall recruit him into the Marines and mold him into an Admiral Sengoku. I wish to take leave to the East Blue to capture this little brat for the Marines. Garp raised his hand, calling out to Sengoku. Shut up, you rascal. You're just eager to return and see your grandson, aren't you? Besides, you just took leave not long ago. You've barely been back for a week. Sengoku's veins bulged, wishing he could strike him. Who could possibly kill the gold lion? Kizaru mused while grooming his nails. Akiji and Akainu remained silent, as they were still unaware of the situation. Sabaody Archipelago, kicking the bucket bar. Ah, the gold lion has perished. We've lost yet another old comrade, Shaki lamented, reflecting on their shared past. Indeed, there are hardly any of us left, Rayleigh concurred. Oh, I can't shake the feeling that this mysterious boy is none other than the Thunder God, he exclaimed, staring intently at the photograph. And he is from the East Blue as well. If it truly is him, it would be astounding. After all, his power was that of the Thunder Fruit. Rayleigh remarked gravely. Ah, this is world-shattering news. Shaki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, after days of recovery and reflection, Rello finally had the opportunity to quietly contemplate the insights gained from that battle. Chapter 26, The Drifting Fruit. Perched on the precipice of the cliffs behind Coco West, Rello sat cross-legged, the wind slicing through the air before him. His mind replayed the grand battle in its entirety, recalling the unparalleled prowess of the legendary swordsman, Gold Lion Shiki, whose swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Rello meticulously reflected on his visceral experiences during that fierce confrontation, the swiftness of the strikes, the force behind each blow, and the indomitable will to cleave through all obstacles, vividly reenacting the scenes from that fateful day in his mind. Big brother, what is taking him so long? Little Aileen expressed her concern, noting that he had been seated there for nearly an entire day without even partaking in lunch. Nami, equally perplexed, turned to Weno for clarity. Weno, sensing the worry etched on their faces, smiled reassuringly. Fear not, everything is fine. Rello is merely revisiting the memories of that battle. Once he processes the insights gained, I am confident he will emerge even stronger. Her gaze was filled with anticipation as she watched Rello. Just as the girls began to deliberate on what to have for dinner, Aileen suddenly exclaimed, Look, Big Brother is getting up. Rello rose abruptly, drawing his sword with a swift motion, unleashing a colossal blue blade of light. The sea was instantaneously cleaved, leaving a massive fissure stretching over 1,000 meters, a rift that refused to mend. Wow, Big Brother is amazing, exclaimed S. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Nami gasped, while Nojiko's eyes widened in shock. He has broken through. Gueno's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment, Nojiko voiced her concern. Why hasn't he come down yet? They all turned to see Rello standing still, sword in hand. Is something wrong? Nojiko queried with apprehension. Suddenly, they noticed a flickering crimson light emanating from Rello's sword. What is that? As they beheld the scarlet arcs dancing around Rello, the atmosphere grew heavy, suffocating. This is unbearable. Eileen's complexion paled. In an instant, the crimson arcs enveloped Rello, radiating outward and carving the ground into deep, irregular trenches. With a swift gaze upward, Rello unleashed another strike, sending a massive blade of light, crackling with scarlet electricity, soaring into the sky. Boom. The villagers looked up to witness a breathtaking spectacle as the colossal blade cleaved through the clouds, tearing open the heavens, a vast rift stretching toward the setting sun. Bathed in the golden hues of twilight, Rello turned to the girls, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The girls gazed up, entranced by the awe-inspiring sight, and then back at Rello, who was enveloped in the glow of the evening light, rendered speechless by the overwhelming grandeur. Brother, is he a god? Aileen murmured in astonishment. The others were equally silent, caught in a trance. With a playful wave, Rello appeared before them, snapping them back to reality. Look who's here. Wow, they exclaimed in unison. Brother, you are incredible. Are you a god? You silly, Rello chuckled. I'm just someone who happens to be quite powerful. You're amazing. Aileen beamed, wrapping her arms around Rello's neck. Now, let's head home for dinner. Cradling Aileen, Rello made his way back. Yay, dinner time. I want meat. Aileen cheered. Wait for us, you big idiot. Nami and the others trailed behind as they returned home. After their meal, having returned from Belmir's house, the group gathered around the table, sipping tea. I plan to spend more time with Aileen in the coming days. You all should also cherish your time with family while preparing supplies. In half a month, we shall set sail, Rello declared, surveying the group. Yay, we're finally setting sail. I can hardly wait. Nami rejoiced. Nojiko and Weno shared her excitement. Weno, do you want to go home for a proper farewell? No need. I visited recently. Let us bid farewell when we set sail from the East Blue. That works. After all, according to our plans, we will pass by Frost Moon Village. After their discussions, the group retreated to their rooms to rest. Oh, we haven't checked the treasure chest from Gold Lion yet. With one powerful slice, Rello opened the chest, revealing 2 devil fruits before him. Lucky. The 2 fruits, one an animal-type bird fruit, mythical Zoan, phoenix form, the other, a paramecia-type paper fruit. Another 2 god-tier fruits. What luck! But then again, they are the treasures of the legendary pirate, Gold Lion. Aside from the devil fruits, there were some berries, a few navigational maps, a golden pistol, and some medicinal formulas, none of which piqued Rello's interest as he tossed them into the corner of his bag. After tidying up, he lay down to rest. The following morning, Rello boarded the Windstorm, inspecting the ship's decor and checking for any necessary supplies. As he reached the 3rd level to check on the others' rooms, he found them warmly decorated, and his own room was impeccably arranged. Just as he was about to recharge the ship, Nami called from below, Rello, come quick. You have to see what I found. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Nami appeared, cradling a peculiar sky blue fruit. Look, I found this in the orange grove this morning. It's a devil fruit. What is it? Rello inquired, narrowing his eyes. The float fruit? Nanny. The one from Gold Lion? Yes, that very one. Gold Lion is quite generous, not only enhancing my power, but also bestowing his ability upon me. Rello mused. Nami rolled her eyes, exasperated. Generous? Have you forgotten that you were unconscious in bed for several days? Come on, eat it. It's Gold Lion's power. After a moment of contemplation, Rello chose to consume the fruit, recognizing the convenience of its floating ability. Crunch, crunch. He devoured the devil fruit, while Nami watched, expecting to see him struggle. However, Rello maintained a stoic expression throughout, leaving her feeling disappointed. A true man, not even a single furrow of the brow. Chapter 27. Brother, let me take you flying. Try out your powers, Nami urged. As Rello grasped the railing, the fruit's power enveloped the ship, lifting it gracefully into the air. Wow. This way, our ship can take off without charging, and it can hover in the sky without consuming energy. This ability is incredibly convenient, Nami exclaimed, exhilarated. And that is not all. Once we fully develop this ability, we could lift an entire island into the sky, just like Gold Lion. An entire island floating. That is incredible. In the days that followed, Rello spent time with Aileen and occasionally helped out in Belmir's orange grove, until one day prior. Little Aaron, would you like to soar into the heavens and have a look around? Yes, yes, yes. Brother, take me up there. I wish to see. Aaron grasped Rello's arm, shaking it fervently. Upon reaching the back mountain, Aaron, Do not be frightened, all right? Do not blink. Brother is about to transform. A colossal lavender dragon, stretching 1,000 meters long, materialized before Aaron. The little girl gazed upward in awe, murmuring, "What a magnificent dragon." It was only when a gargantuan, fearsome dragon head loomed before her that she snapped back to reality, plopping down onto the ground in shock. Were you startled? Come, climb aboard. A massive dragon claw extended towards Aaron. Brother? Sabaody. Sabaody. Hearing the familiar voice, Aaron regained her composure, bouncing with excitement as she shouted. Struggling to clamber onto the enormous dragon claw, she looked up to behold the grand dragon horns. Brother, I want to sit on top. Rello's immense dragon eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. How could she wish to assert her dominance from such a height at her tender age? Following the glimmering scales, the little girl finally reached the pinnacle, her limbs tightly embracing the dragon horns, which were thicker than her own body. Hold on tight. We are about to take flight. Yes, yes, yes. The little girl nodded vigorously. The dragon ascended into the sky, soaring over the expanse of Cocoyasi. Aaron beamed down at the people below, enthusiastically waving her arms and calling out, "Mother, sister, look, I'm flying." Her jubilant voice echoed through the air. The onlookers below were mesmerized, gazing up at the serpentine dragon and the tiny figure atop it, who waved incessantly. My heavens! A dragon! It's a dragon! What an enormous dragon! How could it possibly appear here? Wait, isn't that little Aaron atop the dragon? How on earth did she end up there? The villagers below whispered in terror. Everyone, do not panic. I am Rello. Seeing the frightened villagers, Rello quickly spoke out. Rello, my goodness, how did he transform into such a gigantic dragon? Indeed. What a colossal dragon. Foolish Rello. Is this another one of his abilities? How absurd. Nami exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Next to her, Nami and Nojiko were equally stunned. This dragon was simply monumental. The Belmare family was completely taken aback, having never witnessed anything like this. It was only upon hearing Rello's voice that they regained their senses. Spotting Aaron beaming atop the dragon's head, Belmare scolded, "That little brat," aiming for the heavens. Beside her, Awaken smiled indulgently. Well, she certainly has reached the skies. Ha ha, she is truly my daughter. Belmare rolled her eyes in exasperation. That rascal Rello is too indulgent with her. After the dragon circled the village, it shot skyward, leaving only the sound of Aaron's tinkling laughter lingering in the air. In the sky, amidst the layers of clouds, the 1,000-meter-long dragon appeared and vanished, diving towards the ocean and soaring towards the clouds, stretching its immense body with abandon atop the dragon. Little Aaron gazed down at the azure sea and reached out to touch the nearby clouds. Sabaody, Sabaody. The little girl's face flushed with excitement, and Rello worried she might faint from joy. On that day, many villagers across the islands of the East Sea witnessed a serpentine dragon soaring through the sky. Some knelt in prayer, murmuring auspicious chants, while others rushed to inform the navy, and some merely stood in stunned silence. That day, the legend of the dragon was born in the East Sea, prompting various naval branches to dispatch ships for investigation, but the dragon had long since vanished, leaving the surrounding pirates to bear the brunt of their misfortune. Upon returning to Cocoyasi Village, little Aaron stumbled as she dismounted from the dragon. Little Aaron, are you all right? I am fine, she replied, her face contorting as she struggled to speak coherently. Thus, the joyful days passed leisurely, and soon it was time for the voyage. After dinner, Rello presented a mythical beast fruit, the bifong fruit, to Belmare. Little Aaron was not one to remain still. This fruit, procured from the Golden Lion, was meant for her. It's not my fault you all spoil her so much, especially you, rascal. I am losing hair from worrying every day, Belmare scolded. Rello's expression was sheepish. Well, little Aaron is quite well behaved. That's only when she's in front of you. Ask the other villagers, which child hasn't been beaten by her? Belmare lamented, recalling how the village elders often came to their home, not to speak of Aaron, but to lecture her about raising a wild child, leading to the current state of Aaron. Although Nami had also been mischievous as a child, she was never as unruly. Hey, Nami interjected, displeased. But a glare from Belmare silenced her instantly. Let us wait until Aaron turns 10 to give her the fruit. Rello considered this and handed Belmare a manual on hockey and swordsmanship that he had organized. The following day, at the seaside, the villagers gathered to bid farewell to Rello and the others as they prepared to set sail. Rello approached, holding little Aaron, whose eyes were puffy from crying, alongside Nami and the others. Early that morning, upon hearing that Rello and Nami would be leaving for an extended period, little Aaron had burst into tears, clinging to Rello's leg and refusing to let go, insisting on accompanying them. Rello could never agree to that. Not only was she too young, but he had also taken away Belmer's two beloved daughters. If he added Aaron to the mix, he could only imagine Belmer's fury. Finally, he promised that he would return to take her once she grew up, which soothed the little girl just enough for her to quiet down. Rello chuckled inwardly, knowing that by the time she was an adult, they would have already traveled the world. Upon reaching the shore, he set little Aaron down and spoke to the crowd. "Thank you all for coming to see us off. We will certainly sail smoothly, and you all take care." Looking down at Aaron, whose eyes were brimming with tears and her little lips quivering, Rello reached into his backpack and retrieved his treasured sword, Sakura, handing it to the little girl. "Aaron, this is my most cherished possession. I entrust it to you. When you grow up, come find me, and take good care of it," he said, affectionately patting her head. Little Aaron clutched the sword tightly, watching the departing ship with tears streaming down her face. Chapter 28, Garyman Island. The previous sections regarding Gung Shiro and the paper fruit have been revised. Apologies for the initial confusion in the timeline, as this is my first attempt at writing a book. Therefore, please enjoy the story without overthinking it. Revisions are impossible, haha. Relaxing, Rello lounged on a deck chair, sipping a chilled drink, stretching and yawning. After bidding farewell to the villagers, he slumped into the chair as if all the bones in his body had vanished. Nearby, Nami was reading under an umbrella. Kuina had taken over Rello's spot, sitting atop the bullhead to contemplate her swordsmanship, while Nojiko lay on the railing, quietly enjoying the sea breeze. "Hey, Nami. We agreed to stay clear of the windless zone and only sail along the edges. Don't go changing your mind later." I know, you silly Rello. How many times do you have to repeat yourself? You're so annoying. Don't be ungrateful. I'm just looking out for your safety." Rello was not one to admit to Nami's complaints. "I think you're just lazy. Since we set sail, have you moved your spot even once?" Nami was quite exasperated by Rello's lethargy. "How much longer until we reach the nearest island?" Rello yawned, his sleepy eyes blinking open. "Given our current sailing speed, we are half a day's journey from Garmon Island. By then, you should be wide awake, as it is near the doldrums." Nami was about to enlighten Rello about the island's particulars when she glanced over and noticed he had already succumbed to slumber, snoring beside her. "Hey!" Nami exclaimed, her temper flaring. Garmon Island, an uninhabited isle close to the doldrums, is perpetually warm with dense vegetation due to the prevailing ocean currents. Legends speak of a treasure hidden by a notorious pirate who returned from the Grand Line. Prior to setting foot on the island, Nami briefed her companions on its features. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by towering trees and thick underbrush that cast expansive shadows. Rello, with his keen observation haki, surveyed the sizable land and noted the abundance of fruit. "Delightful. I'll be in for a treat later," he mused. "Hey, why don't you gather some fruits and food and search for that fabled treasure?" Nami instructed, turning to Nojiko and Kuna. "Nojiko and I will scout the surrounding terrain and climate. Kuna, you may explore freely or accompany the fool Rello. Just be cautious. There are quite a few mosquitoes and snakes on this island," Nami warned as Rello, brandishing his blade, plunged headlong into the forest, disappearing from sight shortly after. "That idiot. I hadn't even finished my instructions, and he dashed off." Nami felt her frustration rising as she watched him go. "All right, let's get moving as well," Nojiko suggested, and after a nod from Kuna, they entered the woods from another direction. "Wow, what a massive beehive. What kind of bees are these? I wonder if there's honey inside. Oh well, I'll take it back to check," Rello thought as he passed by. With a surge of Conqueror's haki, he effortlessly dispatched the swarm, gleefully stowing the hive in his backpack. The variety of fruits here was indeed impressive. He collected several familiar types as he wandered deeper into the island, unknowingly reaching its center. Before him loomed a dormant volcano, its height towering over 100 meters, surrounded by low shrubs. And he occasionally spotted remnants of bones, uncertain whether human or animal. While inspecting his surroundings, Rello heard a rustling nearby. Emerging from the opposite thicket was Kuna, dragging a colossal python behind her. "Kuina, you've arrived. What luck to find such a large snake. Tonight we feast on barbecued meat," he exclaimed. "Have Nami and the others not arrived yet?" Kuina glanced around, noting their absence. "Not yet. Nami is still mapping and surveying, so we shall likely wait a bit longer." Rello approached her and took the python, swiftly cutting it into pieces and stowing them away, a scene Kuna had grown accustomed to. "Shall we explore the other side of the island?" "Indeed. After all, this is the first island we've landed on during our voyage. We must explore it thoroughly." They agreed, setting off together. As Nami and the others completed their tasks, dusk quietly descended. That night, above the volcano's crater, the group aboard the ship exchanged toasts. Once they reconvened, Rello utilized his powers to levitate the ship, commencing their dinner, as he had no desire to endure a miserable night camping on the island. Observing the joy on their faces, he joined in the celebration. Cheers to our adventurous team, for our first expedition has been a resounding success. Cheers, they echoed joyfully, discussing the day's discoveries. By the way, Rello, did we find any treasure today? Treasure? Don't be ridiculous, not even a scrap. Even the beehive we encountered was devoid of honey. What a wasted effort. Upon hearing this, Nami's disappointment was palpable. Most pirates returning from the Grand Line were defeated. Mere failures. For them to survive was commendable enough, let alone possess treasure. Rello scoffed at the notion of legendary riches. The Grand Line is reputed to be the graveyard of the strong. Is it truly that perilous? Nojiko expressed concern about potential dangers they might encounter on their journey. That may be true for others, but for us, it's a mere trifle. Given their current capabilities, Rello felt no trepidation regarding their safety. After enjoying their meal, Nami and the others retreated to their quarters, while Rello prepared to do the same. Suddenly, he noticed a massive shadow rapidly approaching from afar. Ah, a pterosaur. Just as we finished our meal, you arrive. Guess we'll have to wait for the next feast. With a swift motion, he cleaved the creature in two and stored it away, yawning as he returned to the cabin. The following day, as they gazed back at the receding island, Nojiko remarked, "How convenient. Our voyage is far more relaxed than others who set sail. Indeed, our purpose in traversing the world is to enjoy ourselves. Convenience, speed, and comfort are our guiding principles." Rello boasted proudly of his adventurous philosophy. Who said one must endure hardships and dangers to grow stronger? Nami bluntly countered, exposing the audacity of his claims. Let us avoid conflict. Rello laughed sheepishly. Hey, a newspaper please. Nami beckoned suddenly, as a newsbird flew in, dropping a paper after she tossed it 50 berries. The headline boldly proclaimed, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma appointed as a warlord of the sea. Below, it chronicled Kuma's exploits following his ascension to the position, detailing how he and other pirates had plundered various nations. Warlords of the sea? Legalized piracy? Nojiko struggled to comprehend, recalling the devastation wrought by Arlong's crew in their village. Had Rello not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. If piracy were legalized, those victimized would indeed be left with no refuge. Oh, Kuma has become a warlord? That completes the roster of warlords. Rello pondered who the current warlords were. You know this individual? Kana inquired, intrigued by Rello's apparent wealth of knowledge, though she refrained from pressing further, reminiscent of how fortuitously he had appeared to save her previously. Yes, he is another tragic figure, who has exerted himself for the sake of his daughter. Rello then recounted Kuma's past to his companions. Those despicable celestial dragons are truly vile. Nami seethed, her eyes glistening with anger, while Nojiko and Kuna shared her outrage. The world is rife with others who share Kuma's tragic fate, countless souls suffering under the tyranny of the celestial dragons, who continue to live lavishly, indifferent to the suffering they inflict. Rello, unable to empathize with others' pain, refused to play the role of a savior. We are not saviors. We cannot rescue every soul in suffering. Our duty is to protect our loved ones and friends. Beyond that, his indifferent voice resonated in their ears as he unveiled a glimpse of the world's stark reality. Chapter 29, The Isle in the Doldrums. As long as we are strong enough, no one can dictate our fate. The hearts of the young women were stirred profoundly. Rello's words had a tremendous impact on their perceptions. They came to realize that the world encompassed not only their tranquil and comfortable lives, but also countless sufferings. To this, Rello refrained from elaborating further, allowing them to gradually experience and adapt to this reality. As they encountered more of such truths in the future, they would come to understand that sorrow and suffering are the very essence of existence. Reclining upon the head of the bull, they quietly savored the refreshing sea breeze as their thoughts drifted afar. Rello, look to the right. There's an island. Let us go and explore, exclaimed Nami, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she held a telescope. Rello raised her gaze, spotting a distant black dot on the horizon to the right, her expression darkening. Hey Nami, did we not agree to avoid the calm belt? Well, this island is on the outskirts of the calm belt, and we are flying, after all. Besides, I need climate samples from the islands within the calm belt. Just this once. Nami pouted and resorted to charming antics to persuade Rello. All right, everyone, stay alert. We're heading into the calm belt. Unable to refuse Nami's request, Rello stood and directed their flight towards the calm belt. The calm belt isn't so daunting, Noki Gao remarked nonchalantly, observing the serene sea below. Just as Rello was about to speak, a sudden eruption of water startled them as a colossal sea king burst forth, charging directly at their vessel. The monstrous creature, measuring over 1,000 meters in length, rose ominously from the depths. However, before it could reach them, a flash of blade light severed its head, as Ka stood resolutely, her sword drawn. Like a detonator, the once tranquil surface of the sea erupted, revealing countless sea kings of varying sizes, from massive behemoths stretching 5 to 6,000 meters to ordinary ones measuring 1,000 meters, all thronging the waters. Nokigawa's face turned pale with terror, his mouth agape, while Nami and Kuna were left speechless. With a few swift slashes, Rello cleaved through the approaching giants. Feeling somewhat exasperated by their sheer numbers, standing at the bow, Rello unleashed her conqueror's haki, crimson arcs of lightning crackling around her. Begone! The overwhelming force of her haki cascaded downwards, causing the Sea Kings to freeze momentarily before they hastily dove back into the depths. My heavens! There are far too many and too large Sea Kings, Nokigao exclaimed. Indeed, I underestimated the calm belt. Rello, well aware of the conditions in the calm belt from her previous visits, deemed this an opportune moment for them to gain valuable insights. As the Sea Kings retreated, their vessel swiftly approached the island ahead. As they descended, the group marveled at the colossal island before them. This island is enormous, Nokigao observed in awe. Yes, it dwarfs the previous one by several magnitudes, Rello concurred, sensing powerful presences emanating from the 4 cardinal directions, with the most formidable energy radiating from the island's center. Utilizing her observation haki, Rello briefed everyone on the island's conditions. Kuina, those 4 energies are suitable for your current level. I entrust them to you. Save the one in the center for last. You are not yet its match. After assigning Kuna her trial, Rello turned to Nami and Nokigao. You two will follow closely behind me, as this island presents a considerable challenge for you at this stage. Leave it to me. Kuna gripped her sword tightly, excitement coursing through her as she headed eastward. It seems we shall be staying on this island for a while, Rello mused as she began walking forward, with Nami and Nokigao hastily trailing behind. Hey, there are signs of human habitation here, Nokigao exclaimed, astonished by the remnants of crumbling walls visible amidst the overgrown shrubbery. I've found something too. Perhaps there once existed a human kingdom on this island, Nami speculated. Her curiosity piqued. That seems highly plausible. Let us continue to explore, Rello suggested, surveying their surroundings as they ventured deeper, the remnants of ancient structures becoming increasingly dense, eventually revealing a wide, buried road. As dusk fell, they regrouped, and Kuna returned, appearing somewhat disheveled. Kuina, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Her companions inquired. Concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. I was just a bit careless at first and suffered some setbacks. Coming to this island was indeed fortuitous. It serves as an exceptional training ground, though it may take some time, Kuna replied, her face alight with enthusiasm. No worries. We had planned to stay longer anyway, Rello assured her. Thus, Kuina embarked on her trial while Nami and the others explored. Days passed, and they uncovered clues within the ruins, confirming the existence of a human kingdom that once thrived there. Through these scattered hints, they pieced together a vague truth. The kingdom had relied on human strength to fend off the sea beasts until the day 2 men in suits arrived with a box. They proposed a trade, offering a potion to enlarge animals, training them to aid the kingdom against the sea beasts. The subsequent events were evident. The oversized creatures had not helped fend off the beasts, but rather led to the kingdom's downfall. The group sighed collectively, reflecting on the unpredictability of fate. Indeed, who could have anticipated such an outcome? Nokigao lamented, his expression tinged with regret for the self-destructive kingdom. Hey, you two. Take a look at how many gold coins we've uncovered during this expedition, Nami exclaimed. Rello and Nokigao exchanged bemused glances, while they pondered the whims of fate. Nami's mind was solely focused on treasure. After several days of exploration, they had nearly exhausted the outer perimeter, amassing a considerable amount of gold coins. On the 7th day, Kuina returned, announcing her victory over the imperial crocodile and readiness to proceed to the next location. By the 10th day, Nami and the others finally approached the heart of the ruins. Ahead lies what was likely the capital of the kingdom. Our exploration is nearing its conclusion. I wonder if the treasury still exists. It must be filled with treasures. Nami's eyes gleamed with excitement as she rubbed her hands together. Nokigao shot her an exasperated glance. Allo has more money than he could ever spend. Why are you still fixated on treasures? Nokigao, you simply don't understand. The greatest thrill of adventure lies in discovering treasures and opening chests, Nami retorted. Nokigao, ignore her. When it comes to treasures, her nonsensical arguments are boundless. Rello teased mercilessly, causing Nokigao to chuckle softly. Enough of your banter, you two. Nami huffed, slightly irritated by their mockery. Let us move. There's a big fellow waiting for us up ahead. Sensing something, Rello led the way. As they traversed the woods, a colossal palace ruin came into view. Atop the remnants of the palace sat a massive nest, where a gigantic bird unfurled its wings upon spotting them. The enormous bird stood over 10 meters tall, and with its wings spread, it soared to 30 meters. Its beak glistened ominously, sharp enough to cut, and its metallic-like claws gleamed on its wings. Beneath the robust and powerful legs, a pair of enormous talons glimmered with a sharp, chilling light. This is the ancestral giant bird. Chapter 30, The Kingdom of Oikot. The ancestral bird. Within the vast expanse, what use is its size if it only meets a fate of being devoured? Rello regarded it with a mocking gaze. With a cry, as if sensing Rello's provocation, the ancestral bird took to the skies, its massive claws aimed directly at Rello's face. If it were to seize him firmly, it could easily lift his skull. Rello, armed with his long blade cloaked in haki, defended himself, the clash ringing out like the sound of metal colliding. Seeing its claws thwarted, the ancestral bird flapped its wings, its talons lunging toward Rello once more, its sharp beak following suit. As the relentless barrage of attacks descended upon Rello, Noki and Nami cried out in alarm. Be careful. However, before the ancestral bird's assault could land, a tremendous boom echoed as a white lightning bolt struck down upon its head. A piercing, shrill scream erupted, and the ancestral bird collapsed to the ground. Moments later, it shakily rose, its eyes filled with fury, poised to attack again. Still defiant? Then I shall beat you into submission. In an instant, the long blade in Rello's hand crackled with red arcs of electricity, and the conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the ancestral bird to tremble in terror. Yet, before it could make a move, the dark crimson blade zipped through the air. With another anguished cry, the enormous creature was sent hurtling back, crashing into the remnants of a nearby palace. Boom, boom. Observing the fallen ancestral bird, Rello turned to inquire, Noki, is this creature's meat any good? Not bad. We can have a barbecue tonight. Noki mused, tilting her head in thought. Premium ingredients, simple preparation. Nami, you never mind. Rello had intended to ask Nami for help in gathering the spoils, only to find her already rummaging through the nearby ruins, incessantly muttering, treasury, treasure. Approaching the giant bird, disregarding its pleading gaze, he swiftly severed its head and began collecting the bounty. Rello, after dinner, you must help me gather these jewels and coins. Along with the gold from before, I shall be the wealthiest person in the world, ha ha ha. After issuing her command to Rello, Nami placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Rello, who was enjoying some roasted meat, paused, puzzled. The gold from before? When did I collect gold for you? Of course you did. Didn't you gather a considerable amount of gold in your backpack? Nami dismissed Rello's confusion. Ahem. The gold I previously collected belongs to me. When did it become yours? What do you mean yours? I clearly stated before we set sail that I would manage the ship's finances. All the money on the ship, including the gold in your backpack, is mine. Nami retorted, visibly displeased with Rello's attitude, asserting that it was all her own. I told you. How can you trust me with your jewelry and treasures if you're plotting to take them back? Rello was left speechless at Nami's brazen logic. Noki and Kuina, observing the pair's daily banter, stifled their laughter, realizing Rello was thoroughly ensnared by Nami. How is Kuina faring? Rello inquired. Just a couple of days ago, Kuina's haki reached an advanced level. Thus, Rello imparted the cultivation methods and insights of the flowing Sakura technique to her, and for the past few days, she had been honing her skills through battle. I still feel there's room for improvement. I believe further combat may not hold much significance. No rush, there's plenty of time. We've nearly explored this island. Once you deal with the last fierce beast tomorrow, our adventure will conclude splendidly. Since Kuina's haki breakthrough, Rello sensed that the current intensity was no longer sufficient for her growth. After making plans for the upcoming challenges, the group returned to rest. The following morning, with Kuina's battle concluded, their nearly month-long adventure reached a satisfying conclusion. Subsequently, they boarded their ship and soared into the sky, retracing their original path. As they sailed out of the windless zone, they resumed their previous course. Rello, reclining at the bow of the ship and enjoying the sea breeze, was abruptly awakened by Nami's urgent voice. Rello, rise quickly. The air pressure is dropping rapidly. A storm is imminent. We must charge the ship. 45 degrees to the left, full power. Rello instantly appeared in the cockpit, adjusting the ship's heading and increasing power, propelling the vessel forward at great speed. Watching the ominous black clouds rapidly approaching from behind, Rello wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, silently grateful for Nami's alertness. He had no desire to end up like the golden lion, swept away by the storm. The forces of nature are not to be trifled with. Safety comes first. All right, everyone. The air pressure has stabilized. We've exited the storm zone. How wonderful. Just as Rello finished speaking, he had already reclined on a beach chair. You're so lazy. Nami glared at him, exasperated. Ha ha. Laughter echoed from the deck as Noki and the others reveled in merriment. Days passed in a blur, with 3 exhausted individuals sprawled across the deck, while Kana continued her training in flowing Sakura. I'm so bored, Rello sighed, flipping over. I ask you to. Can you not learn from Kuina? Noki, have you broken through to the swordsman level yet? Nami, have you achieved an advanced mastery of hockey? Are you both just lazing about? Rello's barrage of questions caused the 2 carefree individuals to suddenly freeze. They glanced at the diligently training Kuina, then at the relaxed Rello, and begrudgingly rose to their feet. Before long, 2 figures drenched in sweat appeared on the deck. Rello nodded in satisfaction and closed his eyes to continue lounging. We're approaching the kingdom of Oikot. Lower the ship. Where? Rello jolted awake. The kingdom of Oikot, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Seeing Rello's exaggerated reaction, Nami looked puzzled. Nami, Noki, has Belmare ever mentioned this kingdom to you? Rello's expression turned serious, and Kuina looked on with interest. No. What is so special about the kingdom of Oikot? Naka's curiosity was piqued by Rello's sudden shift in demeanor. After contemplating for a moment, Rello decided to share. Belmare found you 2 sisters in the kingdom of Oikot. What? Both sisters gasped in shock, and Kuina's face also expressed surprise. Observing the 2 women fall silent, Kuina grew concerned. Are you both all right? It's nothing, just feeling a bit complicated, Nami replied. Indeed. Who would have thought we would one day return to our birthplace? Years ago, the kingdom of Oikot was thrown into chaos due to a pirate invasion, leading its citizens to flee in panic. The sisters, amid the ruins, were discovered and taken in by Belmare, who was a marine at the time, raising them as her own. Your parents. We only had Belmare as a mother, Nami and Noki replied in unison. Well then, let's go down and explore. Consider it a casual visit to an ordinary island. As she strolled down the street, taking in the unfamiliar sights surrounding her, Noki Gao endeavored to unearth memories from a distant past. Vague images of ruins, raging flames, and panicked crowds flickered in her mind. Shaking off the tumultuous thoughts, she followed the throng into a nearby shop. Noki Gao's memories were hazy, while Nami had no recollection at all, having been far too young to remember the events that transpired. Suddenly, a cacophony of frantic footsteps and cries echoed through the street, causing the newcomers to freeze in place. Chapter 31. Resolving a Cycle of Fate. The street was awash with chaos as people fled in every direction. Yet 4 figures moved resolutely against the tide towards the end of the street, where a band of pirates was wreaking havoc, murdering and setting fires. As they drew near, the true nature of the pirates became evident. Some rushed into shops to seize valuables, others wielded swords with sinister grins, targeting the fallen, while a few leered as they carried beautiful women, painting a hellish scene. Pirates, indeed, were the scum of the seas. With a fierce resolve, Kuina gripped her sword, ready to act. Noki Gao reached out to stop her, observing as Kuina calmly unsheathed her sword and advanced towards the marauding pirates. Leave those 2 to me and Nami. Let us settle this matter here. Rello nodded at Kuina, and the 2 stood back, watching the unfolding events. As they approached swiftly, ominous clouds began to gather above the pirates, some of whom had noticed their presence. Haha, look, 2 little ladies have come to us. One pirate exclaimed. Oh, and they appear to be prime catches. Let's capture them alive. They fetch a high price. Just as the pirates plotted to seize the 2, the blue-haired girl suddenly accelerated, appearing before them in an instant. Before they could react, the air was sliced with the flash of several blades, and several pirates fell to the ground in defeat. The remaining pirates, witnessing their comrades being dispatched, brandished their weapons in a furious rush for revenge. Thunderous roars echoed from above, causing the pirates to look up in alarm. Suddenly, blinding lightning struck, accompanied by horrified screams and the acrid scent of charred flesh. As the pirates collapsed, incapacitated, at the port, Captain Huston, leading another group of pirates, witnessed the chaos and his fury ignited. How dare you harm my crew from the giant wolf pirate crew? You are courting death. With a furious roar, Huston's form swelled, his hair turning snowy white and standing on end as he transformed into a towering wolfman, exceeding 3 meters in height. With the powers of the Inu no Mi, White Wolf King form, I shall rip your hearts from your chests. In his transformed state, Huston charged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Noki Gao and unleashing a devastating blow with his massive claws. With a clang, Noki Gao was sent stumbling back several meters, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Nami, leave him to me. You handle the others. Be careful, Nami called as she dashed towards her companions. Huston attempted to intercept, but was blocked by Nojiko. You dare underestimate me? Today, you will witness my true power. Enraged by the interference, Huston sought to eliminate Nojiko swiftly. Wolf King Assault. Huston spun like a colossal drill, charging at Nojiko. Clang, clang, clang. Nojiko parried the relentless strikes, retreating under the onslaught. As Huston's attacks began to lose momentum, Nojiko seized the moment, stepping back and launching a counterstrike. Clang. Nojiko's blade met Huston's claws, sparks flying as the force of their clash sent the bodies of fallen pirates tumbling. With a powerful swing, Nojiko repelled Huston, and without waiting for a response, she executed a shave, instantly appearing behind him to deliver another strike. As a Zoan Devil Fruit user, Huston possessed formidable resilience, quickly pivoting to block her attack. Nojiko's figure flickered around him, accompanied by a flurry of blades aimed at Huston. The clanging of steel echoed, interspersed with occasional hissing sounds. Breathing heavily, Huston glared at Nojiko, his body marred by numerous sword wounds, which began to heal with a hissing sound. Haha. I am a Zoan Devil Fruit user with extraordinary regenerative abilities. Those wounds will heal swiftly, but I'll slowly tear you apart. With a flurry of rapid claw strikes, Huston unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Nojiko. Clang, clang, sparks flew as she defended against the continuous onslaught, retreating as blood blossomed on her cheeks, arms, and legs. Enough is enough. Kuina suddenly interjected. Yes, it is time. You've trained her long enough, and with me, a great swordsman, as her sparring partner, she must break through. They exchanged glances, surprised yet unsurprised by the unfolding scene of Nojiko's struggle against Huston. With another fierce clash, Huston laughed maniacally. You can't hold on much longer. Can you? Surrender, and I may still grant you some comfort. A swift cut sliced through the air, silencing Huston mid-sentence. Had he not reacted quickly, his head would have rolled. Staring at the wound on his shoulder, Huston's pupils constricted in fear. The flying slash. You've broken through to the swordsman level. I owe it all to you for providing such ample pressure. However, it is time for this to end. Suddenly, Nojiko's form shifted, her physique elongating, her skin turning pale, and a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from her back. With blood-red lips and glinting fangs, her crimson eyes fixed upon Huston. You too are a devil fruit user? Huston's voice trembled in terror. I never claimed otherwise, did I? A flurry of slashes rained down upon Huston as he fought desperately to defend himself. Just as he prepared to speak, anguished cries for help echoed from his subordinates in the distance. Help! Captain, help! This monster is a devil. Captain, this one is impervious to our attacks. Come save us. Turning to see his fallen crew still firing at Nami, Huston's heart sank. The bullets effortlessly passed through Nami's form, inflicting no harm. As she approached the pirates with a serene smile. What is that? Huston gasped, his voice quaking, as he beheld the unbelievable sight. That is the power of a Logia-type devil fruit. And remember, do not let your focus waver in battle. Oh no. Suddenly, Huston's body stiffened as he felt a blade pierce through his chest. He attempted to speak, but blood poured from his mouth and nose. With a soft thud, his head drooped, and his form shrank back to that of a human. In the distance, Nami had also concluded her battle and approached with a jubilant stride. Nojiko. Splendid work, Rello said, wiping the blood from her cheek. Her wounds had healed the moment she transformed. Kuina patted her shoulder, praising her for a job well done. Upon hearing their commendations, Nojiko beamed with joy, her smile radiant. Hey, I did quite well too, you know. Nami chimed in, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Indeed, indeed. Nami also performed splendidly, especially in her utilization of the cloud fruit. Truly remarkable. Observing the dismissive expression on Rairo's face, Nami suddenly embraced him, burying her face in his chest and rubbing against him. Hey, you're covered in blood, she exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. As the group moved farther away, only then did some individuals from the distant crowd dare to approach and assess the situation. They're all dead. The pirates are all dead. Someone cheered. Chapter 32. Return to Frostmoon Village. Goodness, how impoverished. There's barely a million berries here, Nami remarked disdainfully as she gazed into the box filled with berries. After thoroughly searching the pirate ship, this was all they found? The crew was certainly numerous. Previously, someone had been elated over discovering a single gold coin. Foolish Rairo. Can you not keep my shortcomings to yourself? What shall we do with this ship? Nojiko inquired. Let them have it. We can sell it later. Consider it compensation for them, Rairo replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, the group departed by boat. Not long after, a warship sped toward their direction. The crew on board exchanging glances at the sight of the pirate corpses littering the streets. On board. Nojiko silently watched the receding country for a moment before turning to enter the cabin. They continued on their previous course. Days passed in a blur, and boredom set in. Rello perched on the railing, resting his chin on one hand while holding a fishing rod with the other, turned to Nojiko, who was wielding a knife. What are we having for dinner later? Didn't you say you'd fish today, and we'd have seafood? It's been nearly 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. And not a single fish caught. Someone even claimed that fishermen never return empty-handed. TSK, Nami chimed in, launching into a tirade. Curse you, Nami. Just wait. Rello retorted, summoning a tempest. Thunderous rumblings filled the air as countless lightning bolts struck the sea. In a matter of moments, fish of all sizes began to float to the surface. Someone was clearly infuriated. Nami stifled a giggle. Enough chatter. Come help me catch the fish. Hey, soon we'll feast on seafood. Let us also pick a few beautiful ones for the aquarium. There are too few fish in there, she said as she walked toward the floating fish. The group busied themselves with the catch, while Rello gazed into the distance. Is that land ahead? Where? They exclaimed excitedly, scrambling to the bow of the ship after securing the fish. Heaven knows how they had endured the past few days. The sudden sight of land filled them with exhilaration. Nami consulted her compass and spent a considerable time gesturing on the map. The island ahead is Sykes Island, influenced by the circular ocean currents. It is referred to as the island of maritime confinement. However, it shouldn't affect us much. After we finish our meal, we can venture inside. Sykes Island. That sounds somewhat familiar. Oh well, we'll discover it once we land, Rello pondered, struggling to recall any vague memories. Rello, what are you doing? Hurry and help. I'm coming. Upon landing on the island, Rello habitually used his observation haki. Nothing, absolutely nothing, he exclaimed, glancing at the stark white beach and the coconut trees. Feeling somewhat disheartened. Everyone, this island is devoid of life. Not even a single animal can be found. It is genuinely a lifeless island, Rello lamented, collapsing onto the sand. The others exchanged glances, astonished by the peculiarity of the situation. Indeed, there were no animals at all. The sea is truly vast. Anything can happen, Nojiko reflected, contemplating the possibilities. Wait a minute. Is this not the island where Ace discovered the Maranomi? Upon hearing Nojiko's musings, Rello suddenly recalled, leaping to his feet. Let us go. Treasure hunting. What is wrong with him? He was just half dead a moment ago, someone remarked. Who knows what has gotten into him? Let us see what this island has to offer. After meticulously searching the entire island, Rello could find no trace of the Maranomi. Ultimately resigning himself to defeat. I remember Ace was taken away by a giant bird and found the fruit inside its belly. But here, not a single feather can be seen. What is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced, Rello consoled himself. Returning to the beach to lie down in despair. When the others returned to the shore, they found Rello sprawled out, staring blankly at the sky. What's his deal? Kuina glanced at Nami. Who knows? He has been acting strangely since we arrived on this island. Just ignore him, Nami responded, accustomed to Rello's intermittent oddities. Since there's nothing to do, shall we leave? Rello, we're leaving. Get up, we need to hurry. Nami called out. Ugh, Rello sluggishly rose, responding lethargically. Enough already. You jerk. Casting a lingering gaze at the receding island, Rello reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Kuina, are we heading back to your home? How do you feel? Are you excited? Kuina silently shook her head, then looked ahead. Frost Moon Village, the swordsmanship dojo. Yoshikawa-sensei, it has been a while, Rello exclaimed. Accompanied by Nami and Nojiko as they approached Frost Moon Yoshikawa. It has indeed been a while. Your prowess is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Have you broken through to the Grand Swordmaster level? Yoshikawa inquired with a smile. I was fortunate enough to break through recently. Becoming a Grand Swordmaster is not merely a matter of luck. It undoubtedly requires efforts beyond what ordinary individuals can fathom. Yoshikawa recognized the challenges of breaking through to the Grand Swordmaster level and was somewhat astonished at Rello's talent. I never imagined you would break through so quickly. A Grand Swordmaster at such a young age is a rarity indeed. Not at all. Yoshikawa-sensei, you flatter me. By the way, where is Zoro? Where is he? I thought I had informed him of our return. Why haven't I seen him? Surely he hasn't hidden himself away? Rello wondered, looking around in confusion. Oh, he received your call and immediately ran out, saying he was going to the port to wait for you all. Upon hearing Yoshikawa's words, Rello and Kuina exchanged a glance, both at a loss for words. Zoro, how confident are you to claim you'd come to greet us? I should go look for him, otherwise. Who knows when he'll return? Rello sighed, preparing to fetch Zoro, with Kuina nodding in agreement. Nami and Nojiko exchanged puzzled looks. It's not far from the port. How could he get lost? After hearing Rello and Kuina's explanation, they were both left speechless. Is he not a fool? Even a 3-year-old could find their way. How could he not find his way home? Upon exiting the dojo, Rello, with his observation haki, noticed Zoro still cursing in the woods. Curse it. How can I not find my way out? I was clearly out just a moment ago. Hey, green algae head, what are you searching for in the woods? So focused? Rello, you're here? I've been waiting for you for ages. Zoro exclaimed with joy upon seeing Rello, casually strolling over. Rello glanced around. You waited for us here? Are you sure? Idiot. Couldn't he find my way out for a moment? Zoro retorted. All right, let us go back. Everyone is waiting for you. Ignoring Zoro's excuses, Rello turned and waved his hand, walking ahead. Rello, did Kuina break through to Grand Sword Master? Gazing ahead at Rello, Zoro suddenly inquired. No. Becoming a great swordsman isn't an easy feat, however, I have indeed made a breakthrough. What do you think? Would you like to experience just how far you are from the great swordsman? With a mischievous grin, Rello provocatively turned back before leaving to deliver a parting blow. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Encounter with Garp. At the back mountain of the Sword Dojo, Rello lay on the grass alongside Nami and Nojiko, quietly enjoying the breeze. The relationship between Kuina and her father seemed somewhat, how should I put it? Mundane. Or perhaps, estranged. Rello interjected, yes, exactly that feeling. How could this be? Rello recounted various stories about Kuina, and upon hearing them, the two sisters were filled with compassion for Kuina and discontent towards her father. Yet, they refrained from saying too much, as it was ultimately a family matter. Within the dojo, Kuina sat facing her father, Gungshiro. Are you setting sail? Yes. I've returned to bid you farewell. After a moment of silence, Gungshiro spoke again. Kuina, I owe you an apology. Knowing how deeply you love the way of the sword and the effort you've poured into it, to have uttered such disrespectful words that negated your efforts and dreams, I am truly sorry. Looking at you now, I am grateful to Rello. I also feel joy for you. Upon hearing her father's words, Kuina trembled, her eyes moist with disbelief, unable to fathom that such words were spoken by her father. After all, he had once resolutely declared that a woman could never surpass a great swordsman. Seeing you carve your own path in swordsmanship brings me solace. And I hope you continue to walk steadfastly as you have before. Kuina bowed deeply, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, father. She then stood and walked towards the door. Kuina, her figure halted. You will surely surpass the great swordsman. Her father's words echoed from behind. But Kuina did not respond and simply departed. Gungshiro stood there, watching Kuina's silhouette fade around the corner, lost in silence for a long while. Hey Rello, are you planning to set sail with Kuina? Zoro's voice came from behind. Indeed, but we want to be taking you along. Bastard. I don't want you to take me. I will sail out on my own someday. Rello scratched his head, feigning exasperation. Now that's a real conundrum. You're setting sail, but you're directionally challenged. If you get lost at sea, where would we even find you? Uffed. Nami and Nojiko burst into laughter beside him. You idiot, Rello, what are you saying? Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to confront Rello. Just then, Kuina's voice drifted from afar. Rello. Nami, Nojiko, it's time to go? As they moved a few steps, Rello pondered, then took out the Sandai Kitetsu and tossed it to Zoro. Nojiko, you've got a withered tree, and I have no use for it either, so I'll give it to you. Zoro caught the sword, momentarily stunned. What is this? The cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu. It suits you well. Drawing the blade, Zoro examined it closely. What a fine sword. Thanks. Rello waved goodbye as he gradually distanced himself. Rello. Kuina. Wait for me. I will definitely surpass you both. Zoro shouted from afar. The others turned back, and Kuina nodded at Zoro. Rello replied, Good luck, Zoro. Just don't get lost when you come looking for us. The group burst into laughter, taking a while to recover, while Zoro shot Rello an accusatory glare. From a distance, Zoro stomped in frustration, watching them depart. Nojiko glanced back, pondering when they would meet again. Don't worry, it will be soon. In the kingdom of Goa, nestled in a corner of the junkyard, lay a tranquil village known as Windmill Village. Today, this place, steeped in the protagonist's childhood memories. Welcome to Stranger. A steel ship, devoid of sails, silently docked. What a quaint little village. Let us go take a look. Rello, having just disembarked, exclaimed eagerly. Curious about the village that was home to the protagonist. Strange, how could a naval warship be stationed in such a small village? Hey Rello, you big fool, slow down. Wait for us. Nami called out, a hint of urgency in her voice as she watched Rello dash ahead. As they walked, they suddenly heard a child's cries from ahead. Ah, Grandpa, it hurts so much. How can it hurt this badly? It's just rubber. Then, a rough voice boomed. Ha ha, Because it's Grandpa's beloved iron fist. Ha ha. In the distance, a large figure and a small one came into view. The smaller one clutching his head where a large red bump had formed, wailing. It was none other than the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, along with Garp. As Rello watched the two, Garp suddenly turned around. Hey, who's this unfamiliar little brat? What brings you to this village? Ah, old man, hello? My friends and I are passing through by ship and stopped to have some fun. You're pirates. Garp squinted his eyes. Nanny. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rello quickly waved his hands. Old man, please don't say that. We are not pirates. We are adventurers with dreams. What? Not pirates? Luffy pouted. At that moment, Nami and the others approached. What is going on, Rello? Does this old Navy man have a problem? It's nothing. He mistook us for pirates. Well, if you're not pirates, then come along. I'll show you around. Garp continued walking. As they walked, they occasionally glanced around at the serene and harmonious village. This village seems quite old, Nami remarked, observing the moss-covered windmills and surrounding buildings. The people here were originally those who couldn't survive in Goa Kingdom, and now it has blossomed into something quite nice. Garp's voice came from ahead. Soon, a small tavern appeared before them, and two Navy soldiers immediately saluted upon seeing Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. There's no need to be so formal here. Garp waved his hand and turned to Rello and the others. Come on in. Who is this old Navy man? The famed hero, Vice Admiral Garp? Nami exclaimed, taken aback. Don't make a fuss. Rello, you knew all along. Yes, I recognized him at first glance. Isn't it obvious? Why didn't you say so sooner? Nami was somewhat exasperated. What kind of person doesn't he mention such a significant figure is right in front of us? What is there to say? We're not pirates. So we have nothing to fear, Rello replied nonchalantly. That may be so. All right, Nami, just listen to Rello. It's fine. Noki interrupted. And they all entered the tavern, with Nami following behind, stamping her feet in frustration. Vice Admiral Garp, you've arrived. A green-haired beauty, wearing an apron and polishing a glass, greeted Garp. Upon seeing the beautiful green-haired woman, Rello thought to himself, this must be the ageless goddess, Makino. She's truly stunning. Is this place spacious enough? Old man, did you call us here for drinks? Rello and the others sat down at a table. Vice Admiral Garp, who are they? Makino inquired. According to them, they are adventurers passing through. Garp requested a glass of juice for Luffy and continued. Chapter 34. The Confrontation with Garp Boss. Please bring us 4 cups of juice, thank you. Certainly, dear guests, please hold on for a moment. Hey kid, I see you share quite a camaraderie with those young ladies. How about considering a career in the Navy? If you join, at the very least, you would receive the rank of an officer. Should your strength and military achievements keep pace, becoming a vice admiral is not out of reach. Garp suddenly extended an invitation to Rello and his companions. Thank you for your kind invitation, Vice Admiral Garp. But we are bound by our dream of freely traversing the world, so we must respectfully decline, Rello replied courteously. Traveling the world? I too wish to sail the seas and become the pirate king, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bang! You little brat. Your grandfather will make sure you join the Navy, Garp declared with a punch that knocked Luffy down. Ouch! That hurts, you old coot. I refuse to become a Navy officer. I want to set sail and become the pirate king. Nami and Weno exchanged peculiar glances at the grandfather-grandson duo, where the grandfather was a vice admiral, and the grandson was shouting about becoming a pirate. Nojiko remarked once again, the sea is indeed vast. Rello felt a discomfort in his shoulder, while Garp's expression darkened as he delivered 2 more punches. Ouch! Luffy cried out as another bump formed on his head. Crouching on the ground and cursing. Ha ha! Rello could no longer contain his laughter, and the young ladies beside him stifled their giggles, finding the grandfather-grandson pair amusing. Garp turned to glare at Rello, exclaiming angrily, What's so funny, kid? Joining the righteous Navy to protect the people and maintain peace on the seas is not a bad thing at all. Rello, with a bemused expression, retorted, Righteousness? In the Navy? Vice Admiral Garp, perhaps you should investigate the situation of the 16th Division of the East Blue Navy before you make such assertions. Corruption, collusion with pirates, and harm to the populace. This is what I have witnessed as the so-called righteous Navy. Garp's face stiffened. If what you say is true, we will not turn a blind eye. I admit there are indeed rotten apples within the Navy, but the righteousness of the Navy remains unquestionable. Hey, old man. We neither kill, nor commit arson, nor plunder. We are merely ordinary adventurers seeking the freedom to explore the world and fulfill our dreams. We wish to remain uninvolved in other matters, Rello declared, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender akin to that of Admiral Kizaru. You have your dreams, and that's commendable. I respect your aspirations, But life is unpredictable. Often, people are compelled to do things they do not wish to do. What if you encounter pirates stronger than yourselves who force you to join them? What if I were to forcibly recruit you into the Navy? Garp's gaze bore into Rello and his companions. The bodies of Nami and the others tensed instantly, while Kuna's hand instinctively reached for her sword, her expression becoming serious as she regarded Garp. Vice Admiral Garp would not resort to such base tactics as coercing others into joining the Navy, would he? I believe we are still capable of deciding what we are willing or unwilling to do, Rello replied with composure. Upon hearing Rello's words, the young ladies felt a slight relaxation. Ha ha ha, quite confident, aren't you? Well then, kid. Today I shall test your resolve and see if you truly possess the strength to determine your own fate. Garp laughed heartily, rising to his feet. Follow me. Garp was somewhat exasperated. Seeing such promising young talents, he did not wish for them to become pirates and add to the Navy's troubles. Rello smiled and stood, following Garp out the door, with Luffy and the others hastily trailing behind. Along the way, Luffy continued to shout, "Grandpa is incredibly strong. That guy is just waiting to be sent flying by him." Bang! "Shut up, you brat." Nami, feeling annoyed by the ruckus, delivered a punch. "Ouch, that hurts," Luffy complained, yet another bump forming on his head. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the back mountain, which was already close to the massive garbage heap, with a faint odor wafting towards them. Bang! Garp, with his trademark grin, faced Rello. "Come on, kid, let me see if your strength matches your bravado." Without further ado, Rello drew his long blade, covering it with armament haki, and unleashed a devastating slash. "Oh, a great swordsman? A young swordsman, no less. This is interesting." Garp's surprise was evident in his eyes, but he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. With his fists enveloped in armament haki, he countered Rello's slash with a punch. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. The onlookers in the distance were nearly blinded by the force, and Luffy was directly blown away. Had it not been for Kuina's timely intervention, he might have crashed into the trees behind. "We should retreat further. We cannot withstand the aftermath of their battle," Kuina advised. Reluctantly, the group complied and stepped back. Boom! Garp shattered the slash with a punch and charged at Rello. Bone pummel. His haki-imbued fist descended upon Rello, who, undeterred, bent slightly and executed a powerful downward strike. The violent collision shattered the ground, snapping nearby trees, and the shockwave swept across the entire back mountain area. "Wow! Grandpa is so strong," Luffy exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement at the astonishing scene. Kuina and the others shielded Luffy from the shockwave, equally astonished. "Ha ha, not bad at all, kid." Garp laughed, admiring Rello. Bone pummel barrage. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air as Rello defended himself while grinning. "Old man, you flatter me." The resulting shockwaves and slashes devastated the surrounding environment, scattering the recently disturbed ground. Trees, cleaved in half, were crushed before they even hit the ground, prompting the group to retreat even further. The onlookers, witnessing the destruction wrought by the aftermath of Rello and Garp's clash, were deeply shaken. This was merely the residual force. The battle between the two was yet to be fully comprehended. Observing their rapid exchanges, the sparks flying and the thunderous sounds echoing, the ground trembled violently, unsettling the hearts of those watching. What level of physical prowess has Vice Admiral Garp cultivated to engage in such a fierce clash with Rello's blade? Kuina was taken aback, having witnessed the might of top-tier physical strength. "What kind of monster is he?" Nami screamed, having never witnessed such a spectacle. "Rest assured, Rello will be fine. He is incredibly strong," Nojiko reassured, though her fingers gripping the hilt of her sword turned slightly pale, betraying her inner turmoil. "Nonsense. My grandpa is the strongest. He will surely defeat that guy," Luffy protested, hearing the discussions around him. "Huh." Nami whipped her head around to glare at Luffy. Luffy immediately shrank back, hastily raising his hand in apology. "I'm sorry. I misspoke." Chapter 35. The Confrontation with Garp. "Well done, kid. Your physical prowess and haki have reached such a level. And you are a great swordsman. I must have you join the Navy," Garp exclaimed, exhilarated. This was undoubtedly a candidate for a vice admiral. He could not let such talent slip through his fingers. "Let's see what you've got then, old man." Shaking his numbed arm, Rello cursed silently, truly a peak martial artist. His physique had indeed been cultivated to the utmost limit, and even his own exceptional body struggled to withstand the force. Shortly thereafter, the two collided once more, the resounding booms echoing through the air. Had it really been nearly a day? Were they not fatigued? Nami anxiously gazed into the distance, a hint of worry creasing her brow. Such is the nature of battles among the strong. It is exceedingly difficult to discern a victor in a short span of time. Rest assured, Rello is fine. He hasn't even unleashed his full potential yet. Mused, contemplating the clash before her. Was Grandpa always this formidable? Luffy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, having only known of his grandfather's painful punches, utterly oblivious to the extent of his terrifying strength. You don't even know your own grandfather? Nami retorted, exasperated. No, not at all. Luffy defended himself, indignant. After yet another collision, Rello gasped for breath, his garments tattered, revealing bruises beneath. Carp's fists were indeed solid. Rello's haki barely held up. At that moment, he felt a searing pain, the toll of prolonged combat beginning to settle in. However, Rello's mindset gradually shifted. He realized that he could now engage with top-tier warriors without the need for hesitation as he once had. In the past, he had been cautious and secretive, fearful of attracting trouble. Now that he had grown stronger, if he continued to act timidly, it would render his growth meaningless. Across from him, Carp's attire was also ragged, having been torn away to reveal his robust torso. This little brat's aura has changed, Rello noticed, twisting his head and stretching his arms, allowing his body to relax completely. Carp's gaze sharpened. It's changed. What has changed? Nami inquired, perplexed, glancing at Kuina. Rello feels different to me. It seems he has let go of something and suddenly appears much more at ease. Kuina pondered thoughtfully. I feel it too. Noki echoed, glancing at Rello with pleasure. Nami cast a skeptical look at Rello. Really? Suddenly, a mighty roar erupted, and Rello's form dramatically surged upward. In an instant, he transformed into a towering dragon-human hybrid, over 5 meters tall, adorned with shimmering pink and purple scales, complete with 2 horns and a lengthy tail. What in the world? Why has he turned into a dragon-human? Luffy gasped in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ha, little brat. You must be the one who took down the golden lion. No wonder your sword felt familiar. It belonged to you. Carp exclaimed exuberantly. Excellent. Finally, I've found you. You must return with me to the Navy, and I'll ensure your promotion. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, Carp's eyes gleamed with excitement. Rello's haki began to flow down his right arm and extend to his sword, enveloping it like petals around his limb. Old man, spare yourself the trouble. Let us see if you can take me down first. In an instant, he appeared before Carp and swung his blade down. So fast. Carp barely managed to raise his arm, covered in haki, to defend. Clang. The force of the strike sent Carp skidding back. And he glanced at the bloody gash on his arm, his expression turning serious. Little brat, your power has increased so significantly, and you've even learned flowing cherry. Truly remarkable. It seems I must give it my all now, ha ha ha. The shift in Rello's strength took Carp by surprise, particularly the haki that had astonished him. Finally, that Vice Admiral Carp has been wounded. Nami sighed in relief upon witnessing Rello injure Carp. Grandpa is bleeding? This can't be real. Luffy shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Iron Fist Meteor. Carp's dark, glimmering fist rocketed toward Rello like a meteor. Suddenly, a flurry of petals swirled around Rello's long sword, converging on the incoming Iron Fist. Dragon's Might, Shattering Edge. Boom. The clash of blade against fist erupted with an ear-splitting noise, accompanied by the grating sounds of friction. A colossal shockwave emanated from their center, shattering the ground and sending debris flying as if a hurricane had swept through. It's coming. The shockwave is coming. Just how far are those two going to take this? Nami exclaimed, her composure fraying as she beheld the apocalyptic scene. Help! I want to go home. Luffy shouted, flailing as Kuina held him firmly. Old man, you're still as vigorous as ever, Rello declared, pressing his blade against Carp's fist, locking eyes with him. Ha ha ha, little brat. You're not too shabby yourself. The cacophony of their clash continued as their figures blurred, leaving only streaks of red and blue light crisscrossing the battlefield. The onlookers could only rely on the thunderous sounds of their collision and the occasional sparks flying to ascertain that the two were still locked in fierce combat. Days had passed, and Vice Admiral Carp was still engaged in battle, truly formidable. A few days prior, many Navy soldiers had arrived upon hearing the commotion, witnessing Carp battling a dragon human. Initially, they had thought Kaido had arrived, only to realize it was that young man from the bar. Their astonishment was palpable. Indeed, who would have thought that seemingly pristine young man possessed such strength? No matter how many times they watched, Vice Admiral Carp's prowess was awe-inspiring. This is what it means to be among the elite on the seas, the soldiers murmured as they beheld the fierce combat. Kuina, should we? Nami whispered conspiratorially as she sidled up to Kuina, eyeing the gathered Navy soldiers. No need. Let us wait for the outcome of Rello's battle, Kuina advised, her gaze fixed anxiously on the distant battlefield. At this moment, Rello's hair hung in disarray across his forehead, his dragon scales splintered in multiple places. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Little brat, are you done for? Just come back to the Navy with me, huh? Carp, similarly adorned with numerous wounds and bleeding profusely, seemed unfazed, his laughter booming. Old man, I'm merely being considerate of your age. I wouldn't want to injure you too severely, or the Navy would surely hold me accountable. What? Little brat. Do you dare to look down on me? Carp glared fiercely. Iron Fist Meteor. Take this. Carp leaped into the air, his fiery fist leaving a trail of afterimages as countless punches rained down upon Rello. Dragon's Might, Shattering Edge. Rello swung his sword in a frenzy, countering the barrage of fists. Boom. The sky erupted into violent explosions, and before the echoes faded, the two figures surged toward one another once more. Watching their silhouettes recede further into the distance, while surveying the ravaged earth around them, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances, lost for words. Nami exchanged a knowing look with Kuna and the others, and they quietly retreated. Chapter 36. Confrontation with Carp. Fortunately, they had made it to the sea. Otherwise, the terrifying aftershocks would have surely devastated the nearby village. On board a warship, the Navy personnel observed the two combatants on the distant island, engaged in lively discussion. Indeed, even from this distance, the impact is felt here. By the way, have they been fighting for nearly 10 days? Truly remarkable, absolutely remarkable. The Marine's eyes were filled with admiration and yearning. As long as we strive diligently, we too can achieve greatness. Spare me the platitudes, such prowess is innate, not something that can be compensated for through mere effort. A companion nearby saw through the delusion, recognizing that individuals of such caliber cannot be attained solely through hard work. Boom, boom, boom. The island trembled, and the surrounding waters rippled, waves crashing tumultuously. Across from him, Carp regarded the panting Rayleigh with unreserved admiration. So kid, have you made up your mind? Join the Navy. A position of admiral awaits you. He continued, you are still so young. Becoming a Marine Marshal in the future isn't beyond the realm of possibility. To Carp's grandiose visions, Rayleigh remained unmoved. Old man, I told you from the beginning that I will not join the Navy. No one can force me. You stubborn little brat. Are you waiting for a funeral to shed tears? Carp's demeanor shifted, a crackling black-red arc of electricity beginning to dance around him. He stepped forward, the electric arcs trailing him and spreading outward, scattering debris and kicking up dust. In that case, I shall have to knock you out and bring you back. Galaxy impact. Carp leapt high, his fist radiating a blinding golden light, tearing through the sky like a rainbow. Good heavens, are you planning to beat me to a pulp? If that punch lands, I'll be bruised all over. Rayleigh, not daring to underestimate the situation, summoned a crimson glow on his sword, electric arcs flickering ominously. With a sudden step, he hunched slightly, and the arcs around his blade flared violently as he leapt into action, slashing downwards. Dragon's Might, Divine Void. The surrounding air stilled abruptly, the clash of fist and blade compressing into an intense sphere of energy that shifted between them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds erupted as the ground fractured, rocks flying, and the sea roiling in chaos. Waves surged toward the horizon, crimson arcs scattering across the small island. A dazzling white light erupted between the two, expanding to engulf the entire island. The Marines aboard a distant warship were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. As the light faded, they opened their eyes to discover the island had vanished. The clouds above had been blasted apart, creating a vast cavity through which piercing sunlight streamed. The island, it's gone. Look, there's a massive hole in the sky. The Marines, parched with disbelief, exclaimed, Captain Carp is still out there. We must rescue him. The Marines hurriedly activated their ship, racing toward Carp. Where's that kid? He hasn't met his end, has he? That shouldn't be the case. Carp surveyed the sea, unable to spot Rayleigh. Could it be he had exerted himself too much? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Farewell, old man, until we meet again. Looking up, he saw a peculiar ship with wings soaring away, and Rayleigh stood at the railing, waving goodbye. What an odd vessel, it can fly. Damn that brat. Letting him escape, ha ha ha. Wow, a flying ship. Luffy leaned over the railing, eyes sparkling with wonder. The ship is flying, stammered one Marine. It's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Hey, you lot, stop gawking. Captain Carp is still in the sea. Hurry up and help. Yes, sir. In a flurry of activity, they finally managed to haul Carp aboard. 2 days later, in a tranquil expanse of sea, a steel flying ship glided silently through the skies. I'm so tired. Rayleigh lay at the bow, yawning and stretching. 2 days had passed since he returned to the ship, indulging in a hearty meal before succumbing to sleep. He had slept for 2 whole days, causing great concern among the women, but thankfully, he had merely been in slumber and had just awakened that morning. Nojiko, what's for lunch? I'm starving. Just a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. It seemed necessary to recruit a cook. Nojiko had already been training hard and could not shoulder the burden alone. Watching Nojiko bustle about, Rello's thoughts wandered. Nami, engrossed in her book, shot him an exasperated glance upon hearing his words. Suddenly, she looked up and waved as a news bird descended. Idiot Rello, come quick. You're in the newspaper again, oh? We're in it too. Mysterious lion-slaying boy revealed. Miraculous ship. The flying iron vessel. The mysterious boy who battled Admiral Carp for 10 days and nights. The article detailed Rello's exploits. Rello, captain of the adventurer's crew, hailing from the East Blue. A master swordsman, and a user of the dragon-type devil fruit, suspected to be of the mythical Zoan type. Images of his crew, including Kuna, Nami, and Nojiko, accompanied the text. It emphasized that Rello was indeed the mysterious boy who had slain the golden lion, featuring side-by-side photographs. The information showcased Rello calmly departing after his battle with the heroic Admiral Carp. The photograph capturing him waving from the railing of the flying ship, while Carp remained below in the sea. A lengthy section elaborated on the miraculous ship, detailing its origins from the shipbuilding company in Water 7. Haha, the photos turned out splendidly, Rello remarked, admiring the striking images of his crew. Meanwhile, in another serene expanse of ocean, a dog-headed warship was making its way back to the marine headquarters, where Carp was on the phone with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Carp, that kid can truly contend with you to such an extent. Indeed, that brat possesses formidable strength. He is well-versed in all 3 forms of hockey and is a master swordsman. His capabilities are at least that of an admiral, making him quite formidable. Carp reflected on their battle, a serious expression crossing his face. Nanny, Carp's words clearly astonished the other end of the line, and after a moment of silence, Sengoku's voice emerged, strained. How could you have come to blows with him? Is he hostile towards us? Well, his attitude isn't unfriendly. He simply refuses to join the Navy. I merely wish to test him. If possible, I would have brought him back with me, but I didn't anticipate. Carp felt a twinge of guilt as he recounted the events. Carp, you fool, you've unwittingly drawn such a formidable enemy to the Navy. Rest assured, Sengoku, that brat isn't so petty. Besides, the reason he refuses to join the Navy is because of you. Isn't it? You scoundrel. If you hadn't been lax with your subordinates, this pest from the East Blue might have actually joined the Navy. Carp retorted, shooting a glare at the imprisoned Captain Rat and his subordinates. He elaborated on Rat's crimes, and the shocking investigation results made Carp wish he could eliminate the scum on the spot. Chapter 37, Identity Exposed. Upon finishing Carp's account, Sengoku fell silent, and after a moment, his voice emerged, simmering with suppressed rage. Such naval scoundrels are more despicable than pirates. You must bring him back at once. Such individuals must face severe punishment to serve as a deterrent. After Sengoku finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. Beside him, Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow slightly. Sengoku, this Rello is likely the person that was ordered to be sought after from the Holy Land recently. We lack evidence to confirm it is indeed him, do we not? Furthermore, he is not a pirate and has committed no wrongdoing. It would be unwise to act against him at this moment. Given Carp's description, this individual possesses the strength of an admiral and his stance towards the Navy remains ambiguous. It is prudent for us to refrain from provoking him for the time being. Sengoku regarded the orders from the Holy Land with some disdain. Those individuals think and act at their whim. That naval scum, I suggest we execute him publicly. Conduct a covert investigation into the branches across the seas to eradicate these internal traitors completely. Admiral Akainu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, crossed his arms and spoke with a fierce expression. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru silently nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Within the confines, the young man who could battle Vice Admiral Carp for 10 consecutive days, Admiral Kazuro, bore a rather apprehensive expression. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards the newspaper on the table. Even Admiral Akiji lifted his eye patch to take a look. In the New World, on a small, uninhabited island. Boss, big news. Someone has been battling Carp for 10 days straight in the East Blue. A frantic subordinate rushed over, handing the newspaper to the drowsy Shanks. Oh, another strong individual has emerged from the East Blue? Is he the one who defeated the Golden Lion? Truly a young powerhouse. Huh, Luffy. It's been quite a while since I last saw him, Jesper remarked as he gazed at the photograph. What? Luffy? Where is he? Where is he? Shanks scrutinized the paper repeatedly, but failed to spot Luffy's figure. There, Jesper pointed at the straw hat peeking from behind three girls. What the heck? Shanks pouted, initially believing it was a clear shot of Luffy, only to find it was merely a hat. In the New World, Whole Cake Island. Lin, the mysterious individual who defeated the Golden Lion, has made his appearance and is now battling Carp. Outside, a tall figure with a loaf of bread approached, holding the newspaper. Killing the Golden Lion? Battling Carp? Well, I shall invite him to join the pirate crew and allow him to marry one of my daughters. Very well, Lin, I shall make the arrangements. With that, the tall figure stepped back, while Katakuri's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the image of Riley in the newspaper. If you wish to marry my sister, let us see if you possess the strength to do so. In the New World, Weno country, Anagashima. Brother Kaido, the one who killed the Golden Lion, is named Riley, and he has surfaced in the East Blue, engaging in battle with Carp. After reading the information in the newspaper, Jin reported to Kaido, who also expressed interest in Riley. This man, who claims to be the illegitimate son of my brother. He can contend with Carp? That old fellow's iron fists are not to be trifled with. It appears he possesses considerable strength. When he arrives in the New World, I shall challenge him. Kaido lifted a jug of alcohol and drank heartily. In the Grand Line, the Calm Belt, Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Palace Hall. Lord Riley has set sail. We shall meet soon. Could this be the legendary proposal? Boa Hancock, with her hands tightly clutching the newspaper to her chest, collapsed onto the ground. Nearby, Sandersonia also held a copy of the newspaper. After years apart, Lord Riley has grown even more powerful, capable of battling the legendary naval hero. Truly remarkable. Is this the man who slaughtered the celestial dragons and saved you all? Indeed, he is formidable, old woman Nyan remarked. Indeed. But I distinctly remember that Lord Riley possessed the Thunder fruit. How has he now acquired another mythical zone ability? What? Are you certain he was previously a Thunder fruit user? Upon hearing this, old woman Nyan was taken aback. If that is the case, then this man is utterly terrifying. If this news spreads, the world shall be set ablaze. No? It shall. Even if Lord Riley possesses the powers of a devil, I shall never abandon him. I will stay by his side to protect him, for we are to be wed. Hancock clutched her heart and collapsed to the ground. Sister, Snake Princess, are you all right? In the Grand Line, a small cross-shaped boat was sailing slowly. Look over there. That fool is actually rowing with a knife. Aboard a pirate ship, the pirates mocked openly. Indeed, there are strange occurrences every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. Is this a raft? And it dares to set sail? The pirates jeered at the small boat, their gazes dripping with contempt. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed as a green flash of a blade sliced through the air. Crack! The massive pirate ship was cleaved in two. Cursed be! Our ship is split apart. Help, we are sinking. Ignoring the distant cries of the pirates, Mihawk gazed intently at the newspaper in his hands. The great swordsman. Has another strong individual emerged from the East Blue? My swordsmanship still has room for improvement. At Sabaody Archipelago, the Kicking Bamboo Bar. Indeed. It is the Thunder God. This is truly astonishing. Shiki exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise at the news of the Thunder God. Is he no longer hiding? The progress of the Thunder God is somewhat frightening. In just a few short years, he has reached this level. Nearby, Rayleigh sighed. At this moment, Rayleigh truly wished to learn from Kizuru regarding the current generation. In the East Blue, Cocoyasi Village. Eri-chan, come quickly. There's news about your brother and sister. Akin called out to little Eri, who was swinging her sword. What? Let me see. Little Eri dashed over, sword in hand, and asked while looking at the photograph in the newspaper, what does it say? It says your brother Riley has been competing with someone for 10 days straight, and there's no clear winner. Akin continued, look, there's even a photograph. Your sisters are in it too. How wonderful. I truly envy my sisters for being able to sail the seas with brother. When I grow up, I want to set sail and find them. Little Eri waved her small hand holding the sword. Achoo, who is mentioning me? Lying on a beach chair. Riley rubbed his nose, and then closed his eyes to continue basking in the sun. Foolish Riley, wake up. We are almost at Shell's town. We need to prepare to disembark and resupply. Noticing the town approaching, Nami called out to the sleepy Riley. All right. Riley reluctantly got up, stretched, and looked ahead. Shell's town, situated on a small island, boasted buildings side by side. At the center, two conical buildings, one tall and one short, stood prominently, housing the Navy's 153rd branch, which oversaw the law enforcement of Shell's town and its surroundings. The streets bustled with activity, the sounds of vendors and calls filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Riley and his companions strolled leisurely, while Nami produced a list assigning Riley the task of procuring supplies, as he had the convenience of carrying them in his backpack. Chapter 38, Bartai Sea Restaurant. During their supply run, Riley subtly inquired about the situation of the Navy branch. Upon learning that the current branch chief is a Colonel Bill Casco, and noting the absence of any oppressive behavior towards the populace, it appears that the narrative's characters have yet to refresh, leaving one to revel in a state of tranquility. With no pressing obligations, Rello cheerfully indulges in a shopping spree, swiftly garnering the attention of merchants who soon discover that a significant client has graced their town. Each time Rello enters a shop, the shelves are left barren. Just as he empties the fruit store of its wares, a throng of people converges upon him. "Dear customer, do you require anything else? Our boutique offers exquisite men's and women's attire. Do come in and browse. Esteemed guest, we have just baked delectable pastries today, simply divine." The chorus of eager vendors clamors around Rello, each vying to promote their goods, but before he can fully comprehend the scene, he finds himself already absent from their midst. Phew, that was rather alarming. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Rello escapes, reflecting on how much more exhausting it is to deal with such crowds than to engage in a physical confrontation. Fortunately, he has procured most of his supplies and soon returns to the ship, only to find that several companions have yet to return. Glancing back at the entire town and not spotting their figures, he reclines comfortably. Recollecting the experiences of the past days, he contemplates his current strength. While he can contend with top-tier warriors, the notion of triumphing over seasoned veterans feels rather fanciful. Take Carp, for instance. His mastery of martial arts and hockey has reached an unparalleled zenith. During their skirmish, Rello found it nearly impossible to withstand his blows, and it was only through his dragon transformation that he managed to hold his ground. It seems he has grown somewhat complacent lately, as his physical condition, hockey, and swordsmanship still possess considerable room for enhancement. This lack of pressure during his recent travels in the East Blue may have contributed to his laxity. Although he currently possesses strength, Carp's words resonate with an undeniable truth. Should someone threaten him using his crew or the village of Coco, the situation could swiftly turn precarious. Ultimately, it all boils down to strength. Only when all hear his name and dare not entertain any ill thoughts will he truly feel secure. "Hey, you idiot Rello. Did you actually follow the list I provided for supplies? Why are you back so early?" Just as Rello's thoughts meander, Nami's voice cuts through with disdain. "Hey, Nami, am I not the captain? Do you truly find me so unreliable? Huh, you dare call yourself a captain? What have you done besides eating and sleeping? And let's not forget, you consume the most." Nearby, Nami and Nojiko, overhearing Nami's enumeration of Rello's actions, can't help but chuckle. Is there any truth to that? After a moment's reflection, Rello realizes he indeed lacks significant contributions. Ahem, of course, I am leading you fine crew members. He certainly will not concede to being utterly inept. Humph. The others roll their eyes, ignoring him as they retreat to their quarters. In the following days, Rello and his companions pass through Orange Town, rumored to be home to the man with Conqueror's hockey, the clown buggy. For reasons unknown, they do not encounter him. Perhaps he has yet to refresh or is busy recruiting in some corner. However, at the entrance of West Brole Village, they meet the boastful Usopp, who immediately recognizes them as pirates and begins his classic antics, only to be swiftly subdued by a frustrated Nami. Surprisingly, Kaya from the mountaintop villa finds great camaraderie with Nami and the others. Upon learning they are adventurers planning to circumnavigate the globe, she gazes at them with envy. Her parents, both merchants, frequently travel, igniting her longing for the outside world. She incessantly bombards them with questions about their experiences, her astonished exclamations punctuating the air. Noticing Kaya's extensive collection of books, Nami requests to borrow a few, to which Kaya readily agrees and invites them to stay for several days. During this time, Rello wanders about but finds no trace of the Black Cat pirates. He cannot help but wonder if these characters will only emerge when Monkey D. Luffy sets sail. Days later, at the port of West Brole Village, Kaya waves goodbye to Nami and her companions alongside her butler, Mary. Although they have only spent a few days together, the girls have forged a strong bond, their expressions filled with reluctance as they watch the departing ship. Kaya is truly a gentle and kind-hearted girl. "And she even hosted us," Nami remarked. "Have you checked the route? We are about to set sail again. Soon, we will leave the East Blue. Have we decided on our next destination?" Rello added. After a prolonged silence, he turns to find the three of them leaning over the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought. On board, Nami and Nojiko share a similar melancholic expression while watching the direction of West Brole Village. Even Kuina appears despondent. Rello, feeling somewhat exasperated, muses that the bonds of friendship among girls can be as sudden and tumultuous as a storm. If they feel such sorrow, why not simply bring her aboard? There is still time. After all, our ship is spacious enough. You fool Rello, you barbarian. Alas, how outrageous. Thief. The three chastise him in unison. Hey, I've had enough of your accusations. Faced with their innocent complaints, Rello feels a wave of frustration. As time passes, Rello and his crew soon arrive at the floating restaurant. Bartai, situated in the Samba Sea. Its exterior resembles a colossal ship, with the bow shaped like a fish's head, due to the prevalence of pirates. The vessel possesses a combat mode, allowing the fin-like panels on either side to rise for battle. At this moment, in the kitchen, a loud crash echoes. Ah, you old codger, what are you doing? Young Sanji exclaims, clutching his head in anger. You little brat, who told you to take charge of the cooking? You have at least 100 years to go before you can cook. Go wash the dishes. Zeph, known for his red legs, looks down at Sanji with disdain. Ha ha. Sanji got beaten again. Sanji, you're far from ready to cook, ha ha. Several burly chefs laugh at Sanji's misfortune. Suddenly, Patty rushes in, flustered. Boss, a major client is here. A big client has arrived. Calm down, speak slowly. What major client? Zeph reprimands. The miracle ship. That steel-flying ship is just ahead. Approaching fast. What? The miracle ship? Let us go, let us see. Several available chefs shout as they dash out of the kitchen. In the distance, Rello and his crew are about to reach the Bartai restaurant. Wow, is that the floating restaurant ahead? It looks just like a giant fish. Nojiko exclaims in awe. Let me see, it's really a fish head. How incredible. Nami rushes over, and even Kuina displays a look of wonder. Look, it really is a steel ship. Reflecting the light. You have to see, this ship doesn't need sails to navigate. Truly the miracle ship. Does that mean this ship can actually fly? Of course. Haven't you seen the photos in the newspaper? It's unbelievable how this ship was constructed. A few dining customers also join the chefs outside, discussing the marvel. After all, this is a ship from their East Blue, and their excitement and pride are palpable. What are you all doing outside? Get back to work. Zeph ushered several curious chefs inside, his gaze gravely fixed on the ships approaching in the distance. Listen carefully, the individual aboard that vessel is of great significance. Focus on your duties and do not provoke that esteemed person. He solemnly cautioned all the staff in the kitchen. As the ship docked, Rello led 3 companions to the dining area. Welcome. Please, come right in. Chef Patty greeted them with a beaming smile, bowing as he invited Rello and his entourage to take their seats. Bring forth all your signature dishes. Rello proclaimed grandly. Ah, esteemed guest. We have a rule here that prohibits food wastage. Do you believe you can finish such a copious amount? Patty explained to Rello. Rest assured, serve it all. Nami exuded the confidence of a wealthy patron. Nearby tables filled with curious diners cast glances toward the table of 1 man and 3 women, intrigued by the youthfulness of the owners of this miraculous ship. By the way, you may wish to use this salt in your dishes. It might enhance the flavor. Rello tossed a bag of salt onto the table, a remnant from his previous purchase in Water 7 that he had yet to deplete. A bearded chef named Korn hurriedly took the salt into the kitchen. The moment Zeph sensed the profound essence emanating from the depths of the ocean, his pupils dilated with astonishment. Sanji, witnessing this reaction, also took a taste and immediately shuddered, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sensation. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire about this salt? Sanji approached Rello's table, following Zeph. Oh, this salt is sourced from Water 7, found behind the Grand Line. It is a rare treasure, Rello replied, his expression darkening as he noted Sanji's apparent infatuation with the ladies at the table, having swiftly moved on to prepare appetizers for Nami and her companions. Thank you for the information. Suddenly, Zeph kicked Sanji on the head, dragging him back to the kitchen. Laughter erupted as the diners enjoyed the scene. Once the dishes were served, the group commenced their meal. Wow, the flavors are exquisite. It appears my culinary skills are still lacking, Noki acknowledged while savoring the food. This is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so delightful. Nami exclaimed, her hands cupping her cheeks in bliss. Weno, seated nearby, did not voice her opinion. Yet her sparkling eyes and hurried eating pace revealed her satisfaction. Hey, foolish Rello, we should hire another chef. It's quite taxing for Noki to handle all the cooking alone. Nami suggested after relishing the meal. She was astute in distinguishing between a satisfying meal and one that leaves one wanting more. Are you implying that my cooking is subpar? Noki glared at Nami. Nami stiffened, quickly smiling. No, it's just that I see how hard you work, and I thought it might help to have someone assist you. I have been considering this for some time, Noki admitted. With all your training, preparing meals must be quite strenuous. I have someone in mind. Once we reach Log Town, We should recruit her as our ship's chef. Rello revealed his prior intentions regarding their culinary recruit, to which everyone agreed. Suddenly, as they discussed hiring a chef while dining, the restaurant's door was forcibly kicked open, and several pirate-like individuals stormed in. Hey, whose iron ship is that outside? Our captain has his eyes on it. Surrender the vessel and hand over all your money, shouted a knife-wielding pirate. Another pirate surveyed the room and added, we are from the Battle Axe Pirates, led by the notorious Blood Axe Billy, who has a bounty of 5 million berries. We hope no one interferes, lest they risk their lives. In the kitchen, Corn and Potty, hearing the commotion, rolled up their sleeves to confront the pirates, but Zeph shook his head to stop them. 500,000 berries. Hey, boss, is 500,000 enough to cover our meal? Nami exclaimed, excitement flickering in her eyes at the mention of such a bounty. The other patrons, confused by her enthusiasm amidst the palpable fear, wondered why she was so animated. Dear guest, the cost of your meal is more than sufficient at 500,000 berries. The server informed her. Nami's eyes glimmered as she turned to Rello, as if to say, look, fortune is knocking at our door. What are we waiting for? Rello, engrossed in his meal, did not look up. Let Weno handle it. It's a good chance to stretch her legs after dinner. Nami frowned at Rello's nonchalant attitude. Weno wiped her mouth with a napkin, stood with deliberation, and walked towards the pirates, addressing them. Let us go. We still have dessert to enjoy. Don't waste time. Seeing a girl confront a group of pirates, several concerned patrons and chefs rushed to assist. Wait, why is only a girl going out there? Sanji sneered at Rello in a low voice. Shut up. You know nothing. Those pirate lackeys are not worth that esteemed person's direct intervention. Open your eyes and pay attention. Zeph retorted, delivering a kick to Sanji, fearing he might provoke Rello further. Just as Sanji was about to speak, the air was suddenly filled with the wails of pirates from outside. Moments later, Weno returned, her demeanor calm as she sat back at the table. Nami glanced around. Weno, didn't you search the pirate ship? As Weno was about to take a sip of her tea, she paused. I forgot. Nami slapped her forehead, exclaiming, you all are truly careless. You don't realize the value of money. Even a little is still money. With that, she stood and exited the restaurant. Noki, shaking his head in resignation, turned to the kitchen and said, the pirates outside. Take them to exchange for a bounty. It will cover our meal. Wait, did those pirates just get wiped out in such a short time? Zeph, astonished by the sudden turn of events, ordered. Take those pirates to the nearby Navy branch for their bounty. He was slightly startled by the girl with the knife's capabilities. To eliminate an entire pirate crew in mere moments, what kind of strength must she possess? Reflecting on this, Zeph glanced at Rello, who was still absorbed in his meal, pondering just how formidable this esteemed individual truly was. The kitchen staff, including Potty, looked at Weno, who returned unruffled after the encounter. Initially surprised, but then chilled to the bone. This seemingly delicate girl could calmly sip tea after taking lives. What sort of terrifying figure was she? Chapter 40. Carmen boards the ship. Nami entered, clutching a small box and grumbling, what a miser. With a bounty of 5 million berries. There are barely a few 100,000 on the ship, hardly even 1 million. Nami, poise yourself. You are a wealthy lady now. Remember to maintain your composure. Rello interjected. Oh, right. Nami straightened her back, casting a haughty glance around before taking a seat at the table. Noki shook his head in exasperation at their antics, thinking they had yet to mature. The voyage continued smoothly without incident, and soon they approached Log Town, the final stop before the Grand Line. Known as the town of beginnings and endings, the birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King. Ahead lies Log Town, and this time we shall leisurely explore it, while also visiting the site where the Pirate King was executed. The innate instinct for shopping that women possess is indisputable, and Rello cannot argue against it. The Pirate King. Over the years, countless souls have been drawn to the sea to become pirates, all because of the final words of the Pirate King. When the topic of pirates arises, Weno's expression darkens. Having witnessed the deeds of pirates, it is no wonder. Indeed, regardless of his personal virtues or vices, he undeniably brought unprecedented upheaval and calamity to these waters. Just considering Roger's last words, one can only lament the tragic tales of families torn apart and lives shattered. Not to mention the other atrocities of village and city massacres. As for becoming a pirate, Rello certainly cannot endorse that notion. Before long, they arrived at Log Town. And after disembarking, Rello conveniently stowed away the ship. This place is vast and teeming with people. Gazing at the bustling streets and the throngs of passers-by, Noki couldn't help but express her astonishment. Naturally, this is the last stop before the Grand Line, where countless individuals converge. all preparing to embark on their journeys into the Grand Line. Various supplies and people gather here, contributing to the town's prosperity, as Nami eagerly explained. Let's explore some shops and perhaps buy some clothes, suggested Nami. Following the flow of the crowd, they began to wander through Town when suddenly a commotion erupted ahead. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bump into your stall. How much is it? I'll pay. A frantic voice of a young girl reached their ears. Indeed, the girl did not intend any harm, and she had already promised to compensate. Why then was the merchant being so unreasonable? Exactly. Are you picking on her just because she is a little girl? Nearby residents voiced their support for the distressed girl. At that moment, another voice, filled with frustration, cut through. Damn it. All these fresh fruits were just displayed, and she knocked them over. How am I supposed to do business now? The girl continued to apologize profusely. Come on, let us go take a look. Rello led the way, and they squeezed into the crowd. There. They saw a girl in a red plaid shirt bowing repeatedly before a merchant, clutching a long sword. Eventually, the merchant, unable to withstand the scrutiny of the onlookers, accepted the money and grumbled away. The girl then turned to the surrounding crowd, bowing in gratitude. However, when she lifted her head, Nami and the others were taken aback. Even Kuina looked astonished at the girl before them. Observing the slightly shorter girl, Nami elbowed Kuina and exclaimed, Kuina, is this your sister? Or perhaps your older sister? How would I not know if I had a sister or not? Kuina replied, somewhat exasperated. Then what about this? Noki was equally surprised. Anyone could see the resemblance between Kuina and the girl. After all, they looked strikingly alike, with only Kuina being a tad taller. Hey, what is your name? Kuina boldly approached and inquired. The girl, captivated by the ornament at Kuina's waist, responded, is that the Yari of the Great Blade, Nichi? I was asking you a question. Oh, I'm sorry. The girl stammered, her gaze locking onto Kuina's face, realizing how much they resembled each other. My name is Daski, and I'm currently an intern in the Navy. And you are? Kuina. As Kuina observed the somewhat dazed girl, she felt they had little in common, though there was a hint of similarity to Zoro. The two began conversing, and to their surprise, they discovered they were the same age and both shared a passion for swordsmanship, which left Nami and Noki even more astonished. The sea is indeed vast, I assent it? Rello teased Noki, earning an eye roll in response. After Kuina introduced Nami and Noki, Daski offered to show them around Town, which they eagerly accepted. During their stroll, Daski expressed her astonishment upon learning that Kuina and the others were sword masters, exclaiming them to be geniuses. She pitifully requested to see Kuina's sword. And as Daski carefully examined the scabbard and blade, Nami couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. They happened upon a square adorned with banners, seemingly hosting an event. That's the annual food competition of Town. I participate every year, let us go see. Daski exclaimed. Perfect. The person we're looking for might be there, Rello added. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up. You idiot, Rello, could it be? Indeed, let us go take a look. However, by the time they arrived, the food competition had concluded, and the awards ceremony was underway. Wow, it's Miss Carmen again taking first place. She has won first place 3 times in a row. This young lady is the top chef of Town. Perhaps even the top chef of the East Blue. As all the renowned chefs from the East Blue participate in this competition, Daski enthusiastically shared. Let us go find her before she disappears, Rello urged, stepping forward to ensure they wouldn't miss her. In no time, they spotted a red-haired girl with a spatula in her mouth. Huh. You want to recruit me as your ship's cook? What a joke. I aspire to be the top chef of the East Blue. How could I possibly join your ship? The girl exaggeratedly protested. Rello swiftly tossed a bag of salt before Carmen. Give it a taste. He was certain that a good chef could never resist the allure of sea salt from Water 7. Ah, what is this? Carmen trembled, overwhelmed by the sensation akin to the surging waves of the sea. Where is this salt from? It's exquisite. I've never experienced anything like it. It's sea salt from Water 7, a local specialty. How does it feel? Isn't the sea wondrous? Aren't you curious about the flavors of sea salt from beyond the East Blue? Or the taste of sea salt in the latter half of the Grand Line? Rello continued, his words dripping with temptation. The top chef of the East Blue? Here, you could surpass Sanji. Don't you want to experience the culinary delights of the world and create the best cuisine known to man? Carmen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I'm curious. I'm incredibly curious. I want to surpass Sanji. I want to be the world's top chef. Carmen suddenly sprang to her feet, shouting with excitement. Great. Then join our crew and travel the world with us, savoring the diverse cuisines from around the globe and eventually crafting your own unique flavors to become the world's top chef. All right, I'm in. Nami and the others were left in shock, witnessing how Rello skillfully enticed Carmen. Of course, in Rello's words, he was merely elucidating the dream of a chef, the pursuit of one's aspirations. Observing the dazed expressions on their faces, Rello felt a sense of satisfaction and gestured to Nami and the others. Chef recruitment successful. Hooray. Chapter 41. Chopper, come to the bowl. Daski stood at the port, waving goodbye to the distant ships. She felt a deep sense of longing for her sister, who shared her age and passion for swordsmanship. Weno encouraged her, affirming that women could also master the swordsmanship and become formidable swordswomen, a notion that deeply moved Daski. This realization solidified her resolve to pursue her own path. While the thought of Weno's departure filled her with profound sorrow, was that the miraculous ship of adventurers? Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Daski. Mr. Smoker, what brings you here? Isn't it you? You fool, who has been out for so long without returning? I apologize. I ran into a few friends on the way. Daski hurriedly offered her apologies. Mr. Smoker, do you believe in miracles? I encountered someone who looks exactly like me. Daski excitedly recounted her day's adventures. A miracle? Isn't that what it is? The adventurer piloting the miraculous ship is the one fighting against Vice Admiral Garp. Smoker remarked solemnly, gazing at the receding vessel. Huh, they are the ones fighting against Vice Admiral Garp. Fool, didn't you realize that after chatting with them for so long? I'm sorry. Meanwhile, aboard the Windward Sparrow, this ship is magnificent. Wow. The kitchen is marvelous. I absolutely adore it here, Carmen exclaimed enthusiastically since boarding. Then, let us welcome the renowned chef, Miss Carmen, as our new companion. Cheers, Rello proclaimed loudly, raising his glass of juice at the dining table. Welcome, Carmen. Cheers X3. Oh, wow. This dish is incredibly delicious. Carmen, you're amazing. Nami expressed her delight with a beaming smile. The flavor is exquisite. How fortunate we are to have you aboard. Nojiko also praised Carmen's culinary skills. Delicious. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, everyone. Carmen. We'll take care of all our meals from now on. Wow. Thank you, Carmen. You're the best. Carmen said cheerfully. Now that we are all comrades aboard the same ship, there's no need for such formality. A few days later, look, the guiding fire. The entrance to the Grand Line is just beyond the light. Nami exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the distant lighthouse. Rello and the others quickly gathered around to look ahead. Before we enter the West Blue, I must first retrieve a companion who will serve as our ship's doctor. I will hover the ship above Reverse Mountain. And once I return, we shall set sail for the West Blue. Rello contemplated, deciding it was best to bring Chopper aboard sooner rather than later. Magnetic Drum Island, also known as Sakura Island, is perpetually covered in snow and renowned as a sanctuary for medicine at the forefront of the Grand Line. Upon arriving at Magnetic Drum Island, Rello inquired about Dr. Correa's residence and learned she resided at the foot of a distant mountain. Observing the posted notices amid the bustling residence, Rello realized that the ruler, Wapple, had begun expelling doctors. Upon reaching Dr. Correa's abode, he found himself before a massive ancient tree, within which Dr. Correa's house was nestled. Though the owner was currently absent. Dr. Doral, does this mean we can no longer go out to treat patients? A childish, innocent voice echoed from a distance. Fool. Can't we secretly treat people without being discovered? Huh, is that even possible? Chopper's eyes widened. Foolish child, what brings you to my doorstep? Dr. Correa, perched on Chopper's back, inquired upon seeing Rello at the entrance. Chopper, spotting a human, immediately transformed into his miniature form, employing his classic hiding technique behind Dr. Correa's legs. Could it be? Are you here to inquire about my secret to eternal youth? No. Actually, I'm here to find him, Rello said, pointing at Chopper. Seeing this human point at him and claim to be looking for him terrified Chopper, causing his fur to stand on end and his body to tremble. Dr. Correa's expression hardened. Child, what business do you have with my foolish son? He has never wronged anyone. You misunderstand. I have come specifically to invite Chopper to join our ship as our doctor. Rello quickly clarified. Oh, I see. We are adventurers traveling the world. So you are the ones from the miraculous ship, huh? However, my foolish son is not skilled enough to serve as your ship's doctor. Dr. Correa declined. Please, do not be so quick to refuse. The situation is that Wapple has begun to eradicate the presence of doctors. Life will only become more difficult ahead. Do you wish for him to spend his life evading others and never interacting with the world? To speak bluntly, what if one day you are no longer around? What will happen to him? Moreover, this child yearns for the world beyond, does he not? Rello's words rendered Dr. Correa speechless as she gazed down at the anxious Chopper. Chopper suddenly stepped forward, looking at Rello. You want me to be your ship's doctor? But I'm a monster. Look, I have a blue nose and can talk. Do you want a monster to be your doctor? Hearing Chopper's words, Dr. Correa's eyes filled with sorrow. This child had been ostracized by his kin since childhood for his blue nose, enduring relentless bullying. Later, after consuming a devil fruit, he faced further rejection from humans, who saw him as a monster and sought to harm him. His life had been tragically miserable. A monster? Is this what you call a monster? Rello exclaimed, instantly transforming into a towering 5-meter-tall dragon form, emanating a terrifying aura as he looked down at Chopper. Ah, a monster. Dr. Doral, save me. Chopper's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, petrified as he fell to the ground before hurriedly scrambling to hide behind Dr. Correa, transforming back into his human form. Rello chuckled at the panicked Chopper. Chopper, do not be afraid. You are not a monster. We are all individuals with abilities granted by the devil fruits. There are many like us across the vast sea. Some can transform into magma, others into birds, and some can even morph into various forms. The ocean is boundless, and anything is possible. Chopper, join us. Let us explore the world together. Experience the vastness of the sea and witness the wonders of the world. Surely you yearn for it as well. Action speaks louder than words. Chopper. As Chopper gazed up at Rello with tear-filled eyes, Dr. Correa inwardly scolded him for being such a persuasive little rascal. Noticing her hesitation, Rello added, Dr. Correa, I trust you are aware of my strength. I am fully capable of ensuring Chopper's safety. Besides, my companions will support him. They are all wonderful people. After a long moment of contemplation, tears in her eyes, Dr. Correa finally made her decision. Chopper, go with him, see the world outside. You've grown up, and it's time for you to venture forth. You cannot remain by this old woman's side forever. Dr. Correa's tears brimmed in her eyes, and Chopper choked on his words. Dr. Correa, do you need me to help you deal with Wapple? Rello inquired. No need. They cannot harm this old woman. Child, remember to take good care of my foolish son. Otherwise, this old woman will not spare you. Rest assured I will. Off we go. Rello lifted Chopper, and with a crackle, they vanished from the spot. Chapter 42. Entering the West Sea above the magnetic drum island, Rello held Chopper, gazing quietly below for a lengthy moment before Chopper broke the silence. Let us go, Captain Rello. Rest assured, Chopper, when we return from our journey across the seas, we shall pass this way again, and then we will finally meet Dr. Correa. Really? Of course. I never tell a lie. Above the upside-down mountain, aboard the windbreaker. Wow, Carmen, look. Another pirate ship has crashed. Oh dear, how tragic. Nami, munching on sunflower seeds, beckoned Carmen while boredly observing the pirate vessels sinking below. Is it really this dangerous to set sail? Carmen trembled slightly at the sight of the devastation below. Do not worry. Our ship shall not meet such a fate. Indeed, our vessel is made of steel. It will be perfectly fine, surely. Carmen attempted to reassure himself. By the way, where is that foolish Rello? He's been gone for days. This is so dull. Nami yawned in boredom. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the distance. The group turned alertly. Ah, help. You idiot, Rello. Didn't I tell you to go slower? Are you trying to kill me? With a swoosh, Rello, with Chopper perched atop his head, appeared on the deck, prompting everyone to rush over. You foolish Rello, you have finally returned. Nami cheered. Huh, what is that raccoon? The crew curiously eyed the creature atop Rello's head. Idiot. I am a reindeer, a reindeer. Look, have you ever seen a raccoon with horns? Chopper exclaimed angrily, only to realize he had instinctively darted behind Rello's legs, though in the wrong direction. All right, allow me to introduce this reindeer. No, this is our ship's future doctor, Tony Chopper. Chopper is a skilled medic who, having consumed a devil fruit, can speak and understand the language of animals. From now on, he will be our new companion. Please give him a warm welcome. How adorable. Nami was instantly smitten, seizing little Chopper and vigorously cuddling him. Help, Rello. Haha, how cute, Chopper. Noki also gazed at the struggling Chopper with stars in his eyes. Escaping Nami's grasp, Chopper, upon hearing Noki's compliment, clapped his little hooves together and swayed playfully. His cheeks flushed as he retorted, Bacallero. Even if you flatter me, I want to be pleased. No, you look quite happy. They all murmured. Carmen approached and circled around Chopper. Venison is great for replenishing energy and blood, not bad at all. Ah, help. Hey, Carmen, don't utter such horrifying words. Nami sighed, facepalming. Chopper trembled in a corner. Moments later, the crew commenced a feast. Welcome, the esteemed Dr. Chopper, to our band of adventurers. Cheers. Cheers. Echoed 5 voices in unison. You fool Rello, stop stealing my meat. This was specially prepared for me by Carmen. Nami scolded as Rello snatched her food. Don't be so stingy. I merely wanted to taste a bite. That was more than a bite. You devoured it all, you big idiot. Laughter filled the air as they enjoyed their meal. From now on, we are companions, so let us gradually acclimate to life aboard the ship, Noki softly spoke to Chopper. Companions? Chopper pondered, gazing at the lively atmosphere around the table. Hey, Chopper, don't just stand there. Try this lobster, it's Carmen's specialty. Rello urged the dazed Chopper, offering him a large lobster. Chopper looked at the lobster, then up at the crew, who were joyously fighting over the food. A smile slowly crept onto his face, and before long, he joined the fray for the food. After the meal, Chopper cradled his round belly, slumped in a chair, murmuring, "Today has been the happiest day of my life." "This is just the beginning. Many more joyful days await us," Rello replied with a smile. The following morning. "So, today we shall officially enter the West Sea. The West Sea is unlike the East Sea. It is a realm dominated by gangs. And the pirates here are far more numerous. Thus, upon entering the West Sea, Rello, feeling slightly uneasy, briefed everyone on the region, and preparations began. Powerful or not, it's nothing much," Nami chuckled shyly. Slap. Noki playfully swatted Nami's behind. "We're setting sail. Pay attention to the course." As the ship descended slowly, Chopper exclaimed, "Wow, we were flying in the air the whole time? You just realized?" The others replied, bemused. "Amazing. A flying ship. Incredible." Chopper hopped around, excitedly beginning his first tour aboard. "Chopper, this medical room has been prepared just for you. It's filled with advanced medical equipment. I'm sure you will love it," Rello said, leading Chopper to the medical room. "Amazing. Thank you, Rello," Chopper exclaimed with great excitement. Rello chuckled, shaking his head, leaning against the door, and watching the adorable little one marveling at everything with a face full of excitement. As Rello's ship entered the West Sea, pirate ships suddenly became abundant. To quickly enhance her strength, Kuina volunteered to charge into the fray. Rello and Chopper peered over the ship's railing, observing Kuina and Noki engaging in battle with the pirates. Chopper looked worried. "Rello, is it all right for them to fight so many pirates?" "Do not worry, Chopper. Kuina and the others are very strong. Those pirates are no match for them. By the way, Chopper, do you feel any discomfort watching them kill?" "No. I just think they're really impressive. Besides, pirates are wicked beings who kill and burn." Chopper shook his head. "Last night, Noki told me a lot about the things you all have faced." Rello felt reassured. He feared that the innocent-minded Chopper might harbor misgivings upon witnessing his companions in battle. So he had addressed it beforehand. "Hey, Kuina, Noki, don't sink the pirate ship. We haven't searched it yet." "Nami, I'm just saying, Chopper just arrived. Set a good example for him." Rello looked at Nami helplessly. "Do you have a problem with that?" Nami glared fiercely at Chopper. "And no," Chopper squeaked, darting behind Rello in fright. "Rello, Nami is so scary." Chopper trembled. "Ha ha." Rello burst into laughter, realizing Chopper was quite afraid of Nami. Once the battle concluded, Nami quickly leapt aboard the pirate ship, returning shortly after with a delighted expression, evidently having gathered quite a bounty. Chopper hurried toward Kuina and Noki as they returned to the ship, eager to check if they were injured. "We're fine, Chopper." "Thank you," Noki said, affectionately patting Chopper's head. "I'm so relieved you're safe. You're both so amazing and reliable," Chopper exclaimed, his excitement evident. Rello turned to Chopper, saying, "All right. If you wish to be as strong as them and become a true man, you must train diligently. So are you ready? Training starts tomorrow." "Yes." Chapter 43. The approaching assassin. A few days later, on an unnamed island. After several days of fierce battles with pirates, Rello resolved to rest for a few days on this island. "What is going on in the West Sea? We have been sailing for days without encountering a single island. This sea is simply vast," Nami lamented. "That is the nature of the West Sea. Its expanse is immense, and islands are not as plentiful as in the East Sea. Here, there are only a few scattered islands," Norikageo explained, harboring some understanding of the region. "Are all pirates like this? Ruthless and bloodthirsty? Why do they attack us on sight?" Chopper inquired, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Norikageo took it upon himself to recount the various atrocities committed by pirates, completely dispelling any lingering illusions Chopper had about them. As the group engaged in idle chatter, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from the kitchen, courtesy of Carmen. Turning to investigate, they saw Carmen performing exaggerated gestures with a ladle, her laughter echoing through the air. Rello could no longer contain himself. "Chopper, after we finish our meal, please attend to Carmen. She seems quite unwell." "What? Carmen is sick?" Chopper exclaimed, momentarily startled as he turned to face Carmen, who was handling dishes made of sea prism stone. "Yes, what she has is commonly referred to as Janibu, and it appears to be quite severe," Rello affirmed. "All right. I will take a look after dinner," Chopper replied, having adapted to the sea prism stone over the past few days and now capable of functioning normally. Rello did not expect much strength from him yet. Merely having the ability to protect himself was sufficient. Besides, this child would eventually grow powerful. So he would patiently await his development. After dinner, Rello reclined on a bull's head, gazing at the bright moon in the sky while enjoying the gentle sea breeze. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by a fragrant scent. Norikage, freshly bathed, lay down beside him. The wind feels delightful today. It reminds me of our childhood, when we often lay on the rooftops, gazing at the night sky and the sea breeze. Back then, Belmare would search the entire village for us. And when we were discovered, we nearly received a beating, haha. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, we have all grown up, Rello remarked, wrapping an arm around Norikage and gently stroking her silky blue hair, lying against Rello's chest. Norikage could feel the contours of his muscular frame and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her cheeks flushing and heart racing. Rello glanced down at her reddened face and playfully patted her backside, whispering in her ear, "Our Norikage has truly matured." Overwhelmed with shyness, Norikage sprang up awkwardly. "I think I will go rest now," she stammered, making a hasty retreat into the cabin. After teasing the adorable Norikage, Rello lay back at the ship's bow, quietly embracing the night. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the ocean's surface. Rello opened his eyes and turned around. "Good morning, Kuina. Why aren't you sleeping in a little longer?" "Good morning. I wanted to wake up early to practice a bit." "Practice?" Rello stretched lazily, extending an invitation. "Sounds good." Before long, the island was filled with the sounds of clashing swords. "What is going on? Those two rascals are restless this early in the morning," Nami grumbled, stepping out of the cabin in her pajamas, yawning. After breakfast, everyone set about their own tasks. Kuina and Norikage began their sword training together. Carmen retreated to the kitchen to experiment with recipes, while Chopper, initially intending to return to the medical room, was conscripted by Nami to carry tools into the forest. Rello approached the base of a small mountain, fists enveloped in haki, gazing up at the several hundred-meter-high hill with determination. In the past, Carp shattered military ships. Today, Rello will pummel mountains. With each punch, the ground shook, reverberating across the island and sending birds and beasts scattering. "What is happening? What is going on?" Chopper called out in alarm. "Calm down, Chopper. Foolish Rello is just training," Nami replied nonchalantly. Feeling the ground tremble and hearing the booming sounds, Chopper was taken aback. How can Rello train with such a commotion? Noting Chopper's expression, Nami rolled her eyes. "This is just a minor disturbance, let me tell you." As Nami narrated tales of Rello transforming into a colossal dragon and battling Carp in the East Sea, Chopper's astonishment was palpable, filled with unabashed admiration. Time slipped away quietly, and as the sun began to dip, Chopper returned to the ship, gazing at the diminishing mountain peaks with sparkling eyes. "Wow, he shattered the mountain with his bare hands. Rello is incredible. I must work hard to become a strong man too." The girls, charmed by Chopper's earnest encouragement, found their hearts captivated. At that moment, Carmen approached to summon Rello for a meal. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed, followed by a massive cloud of smoke. With a flash, Rello appeared on the deck, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted from exerting all his haki. Without a word, he dashed towards the bathroom. After finishing their meal, Rello felt revived. Before anyone could move, his gaze flickered, and he turned to the sea. "We have visitors." At his words, the group immediately became alert. They are neither pirates nor merchant ships? Upon observing the approaching vessel, they realized it was indeed heading towards them, and its intentions were not benign. Standing before them was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with a scar on his eye and fingers that had taken on a blade-like appearance. Dasbonus, the infamous assassin of the West Sea. "My friends, this is..." Rello began, eyeing Dasbonus and the dark-clad figures behind him. "We're here for business. The boss has taken a liking to your ship and the wealth it carries. As for you..." Dasbonus's gaze remained calm as it fell on Rello and his companions. "Sigh, what a nuisance." Dasbonus, the West Sea assassin. A quick-cutting devil fruit user whose entire body can transform into blades. So who will be the one to face him? Rello shrugged, glancing back at the girls. "I'll do it," Norikage declared, gripping a dry branch as she approached Dasbonus. Dasbonus assessed Norikage's advance and then glanced at Rello, who remained unperturbed. "A swordsman? In all my years, I have yet to encounter one capable of severing my blades. Are you sending her to her doom? Is that so? Then I shall eagerly await your performance. Please, commence." With that, Dasbonus wasted no time. His 10 fingers transformed into slender blades, and his legs followed suit. In a flurry, several slashes hurtled toward Norikage. "Is he a swordsman?" Kuina exclaimed, surprised. "Not a swordsman, it's a devil fruit ability." Pay close attention, Rello advised. Clink. Clink, clink. It became evident that he was unleashing air blades with cutting effects. Seeing his attacks thwarted, Bonus's legs shifted, enhancing his speed. With a whoosh, he vanished and reappeared in front of Norikage, his arms swinging in a relentless barrage of blade-like strikes. Clink, clink, clink. Norikage darted around, skillfully parrying the continuous onslaught. Their exchange fierce and electrifying. Norikage, stop playing around. Everyone is preparing to rest, Rello called out, feeling weariness wash over him as he observed the back-and-forth battle. Hey! Chopper gasped, watching Norikage retreat while fending off attacks, fearing for her safety. I know, Norikage retorted, sticking out her tongue before enveloping herself in haki. Across from her, Bonus's expression darkened, his haki-covered form visibly agitated. There are limits to underestimating others. I am not underestimating you. I intend to finish you with the next strike. With that, Norikage vanished and appeared behind Bonus, slowly sheathing her sword. In no way, beneath the backdrop of the tumultuous scene, Bonus's body stiffened momentarily before erupting in a cascade of crimson, collapsing slowly to the ground. Chapter 44, The Gang Intercepts. What a sight! Norikage is truly formidable, Chopper exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, while Rello could only shake his head in disbelief. Chopper, the ever-enthusiastic sidekick, seemed to show respect to everyone. After dispatching the remaining personnel, Rello planned to lift the ship and rest, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. He turned around. Where's Nami? Over there, Weno pouted, gesturing towards a nearby vessel. Rello slapped his forehead, while Norikage remained relatively composed. If Nami weren't scouring the ship, that would indeed be suspicious. Moments later, Nami stormed back aboard, fuming with resentment. What kind of people set sail without money? Nami, Rello's wealth is substantial. You really don't need to act like this every time. We aren't short on funds, Norikage remarked, exasperated by Nami's obsession with money. Upon hearing this, Nami erupted. What do you mean, Rello's money? The money he carries is mine, merely entrusted to him for safekeeping. Carmen transformed into a spinning top, appearing before Rello with a spatula in her mouth. I need money to procure ingredients from the West Sea and to experiment with new recipes. Oh ho ho ho, I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Rello glanced at Carmen, who was having a meltdown, and then at the furious Nami, promptly deciding to make himself scarce. The following day, the group planned to unwind. Early in the morning, several of the women donned swimsuits and frolicked on the beach, while Rello observed with keen interest. Under a nearby sunshade, Chopper, sporting rainbow glasses, lounged on a beach chair, sipping a drink through a straw, relishing the gentle sea breeze. How wonderful it is out here. The world feels so comfortable, hee hee hee. Indeed. The world outside is exquisite, vast, and bright, Chopper added, lost in the moment. Are we speaking of the same world? Just as Rello reveled in the beauty around him, Nami suddenly popped up, blocking his view. You idiot, Rello, what are you staring at? She glared. Rello appraised Nami from head to toe, replying, I'm admiring you. Nami froze momentarily, her face flushing crimson as she looked down. Ah, you fool Rello, I'll have it out with you. With a yelp, Nami's shriek startled Chopper, causing him to spray juice everywhere. I'll scratch you to death, Nami declared, straddling Rello's abdomen and wreaking playful havoc. Wearing a revealing outfit, Nami twisted her body on Rello, inciting some stirring in him, prompting an impulsive slap in her direction. Smack. Behave yourself. Nami suddenly collapsed onto Rello, too bashful to meet his gaze. Mistaking it for a moment of pain from his slap, Rello instinctively rubbed her back. A soft whimper escaped her lips. Nami lay languidly in Rello's embrace, her cheeks aflame. Why such a strong reaction? Rello thought, refraining from further teasing her, aware that she was still quite young. Gently, he cradled Nami, their breathing gradually sinking, and soon, they both drifted into slumber. Nami nestled her head, seeking a comfortable position, and gradually succumbed to sleep in Rello's arms. With a clear sky, azure sea, and gentle ocean breeze, accompanied by distant laughter, the scene painted a picture of tranquility that enveloped them. Time seemed to slip away until Rello slowly opened his eyes, feeling the softness against his arm. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the white skin exposed from the pressure and quickly turned away, surprised to find all nearby were asleep, lacking any vigilance. Considering the recent skirmishes they had endured, Rello opted not to rouse them, letting them rest a while longer. He shifted slightly, gazing at the distant sunset, savoring the soothing sea breeze. This place is indeed delightful. No need to toil like a workhorse, nor to fret over car loans, mortgages, or exorbitant wedding dowries. Here, weakness is a sin, survival is a simple, direct law where the winners take all. Wealth, power, and women. It all hinges on possessing unmatched strength. Rello felt a profound contentment with his current life, traveling the world with his companions, leading a carefree and liberated existence, focused solely on becoming stronger, ever stronger, until he reached the pinnacle. Awake, little sleepyhead. You've drooled all over me. Startled, Nami wiped her mouth. I didn't. You're lying, you idiot, Rello. With a mischievous grin, Rello leaned down and kissed Nami's forehead. So, you wish to be deceived by me? Humph. Nami huffed playfully, wrapping her arms around Rello's waist and nuzzling against his chest. Gradually, the others began to awaken, and Rello playfully patted Nami on her pert backside. Time to rise. Stop sleeping. We need to clean up and prepare for a meal. Humph. You fool, Rello. All you ever think about is food. Nami grumbled as she sluggishly got up, casting a glare at him before sashaying back to the ship. The next day, as the ship windbreaker descended slowly, everyone prepared to set sail. Nami, is the course clear? The course is clear. The route is correct. Excellent. Let us embark. Rello called out, standing at the bow and welcoming the dawn. Lost Camp Islands. A medium-sized isle in the West Sea housed the 80th Division of the West Sea Navy. There is a Navy base on this island, yet no ships are patrolling nearby, despite our recent skirmish with pirates. Why is that? Chopper inquired, puzzled. Chopper, you must understand that human thoughts are complex. When we were in the East Sea, it was common for pirates and Navy to collude to harm the populace, Nojiko explained, gently patting Chopper's shoulder, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Wait, what? Chopper's face turned pale, rendered speechless for a moment. Indeed, if the Navy colludes with the pirates, what hope is there for the people living on this island? As they disembarked onto the island, Rello secured the ship, and the group ventured into the town. The town was bustling with life, and Chopper, clutching the cotton candy Rello had just bought him, trailed behind, observing everything around him. How strange. The way these people are looking at us feels odd, he remarked. It's as if we're prey. After all, our ship is quite lavish, and surely, we carry ample wealth, Weno commented, her demeanor calm as she ignored the gazes. What discerning eyes. How do they know that this ship was constructed through my efforts? Rello mused, a sense of pride swelling within him. Are you foolish? Is now the time to boast about who built the ship? Nami scolded, exasperated. Prompted by Carmen, the group made their way to the market for ingredients, where Rello, with a flourish, conjured a plethora of supplies, eliciting Chopper's enthusiastic cheers. As they continued to gather supplies, the eyes of the onlookers grew increasingly intense. Just as they turned a corner, a cadre of black-clad figures blocked their path. Rello noticed a group of Navy officers in the distance and called out, Hey Navy! There are troublemakers here, help us! The black-clad figures simply watched Rello's plea, their expressions twisted with mockery. As the Navy officers approached, they not only ignored the commotion but quickened their pace to depart. The derision on the faces of the black-clad figures became more pronounced, accompanied by mocking laughter. Chopper was first taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. How could they do this? They are clearly the Navy. Chapter 45. We're merely asking for a bit of pocket money. Is that too much to ask? Ha ha ha, keep shouting. Why have you fallen silent? Let me tell you. This island is the territory of the Dick family, and everything here must heed the commands of the Dick family. Our boss, Dick Drays, is the true master of this island. We have come to inform you that you must surrender your ship and all your money. We might consider sparing your lives. The leading man in black arrogantly tossed these words at them. What? You intend to rob us? You must be dreaming. That money is mine. Nami erupted with fury at the thought of their intentions. Your money? Soon it won't be. Will we take it ourselves, or will you hand it over obediently? Fine. I'll give it to you, but you'll regret it. Nami retorted, brandishing her weather stick. The men in black, expecting her to comply, were utterly unprepared for the thunder that suddenly rained down upon them, leaving them sprawled on the ground amidst a burnt aroma. Rello patted Nami's head in praise. Well done. Nami, your speed has certainly improved. Heh, Allo, where shall we go next? Since that Dre's fellow desires money, let us deliver it to him. And perhaps we might collect a little fee for our troubles. That seems reasonable, does it not? After pondering for a moment, Rello decided upon this course. Not unreasonable at all. In fact, we should demand more. Hee. Nami giggled excitedly, her eyes sparkling with images of treasure. Chopper screamed in terror. Nami's eyes have turned into the shape of berries. The others gazed at the sky in disbelief. Upon arriving at the gates of Dick Dre's mansion, Nami couldn't help but exclaim, what a wealthy person. Living in such a grand house must mean they have a fortune stashed away. Before she could finish her thought, a throng of armed men in black emerged from the mansion, surrounding them. Are you the owners of that ship? You've got some nerve to come here yourself. The crowd parted, revealing a corpulent figure clad in a yellow plaid jacket over a suit. "You are Dick Drays, the one who covets our ship and money?" Nami stepped forward, just as Rello and the others faced off against Drays at the Navy branch. "In the Colonel's office." "Report." "Enter." Colonel Carlo Wren, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, perused a newspaper when he heard his subordinate's report. Without lifting his gaze, he replied, "Report, Colonel Horn. That group has dealt with a batch of Drays' men and is now heading to his residence. The two parties have met, and the likelihood of conflict is extremely high." After considering the report, Wren set down his newspaper and commanded, "Have Bright lead the first and second squads to stand by on the periphery. Whichever side loses, arrest them immediately and seize the spoils. If necessary, eradicate both sides entirely. Let him determine the situation." "Yes." The messenger promptly took his leave. At Dick Drays' mansion. "By the way, what became of Das Bonus?" Drays suddenly recalled and inquired. "Ah, so that dark-skinned fellow was sent by you?" "We've already sent him back home," Chopper realized. Rello looked at Chopper in astonishment. "Is this how things are supposed to unfold?" "Enough of this chatter, let us hurry," Nami urged. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Drays' eyes. "Very well. Since you're in a hurry, I shall oblige." He began to retreat towards the back of the crowd. Just as he stepped back, Kuno advanced, her almond-shaped eyes wide, unleashing a wave of conqueror's haki that swept through the crowd. The black-clad men collapsed one after another, their eyes rolling back. Drays, however, did not faint but instead fell to the ground, trembling in fear, cold sweat pouring down as a pale liquid soaked his trousers. Nami approached, disdainfully waving her hand in front of her nose. "Get up quickly and take us to your treasury, or I shall have to end you." While Nami and the others made their way to the treasury, the Navy remained on the lookout. "Captain, there has been no movement inside, no gunfire or shouts. Should we send someone to observe closely? Let us wait a bit longer. If there is still no action, then we shall send someone in." Captain Brian spoke calmly while leisurely puffing on a cigar. "Yes, your wisdom is unparalleled, Captain." While the Navy stood watch, the group entered Dick Drays' treasury. "Wow, there must be hundreds of billions of berries here. It's all mine," Nami exclaimed, diving into the pile of berries and gold, inhaling deeply. "Foolish Rello. What are you waiting for? Gather it up, we'll count it on the ship. Tonight, I want to fill my room with gold and berries." She even took a golden pistol and strapped it to her waist. "What about him? Kill him. The mob has no redeeming qualities. They traffic in humans and organs, committing acts of arson and plunder, no different from pirates." After they departed, mere moments later, 2 squads of Navy soldiers charged in. All they found was the decapitated Drays and an utterly emptied treasury. Resigned, Brian ordered the arrest of all mob associates, followed by a complete purge of any remaining criminal elements in the town. Thus, the Dick family, which had covertly ruled the island for years, was obliterated, and the Navy finally secured real control over the territory. Meanwhile, the culprits were joyfully sailing towards their next island. In an unfamiliar sea, snowflakes fell like feathers from the sky. On the deck, Rello and Chopper were playing in the snow, building snowmen and thoroughly enjoying themselves. Chopper, brimming with excitement, rolled in the snow. "Chopper, look! A giant chopper!" Rello showcased his creation, a snowman resembling Chopper. Let me join. Ha. Chopper, always the enthusiastic sidekick, soon crafted a snowman resembling Rello, albeit with a rather elongated nose. As they reveled in their merriment, Nojiko joined in, and soon all were engaged in a spirited snowball fight, with snowballs flying in every direction, leaving no one exempt. Afterward, as they grew weary, they all paused. "Rello, please put away the gold and berries from my room," Nami said calmly. Rello scrutinized her from head to toe. "Are you sure? Can you sleep without gold?" "Foolish Rello. Are you trying to kill me? Is it really that exaggerated?" Nami felt a twinge of guilt. Not exaggerated at all. Some people genuinely fainted at the sight of gold. "Stop the chatter and go put it away, hurry," Nami urged, somewhat exasperatedly pushing Rello back inside. That day, at Nami's behest, Rello retrieved all the gold, berries, and jewelry from his backpack, filling Nami's room to the brim. Upon witnessing this scene, Nami fainted from excitement, and the others stood with their mouths agape. They had known Rello possessed a considerable amount of gold, but they never expected such a staggering quantity. Not only Nami, but the others were also on the verge of fainting. Subsequently, everyone was filled with exhilaration, their spirits lifted and their posture straightened, moving with newfound lightness. Kuina boldly declared, "Even if the One Piece is real, it surely pales in comparison to Rello's gold." Chapter 46, Capone Beach. In the West Sea, near the central region of the ocean, lies a large island blessed with abundant resources and a temperate climate, making it a suitable abode for humanity. This island is the domain of the Kingdom of Illusia, currently ruled by King Hyndar Lucas. The kingdom is a member of the world government and has a substantial population. However, the aristocracy within the realm is rife with decay, as they engage in fierce rivalries, exacerbating their oppression of the common folk, resulting in dire living conditions for the latter. In their quest for power, these nobles resort to hiring gangs, assassins, and fugitives to undermine one another, leading to frequent brawls and armed conflicts within the city. Here, one can find gangs that dominate the underworld, pirates colluding with them, nobles in league with those pirates, fugitives, and intelligence agents from the world government, weaving a complex web of relationships throughout the nation. In the noble district, at the castle of Minister Onis, the steward was presenting a list of tributes from the Capone family for the month, which included 200 million berries and 20 beautiful women. Just as he was reporting, two men, clad in suits and wearing sunglasses, suddenly appeared in the room. Onis, who was being served a meal by several maidens, abruptly rose. "Who are you?" Dozens of bodyguards swiftly surrounded the two men. One of them produced a document. "We are officials of the world government, Minister Onis. You are to have your men stand down." Minister Onis took the document, glanced at it, and waved his hand for the bodyguards to withdraw. He then returned to his seat and inquired, "What business do world government officials have with me?" "We are currently investigating the notorious demon child Nico Robin, who has been quite active in your country of late. Minister Onis, you control a significant portion of the ports and transportation routes in the nation, making your intelligence invaluable. We require your assistance in locating Nico Robin. In return, the appointment of your eldest son to the Holy Land can be secured." The city of Philride, being the largest city in the southern region of the Kingdom of Illusia and the nation's foremost port, serves as a crucial hub for most maritime routes in the West Sea. The volume of goods entering and leaving daily is staggering, drawing the envy of numerous factions, particularly those supported by the noble class and criminal organizations. In a secluded estate within Philride, the Capone family stronghold, Capone Beej was puffing on a cigar while listening to his subordinate report intelligence. "Boss, we have just received word that several of our outposts in the city have been eliminated by the Hog family. Furthermore, our men happened to see Hog Mel, the leader of the Hog family, has also arrived in Philride. Boss, what should we do in retaliation?" Capone Beej remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Over the past 2 years, the Capone family had experienced rapid growth, drawing the ire of other prominent families, particularly the Hog family, whose hostility was overt. This time, they had directly attacked several of Capone's outposts. The Capone family had set its sights on the lucrative opportunities in Philride, and now the Hog family was attempting to impede their progress. Should they seize this opportunity to eradicate the Hog family? If they could devour this prize, the Capone family would soar to new heights within a few years. However, they needed to eliminate the Hog family while securing noble support. What justification could they find? As Capone Beej pondered the rationale, his subordinates stood silently by, unwilling to disturb his contemplation. At that moment, the phone bug began to ring. "BRR, BRR, BRR. Hello, Beej. This is Onis. I need you to locate Nico Robin, preferably alive." Capone Beej did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration lit up his expression. "Minister Onis, I happen to have information regarding Nico Robin. She was recently seen in connection with the Hog family. However, I need to confirm whether she is working for them or merely happened to be there. But given the Hog family's influence, I will require your assistance." Upon hearing that Beej indeed had leads on Nico Robin, Onis expressed his support. "The Hog family, you say? I will reach out to Duke Rabernick shortly. Additionally, I will send 2 more individuals to assist you, but you must ensure this task is completed, understood?" "Understood, Minister Onis. I will await your good news." After hanging up, Capone Beej felt a surge of excitement. Fortune smiles upon the Capone family. We are destined to rise. "Boss, about that news on Nico Robin, we cannot ascertain its veracity. Must we verify the truth? Once we establish that she is with the Hog family, that is sufficient," Capone Beej declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, after several days of sailing, Rello and his crew finally arrived at the Kingdom of Illusia, specifically at Philride Port. "Wow, this port is enormous. And there are so many ships," Chopper exclaimed. Nami explained to Chopper, "Philride is the largest port in the Kingdom of Illusia and can be considered the most prosperous city. We must explore it thoroughly." "Absolutely." Chopper then turned to Rello. "Hey, Rello, could you help me buy some cotton candy and store it? Different flavors, please." Seeing Chopper's pleading eyes, Rello could not bear to refuse, especially since money was no object. "Of course, not only will I help you stock up on cotton candy, but I will also get you a machine to make it, so we can create any flavor we desire." Really? Chopper exclaimed, excitedly hugging Rello's leg. Thank you, Rello. You are the best. Chopper, after you enjoy my cotton candy, you'll be responsible for the 4 emperors. Once they disembarked, Nami and Rello requested money to go shopping. They decided to split into 2 groups, Rello with Chopper and Carmen, and Nami with the others. Chopper, thrilled to be in such a bustling city for the first time, gazed around in wonder. So, Rello, where are we headed now? First, let's visit the market for ingredients with Carmen. She seems quite interested in it. Rello observed Carmen, who was captivated by the attire of women in the crowd. Don't worry, Carmen, Nami and the others will buy you clothes. If not, you can buy them yourself. We have the funds. Rello thought Carmen envied the clothing styles and offered reassurance. No, you misunderstood. I only envy their figures. They are stunning. I, by your standards, am quite flat, Carmen replied, looking dejected. Huh, you're still young. You can grow. Besides, you could study ingredients that promote growth. It's a win-win. Oh, right. Rello pondered for a moment, then suddenly brightened, saying to Carmen, I heard that papayas and milk can aid in development. Carmen, should we buy some to try? Is that true? I had no idea. But sure, let's get some. Then let's go, Chopper, and we'll also buy you some milk. With that, they made their way to the market for ingredients. Chapter 47, The Terrifying Nami. At the Capone family stronghold in Philride, Bitter entered Capone Beej's office, holding a newspaper. Boss, look, this group has landed in Philride today. Should we take any action? After reading the newspaper, Capone Beej took a puff of his cigar and then turned to Bitter with a serious expression. Bit, have you considered the repercussions of offending such a formidable adversary? Can our Capone family withstand the wrath he may unleash? The president spoke with an air of concern. Rest assured, once the Hog family is vanquished, I shall take full responsibility for having concealed matters from you. Sacrificing myself for the prosperity of our clan is a worthy trade, Bit replied with utmost sincerity. Capone Becky remained silent, turning his chair to gaze out the window. The smoke from his burning cigar curled languidly upwards. After a prolonged silence, his voice emerged from behind the chair. Proceed. Yes, President. Bit bowed and withdrew. Capone Becky casually picked up the newspaper he had earlier discarded, his gaze lingering on the photograph depicting the clash between Rello and Cap adventurer Rello. Do not let me down, he murmured. In the bustling district of Philride, as the crew dispersed, the 2 women, under Nami's guidance, embarked on their exploratory journey. The sudden appearance of 3 striking young women drew the attention of passers-by, many well-dressed individuals approaching to engage them in conversation. Each of the trio possessed an enviable stature and youthful beauty, embodying the most sought-after age. In this city rife with vice, those with nefarious intentions would undoubtedly seize such high-value targets. After dealing with yet another group of troublemakers, Nami expressed her dissatisfaction. What is wrong with this city? Is it always this chaotic, with no one to manage it? If only that fool Rello were here, he could handle these pesky flies. Which is truly ruining my mood. Rello had previously remarked that the West Sea was notorious for its gang activities, and it seemed these individuals were indeed organized. Likely local thugs targeting them. How infuriating. That fool Rello, fully aware of the rampant gangs, yet he isn't here to protect us. Just wait until I get back. I'll give him a piece of my mind, Nami fumed. Nojiko, with a resigned expression, replied, Enough, Nami. Stop complaining. Rello trusts our abilities by allowing us to act independently, and he cannot be by our side at all times. Hey, Nojiko, who exactly is the sister here? You defend him at every turn, leaving no room for me as your sister, Nami retorted, her discontent evident. Nojiko, feeling slightly embarrassed, stammered, I was just speaking the truth. One day, this overzealous attitude of yours will drive me to the brink. Come on, since they are causing us trouble, let us retaliate. The Hog family, is it? They shall taste the wrath of a lady out shopping. With Nojiko somewhat hesitantly following Nami, they made their way toward the Hog family's territory. Just as they approached, a trio emerged from around the corner. Chopper was indulging in cotton candy, while Rello and Carmen chatted amiably, sipping their drinks through straws. Observing the carefree demeanor of Rello and his companions ignited Nami's fury. Well, while we are constantly harassed and unable to enjoy our outing, you 3 are reveling in your leisure. Hey, you guys. Nami, you're here too. Rello, oblivious to the anger in Nami's eyes, greeted her cheerily. Oblivious to the impending storm. At that moment, Nami's pent-up rage manifested itself. Enveloped in an orange-red flame of fury, she advanced step by step toward Rello and his companions. Sensing the terrifying aura, Chopper quickly ducked behind Rello. As Nami drew near, she suddenly vanished, followed by a cacophony of curses and the sounds of blows landing. I'll make you eat your words. I'll show you what it's like to find things amusing without us. Nami, I was wrong. Though I'm not quite sure what I did wrong. Please stop. Rello's cries echoed through the air. Nojiko and Kuina, witnessing Rello's dire predicament, averted their gazes in embarrassment. Unable to bear the sight, they too harbored frustrations, realizing that without comparison, one does not appreciate the pain. As Rello received a thorough beating, Chopper collapsed in fear. Rello was instantly defeated. Nami. The dread of Nami seeped into his very bones. Carmen, trembling at the side, appeared completely bewildered, donning an expression of ignorance. As if to say, I know nothing, it's not my concern. After a while, once Nami had expended her fury, the group finally relayed the events to the bruised Rello. What? They harassed you and intended to capture you for their own amusement? The Hog family, is it? Let us go. We shall annihilate them. Rello, filled with indignation over receiving an unwarranted beating, realized the source of his plight lay with this group of small-time criminals. They marched boldly toward the Hog family's estate. At the Capone family stronghold, in Capone Becky's office, news reached him that the group was en route to the Hog family. Extinguishing his cigar, Capone Becky remarked, Excellent. Once the fighting commences, signal immediately. This time, we shall obliterate the Hog family once and for all. As Rello and his companions arrived at the gates of the Hog family estate, without waiting for any inquiries from within, Rello drew his long knife and unleashed a powerful slash, cleaving the gate and several individuals inside in two. Following this, torrents of lightning swept across the estate, engulfing every corner, and the air was soon filled with the sounds of anguished cries. The companions, following behind, exchanged glances, bewildered by Rello's fervent rage. Chopper and Carmen gazed at Rello, their eyes sparkling with admiration amidst the storm of thunder and lightning. Upon entering the building, they found only a few trembling executives cowering behind a desk, their weapons scattered across the floor. Which of you is Hogmel? We. Our president is not here. They stammered in a panic. Where has he gone? We don't know. The executives exchanged glances, equally clueless. Then what use are you? Rello declared as he prepared to dispose of them, but Nami intervened swiftly. Hold on, you lot. Take me to where you store your valuables. Or else I'll send you to join your comrades outside. Nojiko facepalmed, realizing that some habits were impossible to change. Rello stepped outside, his observation hockey scanning the area, revealing that many parts of the city were embroiled in conflict, gunfire ringing out incessantly. With a swift motion, Rello vanished, reappearing atop an alleyway, silently observing the standoff between two factions below. Capone Becky, show some restraint. I no longer desire a piece of this juicy Phil Reed territory. I will provide you with information on Nico Robin, but only if you spare me. Hogmel spoke, his eyes wide with fear as he stood behind four bodyguards. Confronting Capone Becky. Capone Becky, cigar in mouth, adjusted his suit. Mr. Mel, as a gentleman, why would I seek to eradicate you entirely? If you relinquish the information on Nico Robin and agree to withdraw from Phil Reed City immediately, I assure you, I will not trouble you further. At this revelation, Rello understood he had been used as a pawn, and his resolve solidified. Returning to the Hog estate, once his companions had gathered everything necessary, he instructed Carmen to prepare a meal, intending to eat before addressing other matters. Chapter 48, Successful Capture of Robin. Just as Rello and the others were dining, a commotion of footsteps echoed outside. In a short while, a group of individuals clad in black suits entered, led by a short, slightly rotund man. Mr. Rello, I hope you will forgive this uninvited intrusion. I am Captain Beijai, the spokesperson for the Capon family. I have come specifically to extend my apologies to you today. Captain Beijai immediately made his intentions clear upon entering. You arrived quite swiftly. I was just about to seek you out, Rello remarked with a smile, wiping his mouth. Captain Beijai's pupils constricted as he took in the grim scene of charred corpses scattered across the estate. Mr. Rello, I sincerely apologize for the mistakes made by my subordinates, he said, bowing slightly. He then clapped his hands, and two men in black suits stepped forward carrying boxes. This is 1 billion berries, as a token of my contrition. Ah, so you think you can simply throw money at us after using us? How naive of you, Rello replied, his gaze fixed on Captain Beijai, lightning flickering in his eyes. Cold sweat trickled down Captain Beijai's back. Mr. Rello, please, make any demands you wish. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Rello glanced at the people behind him. You may leave, but these individuals will stay as a form of reparations. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Could Mr. Rello consider a different condition? The air crackled ominously. Countless lightning spears suddenly pierced through the bodies of these men, pinning them mercilessly to the ground. Captain Beijai was also caught in the fallout, collapsing in a disheveled heap as the scene turned grim. Am I negotiating with you? Should this happen again, the Capon family will have no reason to exist. Now leave. Captain Beijai struggled to rise, casting a glance at his fallen subordinates, taking a deep breath before bowing shakily to Rello as he retreated. So, it was he who sent those to harass us, aiming to use us to eliminate the Hog family? Weno stated calmly. Indeed. He sought to exploit us to annihilate his rival family, provoking you to create trouble for the Hog family while he seizes the opportunity to eliminate them, came the reply. Unbelievable. These people are truly malevolent. We are fortunate to be strong. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire, Chopper exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly. Nami, your anger should be directed at. Rello began, only to find Nami had already opened the 2 boxes, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the berries within. Never mind, let her be. He mused. Nami, with a cheerful grin, remarked, with such a sum of 1 billion berries, I wouldn't mind a few more visits like this. Rello and Noki facepalmed in unison. There's no hope for her. After their meal, the group stepped out of the estate, a scene littered with corpses. Meanwhile, those aboard the ship had also been trained. Amidst all the bodies, they were still able to eat. Learning from past experiences, this time Rello faithfully followed the women. Hastily paying for their purchases, Nami was quite pleased with Rello's behavior, her laughter ringing out throughout their outing. As they prepared to return to the ship, the sound of gunfire erupted nearby, capturing their attention. Is it another gang conflict? It truly never ends, Nami complained. Suddenly, a figure darted out. Collapsing on the ground with a gunshot wound to the shoulder, blood gushing forth. A group of men in black suits and sunglasses quickly surrounded the fallen individual. Nico Robin, you have evaded capture for long enough. It is time for you to return to the world government's prison and spend the rest of your days there. The fallen Nico Robin, too weak to rise, felt utterly powerless after being shot, unable to summon her abilities. Listening to the words of the men in black, despair washed over her. After over a decade of fleeing, had her fate finally reached its end? As she glanced up, her eyes caught sight of Rello and his companions. And recognizing him as the adventurer, she reached out in desperation. Help me, please. Rello, momentarily taken aback upon hearing her name, blinked in surprise. Nico Robin? Is this the woman in her 20s, in such a wretched state? The sudden plea for help shook him from his stupor. To save you? If I do, you must join us. Is that agreeable? Robin nodded vigorously, but Nami interjected, displeased. Hey, Rello, we don't even know her. Why should we save her? Rest assured. She is not a villain, Rello replied with a smile. The black-suited men glared at them, anger boiling over. We are agents of the world government, apprehending a fugitive. It would be wise for you to refrain from interfering. Ignoring them, Rello nodded to Weno, who swiftly dashed forward, her blade glinting as the black-suited men fell one by one. Rello scooped up Robin and led the way towards the port. Nami muttered from behind, Idiot Rello. This big oaf can't resist a pretty face. So what if she is a bit older and has a better figure? Noki and Weno shot reproachful glances at Rello. Feeling the burning intensity of their gazes behind him, Rello felt helpless. After all, it was Nico Robin he had encountered, and he couldn't simply abandon her. Glancing down at Robin's pale face, he wondered how she had been betrayed once more. You. Robin felt an unsettling familiarity in his tone, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Nico Robin, the sea is vast and boundless. One day, you will meet companions who will protect you. Today, you have met them. As Rello carried Robin, he spoke softly. His words sent shivers down her spine, and tears began to well in her eyes. She gazed intently at Rello. How do you know? Saul is alive, Robin exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around Rello's neck in excitement. Really? Saul is truly alive. Indeed, he is doing quite well. That is wonderful. Oh, how wonderful, Robin cried, tears streaming down her face, murmuring incessantly. Upon reaching the port, Rello waved his hand, summoning a grand ship. Robin watched in astonishment, not prying further. Soon after, the windbreakers set sail, and after Chopper's treatment and the removal of the sea stone bullet, Robin regained her freedom of movement. Stepping out of the cabin, she saw others engaged in various activities, some wielding swords, others cooking, and some sipping tea and chatting, all leisurely tending to their own affairs. Robin approached Rello with a smile. Captain Rello, thank you for saving me. Think nothing of it. How is your injury? Are you all right? I'm fine now. Dr. Chopper has already bandaged me. Looking at Robin, knowing she had been on the run since the age of 8, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He instinctively stepped forward and gently embraced her. Those engaged in their tasks paused, watching the scene with bemusement. Nami exploded. See, I told you, foolish Rello, you're just a big oaf, a lecher. You're already hugging her. How infuriating. Robin appeared surprised. About to speak when Rello's voice interrupted her. Robin, you must have had a difficult time being alone all these years. Rest assured, You will no longer be alone. We will all be with you. As Rello's words reached her, Robin broke down in tears, the facade of calmness shattering bit by bit. Feeling the gentle hand patting her back, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Rello's waist, nodding vigorously, yes, just as they savored the tranquility of the moment. Nami's impatient voice broke through. Hey, idiot Rello, how long are you going to keep hugging her? Chapter 49, The Bounty. Upon hearing Nami's voice, the two swiftly parted ways. While Robin promptly composed herself. Allow me to introduce our newest companion aboard the ship. Nico Robin, a renowned archaeologist capable of deciphering ancient scripts. And the wielder of the flower fruit, Rello announced to the group. Subsequently, as Carmen frolicked around preparing the feast, everyone commenced the banquet. Welcome, Robin, to our band of adventurers. With that, all raised their glasses in a toast. Cheers. Cheers. Echoed 6 times. Amidst laughter and merriment. Robin showcased the abilities of the flower fruit, leaving everyone in awe. How convenient, exclaimed Chopper, who, while excitedly presenting his meal, glanced up in mild displeasure. Suddenly, he was met with the sight of Robin sprouting 2 antlers atop Rello's head, gesturing playfully at him. Ha ha ha. Chopper and Carmen erupted into fits of laughter. The celebration continued in an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. After the meal, Robin sat aside sipping tea when, with a thud, Nami abruptly seated herself across from her, fixating her gaze intently. Though that fool Rello may be enchanted by you, I will never endorse your presence. I shall keep a close watch on you. Very well. Miss Nami, I shall welcome your scrutiny, Robin replied. You better, Nami retorted. By the way, during my time with the Hog family, I collected some precious gems, but they seem futile now. With that, Robin produced a bag filled with colorful gemstones and tossed them onto the table. Whoosh. Nami, in utter delight, slid forward on her knees, cradling the gems with starry eyes. Big sister, we are thrilled to have you join the adventurers. You are so kind, Nami. Thank you, Robin responded. At that moment, Carmen approached with a dessert in hand. For you, Sister Robin. Thank you for the dessert. You're welcome. By the way, Robin, does your ability allow you to sprout hands anywhere? Carmen inquired curiously. Indeed, Robin affirmed, waving her hand, causing Carmen's sides to sprout several arms. Look, Chopper, check out my centipede transformation. Carmen turned to boast to Chopper, and once again, laughter filled the air. Rello couldn't help but muse. These 2 children sure know how to have fun. Days passed, and Robin seamlessly integrated into the group, of course, still carrying sea prism stones. After several days of interaction and exploration, Robin expressed her admiration for the ship, exclaiming it truly deserved its title as the Ship of Miracles. One day, while lounging at the bow, Rello was stirred from his slumber by Nami's exclamation. Oh no, Rello, we've all been bounty hunted. Nami looked somewhat flustered. Calm down, Nami. Being sought after isn't entirely negative. The more renowned we become, the fewer adversaries will dare to provoke us, allowing us to pursue our adventures in peace. Rello reassured her. Robin, feeling a twinge of guilt, gazed at the others and said, I'm sorry. It is I who has implicated everyone. Weno stepped forward, patting her shoulder and smiling. It's not entirely your fault. You are merely a catalyst. Given the circumstances, we would have eventually been hunted. Indeed, the world government will not permit a band of capable, uncontrollable misfits to roam freely, another chimed in. Touched by the smiles of her companions, Robin felt deeply moved, realizing they bore no resentment. Well then, let us see the bounty amounts, Rello suggested, spreading out several bounty posters detailing their respective amounts. Rello, captain of the adventurers. Dragon form devil fruit, suspected mythical Zoan, master swordsman, bounty, 500 million berries. Weno, adventurer combatant, Zoan human fruit, mythical Zoan angel form, swordmaster, bounty, 110 million berries. Nojiko, adventurer combatant, Zoan bat fruit, mythical Zoan vampire form, swordmaster, bounty, 110 million berries. Nami, adventurer navigator, Logia cloud fruit, bounty, 50 million berries. Carmen, adventurer chef, bounty, 100,000 berries. Chopper, adventurer pet, bounty, 50 berries. Nico Robin, devil child, paramecia flower fruit, bounty, 79 million berries. The group exchanged glances at their bounties, displaying varied expressions. Rello silently pondered how much his own bounty would be if he lost his armor. Nami gazed at her bounty with trepidation. Starting at 50 million berries. How outrageous. How will I ever shop in peace again? The others maintained their composure, with Robin even smiling as she jested about her bounty remaining unchanged for years. Chopper squatted in a corner, radiating a sense of despair. What's wrong? Rello asked, suppressing a laugh. Why? Why is my bounty so low? I'm the ship's doctor, not a pet. 50 berries barely buys a cotton candy. Chopper erupted in a fit of anguish. Ha! The others burst into laughter. Cheer up, Chopper. If you train hard and become a strong man, your bounty will surely rise. Rello encouraged, stifling his amusement. Really? Chopper asked, hope glimmering in his eyes. Of course. You know me. As your captain, I never lie, Rello assured him with conviction. Glancing at the bounty list, Rello suddenly turned to Carmen and asked, By the way, Carmen, I happen to have a few devil fruits here. Would you like to try one? With that, he produced several devil fruits. The casual manner in which Rello displayed the fruits astonished Carmen, Robin, and the others. These were treasures of the sea, each worth at least 100 million berries. Rello introduced a variety of devil fruits, silver fruit, paper fruit, and crush fruit, among others, skipping over several zone types. After careful consideration and Rello's enthusiastic recommendation, Carmen opted for the paper fruit, finding it well suited to her. During the introduction, Rello animatedly spoke of angels and white tigers, leaving everyone bemused. Ugh, you must eat them all. Nami chimed in, reveling in the mischief. Isn't a devil fruit consumed by just taking a bite? Why must it be consumed entirely? Robin asked, puzzled. Upon hearing Robin's words, Rello's heart sank. Oh no. As predicted, the moment Robin finished speaking, two piercing gazes bore into him. Nami, who had been smiling moments ago, now wore a scowl, while Nojiko's eyes were fixated on him with intensity. What are you looking at me for? Rello stammered. What do you mean? You idiot, Rello. Back then, what did you tell us? That we had to eat it all. What is the deal with that? Nami exclaimed, tugging at Rello's collar, shaking him vigorously. Memories of that fateful day when she and Nojiko tearfully swallowed their devil fruits flooded back, igniting her fury. You deceitful scoundrel. You just wanted to trick us. I didn't deceive you. Besides, you know I consumed mine entirely. Rello protested innocently. Upon reflection, that does seem to be the case. Especially as it was right before our eyes. Humph. Even so, it's still your responsibility. Chapter 50, Akiji's Obstruction. The calm surface of the sea, the azure sky, and seagulls soaring amidst fluffy white clouds, accompanied by a gentle sea breeze. The windy gale sailed slowly as Rello yawned and rose from the bow. Hey, Carmen. Can we have barbecue for lunch? Exclaimed the foolish Rello. You blockhead, what are you thinking? It's noon. Why would we eat barbecue? Nami shot a disapproving glare at the newly awakened Rello. Barbecue sounds great. We can use the leftover meat in the fridge and add some vegetables for a delightful lunch. Carmen chimed in from the kitchen. I must say, the weather is splendid today, and the gentle breeze makes it perfect for a barbecue, Noki affirmed. After a while, when Chopper finished assisting with preparations and was about to eat, he noticed Robin engrossed in her book. Robin, we're having barbecue. Carmen's cooking is delicious. Chopper announced. Okay. Just a moment, Robin replied, lifting her gaze. No, we can't let the barbecue get cold. Besides, if all you do is read, you'll turn into a bookworm. People do say bookworm for a reason, Chopper said seriously. How adorable, Chopper. Robin smiled warmly. Rello, passing by, looked astonished. Chopper, you really know a lot. I didn't know reading could turn you into a worm. You idiot, Rello, what are you saying? Chopper retorted, somewhat embarrassed. Laughter filled the air as they savored their barbecue and sipped on drinks. After the meal, they lounged on the deck, basking in the sun and enjoying the sea breeze. Relishing a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Chopper exclaimed, Wow! Rello, look! There's someone riding a bicycle on the sea. How impressive! Rello immediately envisioned Akiji in his mind. After all, in this pirate world, riding a bicycle on the ocean was unique to Akiji. Approaching the railing, they saw a figure on a bicycle gliding smoothly across the water. Indeed, it was him. How anxious he must be, fretting over Robin's safety, making such frequent trips to the West Sea. Hey, young man. I've been out for a stroll and feel a bit tired. May I rest on your ship for a while? Akiji called out as he approached. Sure, come aboard. Old man, Rello replied. Thank you, but there's no need for old man, Akiji responded. Ah, what a splendid ship. Upon boarding, Akiji surveyed his surroundings, impressed. Oh, how did you know this ship was built by me and Water 7? You have a good eye, old man, Rello exclaimed in surprise. Nami and the others exchanged exasperated looks. Rello always had to make a scene. Hearing someone board, Robin, who had just stood up, was confronted by her haunting nightmare, Akiji. Trembling, she collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Akiji, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Robin, what's wrong? Are you okay? Rello asked, concern etched on his face. How could Robin be so frightened? Who exactly are you? The group tensed, with Noki and Weno ready to draw their weapons. Chopper nervously hid behind Rello, seeking comfort. He is a Navy Admiral, Akiji. Robin managed to explain, her anxiety palpable. Navy? Admiral? The group gasped in unison. An admiral? How powerful is he? Nami clutched her head, fear evident on her face. Only 3 individuals in the Navy held the rank of Admiral, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, with only the Fleet Admiral Sengoku above them. How could such a significant figure appear here? What madness is this? Carmen felt a wave of despair. Akiji, seemingly unfazed, brightened at Nami's words. Oh, there's a stunning lady here. Do you have time tonight? Rello facepalmed, baffled by Akiji's nonsensical demeanor. Akiji boarded. And while Rello maintained a level of calm due to his own strength, the others were markedly tense. Chopper, in particular, shouted nervously, "Hey, speak properly. Why are you here?" Akiji scratched his curly hair in exasperation. "I came out for a stroll and got a bit tired. I just wanted to rest here. After the Alesia Kingdom incident, Nico Robin went missing, and I merely wanted to check on her. It seems she has joined your crew. Rest assured, I'm not here to capture you." Noki was taken aback, contemplating Robin's situation. Is this guy really a Navy Admiral? He doesn't seem like one. Hey, beautiful lady, don't judge a person by appearances. I, as a Navy officer, adhere to a philosophy of lazy justice. So, I suppose it's fine, Akiji remarked, reclining on the deck. You certainly seem lazy. Even more so than Alu, Noki quipped. Hey, Rello protested. Well, if you're not here to apprehend us, would you like some tea? Rello asked, picking up a teacup. You fool, Rello. Be serious. He's a Navy officer, and we are wanted criminals. Nami exclaimed, exasperated as she watched Rello leisurely sipping his tea. Just then, Akiji's transponder snail rang. He reluctantly stood up and went to the bow to answer it. Noki, uneasy, approached Rello and whispered, Alu, is this really all right? Letting a Navy Admiral aboard? No problem, don't worry. I'm here, and so is Robin. Everything will be fine, Rello reassured, glancing at Robin. As they engaged in quiet conversation, Akiji hung up the phone and returned, sitting cross-legged on the figurehead, visibly irritated as he scratched his head. Rello, observing his expression, questioned. What's wrong, old man? Adventurer Rello, how should I put this? Are you carefree or simply unfathomable? I came here to meet you and Nico Robin. After careful consideration, I believe it would be best if you all perished here. Upon hearing Akiji's words, the group immediately became alert. The earlier casual demeanor had vanished, replaced by a palpable tension. A subtle but discernible threat filled the air, causing their hairs to stand on end. Akiji continued. Although your group has yet to commit any significant crimes, and you are merely a handful of individuals, each of you possesses formidable strength. 3 mythical Zoan devil fruit users, 1 Logia, and 1 Paramecia. Such dangerous individuals congregating can only lead to future complications. Chopper trembled, stammering. How could that be? We only wish to travel the world and seek adventure. We aren't as dangerous as you claim. What I find particularly concerning is you, Nico Robin, Akiji remarked, his focus sharpening on Robin. So, it was indeed about Robin. Rello mused, though he remained unafraid, slowly approaching with his sword drawn. Chapter 51, Akiji takes action. Akiji sat at the ship's bow, observing Robin below. The bounty amount not only signifies the strength of a criminal, but also their level of threat to the world government. Therefore, at the tender age of 8, your bounty had already reached 79 million berries. Though merely a child, you skillfully navigated survival through betrayal and evasion, manipulating and utilizing others, relying on your clever intellect to endure in the shadows. It seems this chosen refuge is indeed with this group. Rello stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Akiji. I must say, old man, Robin has endured a solitary and arduous existence since the tender age of 8. The solitude and fear, the persecution and the constant flight, it's beyond imagination. Do not belittle the hardships she has faced throughout her life, you scoundrel. Akiji cast a fleeting glance at Rello before continuing. You are about to face grave misfortune. Soon you will regret having taken on such a troublesome woman. The best evidence lies in the fact that every organization that has ever been associated with Nico Robin has met its demise. Only she remains unscathed. Do you not wonder why? Rello approached Robin, his eyes still fixed on Akiji. Is that so? But that was in the past. What of the present? Those organizations brought their downfall upon themselves, overestimating their strength and nearly dragging Robin down with them. Fortunately, she has now fortuitously encountered me. Rello nonchalantly picked at his ear. Weno also stepped forward, asserting, what matters most is the present. Robin is our comrade, and you shall not speak ill of her, you brute. Carmen, hiding behind Weno, shouted defiantly. Observing the expressions of the group, Akiji pondered. Ah, I see. It appears you have formed quite a bond with them. What are you trying to convey? If you wish to capture me, feel free to make your move, Robin exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. 30 blooms of the flower. Akiji, ensnared by countless arms, remained unfazed. It seems I have spoken too much. I initially believed you to be a clever woman, but it appears I was mistaken. Ice claw. With a resounding crash, Akiji's form shattered into countless ice fragments. Is he a devil fruit user of the Logia type? Weno and the others, having become well-versed in the abilities of devil fruits through Rello's incessant rambling, were taken aback. However, Chopper, standing nearby, was bewildered. Wow, he just shattered into pieces. But as his words faded, the scattered ice began to coalesce, and Akiji's figure gradually re-emerged before them. No way. Everyone run. This guy is a monster. Hey, Chopper. Quiet down. This is the power of a devil fruit, Rello said, attempting to calm the startled Chopper, who was on the verge of panic. Oh my, that was quite ruthless. Robin's face fell, her eyes reflecting despair. Is this the end? Though I do not wish to take your life. As she watched Akiji extend his arm, Robin closed her eyes in resignation, awaiting her fate. Clink. A light sound resonated, and instead of the anticipated freezing, Robin opened her eyes to see Weno's sword pressing against Akiji's hand, now encased in ice. Clink. Another sound followed as Nojiko struck from the opposite side, only to have her attack thwarted by the same icy arm. Oh my, I almost forgot. These two lovely ladies are quite formidable swordswomen. This is a rare opportunity. Let us see how you fare against an admiral, Rello remarked with a grin, pulling Robin closer. Weno and Nojiko shared a look of determination. They had recently found the slaughter of pirates somewhat dull. Today, however, they faced a peak powerhouse, a rare chance indeed. With Rello providing support, the two unleashed their devil fruit abilities. Chopper, witnessing Weno's transformation into a golden-haired, golden-eyed figure with wings, and Nojiko's blood-red hair and eyes accompanied by a pair of black, fleshy wings, stood agape in astonishment. How beautiful they are! But why doesn't my devil fruit grant me wings? Cough, cough, Chopper. The devil fruit you consumed is of the Zoan type, specifically the mythical Zoan human fruit in its civilian form. It does not possess wings. However, if you develop your physical form further, you may surpass them, Rello stated with an air of seriousness. Really? Chopper exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. I must train harder to develop my body. Then I can truly become a man. As Chopper immersed himself in self-motivation, Rello nonchalantly turned his head aside, only to catch Nami glaring at him, prompting him to shift his gaze elsewhere. On the battlefield, the chaotic flurry of slashes and icy blades carved deep scars into the deck, causing Rello great distress. You all better take this battle to the sea and not damage our ship. Whoosh. The two women suddenly converged, facing Akiji. One sword style, IIX2. Holy judgment. Blood cry. 2 slashes, one red and one gold, flew towards Akiji in an X formation. Caught off guard, Akiji hastily covered his arms with haki to block the attacks. Bam! The force of the 2 slashes drove Akiji back, sending him plummeting into the sea. Excellent. He is a devil fruit user and fears the ocean. Now he is powerless, Carmen exclaimed with glee. No, it's not that simple. The strength of an admiral is beyond our imagination, Robin cautioned, standing beside Rello. As anticipated, upon touching the seawater, Akiji instantly froze the water beneath him, causing the ice to spread rapidly and encase Rello's ship, rendering it immobile. Carmen, bewildered, remarked. He can freeze the sea like this? Akiji rose, exhaling a stream of cold air, his expression serious as he locked eyes with the two women. Oh dear. Swordsmen can be quite troublesome. It seems I must reveal some of my true abilities. Ice Bird. Akiji unleashed his signature move. A massive ice bird soaring towards the two women. Unfazed by the impending attack, Weno steeled herself. Her sword, enveloped in haki, glimmered with golden light as her wings flared, and her figure vanished in an instant. Holy extreme fall. Clash. The colossal ice bird was cleaved in two as Weno appeared before Akiji, delivering a horizontal slash. Clink. The blade's arc was met by Akiji's dark arm, which had transformed into ice. Oh my, how could I have underestimated you? That was an impressive strike, my lady. Akiji's expression turned serious. Since you are giving it your all, I too shall not treat this lightly. Prepare to witness the realm of ice and snow. As Akiji became fully serious, his aura surged, unleashing a wave of frigid air. The ice beneath him shattered under the pressure, and the shards were instantly frozen again by the chilling gust. The cold coalesced into white mist, swirling amid the jagged ice spikes, obscuring Akiji's figure. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the mist, as piercing as the ice itself. Two-pronged spear. Chapter 52. the awakening of devil fruit abilities. Surrounding Weno and Nojiko were a multitude of icy spikes aimed directly at them, hurtling towards the two in an instant. What the hell? Two-pronged spear only has 2 prongs, right? What is happening? Rello shouted, realizing he had been misled by the plot. The quantity seemed arbitrary. Clink, clink, clink. Weno and Nojiko, their minds in sync and their movements harmonious, darted through the chaos, supporting one another and ultimately shattering all the icy spikes. Akiji emerged from the mist, half of his body already elementalized. He suddenly clapped his hands and stretched, summoning several ice orbs that shot rapidly towards the 2 women. Ice orbs. Akiji assumed a battle stance, directing his gaze towards the opposing figures. Swish, swish, swish. Weno and Noki were exceedingly cautious, unleashing their observation haki to evade while occasionally parrying the ice projectiles. The blades of their swords were instantly encased in frost, the icy grip rapidly creeping up their arms. Bang, bang. With their armament haki, they swiftly shattered the ice encasing their limbs, allowing both women to advance rapidly, weaving between one another. As they approached Akiji, they suddenly split apart, executing a pincer maneuver, attacking from various angles, above, below, left, and right. Witnessing the 2 figures darting around Akiji, Rello felt a swell of pride. Their attacks had matured significantly, a testament to the experience gained through their recent skirmishes with pirates. Incredible. Weno and Noki are truly formidable, exclaimed Chopper. Glancing back at Rello and Robin, Akiji has yet to reveal his full capabilities. Robin pondered thoughtfully. If a Marine Admiral could be so easily defeated, he would hardly deserve the title of Supreme Combatant, Rello added. While they debated, Weno and Noki were suddenly forced back by a surge of ice spikes emanating from Akiji, continuously fending off the icy projectiles and shards that flew from his hands. As time wore on, the 2 women began to pant heavily, their stamina rapidly depleting as they relied on armament haki to counteract the freezing effects. Reluctantly, they found themselves alternating between offense and defense on the icy surface. However, the moment their feet made contact with the ice, frost began to creep up their legs, swiftly reaching their calves. Just as they attempted to break free from the icy binds using their haki, Akiji's voice resonated, frozen time capsule. Swish. A chilling gust swept through, and in an instant, the 2 women were transformed into statues of ice. Weno, Noki. Nami cried out in alarm, her face paling as panic gripped her. Chopper and Carmen's eyes widened in terror. How could they have gone from gaining the upper hand to being frozen in the blink of an eye? Robin's complexion also turned ashen as she grasped Rayleigh's arm tightly. Rello, are they all right? You fool, hurry and save them, Nami urged, her eyes brimming with tears. Chopper and Carmen hurriedly joined in, anxiously imploring Rello to act swiftly. Calm down, they're fine. Just watch. They'll be out soon, Rello reassured them. As if on cue, the eyes of the frozen Weno and Noki flickered. Bang, bang. The 2 broke free from their icy prisons, gasping for air. Yet, before they could catch their breath, frost began to spread once more as their feet touched the ice. When Nami and the others saw Weno and Noki emerge from the ice, they erupted in joyous tears, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they're out. This is wonderful. However, they soon witnessed the ice creeping back up to their calves. Don't stay on the ice. Quickly, take to the air, Robin suddenly shouted. Upon hearing Robin's warning, the 2 women swiftly shattered the ice encasing their legs and took flight. Glancing down at Akiji, they exchanged a glance filled with trepidation. This guy has truly awakened, Rello murmured, having suspected Akiji's capabilities when he observed Weno and Noki being frozen the moment they touched the ice. The unfolding scenario only served to confirm his suspicions. It seemed that this icy domain crafted by Akiji was akin to his territory. Within it, opponents would perpetually suffer the freezing effects, depleting their stamina and haki with every passing moment. Observing the 2 beleaguered figures in midair, panting heavily, Rello shook his head silently. The outcome of this battle was becoming increasingly evident. Awaken? What does that mean? Rello, clarify, Nami queried, her brow furrowed. Robin and the others turned to him with similar expressions of curiosity. It's the awakening of a devil fruit. As is widely known, upon consuming a devil fruit, an individual gradually develops its abilities as their body matures. For instance, Weno's angel fruit has allowed her to harness holy light healing, holy judgment, and the suppression of dark abilities, culminating in her current divine flame. It's a progressive journey. The awakening of a devil fruit refers to the state achieved when its powers are fully realized, a feat that is exceedingly challenging and requires fortuitous circumstances. Generally speaking, the awakening of Zoan-type devil fruits is relatively easier, though still arduous. In contrast, the awakening of Logia-type abilities presents considerable difficulty. And the most challenging of all is the awakening of Paramecia-type abilities. Rayleigh elaborated extensively, elucidating the concept of awakening. After hearing his explanation, the others fell into contemplative silence, quickly realizing that if Akiji's abilities had indeed awakened, who could possibly defeat him? Rayleigh, if Akiji's powers have awakened, doesn't that put Kuina and Noki in peril? Robin voiced her concern. Indeed, you need to think of something quickly, Nami urged, gripping Rayleigh's arm. Please, save them. Kuina and Noki are vital members of our crew, Chopper implored, his eyes glistening with tears as he tugged at Rayleigh's pants. Foolish child, of course I will save them. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Rayleigh gently patted Chopper's little head. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the group with a smile. I need to prepare. Stay safe on the ship. With that, Rayleigh vanished in a flash of lightning. As Rayleigh disappeared, the others quickly returned their attention to the battlefield. At that moment, Kuina and Noki, having endured yet another round of exhaustion, found themselves beleaguered as Akiji unleashed ice projectiles with reckless abandon. Just as they were struggling to fend them off, Akiji slammed his hands onto the ground. Ice pillar. Boom. A colossal ice pillar erupted beneath him, propelling Akiji swiftly toward the airborne Kuina and Noki. Ice gloves. The frigid aura emanating from his hands surged toward the two women. Just as Akiji prepared to conclude this battle, a frantic warning pierced through the air, emanating from his observation haki. Reluctantly, he withdrew, vanishing from his position. Crack. Boom. In the instant Akiji's figure disappeared, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the ice pillar into a flurry of icy shards. Chapter 53, The Dragon Emerges. On the Thousand Sunny, Kuina and Noki had returned to the ship, sensing Rayleigh's intervention. They understood that their battle had reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, the sky had become shrouded in ominous, dark clouds, swirling violently. Flashes of lightning flickered amid the dense clouds, a palpable sense of foreboding enveloping them. What is this? I've never encountered such weather. Nami exclaimed, bewildered and shocked. Robin gazed thoughtfully at the dark clouds overhead, contemplating. Could it be Rayleigh? It is him. Kuina and Noki chorused in unison, as Chopper and the others prepared to inquire about the two figures. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the clouds above. The sound, both majestic and solemn, reverberated throughout the realm, causing their eardrums to throb painfully. Chopper, overwhelmed by fear, plopped down on the ground, his eyes filled with an instinctive terror that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Alas, a formidable creature approaches. Akiji, with a grave expression, gazed upward. Suddenly, the clouds churned, and lightning raged, as a colossal claw, adorned with purple scales, emerged from the heavens. It's the foolish Rello. Upon sighting this enormous claw, Nami's excitement manifested in wild gestures. Chopper, Carmen, and Robin, having never witnessed Rello's beastly transformation, were gripped by an overwhelming dread at the sight of the massive purple claw, their bodies trembling as if they yearned to flee. Yet, under the oppressive weight of fear, even the slightest movement became an unattainable luxury. Amidst the varied reactions of excitement and trepidation, the sky underwent another transformation, with the emergence of the first claw. A second claw swiftly followed. From between the two claws, a gigantic, menacing dragon had suddenly appeared, its golden eyes fixated intently on Akiji below. Abruptly, the dragon opened its mouth, energy coalescing within as it prepared to unleash a torrent of flames. In an instant, a scorching pillar of fire surged toward Akiji, engulfing his diminutive figure in a blinding blaze. Boom! The fire pierced through the ice, sending shockwaves that generated towering waves, which cascaded in all directions, accompanied by a deafening explosion that shattered the tranquility of the atmosphere. The Thousand Sunny was swept away by the tsunami, entwined with shards of ice, teetering perilously amidst the tumultuous waves. The crew scrambled to secure themselves, with Robin manifesting her powers to weave a large net to stabilize their positions. Meanwhile, Nami, Chopper, and Carmen erupted into frantic screams, tears streaming down their faces. Rello, you big fool. Look at what you've done. We're going to die? I can't swim. Dr. Correja, help me. I'm going to die. Their panic-stricken cries expressed their fright as they lost control over their features. Unbeknownst to the screaming trio, the ship had somehow stabilized and was gently ascending into the air. The enormous golden eyes in the sky flickered with trepidation, too preoccupied with revelry. They had neglected the vessel. Fortunately, the ship and crew were unharmed. Foolish Rello, you're done for. This time, I will make you pay. Nami, having regained her composure, glared furiously at the colossal dragon overhead. Captain, in the future, Please ensure our safety during such occurrences. Carmen, still in shock, expressed her discontent while seated on the ground. Chopper lay flat on the deck, utterly exhausted and devoid of the strength to speak. Robin and the others remained relatively calm, albeit with pale faces, clearly affected by the recent chaos. Upon confirming that the ship was intact, Rello turned his attention to the shattered sea, noticing Akiji slowly materializing on a fragment of ice. Akiji, disheveled and half-kneeling on the ice, his clothes tattered and hair in disarray, bore numerous burns on his arms. He lifted his gaze, fixated intently on the swirling purple dragon enveloped in golden flames above. Admiral, is this all you are? Akiji gradually rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he stood, the tumultuous waves were instantly frozen, the chill radiating outward. Rello, why do you interfere in Nico Robin's affairs? With your strength, you could sail freely with your crew. Why engage in unnecessary actions? Listening to Akiji's inquiry, Rello transformed into a 5-meter-tall dragon-human form and confronted him. My heart compels me. Rescuing Robin and bringing her aboard is the right thing to do, including the assassination of world government personnel, making you a wanted criminal? Indeed. Rello nodded earnestly, fully aware that he would eventually have to confront the world government. Sooner or later, he had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Akiji scrutinized Rello, seemingly assessing his resolve and intentions, perhaps contemplating whether he aimed to exploit Robin's ability to read historical texts to fulfill his ambitions. I save Robin simply because of who she is. It has nothing to do with anyone or anything else. My goal has remained unchanged from the beginning, to sail and seek adventure. Observing Akiji's expression, Rello understood his thoughts. It was not surprising that Akiji was skeptical. Over the years, those who encountered Nico Robin had merely sought to exploit her abilities for their own hidden agendas. What about you, Admiral Akiji? It has been over a decade since the O'Hara incident. Have you yet to ascertain what your justice truly represents? Upon hearing Rello mention O'Hara, Akiji's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening. What do you mean? What do you know? After the O'Hara incident, the once fervent flames of justice have transformed into this languid, apathetic form of justice? Ignoring Akiji's clenched fists and grim countenance, Rello continued, to be frank, I hold you in contempt. When your practiced justice conflicts with the world government's principles, what do? You either choose to uphold your justice and strive to ascend to the highest peak, or if you find yourself powerless to effect change, then shatter this oppressive sky with your justice. At worst, you may simply perish in the process. Alternatively, you may abandon your justice altogether and become a mere tool of the world government, fulfilling your duties as a Marine. Perhaps that would allow you to save many suffering souls. Yet here you are, choosing neither path, opting instead for apathy. If you wish to languish, then do so. But you cannot alter your justice while secretly violating the world government's rules. Your apathy is a self-inflicted torment, cloaked in the guise of confusion. Rello regarded Akiji with disdain. Observing Akiji, whose icy demeanor was now tinged with fury, Rello pressed on with scorn. To put it simply, you are a coward. You hesitate to confront the world government, yet in your quest for psychological solace, you alter your steadfast justice. Boom. Akiji shattered the ice beneath his feet, propelling himself towards Rello with a powerful punch. Chapter 54 Akiji, 5 billion berries. Bang. Shattering the ice encasing him, Rello regarded Akiji with a mocking expression. What? Are you angry? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists colliding echoed ominously, as a terrifying shockwave dispersed the surrounding icy mist. Akiji, with bloodshot eyes, relentlessly swung his fists, seeking to unleash years of pent-up frustration. What do you understand? What can I do from this position? Bang. Rello sent Akiji flying with a single punch, shouting, then choose. If you opt for apathy, stop feigning a compassionate demeanor, fretting over this and that. It's nauseating. Rello, too, was incensed. After all, he had merely spoken a few words, yet Akiji bared his teeth at him. Bang! Akiji was again hurled away by Rello's iron fist, tumbling helplessly on the ground. My justice will not be tarnished by a criminal like you. Your justice? What justice do you even possess now? Those who remain oblivious to their own actions are unworthy of discussing justice. The O'Hara incident transpired over a decade ago. Yet whenever there is even the slightest commotion surrounding Robin, you rush to investigate, ceaselessly monitoring her every move. What is it? Does controlling the fate of a tormented girl captivate you so? Tell me, Akiji, Rello bellowed, as crimson arcs of electricity began to flicker around him. Rello advanced slowly towards Akiji, intent on delivering a lesson to this twisted individual. Torn between the fear of Robin being captured during her escape and the concern of her potentially causing harm to the world, Akiji embodied the essence of contradiction. With Rello quickening his pace, the ground beneath him shattered under the onslaught of the crimson arcs, ice fracturing with each step. Overpowering punch. The fist, enveloped in electric arcs, suddenly appeared before Akiji and struck him fiercely. Snapping back to reality, Akiji instinctively shielded himself with his arms, fortified by haki. The impact of Rello's words weighed heavily on him. Am I truly controlling her fate? Indeed, for years he had dictated her destiny, forcing her to struggle for survival amidst suffering. With a resounding crash, Rello's fist collided with Akiji's abdomen, causing him to double over as the force erupted outward, creating a shockwave that shattered the ice beneath them. Akiji was propelled like a cannonball from Rello's punch, with massive ice chunks being obliterated in his wake. Boom. After a series of impacts, Akiji finally embedded himself within a thick layer of ice, subsequently buried by the collapsing debris, disappearing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the windbreaker sailed across the sea, with Rello, sporting a sizable bump on his head, awkwardly seated at the table, while Nami's expression still bore traces of her wrath. Just moments prior, when Rello had swaggered back onto the ship, eager to boast of his victory over Akiji, Nami had appeared out of nowhere and bam, delivered a punch that sent stars dancing before his eyes, followed by a flurry of blows. Chopper and Carmen, having regained their composure, joined in the fray, unleashing their own barrage upon him. It was the first time the crew had encountered a situation where their captain nearly led them to disaster. After offering sincere apologies and assurances of never repeating such folly, they finally relented. Foolish Rello, consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, humph? Nami threatened, her tone both playful and severe. Rello quickly ingratiated himself with her, kneading her shoulders and giving her a back massage, all the while attempting to charm her. Seizing the moment, he wrapped his arms around her waist, teasingly, until Nami, blushing fiercely, could no longer tolerate it, and kicked him away. Rello then approached Nami and Nojiko, embracing both and planting kisses on their cheeks. I apologize for my blunder. I nearly put you in danger. I assure you, it won't happen again. The two women blushed at his affectionate display in front of everyone, slightly struggling before leaning into Rello's embrace to listen to his promise. Just as their emotions settled, Robin's teasing voice broke through. Ah, Captain Rello, you certainly possess a charm that draws all these lovely ladies around you. How delightful. In an instant, before Robin could react, he had her tightly in his grasp. What is this? Is our beautiful Robin feeling a tinge of jealousy? Fear not, you cannot escape either. Rello planted a kiss on her cheek, whispering warm breaths into her ear. Captain Rello, are you not concerned about your several girlfriends growing jealous and causing you trouble? Robin, composed yet flushed, quipped back. Rest assured, none of them will escape. Rello's hands roamed at her waist, eliciting collective eye rolls from the ladies. This scoundrel, this clumsy oaf, how had they ever been persuaded to bring him aboard? Feeling his hands becoming increasingly audacious, Robin twisted slightly to shift the topic. Glancing at the unconscious Akiji sprawled on the deck, soaking wet. So, Captain Rello, how do you intend to handle him? When Rello had returned to the ship carrying the unconscious Akiji, the crew had gaped in disbelief. A Marine Admiral had been so easily subdued. Chopper and Carmen surrounded him, inspecting him with eyes full of admiration. Nami and Nojiko exchanged astonished glances, fully aware of the prowess an admiral possessed after their encounter. The crew regarded Rello with a mixture of shock, excitement, and adoration. This monster was incredibly powerful. They were enamored. We'll wait for him to wake before making any decisions. We can't just toss him into the sea. After all, he is a Marine Admiral. If anything were to happen, we would surely face dire consequences with the Navy. Foolish Rello, this is an admiral. He is quite valuable, isn't he? We could negotiate a ransom with the Navy. I've already thought of a price, 50 billion berries. Nami proposed eagerly, her mind envisioning herself rolling in a pile of money. The crew stared at Nami, whose eyes had turned into berries, utterly amazed. Only you, Nami. Observing Rello deep in thought, Robin and the others quickly interjected. Rello, listen, although we are already wanted, we must avoid provoking the Navy excessively. If they focus their attention on us, it could become quite troublesome. After surveying the expressions of his companions, Rello sighed in resignation. Very well, when Akiji awakens, we shall allow him to leave on his own. We won't take any further actions. Upon hearing Rello's response, the women finally relaxed. Though Nami's mood was less than cheerful, after all, it was 50 billion berries. Nojiko, noticing Nami's discontent, retorted, Nami, have you lost your mind over money? This relates to whether we can continue sailing peacefully on our adventures. You should be more mindful. Chapter 55, The Bounty Heading Home. On the windbreaker, Nami stood at the bow, examining the navigation chart and compass to ascertain their course. Carmen had dashed off to the kitchen, leaving Rello and the others clustered around the table to rest. Chopper, however, was restless, buzzing around Rello with questions. Hey Rello, you looked so cool when you transformed into a giant dragon earlier. They say there's someone in the new world with the same ability as you. Is that true? Absolutely. My power is merely a replica of his. Wait, you can replicate devil fruit powers? Chopper exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Such a notion was unprecedented. Robin regarded him with intrigue. Replication of abilities? Are you saying this manufactured version of the devil fruit power is identical to the original? Are there any drawbacks? Currently, the abilities are nearly indistinguishable. The only downside is that awakening is rather difficult. Oh no, if someone were to create a fruit with my abilities, wouldn't that put me in danger? Chopper fretted. Nami, having just confirmed their course, burst into laughter upon hearing Chopper's words. Rest assured, Chopper, no one will replicate your devil fruit abilities. Huh, why? While a few were engaged in light-hearted banter, they remained oblivious to the tumult brewing in the outside world following the issuance of their bounty notices. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of Admiral Sengoku, a resounding bang echoed as Sengoku slammed the intelligence report onto the table. So this little brat has finally reached this point, has he? Beside him, Rear Admiral Tsuru cast a grave glance at the report. The adventurer Rello, possessing formidable strength, had now aligned himself with Nico Robin. This combination demanded the world government's attention. Ha ha ha, fret not, Sengoku Tsuru. That brat Rello has no ambitions. He merely seeks adventure, Carp interjected, snatching the senbei from Sengoku's hand and popping it into his mouth while attempting to console Tsuru. Sengoku, seething with anger, retaliated with a fist. Bam! The senbei Carp had just bitten into was abruptly expelled as Sengoku's punch landed. Carp, you scoundrel, look at what this kid has done. Assassinating world government personnel and consorting with the notorious devil fruit user Nico Robin. How can I possibly be at ease? Moreover, consider the strength of his crew. Each a devil fruit user, with two of them being rare mythical beasts, and both skilled swordsmen, their prowess formidable. Not to mention one with a natural type devil fruit ability. The power of a natural type is something I need not elaborate on. Coupled with Captain Rello, this terrifying force now roams freely across the seas, and you want me to remain calm? Sengoku vented his frustrations vigorously at Carp. It seems we have no choice but to issue a bounty. Otherwise, the world government will not let this slide. Tsuru shot a glare at Carp and addressed Sengoku. What amount is appropriate for the bounty? Sengoku pondered, feeling a headache coming on. Outside the operations room of the Marine headquarters, Lieutenant Commander Branu, donning sunglasses, was adjusting his attire. He tidied his unruly green hair atop his polished bald head and pushed the door open. The theme of our meeting today is to discuss and determine the bounty amount for the adventurer Rello and his crew and to issue a wanted notice. The adventurer Rello first emerged in the East Blue, gaining notoriety from his battle with Rear Admiral Carp, and subsequently creating a sensation by exposing his feat of slaying the infamous pirate Shiki the Golden Lion. His abilities are currently suspected to be that of a mythical beast type, boasting combat prowess on par with Rear Admiral Carp, as this is the inaugural bounty. To signify the importance placed on him, Admiral Sengoku wishes to set the bounty amount as high as possible. As for his crew, their bounties will be determined based on their ranks and strength. As the meeting progressed, the bounty amounts for Rello and his crew were swiftly established and dispatched without delay. In Cocoyasi Village, early in the morning, Erin began her daily sword training by the seaside. Suddenly, a village friend rushed over, newspaper in hand, anxious and breathless. Erin, bad news. Your brother and the others have been issued bounties. They've become fugitives. Bam. Dom, how many times must I tell you not to call me big sister? It's so unpleasant. Erin, frustrated, knocked her friend down. The fallen Dom scattered the newspaper, from which several bounty notices fluttered out. Upon seeing the photographs on the bounty notices, Erin's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily gathered them up and dashed home. Mom, Dad, Brother Rello and Sister Nami have been issued bounties. They've become fugitives. Erin shouted as she entered the house, holding the wanted notices aloft. Belmare and Akin quickly picked up the newspaper and bounty notices to read. After a moment, Belmare exclaimed in exasperation, "What are these idiots doing? They've made themselves fugitives just to save a woman. 500 million berries, huh? Nami has 5 million too. Not too shabby. Well, judging by the smiles on their faces in these photos, it seems Rello has been taking good care of them." Akin quickly tried to mediate. Humph. If I find out that little scoundrel Rello has made my daughter feel wronged or unhappy, I swear I will beat him to a pulp. Hey, Mom, Dad, Is this really the time to discuss how happy they are? They've been issued bounties. Aren't you worried at all? Eren exclaimed anxiously. Don't fret, Eren-chan. You know your brother Rello's strength. He will protect your sisters. Even if they are wanted. They will be fine. They have the strength to fend for themselves. Akin reassured her, gazing at Eren with affection. Strength, huh? Eren murmured thoughtfully. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside their home. The family stepped out to find the villagers jubilantly celebrating. Eren's friends were among the crowd, eagerly spreading the news of Rello's bounty. 500 million berries. My goodness, Rello is incredible. Indeed, that's a bounty of 500 million berries. I can't believe I live in the same village as Rello. Look, Noki and Nami are also on there, with bounties of 110 million and 50 million berries. Haha. Cocoa Village has become the most successful village in the East Blue. Let us throw a banquet to celebrate our village's newfound fame. The villagers' cheers jolted Belmer's family from their days. What are you rascals so excited about? They are all children I raised. Their achievements are at least half my doing. Am I not proud? Belmer declared, hands on her hips, a smug expression on her face. Ha, let's celebrate with a banquet. The crowd ignored Belmer and continued with their preparations for the feast. These scoundrels, she muttered, laughing along with them. Chapter 56, The Bounty Notice Heading Home. At this moment, Eren was surrounded by her friends, all chattering excitedly with the bounty notices in hand. Wow, Brother Rello is amazing. A bounty of 500 million berries. He is now the strongest person in our East Blue, right? That goes without saying, but Sister Noki and Sister Nami are pretty impressive too. One little girl beside Eren retorted. Yes, they are girls, and they have such high bounties as well. Others chimed in. Eren's initial worry transformed into overwhelming excitement and pride. Truly, they are the siblings of the big sister. The first bounty amount is so high. It's just too cool. Bam. I've told you not to call me big sister. She knocked down another friend, her voice fierce. But you are our big sister. That is how everyone calls you. Humph. From now on, you all must call me Captain. Brother Rello has taught me how to become strong. Eren tempted her friends. We want to be as strong as Brother Rello and Sister Noki and Sister Nami. They exclaimed in unison. Then what should you call me from now on? Captain. They replied excitedly. Well then, thank you for your hard work, little ones, Eren said, giving a slight nod to her friends. In Shuangyue Village, at the Isen Dojo, Teacher, Sister Kana has become quite famous now. Teacher, I've heard that Sister Guina is about to break through to become a great swordsman. Should we also become wanted criminals in order to grow stronger? Indeed. Teacher, can you teach us how to become wanted criminals? Wouldn't that make us as powerful as Sister Guina? Listening to the student's remarks, Gungshiro felt a cold sweat trickle down his cheeks. No. I certainly did not teach her to become a wanted criminal. I merely instructed her in the way of the sword. You must not idolize her. Huh, why not? The bounty poster looks so cool. Is that really true? Teacher, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? Indeed, now focus on your training. Gungshiro wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly dispersed the crowd. Raising his gaze toward the place where Guina once trained, Gungshiro muttered, Guina, do not lose your way. Persevere in your swordsmanship and continue on your path, no matter what kind of person you become. On the mountain's rear, Zoro gazed at the bounty posters of Riley and Guina in his hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. You two rascals have become famous so quickly? Just wait. I will surely surpass you both in fame. I, Zoro, shall not be outdone. With a swift slash, a powerful strike severed a distant boulder in two. Zoro's expression was resolute, filled with unwavering confidence. In West Blue, at the villa atop the mountain, the young lady exclaimed, Look, there's news about your friends. Remarkable news. The butler, Mary, entered the room and addressed Koya. Really? Have they already reached West Blue? How impressive, traveling the world like that. And they even have such an adorable pet. I'm truly envious of you all. After expressing her thoughts, Koya approached the window, feeling the gentle breeze caress her face. Her mind drifting far away. Seeing you all in such high spirits, your journey must be quite delightful. I hope your voyage is safe. I must also work hard. Or else when we meet again, you will surely laugh at me. Catching sight of Usopp running toward her in the distance, Koya quickly retreated and shut the window. Ever since Nami and the others had filled her ears with tales of pirates' misdeeds, including Usopp's father's abandonment that caused his mother's illness and subsequent demise, her admiration for Usopp's desire to follow in his father's footsteps had turned into distaste. Thus, she instructed Mary to keep Usopp at bay to avoid any encounters. In the Kingdom of Drum, at Dr. Koreha's residence, she had just returned from secretly treating a patient. From her bag, she retrieved a newspaper she had received from the patient's home. Upon seeing the bounty poster for Riley and his crew, her eyes narrowed until she reached the end, where it revealed a bounty of only 50 berries. Hee hee. It seems my foolish son is doing quite well with that little brat, she said, gazing at the bounty poster featuring Chopper in a cow-patterned hat, holding cotton candy and beaming with joy. Oh, you foolish boy, perhaps you have finally found happiness. I hope you remain joyous in the days to come. After reading the newspaper, she carefully tucked Chopper's bounty poster into her bag and began to tidy up her belongings. Lately, that scoundrel Walpole had been chasing and arresting doctors everywhere, forcing her to practice her profession in secrecy. This residence was no longer safe. She needed to move quickly. In East Blue, at the Windmill Village Tavern, the bartender, Makino, was meticulously polishing a glass, her eyes occasionally glancing at the bounty posters displayed on the counter, while patrons engaged in animated discussions. Hey, have you seen today's newspaper? I have, it's incredible. That fair-skinned lad who visited Windmill Village last time has become a big shot. Indeed, a bounty of 500 million berries. Our East Blue has made a name for itself. I knew from the moment I saw that lad that he was extraordinary. Huh. You were too busy staring at his beautiful crewmates to notice the lad himself. Makino quietly listened to the patrons' chatter, her thoughts drifting back to when Riley and his crew first visited the tavern. She recalled the confident and flamboyant expression on Riley's handsome face during his conversation with Admiral Garp and the overwhelming aura he exuded while battling Garp. Even now, she found it hard to forget his youthful yet formidable strength. What a mysterious character he was. Bang! Makino, bring me a juice, I'm dying of thirst. Luffy burst through the bar's door, exclaiming loudly as he entered. Makino, noticing Luffy's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but smile with exasperation. Luffy, have you been training again? You're drenched in sweat. Yes. In 2 years, I'll set sail. I must become stronger. I am destined to be the pirate king. Luffy declared passionately as he sat at the bar. Here is your juice. You know, if Garp hears you, he'll surely give you another beating, Makino chuckled, watching Luffy with amusement. Upon hearing Garp's name, Luffy instinctively shrank slightly before defiantly muttering, He's not here anyway, and I don't want to be a Navy officer. I'm going to set sail and be a pirate. Huh, is this a new bounty poster? He turned to see a corner of a bounty poster peeking from the newspaper. Whoa, 500 million berries. Wait, why does this person look a bit familiar? After exclaiming about the bounty, Luffy stared at Riley's picture on the poster, looking confused. Makino replied with a hint of disbelief, You forgot? He battled your grandfather for days. That's why Garp added more training for you. Oh, I see. So that's the guy? He has become so powerful now, huh? But I want to lose to him. I'm destined to be the pirate king. He's an adventurer, not a pirate, you know. Chapter 57, The Quirky Riley? Oh, where am I? Kazan rubbed his tousled hair and slowly sat up, somewhat bewildered. The few individuals resting nearby turned to look at him. Ah, as expected of an admiral. Your body is resilient. You can sleep anywhere and wake up now. The others chuckled, and upon hearing the noise, Kazan turned to see their amused faces, instantly darkening his expression. He recalled how he had been caught off guard and hit by Riley, ending up in the sea, where he lost consciousness. As memories of the incident flooded back, Kazan's face grew even darker. What a disgrace. To think I, a dignified admiral, have faced off against the Kainu and the formidable pirates of the New World, only to be bested by this adventurer. What shame. Where's the pride of the Navy? Recalling the taunts from Riley before the battle, his expression shifted dramatically. I say, Kazan, what are you doing just sitting there? Are you putting on some kind of dramatic performance? Riley remarked impatiently. Awake yet, and yet you say nothing. Just staring off into space as if we are the ones at fault. Hearing Riley's words, Kazan snapped back to reality, surveying his surroundings before striding towards a sun lounger beneath an umbrella. He retrieved an eye mask from somewhere and lay down. Ah, this temper of mine. Upon sighting Akiji, who disregarded him entirely, Rello was instantly engulfed by a surge of indignation. How dare you, a defeated foe, present such disdain towards me? Is this something I can tolerate? He rose to his feet, but was promptly restrained by Noki and Robin. Enough, Arrow, do not stoop to his level. He may simply be in a foul mood. Humph, were it not for Robin's sake, I wouldn't even bother to fish him out of the sea. Let him languish there, a vice-admiral, yet possessing such a petty spirit. At his words, Akiji, reclining on a beach chair, merely twitched the corner of his mouth, rendered speechless, as he himself was at a loss for words amidst the chaos in his mind. The women watched with barely concealed amusement at Rello's haughty demeanor. Such a sight of him was indeed a rarity. Chopper, unbeknownst to everyone, had approached Akiji with his medical kit, ready to tend to his wounds. Akiji, feeling his presence, lifted his eye patch to glance at Chopper and his medical supplies, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, little raccoon. Idiot. I am a reindeer, a reindeer. Look at my antlers. Have you ever seen a raccoon with horns? Ah, my apologies. Thank you for your help, Doctor. Chopper began to fuss over Akiji's injuries. Chopper, you are too soft-hearted. Honestly, let him suffer. It would be a fitting punishment for his troubles with us. Rello's disdainful remarks echoed some individuals, loitering about aimlessly on their bicycles, harassing us decent folks, yet they call themselves the Navy? Noki and Robin exchanged knowing glances. It was evident that Rello held an extraordinary grudge against Akiji. Robin felt a swell of emotion, realizing that Rello's ire stemmed from his concern for her, and she gently clasped his larger hand. Feeling the slightly rough palm, Rello turned it over, expressing his concern. Robin, you have worked so hard. Your delicate hands must be protected. From now on, any arduous tasks should be entrusted to Chopper. He is robust enough to handle it. At that moment, Chopper, who was tending to Akiji, nearly dropped his tools in disbelief, exclaiming, Huh? Rello, do behave like a decent person. Is it really amusing to bully Chopper? Noki chuckled at Rello's outlandish statement. Robin stifled a laugh, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters as she gazed at Rello, filled with affection. Just then, Nami emerged from the studio, having finished her work, and spotted Akiji lounging beneath the sunshade with Chopper attending to him. What is going on? Why is he lying down again? Not sure. Perhaps he is feeling down? Robin replied, her demeanor light and cheerful. After being scolded, beaten, and knocked unconscious. It's hardly surprising he is in a good mood, Rello murmured from the side. Noki smacked Rello lightly. That's enough, Arrow. Nami, where to next? Noki redirected the conversation, wishing to move away from Rello's jibes at Akiji. According to our course, we will soon land at the Flower Country. Robin, are you familiar with the situation there? Kuina, having finished maintaining her beloved sword, inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Robin replied. The Flower Country is one of the world government's allied nations, currently ruled by King Ramen. The populace is simple and values martial arts. Their military strength consists of the 1,000-strong 8-treasure fleet, led by the pillars of the 8-treasure navy. This fleet, recognized as pirates, frequently raids and plunders merchant vessels from rival nations, sharing the spoils with the king upon their return. Thus, the 8-treasure navy is deemed the legal pirate force of the Flower Country, celebrated as heroes domestically. However, there have been reports of setbacks in their land battles against rival nations, seemingly due to issues with weaponry. It sounds like the Flower Country is embroiled in chaos with both piracy and warfare. Won't that be quite turbulent? Noki expressed her concerns. Nami chimed in, indeed. If there is turmoil within the Flower Country, wouldn't it pose significant challenges for us? By the way, beneath the sacred 8-treasure ice bed lies a treasure that has remained untouched for centuries. It's a pity, Robin remarked, her gaze drifting meaningfully toward Nami. All right. Our destination is the Flower Country. Let us accelerate. Nami's eyes sparkled with determination, brimming with enthusiasm. Rello shot Robin an exasperated glance. Why are you provoking this little money grubber? Look how excited you've made her. Robin and Noki both stifled their laughter, while Nami impatiently urged, Rello, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Understood, Rello sighed, making his way to the energy room, leaving the others to discuss their plans for the Flower Country. As he passed the kitchen, Rello suddenly remembered something and turned to Carmen, who was experimenting with recipes. By the way, Carmen, the cuisine of the Flower Country is quite unique. Since you're trying to create new dishes, perhaps you'll find inspiration there. Carmen looked up, pleasantly surprised. Really? That is wonderful. I've been looking to try new recipes. I'm already excited about the adventure in the Flower Country. Chapter 58, Arrival at the Flower Country. The windstorm docked near a small island, where a quaint town nestled upon it. To their surprise, they discovered a naval base amidst the modest population. The group sought Akiji's opinion on disembarking here. This town is unexpectedly charming. It must be quite close to the Flower Country, Carmen remarked, leaning over the railing. This island, with its naval presence, offers hope to many, Robin reflected as she observed the fear etched on the faces of the townsfolk upon seeing them. After the group bade farewell to Akiji, he suddenly turned, his expression serene as he regarded Rello, then glanced at Robin. Adventurer Rello, Nico Robin, never mind. With a conflicted expression, Akiji scratched his head and departed. What a lunatic! Rello fumed, his anger bubbling over. Hey, Akiji, Robin's fate is a burden we all share. You are not to trouble her again. Robin surveyed her companions, their steadfast gazes fixed upon her, causing her eyes to well with tears. In a daze, she recalled Saul's words, murmuring, Saul, I have found my cherished companions. Together, we shall navigate the vast seas. Thus, the ship set sail, its course directed toward the Flower Country. Chopper observed Nami, who leaned heavily against the railing, gazing somberly at the receding island. Curiously, he asked, Nami, are you still worried about Akiji? Don't fret. Rello has already warned him. He shouldn't trouble us again, Nami replied, attempting to reassure him. Though Akiji is formidable, I won't lose next time. Trust me, Nami, Kuina succinctly affirmed. Noki approached, concerned. Nami, is something wrong? The others turned their attention to her. Worry etched across their faces. 50 billion belly. Just like that, it slipped away, my heart aches. Nami suddenly clutched her chest, wailing. Huh, are you lamenting over money? How much do you love it, really? Suddenly, Carmen exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, Chopper has fallen overboard. Fortunately, Robin, quick-witted and swift, activated her powers and rescued him just before he plunged into the water. Hey, Nami, refrain from uttering anything that could incite chaos. Noki reprimanded irritably. Huh, what is wrong with you all? Akiji remarked, noting that no amount of concern could alter the situation. Nami, perplexed, pondered how Chopper could have slipped off the ship. It seemed rather careless of him. Isn't this all your fault, you idiot? They exclaimed in unison, their tempers flaring as they contemplated giving her a good thrashing. Yet, seeing her bewildered expression left them somewhat speechless. In the Flower Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Green Pepper family, before the 8 Treasure Tower, a large group of family members gathered, watching as their 13th generation pillar, Old Kai, was being ruthlessly beaten by his fiancée, Yuhalija. Neither the vice pillar, Bowu, nor any of the onlookers dared to intervene. Bang, bang, bang. Yuhalija chastised Old Kai. How dare you frolic with others while engaged? Do you think the second treasure navy can be trifled with? Or that I can be taken lightly? Bang. She continued. Do you comprehend the significance of our betrothal? Clad in a cheapao, the fierce Yuhalija scolded him as she struck. Old Kai, battered and bruised, defiantly spat blood and retorted, even if I had breached our engagement. What could you do about it? Seeing Yuhalija's eyes narrow threateningly, Bowu hastily stepped in to prevent further violence. If this continues, you might injure Old Kai beyond repair, and our fragile alliance with the second treasure navy would shatter. It's all a misunderstanding. Our pillar has done nothing to betray you. You've scolded and struck him enough. Let us not prolong this. If it continues, it could end badly, he pleaded. Humph. Yuhalija surveyed the Green Pepper family members and, with a huff, departed indignantly, her entourage in tow. Pillar, are you all right? That woman, were she not a lady, I would make her pay dearly, accusing me and, to top it off, assaulting me. Such a woman is beyond my tolerance. Shoo. Pillar, we must tread carefully. Our alliance with the second treasure navy has only just begun to flourish. We cannot afford any mishaps now, Bowu cautioned, glancing around anxiously to ensure no one overheard their conversation. He quickly helped Old Kai to his feet, and amidst the throng of family members, they returned to the 8 Treasure Tower. In the royal palace, King Ramen sat upon his throne, addressing the Green Pepper representative below. The shortcomings of our land forces have become glaringly apparent following recent conflicts. Outdated weaponry poses the greatest challenge. Our adversaries have inexplicably acquired a substantial arsenal of firearms and high-quality blades, which is disastrous for us. Green Pepper Pillar. Devise a plan to uncover the source of these weapons so we may procure a batch ourselves. Otherwise, we risk becoming excessively passive. The Green Pepper Pillar, resigned, stroked his golden ingot head and replied, Your Majesty, I have already instructed my subordinates to investigate and informed the second treasure navy's pillar. Yet we have yet to ascertain any concrete information. If firearms are unattainable, then we must urge our domestic craftsmen to enhance their forging skills and expedite the production of superior cold weapons, King Ramen suggested, rubbing his temples, troubled by the recent unfavorable land battles that robbed him of peaceful slumber. Oh, and the 8 treasure navy should consider increasing their maritime sorties to deplete the enemy's naval forces. Unexpected results may arise from this strategy. Just as the king was mulling over strategies to bolster his nation's military might, Rello and his crew aboard the Windbreaker finally reached a port in the Flower Kingdom. At last, we've arrived. It appears there's no chaos in the Flower Kingdom at present, Noki observed. The others nodded in agreement as Rello secured the ship, and they ventured forth. The architecture here is remarkably unique, one noted. Indeed, and their fashion sense is so distinctive, another added, marveling at the surroundings. The group was in awe of the buildings and attire, which seemed to mimic that of a certain Eastern nation, albeit lacking in cultural depth, merely a shallow imitation. As Rello disdainfully remarked, without a rich cultural heritage, no amount of imitation amounts to anything more than a poor copy. The ladies exchanged curious glances, surprised to hear Rello express such opinions about a nation. They were intrigued to learn which Eastern country he referenced. Chapter 59. The Provocation of the Woman Warrior. Strolling along the bustling streets, the group was in high spirits. Carmen's attention was caught by the various delectable offerings from street vendors, prompting her to tug Rello along. They indulged in an array of treats as they ambled through, reminiscent of a night market where one buys and consumes whatever tantalizes the palate. As they walked, they caught sight of Chopper, cheeks stuffed with skewers of grilled meat. "Rello, do reindeer eat meat?" he suddenly asked, a whimsical thought crossing his mind. Chopper, savoring his meal, froze at the question, then erupted in anger. "You idiot, Rello. Ever since I consumed the devil fruit, my diet has been akin to that of a human. Have you not noticed I can eat meat after all this time?" Is that so? I hadn't realized, haha. Rello replied, somewhat abashed, averting his gaze. "Hey, there's a clothing store selling the local fashion. Let us check it out." Nami exclaimed excitedly upon spotting the shop. "Kipeos? Quite nice. Let us buy several," she declared, her eyes glimmering at the array of styles. Rello's attention was piqued as he surveyed the vibrant colors, purple, sky blue with patterns, and red. "Alas, what are you mumbling about, Rello?" Noki inquired, observing him glancing back at the girls with an odd expression. Nothing. These styles would suit you all perfectly. Choose a few. I'm not short on funds," he declared grandly. "Shall I assist you in selecting a few? You know my taste." "Absolutely. Come help me pick some out, you silly Rello," Nami chirped, her excitement palpable. Rello scrutinized her, then remarked, "It might be a tad too early for you to wear a cheapao. Perhaps I should assist Robin and Kuina first?" Nami's expression darkened, her gaze sharp as a blade. "What did you just say? Repeat that." A chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Rello to shiver. Nami. I was saying you'd look stunning in a cheapao." Next to them, Robin and Noki stifled their laughter, fully aware of Rello's subtle intentions. They were more than willing to showcase their beauty to him, allowing him to indulge in his cleverness. Eventually, after the girls selected several fitting styles, they exited the store. "It's just that you've grown a bit larger than me. Mine can still develop." "You big oaf, Rello, you pervert," Nami grumbled, glancing at Robin and Kuina's ample figures, making an effort to puff out her own modest chest. Make way, make way." Suddenly, the street erupted in commotion as a formidable group marched through with an imposing presence. Hurry, hurry, step aside. This is the fleet of the 2nd Treasure Navy, and they are setting sail today. I recall that it should be the 6th Treasure Navy's turn to embark today. Why is the 2nd Treasure Navy also heading out? It is by the King's command, for fleets are to set sail today, as there are reports of enemy ships transporting weapons across the seas. They are preparing to take action. Listening to the discussions around them, Rello and his companions understood that they were about to raid the enemy's transport vessels. Euhalija, with a darkened expression, led her team forward, her eyes catching sight of a young man accompanied by several radiant women at a shop's entrance. Thinking of the rift that had formed between her and old Kai due to today's incident, she seethed at the sight of him seeking solace with women outside. Witnessing the young man laughing with the girls, Euhalija's anger flared, and before she could think, she drew her whip and cracked it towards Rello. Rello, taken aback, had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Robin when he noticed the fierce woman aiming her whip at him. Realizing the imminent strike just as the whip was about to make contact, he finally reacted, still dazed from their recent exit from the clothing store. His gaze had been wholly fixated on Robin, dressed in a purple cheapao, and he could hardly fathom such an unprovoked assault. Boom. "Rello, you have grown complacent," Weno exclaimed, swiftly deflecting the whip with her sword and turning to Rello with a serious demeanor. "I understand. My apologies," Rello replied, feeling a flush of heat on his face. Though he knew he wouldn't be harmed if struck by the whip, as captain, he should have maintained vigilance to ensure the safety of his companions. With that, Rello drew his long sword and began to advance, crimson arcs of electricity flickering around him. "If you cannot provide me with a reason today, I shall ensure that the 2nd Treasure Navy does not see the sun rise tomorrow." Thud, thud, thud. The previously animated crowd now lay pale and collapsed as Rello's footsteps drew closer. One by one, members of the 2nd Treasure Navy fell, and Euhalija's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, cold sweat trickling down her brow. She had regretted her impulsive act of aggression the moment her whip was severed by the blade of that female swordsman. A foreboding sensation washed over her, especially as the golden-haired man unsheathed his long sword. At that moment, Euhalija felt an overwhelming regret. She should not have acted rashly against a stranger whose capabilities were unknown to her, as she felt the tremendous pressure like a mountain bearing down upon her. Along with the figure enveloped in red lightning, she harbored no doubt that he could effortlessly annihilate her and the 2nd Treasure Navy behind her. "My lord, it is all my fault. I should not have attacked you without cause. Please, show mercy and forgive me this once." Yuhalija bowed low, trembling as she pleaded for Rello's forgiveness. I paid little mind to the provocations of mere ants, yet your actions today have brought me great shame. Here is my proposal. You strike me with your whip, and I shall return the favor with my blade. If you survive, I will grant you my forgiveness. Quite fair, is it not? But, my lord, do you wish for these people behind me to perish because of your whims? Rello interrupted Yuhalija's protest brazenly. Yuhalija's complexion drained of color. Very well, I shall dare to receive your blade. In despair, Yuhalija drew her long sword, bracing herself for Rello's strike. Without further ado, Rello stepped forward, sweeping his long sword through the air. As the crimson blade approached, Yuhalija's eyes filled with despair, as if a massive character for death loomed before her. It was insurmountable. She would die. Just as she braced for the end, a figure abruptly appeared before her, on the verge of closing her eyes to accept her fate. She recognized the silhouette before her and cried out in terror, "Father, quickly get away." The figure, not particularly tall, was indeed Yuhalija's father, the 12th generation leader of the 2nd Treasure Navy, Mamba, who had just intended to escort his daughter to the harbor. Unbeknownst to him, he had witnessed someone attempting to strike down his beloved daughter. In a moment of desperation, he dashed to her side, his fist enveloped in armed haki, aiming to intercept the blade's arc. But in an instant, Mamba's expression shifted. His fist could not even approach the long sword. The blade's energy repelled his fist, creating a crimson energy sphere that trembled between them. In less than a breath, the crimson sphere grew larger, engulfing Mamba entirely. Boom, boom, the ground shattered. Crimson arcs of electricity erupted, soaring skyward, and the surrounding crowd was violently thrown back. Mamba's body twisted as the blade's arc pierced through, launching him like a cannonball, creating shockwaves as he soared into the distance. Rello sheathed his sword, standing with satisfaction as he acknowledged the power of his strike. Once the dust settled, he returned to his companions, disregarding the chaos left in his wake. Weno and the others gazed at Rello with awe, their eyes wide with shock. Wow. No matter how many times I witness it, it still astonishes me. Rello, you are incredible, Chopper exclaimed, bouncing excitedly by Rello's side. Indeed, indeed. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. The scene truly was breathtaking. They observed the clouds above, which had been dispersed by the shockwave of the recent clash. Surveying the aftermath around them, it resembled a disaster zone, a sight too grim to behold. Weno's eyes shone with yearning as she tightened her grip on her sword, determined to reach that level one day. Encouraging herself, Weno suggested, "Let us depart swiftly. With such a commotion, it is only a matter of time before someone comes to investigate." The group hurriedly made their exit. Shortly thereafter, several figures approached rapidly. Upon witnessing the catastrophic scene, their expressions turned to shock. What on earth caused this destruction? Old Kai's face broke into a cold sweat. "Quickly, search for any survivors. Hurry, save my father." Yuhalija, half buried, called out desperately as she spotted the arriving figures. Her father had shielded her from that terrifying strike, and now his life hung in the balance. She could not afford to dwell on her own injuries at this moment. "It's Yuhalija. What has transpired here? Who has inflicted this upon you?" Old Kai, now beside Yuhalija, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, demanded answers. Seeing Yuhalija, bloodied and pleading for help, Old Kai's rage surged uncontrollably. Setting aside that she was his fiancée, he would not let anyone who dared to harm a fellow member of the 8 Treasure Fleet go unpunished. "Abu, swiftly arrange for a rescue operation and inform my grandfather. I want to know at once who dares to commit such violence in our Flower Kingdom." Noticing that Yuhalija had succumbed to unconsciousness, Old Kai quickly dispatched individuals to assist the injured. Rello and his companions had initially intended to explore a new location, but they were met with Robin's refusal, as the group would soon be wanted by the Flower Kingdom. Through Robin's explanation, they learned that each navy of the 8 Treasure Fleet held its own familial influence, encompassing both underworld and official power, within the borders of the Kingdom of Flowers. Any hint of disturbance is swiftly conveyed with unparalleled speed, a true mastery of duality. Although there may exist numerous conflicts among them, they remain united in the face of external threats. Now, with this group of outsiders daring to confront the 2nd Treasure Navy, compounded by the heroic reputation of the 8 Treasures Fleet throughout the kingdom, it is only a matter of time before their faces are plastered across every corner of the land. At that point, not only will leisurely strolls become a challenge, but they will also find themselves besieged by countless individuals. While they may not fear such encounters, the ensuing chaos could prove troublesome. After all, they cannot simply eliminate everyone. In a state of exasperation, they ascended into the sky, gazing down upon the kingdom from above. Nami seized the opportunity, pulling Robin aside to inquire about the location of the jade ice bed and promptly set off toward their destination. What a disappointment it was. They had initially envisioned savoring the local delicacies, only to be thwarted by this unforeseen predicament. Carmen, leaning against the railing, gazed down at the myriad of eateries below, voicing her grievances. It was an unfortunate situation. Who could have anticipated such an unwarranted assault? Nojiko shared a similar sentiment of helplessness. In stark contrast, Nami appeared unfazed by the current circumstances, her enthusiasm unabated as she eagerly discussed the upcoming ice continent with Robin. The others couldn't help but chuckle at her intermittent glances at the compass, akin to a child brimming with anticipation for a forthcoming gift. Nami looks incredibly focused, Chopper remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. Indeed, if only her eyes weren't shaped like berries. Rello quipped, cutting through Nami's concentration. Humph. Nojiko stifled a laugh at the serious expression on Rello's face as he debated Nami's apparent focus. Hey, you lot, do you think I'm invisible? My profession is navigator. Treasure hunting is merely a hobby. Everyone has their peculiar interests, so why are you fixated on me? Nami retorted, exasperated by Rello's teasing. Nami, I think you've mixed up your profession and your hobby, Robin chimed in. Stupid Rello, go perish. Nami exclaimed, lunging at him playfully. Robin and the others observed the playful banter between Nami and Rello with gentle smiles, reveling in this warm and joyous moment, precisely the kind of life they desired. After several long hours of sailing, they finally arrived at the ice continent, heralded by Nami's excited exclamations. Wow, how astonishing. This entire continent is one massive block of ice. How did it come to be? Chopper marveled. The origins remain a mystery, but it is known that the ice here is unlike any other, exceptionally hard and resilient. Robin rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the icy expanse below as she explained to the group. Now that we've arrived, let us disembark. Someone here can hardly contain themselves, Rello remarked, casting a glance at Nami. Are there people in the distance? They appear to be members of the 8 Treasures Navy. Robin noted. Nami, feeling a surge of anxiety, hurried to Rello, asking, Stupid Rello, what should we do? Why are there people here? This place is where the 8 Treasures Navy hides their treasures. Having people here is quite normal, Rello replied. Then what? Don't worry. We'll let them take a nap. It won't hinder our treasure hunt, he reassured her, sensing her distress. Chapter 61. The Underworld, the River of Forgetfulness. As they watched a strange flying vessel descend slowly, a group approached rapidly. This is the territory of the 8 Treasures Navy. You do not belong here. Leave at once. Though the crew was intrigued by the ship, duty compelled them to advance and drive the intruders away. The squad leader's expression shifted upon seeing Rello and his companions. Just as he was about to take action, buzz, the overwhelming presence of conquerors Haki swept through, and without even a glance at the fallen adversaries, Rello strode forward. Whoosh. A figure darted out. Was that a large rat just now? Oh, it's Chopper. Then it's no concern. Wow, this place feels so delightful, Chopper exclaimed, reveling in the thick layer of ice and the comfortable temperature, immediately letting loose. Filled with excitement, he began sliding on the ice, frolicking with a pose reminiscent of a proud rooster. Watching Chopper joyfully play on the ice, the others shared knowing smiles, recognizing that the child had likely been cooped up for too long. As they continued to follow the exhilarated Chopper across the vast icy expanse, they soon found themselves in a basin surrounded by towering icebergs. Look down, Nami suddenly exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The group gazed down at the ice surface, where glimmers of golden light sparkled beneath the thick layer. Incredible, Nami, you found this. They marveled, impressed by her keen eye. Kuna Nojiko, give it a try and see if you can break through the ice. With the discovery of the treasure, Rello wasted no time in calling for them to test their strength. Kuna and Nojiko unsheathed their swords, enveloping them in haki, and struck down with a powerful blow. Clang. The sound resonated as their attack left only a deep gash on the surface of the ice. How is this possible? Nami gasped, astonished. Given Kana and Nojiko's prowess as swordsmen, they could typically slice through steel with ease, yet their strike had barely left a mark on the ice. Both Kana and Nojiko were equally perplexed. The power behind their combined attack was formidable, yet the evidence on the ice suggested otherwise. They exerted all their strength, even utilizing their devil fruit abilities, but still could not break through the ice beneath their feet. This ice is unusual. Its hardness is rather alarming, Carmen observed with a serious demeanor. How can ice be this hard? Indeed, it's remarkably tough. This ice layer has formed over hundreds, even thousands of years, its hardness surpassing that of steel. Ordinary attacks cannot breach it, which is why the 8 Treasures Navy places their treasure here. On one hand, others cannot break the ice, thus safeguarding the treasure. On the other hand, it serves as a test for the next generation of the family, requiring them to prove their strength by breaking the ice. This place is more accurately described as a site of inheritance rather than merely a treasure trove, Robin elucidated to the group. All right, then this place belongs to us now. Stupid Rello, it's up to you. Don't let me down, Nami declared, giving him a meaningful glance. Rello nodded slightly, drawing his long sword and stepping forward. Crimson arcs of electricity dancing along the blade. Whoosh. Leaping lightly into the air, Rello brought his sword down in a powerful strike. The black and red slash aimed directly at the ice surface. Boom. Crack. The ice trembled violently beneath the onslaught, and a massive fissure erupted forth. Yay. The ice has finally broken. Stupid Rello, you're amazing. Nami leapt with excitement, her gaze fixed on the formidable power of Rello's slash, which cleaved through the thick ice layers and created a massive chasm extending for hundreds of meters. Noki, clutching her large blade tightly, felt somewhat feeble in comparison. Nami approached her and gently patted her shoulder, advising her not to compete with this big fool, for he is a true monster. A monster, you say? Perfect. Nearby. Kuna's eyes gleamed with determination. She firmly believed that she would eventually reach Rello's heights, and that all she needed to do now was to steadily grow stronger. The group gathered at the edge of the chasm, peering down to behold a dazzling array of golden treasures, jewels, and ornaments, which filled the space below. Goodness! Is this the treasure amassed by the 8 Treasure Water Army over countless years? Truly an eye-opener, exclaimed someone. There seems to be quite a bit of gold. Surely it cannot surpass the amount Arrow possesses? The group buzzed with chatter about the treasures, but Noki and Kuina, having witnessed Rello's hoard of gold before, were merely taken aback for a moment by the sheer volume of riches. Robin, on the other hand, seemed indifferent to wealth and treasure, while Nami, in her current state, was nearly unable to stand, her eyes sparkling with a radiant golden light. Nami, pull yourself together. Don't get too excited. Chopper expressed his concern, observing Nami's condition. Let us go, everyone. Stop just staring. We need to descend, Rello said, surveying the group before taking the lead and leaping down. One by one, the others followed him. After a cursory glance at the treasure strewn about, Rello advanced deeper into the chamber, where he discovered a square table made of gold adorned with several intriguing items. Approaching the table, he discerned 4 objects, 2 small wooden boxes, which he recognized as the containers for devil fruits. Upon opening them, indeed, he found 2 devil fruits. Though he was unfamiliar with their nature, he would consult the encyclopedia upon returning to the ship. Stowing away the 2 fruits, Rello turned his attention to the other 2 items, which were elongated boxes over 2 meters in length. One was a vivid red, edged in gold, its surface embellished with cloud-like patterns, inscribed with the gilded characters Yellow Spring. The second box was sky blue, mirroring the design of the red one, yet bore the inscription River of Forgetfulness. Observing the 2 boxes, Rello formed a hypothesis about their contents and approached the red box. Upon opening it, he found a 2-meter-long straight sword resting quietly within. Its black-red hilt paired with a bright red sheath, the latter adorned with a fierce golden dragon motif and accompanying cloud patterns. The sword felt somewhat heavy in his grasp, and as he held it, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingers. Clang! The crisp sound of the blade unsheathing resonated as the long sword emerged. The blade was straight, a deep bluish black, with a scarlet edge that gleamed menacingly, suggesting an extraordinary sharpness. Overall, the sword bore a resemblance to a Tang Dynasty saber. Holding the sword, Rello was immensely pleased. It perfectly aligned with his aesthetic, a veritable dream blade. Everyone get out. Quickly, just as he was about to test its heft. Rello's expression suddenly shifted, and he could only shout a warning to the others before his vision was engulfed in crimson, a blood-red mist beginning to envelop him. A faint, putrid scent filled the air, and as Nami and the others were busy selecting exquisite ornaments, they looked up in confusion at Rello's sudden exclamation. They beheld a red mist rising from where Rello stood, obscuring his figure. As they prepared to inquire about his condition, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki surged towards them. Chapter 62, The Mutated Conqueror's Haki. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, the faces of the group turned ashen. Observing this, Kuina swiftly summoned her own Haki to shield them. However, mere moments later, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Rello's Haki felt erratic. We need to follow his lead and retreat. I can't hold this for long. At that moment, Rello's body trembled slightly, his eyes glowing a fierce red. the crimson mist swirling around him as the sword in his hand transformed entirely into a blood-red hue. Threads of blood-like vapor rose from the blade, coalescing around him. An insatiable desire for slaughter surged within him, waves of it crashing against his psyche. In a daze, Rello envisioned a towering figure wielding a red and a blue sword, engaged in a frenzied massacre. The imposing figure was surrounded by a palpable aura of murderous intent, crimson and azure lights flickering in his hands. A river of blood flowing beneath his feet, and a mountain of dismembered corpses piled behind him. Upon closer inspection of the figure's eyes, he noticed an oceanic calmness within them. The frenzied urge to kill stirred not a single ripple in their depths, as he continued his ruthless slaughter with unsettling tranquility. Encountering that serene gaze, a fleeting clarity pierced through Rello's bloodthirsty mind. A mere sword seeks to command me? A surge of blue-golden conqueror's haki erupted from him, swiftly intertwining with the blade, overpowering the crimson aura. At that moment, Rello was enveloped in a swirling maelstrom of blue-gold and blood-red. The two colors entwined like a colossal heart, pulsing rhythmically. In the outside world, Kuina protected the others as they retreated from the chasm, moving a considerable distance away. Is Arrow going to be all right? What on earth happened to that fool Rello? Nami and Noki anxiously turned to Kuina for answers. It's unclear at the moment. It's likely due to a sword, Kuina replied, uncertainty lacing her tone. A sword? Yes, when I made contact with Rello's haki earlier, I felt it brimming with a savage intent that could even affect my mind, Kuina stated gravely. So Arrow is now under the influence of that sword? Noki hesitated, unable to finish the thought. If Rello were to be consumed by that murderous intent, he would inevitably become a mindless, monstrous figure driven solely by the urge to kill. Realizing this, Noki felt a surge of panic. What do we do now? Just watch. As it stands, we cannot even approach him. For now, we must trust in Rello. He will endure this, he must. He is incredibly strong, Kuina murmured, her gaze fixed on the chasm. Speaking as if to reassure both Noki and herself, Nami, Robin, and the others were equally troubled, their eyes fixed on the chasm, fervently hoping for Rello's safety. Suddenly, Nami gasped, "Look, what is that?" From the distance of the chasm, a thick blood-red mist began to surge forth, spilling like water and slowly spreading outward, transforming the once azure ice surface into a deep crimson. The terror of slaughter loomed, enveloping them as if they had stepped into a world drenched in blood. Before anyone could react, the blood-red mist erupted violently, and a piercing blue-gold light broke through, swiftly enveloping the crimson haze. As Nami and the others regained their composure, their faces turned pale, gasping for breath. Though it had only been a fleeting moment, it felt as if they had died countless times. Recalling the sensation, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, fear etched on their faces as they stared ahead at the ominous blood mist. As the azure and golden radiance swiftly quelled the encroaching mists, it ensnared the blood-red haze, causing it to retreat languidly back to the fissure's edge, where it entwined itself in a chaotic dance. The fissure was instantly engulfed in a tumult of confusion, with flashes of crimson and azure golden light darting through, only to swiftly dissolve back into chaos. The onlookers could merely observe the nebulous fog before them, expanding and contracting perpetually, at a loss for what to do. The moments of waiting stretched interminably, the passage of time indiscernible. Then, a transformation occurred within the chaotic mist. A brilliant violet light erupted for reasons unknown, swiftly spreading until the entire chaotic haze was suffused with purple and gradually retreated into the fissure. A tremendous roar erupted as a violet beam shot skyward, piercing the clouds and cascading down upon the earth. In an instant, the entire realm was bathed in a purple hue, only to vanish abruptly, leaving the world clear once more, with Rello's figure now standing beside the fissure. A moment prior, beneath the fissure, Rello had unleashed his conqueror's haki in a bid to suppress the terrifying urge for slaughter. To his astonishment, during the suppression, the two forces began to merge, and upon successful fusion, Rello discovered that his conqueror's haki had undergone a mutation. It was now imbued with a primal intent to kill, enhancing its potency beyond anything he had previously known. What a blade of slaughter! Gazing at the weapon in his hand, Rello wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Feeling a lingering dread, he had been careless this time, nearly falling victim to his own weapon. Reflecting on the harrowing experience, he felt a shiver of fear. Had his mind been eroded by this blade, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Turning his gaze to the blue box nearby, he focused on the blue longsword contained within. The hilt, a blend of black and blue, accompanied by a blue sheath adorned with a golden phoenix soaring through the skies, accented with cloud-like golden patterns. This time, Rello cautiously withdrew the longsword, noting its similar design and the blue blade it bore. Prepared for whatever might transpire, he awaited the outcome. However, nothing occurred. Only an eerie tranquility enveloped him. As he gripped the sword, Rello found himself in a state of absolute rational calm, devoid of any other emotions. Upon sheathing the longsword, his expression darkened. This cannot be. Damn it. It seems that wielding both swords simultaneously allows the forgetting river to suppress the urge for slaughter, while the yellow springs can stifle absolute rationality. Realizing the implications, Rello could not help but curse aloud. With such effects, a warning on the box would have been appreciated. This was nothing short of a trap. He had recklessly gambled and nearly choked on the consequences. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Otherwise, he would have slapped himself for being so reckless. Hastily gathering the treasure scattered about, Rello reappeared outside the fissure. From a distance, several figures rushed towards him. Noki dove headlong into Rello's embrace, clinging tightly as her body trembled slightly. The sight of her tear-streaked face, filled with worry, tugged at Rello's heartstrings. "I'm sorry for causing you concern," he gently reassured Noki, raising his gaze to see Ka and Nami standing nearby, their eyes glistening with tears as they looked at him. Instantly, Rello opened his arms and enveloped them both in a comforting embrace, soothing them further. "Rest assured, everyone. There is no need to worry. I am fine. Moreover, following this incident, my strength has achieved new heights," he smiled, surveying the anxious faces of his companions. Chapter 63. Sun Thief, you are quite capable. It's a relief to hear you're all right. In the future, please inform us of any matters beforehand to spare us from worry. You are no longer alone in this. Robin earnestly advised Rello. "I'm so glad you're safe, Rello. You have no idea how terrifying that scene was." Carmen finally seized the opportunity to interject, vividly recounting the earlier events. "Indeed, my legs are still trembling. It was truly horrifying," Chopper chimed in, visibly shaken. "It was that blade's doing. I was momentarily careless." Overwhelmed by its murderous intent, Rello explained, drawing forth the yellow springs to elucidate what had transpired. "Is that blade still a concern?" Noki asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "It poses no threat now. It has effectively become a part of me," Rello reassured them with a shake of the long sword in his hand. As he unsheathed the weapon, a flash of crimson light flickered momentarily. A collective gasp resonated as the aura of murderous intent enveloped them, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed, witnessing nightmarish visions of a sea of corpses. What a terrifying blade! How could it possess such overwhelming murderous intent? What has this sword endured? Kuina marveled, astonished by the intensity of the blade's aura. Foolish Rello, quickly sheath the sword. "I have goosebumps," Nami urged, her face pale with fear as she rubbed her arms. Chopper shivered, darting behind Robin in alarm. "I felt as though I had been slain by that blade. Thank goodness it was merely an illusion. It's too terrifying. The Yellow Springs indeed lives up to its name. It is a blade of slaughter that brings death to the world." Noki warned gravely as she regarded the sword. "Rello, be extra cautious when wielding that blade in the future," she added. "Fear not. I am well aware of its nature," Rello confidently replied, surveying the surroundings. The treasures had been collected, and unexpected gains had been made. Their treasure-seeking journey had reached a successful conclusion, and it was time to depart. Exchanging glances, the group found little left to tidy and prepared to set off. "Oh, it seems we won't be leaving just yet," Rello remarked suddenly, as a flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, turning his attention towards the distance. "What is it?" Nami and the others halted, questioning. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, rhythmic crashing sounds echoed from afar, and through their line of sight, a portly, white-bearded elder led a group of people, marching towards them with great fervor. Robin, seeing the towering figure, narrowed her eyes and promptly informed Rello. The elder at the forefront is the 12th generation leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Qingtiao. Decades ago, he was a notorious pirate across the seas. Casting a glance at her companions, Robin continued. In his prime, he had a bounty exceeding 500 million, surpassing even your own, Rello. His strength is formidable, so be cautious. As for the 2 individuals trailing behind him, the one adorned with a tattoo on his abdomen is the current leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Old Kai, who is also Qingtiao's grandson. Beside him is Abu, the vice leader of the 8 Treasure Navy. Upon hearing Robin's warning, Kuna and the others were taken aback. Realizing they were in the presence of a pirate from a bygone era, Rello nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. In truth, he was already aware. With that physique and the glaring 12 tattoo at the corner of his eye, it was unmistakably Qingtiao. As Kuna, Noki, and the others remained vigilant, watching the approaching figures, Qingtiao strode past Rello and his companions, heading directly towards the massive fissure. The closer he got to the fissure, the more panic and disarray appeared on his face, to the point where he stumbled on his feet. Reaching the fissure's edge and gazing down into the empty vault, Qingtiao collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably. My treasures. All my treasures are gone. Damn those scoundrels. The accumulated wealth of the 8 treasure navy throughout the generations. Beast. Damn beast. Sobbed Qingtiao, his hands relentlessly pounding against the icy surface, wailing in despair. Observing this towering man, exceeding 5 meters in height, weeping like a wronged bride. Rello felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, while Noki and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss regarding how to respond. After weeping for an interminable duration, Qingtiao suddenly appeared to recollect something, whipping around to glare menacingly at Rello and his companions. With a sudden burst of resolve, he surged toward them. You brat, grievously injuring the backbone of the Erbao water army in my flower kingdom, taking lives and inflicting harm upon our soldiers. And now you dare to steal the treasures of my Baibao water army. You audacious thief, how do you wish to meet your demise? Faced with the furious Qingtiao, Rello raised an eyebrow. Are you truly oblivious as to why I attacked the Erbao water army? Or do you think it is permissible for you to strike me while I am forbidden from retaliating? Rello stepped forward, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Qingtiao. Moreover, it was your men who initiated hostilities. I merely acted in self-defense. What is your purpose in confronting me now? Qingtiao's breath hitched, and he erupted into a torrent of vitriol. What of the treasure? You have audaciously stolen all of it. That treasure belongs to my Baibao water army. Return it at once. Impossible. Rello retorted curtly, a smirk playing on his lips. Why would I return what has already found its way into my pockets? Speaking of treasures, you ought to be grateful to me. I presume you are unable to break through this ice beneath your feet, witnessing the vast treasures before you, yet unable to retrieve or utilize them must be quite agonizing, wouldn't it? Now, thanks to me, the ice has been broken and the treasures extracted. In light of your previous distress, you ought to express your gratitude. Don't you think? Rello continued to jest with Qingtiao, and for a fleeting moment, the furious man's expression faltered. If the source of his anguish had vanished, did that mean he would no longer suffer? What you say makes no sense, you scoundrel. You are taking it too far. That treasure was rightfully mine. But you cannot break the ice. How can treasures you cannot retrieve be considered yours? Rello taunted. It is the accumulated wealth of my Baibao water army through generations. You cannot break the ice. That treasure has lain within for decades, and you cannot break the ice. At this moment, Rello stood with his hands on his hips, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ah, you bastard die? Qingtiao roared, armed, 8-fist punch, piercing dragon strike. Enraged by Rello's mockery, Qingtiao's formidable presence erupted, his overwhelming aura surging forth as his corpulent form vanished in a blink. Surrounding him, arcs of purple electricity flickered ominously. Rello stepped forward, cloaked in his own armed haki, and launched a punch toward the oncoming threat. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding echoed as Qingtiao appeared before Rello, his dark fist descending upon him with tremendous force. The thunderous clash of their fists and the grinding friction of their powerful auras resonated sharply, accompanied by a shockwave infused with crimson and violet electricity that swept through the surroundings. Chapter 64. Each battle at the moment Rello made his move, Weno, Noki, and the others swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Lao Kai and Abu, leading their group, found themselves swept away by the collision of the two overwhelming auras, causing them to stagger and fall unconscious. Lao Kai and Abu, wielding their long knives, desperately fought against the onslaught of the overpowering aura. In their peripheral vision, they caught sight of Rello's crew retreating, exchanging a knowing glance before hastening toward Nami and the others. Bang! Another collision resounded as Qingtiao's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring menacingly at Rello. Brat, return my treasure immediately, or you shall not leave this place alive. Ha! Do you wish for my treasure? Come then, defeat me, and the treasure shall be yours. Rello laughed heartily, beckoning Qingtiao with a finger, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Ah! Seeking death. Qingtiao roared, 8-fist, non-piercing strike. The non-piercing head, enveloped in armed haki, charged at Rello. Excellent strike. How did you develop such power? Rello observed as he deftly sidestepped, watching Qingtiao smash a massive hole into the ice. Mocking him. Infuriating. 8-fist, head spin. Qingtiao, using his head like a battering ram, charged at Rello in a tornado-like assault. From a distance, it would appear as if Rello were battling a gargantuan spinning top, occasionally striking back with sparks and electricity flying. Simultaneously, Weno and Noki had engaged in combat with Lao Kai and his group. Weno approached Lao Kai, eyeing the man wielding a large knife. I hear you are the current pillar of the Qingjiao family. Your strength must be formidable, indeed. Clang. Lao Kai replied as he parried her strike with his blade. Woman, surrender now, or I shall show you no mercy. In response to Lao Kai's words, Weno's eyes sparkled with determination. You think I would yield? I suggest you take this seriously. Otherwise, the current pillar of the Baibao water army shall fall to a woman's blade today. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed as Lao Kai realized he had underestimated the female swordsman before him. As the blade above him descended, Lao Kai lifted his leg for a kick. Armed foot. Clang. The heel, enveloped in armed haki, met the descending blade, followed by a powerful kick aimed at Weno's long knife. The impact sent Weno staggering back, the tremors traveling through her wrist. An 8-fist punch. Interesting. It bears the semblance of flowing cherry blossoms, she mused, feeling the sting in her wrist. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of battle continued, a whirlwind of energy swirling around them. Weno, perplexed, questioned, Is your sword merely for show? Why do you not wield it? My specialty lies in martial arts. Wielding a sword is merely a hobby. Is there a problem with that? Weno's expression hardened as she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her body slightly bending forward. Aye, flowing blossom. A ribbon of pink light flashed before Lao Kai, who barely had time to react before feeling a chill at his chest. Uffed. Blood sprayed forth. Despite Lao Kai instinctively enveloping himself in armed haki, he still sustained a wound, blood gushing forth. Infuriating, Lao Kai retaliated, slashing at Weno, then thrusting his blade into the ground, propelling himself upward as he kicked toward Weno. Armed foot barrage. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of heels colliding with blades rang out, their battle reaching a fever pitch. On the other side, witnessing Lao Kai being challenged by Weno, Noki turned her attention to Abu. Is this all you've got? Hey, woman. What else with that look? Do you look down on me? Abu exclaimed, gripping his long knife, ready to strike, infuriated by Noki's disdainful gaze. Noki disregarded Abu's outburst. Her priority was to end the battle swiftly, for Rello was a legendary pirate, and she felt a twinge of concern. Drawing her long knife, she slowly advanced toward Abu. And in an instant, she appeared before him, sweeping her blade across. Clang. The long blade was intercepted by Abu's arm, enveloped in armament haki. As Noki Gao pressed down with greater force, taunting, Let me show you the taste of the 8-burst fist. Haha. A tremor emanated from the blade, causing Noki Gao to nearly lose grip due to the overwhelming shockwave. This shockwave is rather formidable, Noki Gao murmured, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. In an instant, the metallic clashing of their weapons echoed through the air, the fierce collision of haki-infused martial arts against the blade's gleam. The battlefield was rife with chaotic slashes and scattered shockwaves, an exceptionally intense skirmish. Nearby, Nami and Robin found themselves surrounded by several foes. We'll capture you first, forcing your captain to think twice before making a move. In exchange for our treasure, one of them proclaimed. Yes, let's take you down first. You would do well not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the pain will be unavoidable, they warned Nami and Robin. Oh dear, is this how you treat our two esteemed ladies? Quite lacking in decorum, don't you think? Robin crossed her arms, a smile gracing her lips. Little girl, cease your futile resistance. We mean you no harm. As long as you return the treasure of our 8-treasure water army, one of the assailants retorted. What do you mean your treasure? That belongs to us. Nami interjected, her displeasure evident. After all the hard work Rello put into collecting it, you think you can just take it? Those who refuse to heed the warning shall face the consequences, they threatened, preparing to strike. Wait, what? Having second thoughts. One of the assailants sneered. Too late. Brothers. Seize them. They disregarded Nami's protests and advanced to capture the two women. Shouldn't you all take a moment to look up at the sky? Nami suggested. Don't think of stalling. What could possibly be up there? They scoffed, but upon glancing upwards, they froze, their bodies trembling in fear. A woman with paper wings was commanding a swarm of finely crafted paper needles, poised to strike at them. Carmen reveled in her newfound abilities, having developed a new technique through Rello's guidance. Thanks to her training, she could hover for extended periods. Hey, you lot, if you value your lives, stay put and don't move. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves as porcupines in an instant, Nami threatened, observing the trembling figures before her. Chapter 65. Individual battles. Chopper perched on Carmen's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, Carmen, your paper fruit powers are incredible. Right? Right? Oh ho ho ho, Carmen exclaimed, darting through the air, much to Chopper's dismay as he clung to her shoulders, swinging wildly with her exaggerated movements. "Ah, Carmen, you madwoman, I'm going to fall," Chopper cried amid Carmen's jubilant cheers and his own terrified screams. "Enough, you lot should just fall down already, Thundercloud," Nami decided, summoning several bolts of lightning from the storm above. The already trembling 8 Treasure Water army was met with a deluge of electric wrath, collapsing in agony. Once the assailants were dealt with, Robin and the others swiftly turned their attention to the ongoing battle between Nojiko and Weno. Clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed again as 2 figures swiftly parted ways. Weno regarded the elderly Kai with disappointment. "Is this truly the best the 8 Treasure Navy has to offer? I'm already weary of your circus-like techniques. Your training is a shambles. And the 8 Treasure Fist is nothing remarkable." Kai's face turned pale with rage as he glared at Weno, his teeth clenched, desperate to tear her apart. Yet he realized he was utterly powerless against her, as if she were coaxing him into revealing his every move only to counter them. "It's time to end this tiresome game," Weno declared, gripping her sword tightly. Stepping forward, her aura surged, golden light radiating from her, her golden locks billowing. Holy Feather Slash. Transformed into a streak of golden light, Weno charged towards Kai, leaving a scintillating trail of afterimages and fluttering feathers. "Curse it." Kai's expression shifted drastically as he enveloped himself in haki, launching a kick at Weno. Dragon Spike. Clang. The heel collided with the blade, sending ripples through the air. However, this standoff lasted but a moment before Weno's golden radiance pierced through Kai's body, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Emerging behind him, Weno sheathed her sword and stepped away, no longer concerning herself with Kai. With a splatter, blood erupted as the long blade fell to the ground, Kai's figure gradually crumpling. Support. From a distance, Abu, engaged in a fierce clash with Nojiko, noticed Kai's fallen form and gasped in horror, shouting out. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. "You let your guard down." Abu snapped back to reality, sensing Nojiko approaching from behind, but it was already too late. With a sickening thud, Abu's vision faded to white as he collapsed, Nojiko casting a brief glance at the fallen Abu before striding towards Nami and the others. Nami, Robin, and the others hurriedly approached, concern etched on their faces. "Are you both all right?" The two nodded gently, their gazes shifting to the distant battle still unfolding. Bang, bang. The sounds of fists colliding continued as Rello, now in his dragon form, relentlessly pressed his advantage against Green Pepper. "Old Kai, Abu." Green Pepper suddenly roared, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Rello. "How dare you harm my beloved grandson? This is unforgivable." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rello realized that Weno and Nojiko had finished their skirmish. It was time for him to act. "You've had your fun for long enough. It's time you join your grandson," he declared, hovering in midair and observing the enraged Green Pepper. "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Nearing the brink of madness, Green Pepper clasped his hands together, his aura surging as the air around him began to warp. Suddenly, he leapt, spinning rapidly as he charged at Rello. Head Dragon Spike. Rello chuckled lightly, then propelled himself downward like a cannonball, his dragon-scaled fist hurtling towards the oncoming Green Pepper. Dragon Fist breaks evil. The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, resonating through the air and sending shockwaves rippling outward, shattering the clouds above. The two opponents remained locked in a deadlock for a moment, but Rello suddenly intensified his power. "Down you go." With that, Green Pepper's darkened skull was abruptly crushed by the force of Rello's fist, protruding sharply like a cone. As Green Pepper plummeted, the pointed crown of his head aimed directly at the icy surface below. Boom. Crack. Upon impact, the pointed tip pierced through the thick ice, creating a massive fissure as Green Pepper's form vanished beneath the surface. Upon witnessing this scene, Rello found himself both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that his unintentional act would inadvertently restore the conical head of Green Pepper. "Well, let us consider it a recompense for the treasure I've taken from you." Rello clapped his hands and turned to leave, but after taking only a few steps, he heard Green Pepper's tearful voice calling from behind. "Wait." Kid Rello turned back to see Green Pepper emerging from the crack, his hands cradling his conical head, tears streaming down his face. "Kid, I thank you for restoring my conical head, but I will never forgive you for harming my grandson and stealing my treasure." Observing Green Pepper's pitiful state, Rello felt a twinge of sympathy. The emotions of loss and recovery are often difficult for others to comprehend. However, Green Pepper's tone shifted abruptly as he fixed a serious gaze upon Rello. "Therefore, to express my gratitude, I shall use my conical head to ensure you remain here permanently Rello had initially believed that he had alleviated Green Pepper's long-held grievances, thinking that today's brawl would be forgotten. Treasures can be reclaimed. Isn't that the way of pirates? You rob me, and when I grow stronger, I shall reclaim what is mine. Yet, Green Pepper's relentless demeanor left Rello incredulous. Do you truly think I lack temper? Rello retorted with a sardonic smile. Very well, you clearly have no regard for dignity. I shall indulge you. With that, the blade Huangquan suddenly manifested in his hand. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping Green Pepper. What is this? The blade of the end? Green Pepper staggered back a couple of steps, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the weapon that had appeared so suddenly in Rello's grasp. What? Rello queried, bemused by Green Pepper's reaction. You've actually wielded that cursed blade. Hundreds of years ago, it was the world-ending blade that slaughtered cities and nations, staining the heavens with blood. Green Pepper's throat bobbed, his lips trembling as he spoke. Over the centuries, every master of that blade has been gradually eroded by it, transforming into a fiend of slaughter, annihilating countless beings and wreaking havoc upon the world. The blade feasts upon the souls of those it slays, growing ever stronger, while its wielder ultimately succumbs to the very weapon they wield. At this juncture, Green Pepper regarded Rello with a complex gaze, as if foreseeing the inevitable rise of a world-destroying demon. I advise you to return the blade. The infamy of the blade of the end is well established. Countless souls have sought its power, engaging in endless bloodshed to possess it. It was only decades ago that I found it once more and concealed it beneath layers of ice, allowing the world to gradually forget its influence. Rello, however, displayed indifference to Green Pepper's warnings. From the moment he first grasped the blade, he had felt its essence. The so-called corruption of the blade merely stemmed from the inadequacy of its previous wielders. It was merely a tool, easily mastered by him. So, are we going to continue fighting, or shall I take my leave? Rello interrupted Green Pepper's lengthy admonitions with impatience. By the way, what of that ice blue blade? What is its origin? Suddenly recalling, Rello inquired. Over 200 years ago, my ancestors from the Flower Kingdom sought to suppress that cursed blade. After much searching, they discovered a deep-sea ice iron that could influence human emotions, and thus they commissioned a master blacksmith to forge a blade. Naming it Huangquan. Green Pepper's eyes flickered with nostalgia before admiration overtook his expression. As the only dual-wielding grand swordsman of the time, my ancestor, with the aid of Huangquan, ultimately seized the cursed blade for many years thereafter, wielding both the blade of the end and Huangquan. My ancestor achieved great feats for the Flower Kingdom, earning lasting renown. Yet, in the end, he succumbed to madness in his twilight years, and with his passing, Huangquan was lost. Rello listened with rapt attention to the tale of the blade, and upon noticing that Green Pepper had lost his will to fight, he turned to leave. Green Pepper watched as Rello and his companions departed, his expression blank. Suddenly recalling something, Green Pepper hurriedly turned and ran towards a short distance away. Old Kaiabu. Upon checking, he discovered that the two were merely unconscious and in no danger. He then furiously declared, "Useless fools, defeated by a woman. What a disgrace. You must train diligently upon our return." Back aboard the ship, Rello immediately levitated it into the air, and after Nami confirmed their course, they sped away from the icy continent. Phew, this journey has indeed been thrilling. Chopper sighed with relief as he gazed at the receding ice. Ha ha ha, Chopper has grown. Noki exclaimed with admiration. I still remember when you first joined the crew, terrified of humans. Now you can banter even in the heat of battle. You're truly becoming a man. Bagyalu, even if you praise me, I want to be pleased, you rascal. Chopper retorted, his embarrassment evident. Laughter erupted among the crew as they watched Chopper express his joy with animated gestures. Moments later, Rello produced 2 boxes containing the devil fruits. Everyone, come and see what powers these 2 fruits possess, Nami exclaimed excitedly. Did we find 2 more devil fruits this time? Let us see what abilities they have. Hearing this, Robin retrieved the encyclopedia and began to search. Before long, the abilities of the 2 devil fruits were revealed. One was a Paramecia-type size fruit, and the other was a Zoan-type cat fruit, mythical beast model, white tiger. Wow, another mythical beast fruit. This must be worth a fortune. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noki rolled his eyes in disbelief, looking at Nami. You fool, who would sell a mythical beast fruit? Especially one of a divine creature like the white tiger? Ignoring Nami's pouting expression, Noki turned to Rello. What will you do about this fruit? Rello scanned the group. They were all now capable of utilizing devil fruit powers. Clearly, this fruit was meant for someone else. Currently, there is no pressing need for it. We're all capable now, and selling it is out of the question. Perhaps we can save it for a future crewmate. He glanced at Nami before continuing. A divine beast? That sounds incredibly powerful. Chopper's face lit up with envy as he inquired about the other fruit's abilities. Observing Chopper's adorable confusion, Robin gently explained, the size fruit, as the name suggests, grants the ability to alter one's size. Is that all? Just the ability to grow or shrink? Chopper's disappointment was palpable. Rello, playfully tapping his small head, remarked, do not underestimate this fruit. Once its power is fully developed, one can control the size of objects at will, including their own body. Just imagine, in battle, becoming gigantic or reducing your enemy to a mere speck. And then, boom. Chopper envisioned an enemy suddenly towering over him, preparing to stomp down, and he shivered involuntarily. How terrifying. That fruit's power is truly absurd. Nami and Carmen nodded vigorously, pondering the horror of an enemy transforming into a giant. By the way, Rello, I haven't asked you yet, Nami remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she recalled what she had seen from afar. How did the head of the green pepper suddenly transform into Nami's? It has taken on a conical shape, hasn't it? Yes, indeed, a cone, exclaimed Nami, her expression exaggerated. What on earth happened? How did a perfectly normal head turn into a cone? I know about this. Rello began to respond to Nami's inquiry, but Robin, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, interjected before he could speak. Rello sighed. Ever since the incident with Akiji, it seemed Robin had shed her burdens and become much more cheerful, gradually revealing the lively spirit typical of girls her age. Rello was pleased with this transformation, as it was the essence of her true self. Since Miss Robin has taken it upon herself to interrupt, perhaps she could enlighten us on this matter, Rello said with a resigned smile. Robin, satisfied with Rello's concession, caught the curious gazes of Kuna, Noki, and the others, who awaited her explanation. Actually, the conical head of the green pepper is his original form. You see, decades ago, when he was a pirate, he was renowned as Cone Pepper across the seas, Robin explained, winking at Rello, clearly enjoying the unfolding curiosity of the group. The reason he appears as we saw him before is due to a certain individual, the current Marine Vice Admiral. Garp? That old Marine grandpa? Nami gasped in surprise. Indeed, Robin continued. At that time, Vice Admiral Garp, being a Marine, was naturally intrigued by the notorious Cone Pepper. So he set out to capture him. Their encounter led to a fierce battle. And the outcome, as you can imagine, was rather evident. Rello interjected with a chuckle. The old man's iron fist is not merely a title. Cone Pepper's conical head was literally smashed to bits by it. At this, Rello couldn't help but laugh. This defeat compelled him to abandon his pirate life, retreating to the Flower Country for decades. Had it not been for the treasure concerning the 8 treasure pirates, he would likely have remained hidden. The group exchanged sympathetic glances. Cone Pepper was indeed a pitiful figure, having been dramatically cast from the heights of his youthful ambitions into the depths of despair, spending so many years in seclusion. One could only wonder how he had managed to endure. Luckily, his strength was still considerable, allowing him to avoid much gossip. Otherwise, he would have surely struggled to remain in hiding. Rello clapped his hands and announced, well, that concludes our discussion here. Our journey in the West Sea is drawing to a close, so let's hold a banquet to celebrate. Yay, a banquet. Chopper and Nami cheered in unison. Carmen suddenly chimed in. But we don't have much meat left on the ship. That's simple. The Com Belt is a natural meat factory. Let's go catch a sea king, Rello declared, gesturing grandly as he turned the ship towards the direction Nami indicated. Cheers. Ha ha ha. So this is how delightful wine can be. Foolish Rello has been denying me for so long, Nami complained, her cheeks flushed after downing a bowl of wine. Ugh, Nami, just 1 cup is enough. No more. Noki scolded. Yes, today is our first time drinking. Moderation is key. We can't afford to get drunk. Rello, unable to resist Nami and Carmen's insistence, reluctantly produced some of their stored wine. Robin gracefully lifted a glass of red wine, gently swirling it as she surveyed her companions, a smile spreading across her lips. Her current life felt almost dreamlike and surreal. Reflecting on her past, she remembered the days spent in hiding, living in the shadows, constantly vigilant against the threat of death as she fought for survival. As laughter and joy enveloped her, feeling the warm sunlight and the breeze of freedom, Robin gradually lost herself in the moment. Robin, Chopper called, noticing her dazed expression as he waved his cup in front of her. Huh, what is it, Chopper? Nothing. Just noticed you were lost in thought. Come on, eat something, Chopper said cheerfully, oblivious to the fact that he too was quite tipsy, downing cup after cup. I'm fine. Chopper. Thank you. Cheers. Robin replied with a smile, clinking glasses with Chopper before finishing her drink. Nearby, Kuina took a delicate sip of her wine, her cheeks reddening as she quickly nibbled on some food and took another sip. Observing Kina's adorable demeanor, Rello couldn't help but say, if you can't handle it, there's no need to force yourself. The most important thing is that we enjoy ourselves. Haha, Kuina, are you okay? Nami, already tipsy, draped an arm around Noki's neck and shouted. Haha. The group erupted in laughter at Kuina's flushed face, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Thus, the crew experienced their first taste of alcohol together, filled with exuberance and laughter. On this deserted island near the calm belt, Rello and his crew commenced their celebratory feast. The gentle sea breeze carried the aroma of wine and grilled meat, enveloping the small island. Just as they reveled in their tranquil joy, a sudden voice interrupted. Who's there? Show yourself. Rello abruptly turned, startling Nami and the others. They followed his gaze to see a figure emerging from the underbrush, tattered and worn. Before them stood a tall woman, adorned with what appeared to be long horns resembling a bull's, her hair a mix of sky blue and pink cascading down her shoulders. She wore a pink lace mask, and her tattered blue cloak hung from her, revealing her pale skin through multiple holes in her clothing. What captured Rello's attention most were her long, snow-white legs that seemed almost blinding. This attire looks familiar, but how did she end up here? Rello pondered, when suddenly he felt a sharp pinch at his side. Turning to find Nami gripping the flesh at his waist, her teeth clenched in irritation. What are you doing? You lecherous creep. Stop staring at her legs. What? I was just lost in thought. He protested. Do you think I believe you? Nami retorted, arms crossed defiantly. Excuse me, I'm really hungry. Could I have something to eat? The girl asked weakly, her stomach growling audibly. The crew exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Come join us. We are having a banquet. Carmen welcomed the ragged girl warmly. As she took a seat, her eyes sparkled at the sight of the feast laid out before her. Don't worry about it. Eat to your heart's content. If you need more, we have plenty, Carmen reassured her gently. Thank you. I will dig in now, the girl said, diving into the food with fervor. Nami and the others watched with sympathy, wondering what hardships this child had endured to be so famished. After the banquet concluded, the group gathered around the girl. Now, tell us about yourself. Who are you, and where do you come from? My name is Runmi, and I hail from Ghost Island. I am a member of the Beast Pirates. You are a pirate? The Beast Pirates. Carmen and Robin exclaimed simultaneously, their faces displaying shock. The Beast Pirates. Is that the pirate crew led by the Sea Emperor of the New World? Nami's voice trembled slightly. Yes, that is indeed the crew led by Lord Kaido. Runmi replied with a hint of pride. Robin and the others were taken aback, astonished that such a seemingly delicate girl was a member of the notorious beast pirates that roamed the seas. Observing the proud young beauty, Rayleigh felt a wave of confusion. Aren't the beast pirates situated in the New World? How did you end up in this remote corner of the West Sea? Nanny, this is the West Sea. Oh no. Runmi suddenly collapsed onto the ground, tears welling in her eyes as despair washed over her. Hey, how on earth did you get here? Nami, looking at the girl sprawled on the ground, expressed her dissatisfaction. It's all the fault of that detestable red-haired pirate crew, always causing trouble for us, provoking Lord Kaido. So Lord Kaido decided to lead us in a mission to completely annihilate the red-haired pirates. As she spoke, Runmi angrily struck the ground. Her face twisted in fury. During the battle between Red-Haired and Lord Kaido, our fleet was scattered by the aftershocks, and my ship unfortunately drifted into the doldrums, only to be besieged by a horde of sea kings. In the end, I was the only one who survived. Runmi recounted her harrowing experience, detailing the struggles she endured to stay alive. Upon reaching this small island, I have been starving for 5 days. After exploring the island, I had no strength left. If it weren't for your timely presence, I would likely have perished from hunger. Chapter 68, Journey to the New World. It's quite a miracle that you survived. Traversing the doldrums is unimaginable, Noki exclaimed. Indeed, I remember when we sailed through the doldrums, yet we still faced a colossal sea king attack, Nami recalled, reminiscing about their first landing on an island within the doldrums in the East Sea. Upon hearing about flying ships, a spark of memory ignited in Runmi's mind, as she scrutinized Rayleigh and the others. You are the adventurer Rayleigh, and you are all adventurers? Runmi recalled reading about the miraculous ship of adventurers in a newspaper and had envied it for quite some time. Oh, has the fame of our adventurers reached the New World? Nami asked, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Yes. The newspaper mentioned that the adventurer Rayleigh possesses abilities akin to those of Lord Kaido, suggesting he might even be Lord Kaido's illegitimate son. Runmi excitedly shared the gossip, reminiscing about how she and her brother had discussed it at length. Oofed. Seeing Rayleigh's face darken, Nami, Noki, and the others burst into laughter. Kuina also bit her lip, trying hard to suppress her amusement. I remember when the newspaper published that Rayleigh was so furious he wanted to confront Morgans. Rayleigh shot daggers at them before turning to Runmi, saying, I am not even close to being the son of Lord Kaido. So let us put an end to these rumors. Huh, did you get that wrong? Runmi looked a bit perplexed, then suddenly remembered something and bent down. Could you possibly escort me back to the New World? Lord Kaido would surely reward you greatly. He treats me very well. Well, we don't currently plan to enter the New World. Rayleigh hesitated, glancing at his companions. Please. Runmi bowed deeply, earnestly pleading. What do you all think? Rayleigh asked, looking at his companions. I've heard that the climate in the New World is harsh and unpredictable. Experiencing it firsthand could be enlightening, Nami said, her excitement bubbling forth. They say the New World is a gathering place for the strong, filled with powerful individuals like stars in the sky. Kuina gripped her sword tightly, brimming with fighting spirit. Carmen was equally enthusiastic. It would be great to sample the different culinary delights of the New World ahead of time. Chopper clung to Rayleigh's leg. Captain Rayleigh, you must protect me when we enter the New World. Noki and Robin expressed indifference, saying they were open to going anywhere. Since everyone agrees, let us prepare to set sail for the New World, Rayleigh decided, taking in the group's enthusiasm, then turned to Runmi. By the way, Runmi, do you have a log pose or a Viver card? We wouldn't want to be aimlessly wandering around the New World like headless chickens. Yes. Thank you so much for agreeing to take me back. After we return, please make sure to thank us properly, Nami said playfully. The group began to tidy up their utensils, and soon after, the ship slowly ascended, heading straight for the doldrums. Truly a miraculous ship. This vessel is simply magnificent. Just out of the bath, clad in Robin's attire, Runmi exclaimed while drying her hair. Upon seeing Runmi emerge, freshly cleansed and adorned in new clothes, Rayleigh was momentarily captivated. She radiated charm. Her rosy cheeks glowed with a soft hue, her pink eyes gleamed with innocence, and the frilly mask enhanced her beauty. The new outfit accentuated her figure, with her slender waist appearing slightly exaggerated, and her porcelain-like legs shimmered with a lustrous sheen. The red high heels added an extra splash of color, leaving Rayleigh somewhat spellbound. Suddenly feeling several intense gazes upon her, Rayleigh snapped back to reality. Ahem, Runmi, if you have no business, perhaps you could take a tour of the ship. Rayleigh awkwardly sipped from a nearby cup. Silly Rayleigh, such a lecherous fool. With so many beauties aboard, why is he so captivated? Nami muttered through gritted teeth. Noki also shot Rayleigh a resentful glance. Is she really that attractive? Well, I could always wear something similar for you later. What is so special about just looking at a pretty girl? Humph, just wait, when you reach the right age. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson about the plight of the common folk. Rayleigh grumbled fiercely. Nearby, Robin observed everything with keen interest, covering her mouth in a soft laugh at the sight of the disgruntled Rayleigh muttering to himself. This is my first time flying on a ship. There seem to be quite a few sea kings down there. Should we ascend a bit higher? Runmi leaned over the railing, gazing downward after a brief tour. I assent it. I was also quite excited the first time I sailed, Chopper remarked, having somehow found his way to Runmi's side. Oh, little raccoon. Are you from the mink tribe? Runmi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chopper beside her. You idiot. I'm a reindeer, with antlers, see. I'm a reindeer who ate a devil fruit. An irate Chopper yanked off his hat, pointing to his antlers atop his head. My apologies. A reindeer who ate a devil fruit, is it? How embarrassing. I'll let it slide this time, but don't make that mistake again. Seeing Runmi quickly apologize, Chopper felt he couldn't be too harsh on her. After a moment, Chopper continued. What did you mean by mink tribe? I remember Rayleigh mentioning that they are talking animals. The mink tribe, indeed, they are a group of talking animals who have even established their own nation. Runmi, quite fond of Chopper, held him in her arms while recounting the tales of the mink tribe. Most of them live on Zou, and their nation is called the Zou Kingdom, which resides on the back of a colossal elephant known as the Elephant Lord, towering 10,000 meters high. A 10,000-meter tall elephant. Chopper gasped in astonishment, struggling to fathom the immense size of such a giant creature. Indeed, the colossal elephant tirelessly bore Zou upon its back, making the quest for a suitable location rather arduous. Chopper, there are numerous species of animals on Zou. Perhaps we might even encounter a sister deer to keep you company? Came the mischievous voice of Riley from behind. What a rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't comprehend you. Chopper instinctively felt a flicker of joy, only to be quickly engulfed by embarrassment and ire. All right, Riley, do not corrupt Chopper. Look, he blushing. Noki scolded Riley with a hint of playful reproach. Chopper, with both hands clutching the brim of his hat, shielded his eyes, evidently flustered. There's no need to be shy, Chopper. Who knows? When we visit Zou in the future, we might actually encounter one. You scoundrel Riley, I'm going to get you, Chopper exclaimed, lunging at Riley. And the two began to frolic on the deck. Noki, Robin, and the others observed the playful antics of the duo. Their faces adorned with smiles as they quietly savored this heartwarming moment. The ship sailed serenely, and after an indeterminate duration, Runty suddenly alerted everyone. We are about to exit the doldrums. The new world is just ahead. Chapter 69, The Big MOM Pirates Blockade. Truly, the new world is remarkable. In such a brief span, we have encountered an array of different weather conditions. Nami stood at the bow, intently gauging the humidity, wind direction, and air pressure, her countenance brimming with excitement. The currents can shift at any moment. This treacherous environment is incomparably more formidable than the four seas. Truly an eye-opening experience. Indeed, the harsh conditions of the new world present a formidable challenge to any navigator. Hence, a skilled navigator is bound to be in high demand wherever they go. Runty remarked as he approached, gazing at the tumultuous sea. To provide Nami with a more tangible understanding of the new world's maritime peculiarities, Riley maneuvered the ship across the surface of the water. Noki and the others similarly began to grasp the unique environment of the new world since departing the doldrums. They had successively endured torrential rains, hailstorms, and massive underwater whirlpools. At that moment, the sky was showering down snowballs the size of fists, and Chopper, who had an extraordinary fondness for ice and snow, was gleefully catching the falling flakes with his mouth. Riley, this snow is sweet. Come quickly and taste it. It's just like cotton candy, melting in your mouth. It's delightful. What? Sweet? Let me try? With that, Riley dashed over. Observing Chopper and Riley side by side catching snowflakes with their mouths, Nami facepalmed in exasperation, questioning their captain's composure. We are approaching the waters governed by the big MOM pirates. We must remain cautious, as they generally harbor hostility towards unfamiliar vessels, Runty timely warned. However, that is primarily directed at pirate ships. Since your vessel does not hoist a pirate flag, it should pose no significant issue. Is this area far from Cake Island? I've heard that the entire island is made of cakes and pastries. It must be delectable. Riley suddenly inquired. What? The whole island is made of cake? That's incredible, Chopper exclaimed, swallowing the snowball and drooling with wide-eyed wonder. It's true, but I've never been there. I heard it from that glutton Quinn, who mentioned that the island structures are all made of confections, and they are edible. Runty reminisced. How on earth is that constructed? Is it the power of a devil fruit? Robin interjected, setting aside her sketchbook. Indeed, many of the big MOM pirates possess devil fruit abilities related to food. That's convenient. You'd never have to go hungry. Chopper expressed with a hint of envy. What about the abilities of your Beast Pirates members? Do they possess any unique traits? Runty took pride in responding. Our crew is named the Beast Pirates precisely because the majority of our members' devil fruit abilities are of the Zoan type. Oh. Isn't it the case that the Beast Pirates were established first, and then the Zoan members were recruited? Riley teased, attempting to ensnare Runty in a verbal trap. Huh. Is that so? Runty's little mind struggled to comprehend, while Noki cast a knowing glance at the mischievous Riley. Ignore him, Runty. He's being deliberately confusing. Just then, Nami interjected. Everyone, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. Runty, can you confirm whether that flag belongs to the big MOM pirates? Meanwhile, aboard a patrolling ship of the big MOM pirates, in the cockpit, a striking woman dressed in a fitted outfit and a yellow scarf, with brown skin and a tall stature, was seated at a table. She possessed azure blue eyes, a prominent nose, full lips, and cascading silver waves that concealed her right eye. She was none other than Smoothie, one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates and a user of the juice fruit. At that moment, she rested her chin on her right hand, idly gazing out the window, her fingers unconsciously stirring the coffee in her cup. Just then, a slender woman with a high ponytail, draped in a cloak and wielding a long sword, gracefully entered and seated herself across the table. Snammin, why did you come running inside instead of staying on lookout? Smoothie inquired. Smoothie, there's an unfamiliar ship in the waters ahead. It appears to belong to the infamous adventurer Riley and his crew, Snammin replied nonchalantly, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a sip. Oh, is that the young man our mother is interested in? Indeed. I heard that Longbread sought him out recently, but he ventured to the West Sea. I never imagined he'd arrive in the new world so soon, Snammin mused, her eyes widening in surprise. It's only been a short while since he traversed from the four seas to the new world. Truly an intriguing man, Smoothie remarked thoughtfully. Let us not forget, his ship can fly. He likely crossed the doldrums with ease. Oh yes, I almost forgot about that. What should we do? Now that he's in our territory, should we bring him back? Snammin stretched and continued. Besides, I'm quite interested in his flying ship. It's the perfect opportunity to study it closely. Then let us go and see why he has appeared in our waters, Smoothie said, rising and casually attaching her sword at her waist before stepping out of the cockpit. Why are the big MOM pirates blocking our path? Riley called out as he leaped onto the bow of the ship, addressing the massive pirate vessel obstructing their route. Adventurer Riley, our mother is quite intrigued by you and wishes to invite you to a tea party. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Smoothie's melodic voice resonated clearly from afar. I appreciate Big Mom's invitation, but unfortunately, we have prior arrangements and cannot attend at this time. Oh, you are quite bold to refuse our mother's invitation. However, you have no choice but to comply, Smoothie said, her eyes narrowing playfully as she rested her hand lightly on the hilt of her sword. Hey, isn't the big MOM pirates being a bit too arrogant? Just because someone doesn't want to visit your home, you insist on coercing them? Runty exclaimed, unable to bear the sight of her savior being threatened. This is troublesome. It seems we cannot avoid a confrontation, Riley sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Runty's outburst had effectively stripped the big MOM pirates of their dignity, making it clear that a battle was now inevitable, as pirates value both treasure and reputation above all else. Indeed, it did not take long for the figure across from her to recognize Runty's identity. I initially wondered who it was, only to discover that she was merely a subordinate of Kaido. Samuji regarded Runmy with a somewhat sardonic smile before turning his gaze toward Rello. What's this, lad? You accepted the invitation from the Beast Pirates while casting aside our invitation from the big MOM Pirates, as if it were worthless? Do you truly believe yourself to be that special? Before Rello could respond, Runmy erupted in fury. Who are you calling a mere subordinate? I am a capable aide to Lord Kaido. Following this, she grinned mockingly, adding, and what about you? Some so-called sweet commander? Surely you're not just a baker. Are you? How dare you insult us, the sweet commanders? You seek death. At these words, Snamon, standing nearby, was infuriated, drawing his longsword and unleashing a swift strike aimed at Rello and his companions. As if I would fear you, Rummy retorted, brandishing her golden meteor hammer and shattering the incoming attack. Chapter 70. The sudden eruption of conflict. Hey, is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Just a few words exchanged, and we're already fighting. Is this what being a pirate is about? Chopper remarked, astonished that a mere exchange of dialogue had escalated into chaos. Indeed, this is the life of a pirate. Have you forgotten how we were attacked by pirates in the West Blue without provocation? Rello replied, casting a serious glance at Chopper before surveying the scene. The pirates of the New World are even more ruthless. They are stronger and more merciless than those of the Four Seas. Observing the grave expressions on the faces of Noki and the others, Rello nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the need to instill a sense of seriousness in them. In the brutal waters of the New World, it is a true world of devouring the weak, where the feeble are not even afforded the right to survive. Thus, we must continuously strive to grow stronger. Of course, there is no need for excessive concern, as we are not weaklings ourselves. With such heavy words, you nearly made my heart leap out of my chest, Nami complained, somewhat discontent. At that moment, Robin rose and approached the group, her expression grave as she observed the battlefield. No, Rello's words are not exaggerated at all. The New World is indeed a place as cruel as hell. Kawa, X2. Carmen and Chopper gasped in shock, instinctively clinging to one another, tears streaming down their faces. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Weno, the leader on the opposite side, gives me the impression that she is not far from being a great swordsman. Hearing Rello's words, Weno instantly grasped his meaning. She was on the verge of becoming a great swordsman herself and required a fierce battle against an equal to break through her limits. Nodding, Weno unfurled her wings and soared toward the enemy ship. By the way, their leader possesses the juice fruit ability, so be wary not to let her touch you. Rello called after her. As he turned to say more, a shadow darted past him. Noki, showcasing her fruit ability, charged forward, evidently targeting Samuji's sister, Strawn, who was also a swordsman. The windstorm slowly ascended, and Nami, Robin, and the others watched anxiously as the battle unfolded below. After all, this was not a trivial pirate crew from the Four Seas. These were renowned members of the big MOM pirates, each a formidable fighter, and their concern was entirely justified. Rello remained silent, observing the clash from the bow of the ship. Ah, should I call you naive, or simply unaware of your own insignificance? You dare to barge onto my pirate ship so brazenly? Samuji mused, eyeing the girl who had flown before him with amusement. You've been high and mighty for too long, looking down on everyone else. Haven to you? Weno drew her sword, the pink blade gleaming, her eyes widening with determination. Buzz! The conqueror's haki suddenly surged forth, sweeping across every corner of the pirate ship. Thud thud. Countless crew members, armed and rushing from the cabin, instantly turned pale, collapsing one after another. What a joke. You possess Conqueror's haki? Samuji's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was utterly astonishing that within this unremarkable little adventurer crew, someone had awakened the rare Conqueror's haki. To put it into perspective, within the big MOM pirates, only his mother and brother Katakuri had awakened it. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent erupted around Samuji as he fixed his gaze upon Weno. I truly underestimated you. Someone like you cannot be used by me, hence you must be eliminated. Swish, swish, swish. His longsword darted toward Weno with incredible speed, the rapidly moving blade creating a flurry of afterimages, enveloping her like a vast net. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the air around them rippled from the intense clashes of swords, shockwaves wreaking havoc on the ship's structure. The two combatants charged toward each other, intent on cutting down their opponent, their figures flashing in and out of sight. As the battle intensified, their intertwined forms leaped into the air, engaging in fierce collisions. Two streaks of light clashing madly above. Amidst the sparks flying, their resolute faces occasionally flickered into view. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. Shinyu. Swoosh. A silvery slash flew toward Weno, clashing against her armored blade, producing a delicate chime as the blade trembled. Sensing the sudden arid atmosphere around her, Weno's heart raced, activating her fruit ability, enveloping her in a radiant golden glow. Hey, you can actually withstand my ability? Impressive. Samuji remarked, intrigued. So this is your fruit ability. Attaching it to your slashes? Weno furrowed her brow, recalling how she had felt her strength being drained in that fleeting moment. So this is the juice fruit ability that Rello warned me about? Observing Weno's vigilant demeanor, Samuji felt satisfied. Not bad, the power seems decent. Weno focused intently on him, her blade suddenly enveloped in a layer of golden light as her wings unfurled with a powerful flap. Judgment of the Holy Arrival. With a flash akin to teleportation, Weno appeared before Samuji, her golden blade descending with an overwhelming force. Clang. Caught off guard, Samuji hastily raised his sword in defense, but was struck back, hurtling toward his ship like a cannonball, sending ripples through the air in his wake. Boom, boom. The cabin was instantly breached, a massive hole gaping as smoke billowed forth. Samuji, staggering to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth and glared furiously at Weno hovering above. Suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped Samuji as his fruit ability activated, causing the area around him to rapidly wither. Before long, his slightly pallid complexion returned to normal. What kind of fruit ability do you possess? Samuji questioned, regretting having only briefly skimmed through the information about this adventurer crew. Having focused solely on Captain Rello without paying attention to the crew members, it was not entirely his fault in the high-stakes environment of a new world. Who would bother to pay attention to nameless individuals suddenly emerging from the corners of the four seas? Now realizing that the golden glow surrounding Weno could counter his fruit ability and that she had wings, he pondered the nature of her power. A mythical Zoan-type angel fruit. Weno, slowly descending to the ground, clarified succinctly. What a rare Zoan-type devil fruit. Your fortune knows no bounds, encountering such a precious beast-type fruit. Indeed, only the abilities of a Zoan-type can be so comprehensive. Samuji's gaze brimmed with envy. After all, this is a Zoan fruit. The enhancement it provides to one's physique surpasses that of any other fruit. I am indeed quite fortunate. A fleeting figure crossed my mind, and Weno's expression softened significantly. He is my stroke of luck. Chapter 71. The sudden eruption of conflict in stark contrast to the clashing blades and flashing swords between Weno and Samuji. The battle on Runmi's side appeared rather straightforward and brutish. The golden meteor hammer in her hand swung with a blur, crashing mercilessly towards Stalin across from her. Ora, ora, ora. Clang, clang, clang. You wretched brute. Is swinging a hammer all you know how to do? Stammen wielded his rapier with great effort, desperately attempting to fend off the barrage of hammer strikes. His body instinctively recoiled, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him. Frustration bubbled within Stammen. Did this lunatic never tire? The rhythm of the meteor hammer's onslaught remained relentless. Any slashes he attempted were swiftly obliterated, and his defensive efforts grew increasingly arduous. You dare to label me a mere lackey? I am one of the 6 formidable warriors under Lord Kaido. She shouted defiantly. You blind fools. Today I shall pummel you to the ground. With that, Runmi abruptly halted her assault, disregarding Stammen's bewildered expression, and leapt high into the air. Her head suddenly transformed. her body coiling to gather strength before launching herself downward like an arrow released from a bow. Die! Headbutt! A thunderous boom resounded as their heads collided. Arcs of electricity flickering at the point of impact, sending debris and dust spiraling into the air, only to be swept away by the shockwave. Stamon's sword, clad in haki to withstand the blow, bent slightly under the force of Runmi's impact. Ultimately, Stamon could not fully withstand her headbutt and was sent crashing onto the deck of the pirate ship. The ground trembled, dust swirling as a massive hole appeared on the deck, billowing smoke rising into the air. With her hands on her hips, Runmi exuded an air of supreme arrogance. Now do you understand my might? Ha ha ha. Miss Runmi's combat style is quite unrestrained, Chopper remarked, contemplating his words as he observed her fight aboard the Windfall. Indeed, Carmen replied, nodding in disbelief. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She is one of the Flying Six under Kaido. Hearing their discussion, Rello turned to them with a smile, explaining, the Flying Six under Kaido are the 6 most powerful warriors of the Beast Pirates, their strength far surpassing that of other members. Moreover, each possesses a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, making their power formidable indeed. Is she truly that remarkable? Both Chopper and Carmen were left in awe after Rello's revelation. All this time spent together, eating, drinking, and sharing whispers, and Runmi was an undercover powerhouse all along. It was hard for them to accept. They had all been lounging together as weaklings, and she had been playing them for fools. How infuriating. To think we had such fun together, only for her to deceive my feelings. How outrageous. Chopper exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Noticing Chopper's disheartened demeanor, Robin felt a pang of sympathy and gently said, Chopper, you can't blame her for this. We never inquired about her background during our time together. She picked him up tenderly. Perhaps she assumed we were already aware of her circumstances, given the Flying Six's notorious reputation. Is that so? Then I've misjudged her. I'll apologize as soon as I see her. Chopper's mood lifted significantly upon realizing Runmi still considered him a friend. Observing Chopper's change in spirits, Rello shook his head in mild exasperation and shifted his gaze back to the battlefield below. Clang, clang, clang. The duel between Nojiko and Stalin lacked embellishment. Both fighters exchanged blows, each seeking to uncover the other's vulnerabilities. Not bad, little girl. At such a tender age, your swordsmanship is commendable, and your fundamentals are quite solid. Stalin praised, his somewhat rotund figure gracefully executing sword techniques, as he regarded Nojiko with admiration. Thank you for the compliment, but I still have much to learn. You, on the other hand, possess a sharpness in your blade that I find quite difficult to counter, Nojiko responded, gripping her sword tightly. Her gaze fixed on the agile opponent before her. You're an ability user, aren't you? Why not utilize your powers? Stalin inquired after another clash. I rarely encounter a skilled swordsman. I wish to test the limits of my swordsmanship, Nojiko replied calmly. Ambitious. It appears I must take this seriously as well, Stalin declared as his portly form began to flicker with speed, his sword striking from various angles towards Nojiko. Faced with such a barrage, Nojiko activated her observation haki, locking onto Stalin's movements as she met his strikes with her own blade. Clang, clang, clang. A sword sliced straight towards her face, yet Nojiko remained unperturbed. Raising her sword to block, zzz. Her blade swiftly grazed Stalin's, sweeping past him, prompting him to leap backward in a flip to evade the slash. Crack. The railing behind him splintered, its edge smooth as glass, slowly collapsing. It appeared that without employing her abilities, Nojiko's battle would not conclude anytime soon. Observing the skirmish, Rello concluded that the swordsmanship of both parties was evenly matched, and neither possessed the resolve to eliminate the other. Ultimately, the outcome would rest on who could outlast the other. The first to exhaust their stamina would be the loser. Oh, it seems Runmi will be the first to conclude her battle. Truly, she lives up to her reputation as a formidable warrior, Rello remarked, surprised at how swiftly Runmi was finishing her fight. Runmi's arms had transformed into dragon claws, gripping Stamon's shoulders tightly, rendering him immobile. With her neck arched back, she suddenly slammed her head forward into Stamon's, delivering a crushing blow. Boom. As waves of energy dispersed, Stamon's eyes rolled back, clearly having lost consciousness. Now you know my prowess, don't you? Let us see if you dare to underestimate me again. Casually discarding the unconscious Stamon, Runmi turned her attention to the other battles, contemplating whom she should assist next. Stamon, you despicable scoundrel. I will not let you off so easily. Samuji immediately noticed her sister's plight and hurled curses at Runmi. Seeing her sister treated in such a manner ignited a fiery rage within Samuji. She attempted to rush over for a check, but Kuina's assault intensified, clearly unwilling to let her escape the fray. Samuji's eyes widened. her body glowing with a crimson light as the ship's deck and railings around her withered, before she suddenly increased the force of her strikes. A flurry of slashes rained down upon Kuina, compelling her to defend and retreat. In contemplation, Samuji pondered the prospect of temporarily augmenting his abilities with the fruit's powers to swiftly vanquish Kuina, after which he intended to check on his sister's condition. However, Kuina, steadfast and resolute, withstood the onslaught of his enhanced assault. In a moment of distraction, 2 wounds suddenly marred his body, snapping Samuji back to clarity. He could not afford to be careless, for the female swordsman before him was no trifling opponent. Chapter 72, The Abrupt Eruption of Conflict. Nami, utilize your abilities to bring Runty up here, Rello urged, observing Runty's intention to intrude upon the 2 battlefields. Very well. Nami replied casually as she focused on the unfolding combat, her arms transforming into clouds. With a soft gurgling sound, a cloud formed before her, ample enough for a person to stand upon. Nami tossed the cloud, which swiftly soared to where Runty awaited. Come aboard, Runty exclaimed as she leaped onto the cloud, curiously examining the fluffy substance beneath her feet before being whisked back to the ship, joining the others. Is this the ability of the cloud fruit? Quite convenient. This is my first experience flying on clouds, she remarked, her eyes sparkling with fascination. What do you think? Handy, isn't it? This is merely one aspect of my fruit's capabilities, known as the flying nimbus. Of course, it was only under the persistent insistence of that fool Rello that I begrudgingly named it so. Nami raised her chin proudly, solemnly introducing her ability, her eyes gleaming as she caught sight of Runty's wide, glistening gaze. Such a cool name. Next time, let me experience the sensation of soaring on clouds again. Runty replied enthusiastically. Then, she leaned towards Rello, asking, aren't you going to assist them? Resolutely, Rello redirected his gaze from the battle below, clearing his throat as he regained his composure. There's no need. Besides, they require this vigorous clash to acclimate to the new world's intensity. As a blade of light zipped past, Kuina's expression darkened, observing the surrounding signs of wear and tear. What's this? Are you merely dodging now? Samuji mocked as he witnessed Kuina evade his strike once more. Kuina, gazing at Samuji with disappointment, replied, I had anticipated more from your prowess. Yet you have proven to be quite the letdown. It appears your skill does not merit your lofty demeanor. You insolent wretch, are you belittling me? Samuji retorted, his voice laced with indignation. I'm merely stating facts. What? Is that too much for you to handle? Kuina raised an elegant brow, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Samuji's face turned ashen, his shoulders trembling slightly, fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword, turning pale. Suddenly, a fierce crimson glow enveloped him, the surrounding environment rapidly desiccating and cracking from the deck to the cabin, until the entire ship appeared parched. With a guttural roar, Samuji's form expanded dramatically, towering to a height of several meters. Fixing his fiery gaze upon the diminutive Kuina below, he swung his sword down with ferocity. Die, you who dare to underestimate me. Bring it on, Kuina declared, gripping her long knife tightly as she transformed into a golden streak, soaring skyward to meet the descending blade. The clash resonated with a piercing sound as arcs of electricity crackled through the air, creating ripples that spread outward. Huh, Kuina shouted as her wings flared, fiercely deflecting the massive sword, and then she charged towards Samuji's colossal frame. Impossible. Samuji stumbled back, disbelief etched across his face as the gigantic sword was repelled. Light feather slash. Despite Samuji's efforts to parry with his immense blade, Kuina's golden figure darted around, striking at various parts of his enlarged body, blood splattering intermittently. Soon, his upper garments were drenched in crimson. A resonant chant of holy descent echoed as a colossal golden blade of light erupted before Samuji, its brilliance forcing him to squint, his instincts compelling him to raise his sword defensively. Yet, it was too late. The blade cleaved through him diagonally. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth like rain, and Samuji's eyes widened in shock and bitter resentment as his massive form began to topple. As he lost consciousness, his giant silhouette gradually shrank until, upon hitting the ground, he reverted to his original size. Samuji, Strawn gasped in horror at the sight of his fallen comrade, his voice rising in panic. Rushing to Samuji's side, he extended trembling hands, unsure whether to touch her, fearing he might exacerbate her injuries. In a state of distress, tears streamed down his face. Strawn found himself helplessly seated beside Samuji, staring blankly at her pale visage, forgetting entirely the urgent need for medical attention. He thought of his sister, who had always strived to be strong, now defeated and in such a pitiful state, an image he had never envisioned, yet the reality lay stark before him. At that moment, Nojiko approached Kuina, observing her disheveled appearance and pondering whether to offer support. Kuina shook her head, signaling her independence, then turned her gaze toward the descending Rello and the others. Before the ship had even settled, Rello appeared beside them, embracing both women gently. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Kuina and Nojiko murmured softly, their cheeks slightly flushed. Rello, noticing Nojiko's tousled hair, adjusted it tenderly, then glanced at Kuina, whose dry skin was gradually regaining its luster. Feeling a pang of concern, he ignored her protests and hoisted her up effortlessly. Let us return to the ship, he stated. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Kuina protested softly, her face flushed as she struggled in his grasp. Stay still, or I'll deal with you, he warned playfully. Brute. Kuina sulked, averting her eyes, obediently nestling into Rello's embrace, while Nojiko stifled a laugh beside them. Adventurer Rello, we shall remember this offense. May you endure the wrath of our big mom pirates in the future. Strawn's voice echoed with venomous rage, his eyes locked onto the retreating figures. Instead of hurling threats from the sidelines, perhaps you should attend to your sister. She is truly on the brink of death, Rello retorted, dismissing Strawn as they made their way back to the ship. As they boarded, Chopper rushed over, his medical bag slung over his shoulder. How are you all? Are you all right? No injuries? Seeing Chopper's worried expression and the concerned gazes of his comrades, Nojiko felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. We're fine, just a bit worn out. That's a relief. The group exhaled in unison, their spirits lifting. In truth, their concerns were somewhat unwarranted. As Zoan-type creatures, both Nojiko and Kuina possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, and their wounds were already beginning to heal post-battle. All right, everyone. The fight has concluded, and it's time for us to set sail, Rello announced, surveying the crowd. Carmen, head to the kitchen and prepare some food. Nami, plot our course, and I'll assist Nojiko and Kuina with bathing. Afterwards, we shall hold a feast. Dream on. The others groaned in unison, rolling their eyes at the audacity of his plans. Nojiko and Guena's faces instantly flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from their heads as they lowered their gazes, too embarrassed to meet anyone's eyes. How audacious of Rello and Arrow to speak so freely in public. Ultimately, the group decided that Robin would tend to the two and escort them to bathe. Just before the door shut, Rello, brimming with anticipation, pleaded, Robin, you can't manage alone. I can assist. Robin turned back, casting him a knowing glance that suggested he should figure it out for himself. Bang! The door slammed shut. Chapter 73, A Sibling Reunion. Shall we start with a bang? In an unfamiliar sea, the Seafong floated in midair, gradually advancing towards the headquarters of the beast pirates, Anagashima. Cheers! Cheers! They laughed heartily. By the time Guena and Nojiko emerged from their bath, Rello had taken it upon himself to host a feast, much to the excitement of Chopper, Nami, and the others. Guena, you defeated one of Big Mom's high-ranking officers. How incredible. Indeed. I heard it was one of the 3 sweet commanders. So impressive. Chopper and Nami hurriedly approached Guena, eager to clink glasses with her. It's nothing. Her strength isn't as formidable as one might think. Rello glanced over, cautiously inquiring, how do you feel? Understanding his implication, Guena calmly shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. I see. There's no need to rush. Maintain a tranquil mind, and let things unfold naturally. We have ample time. Guena softly replied, observing the jubilant atmosphere surrounding her companions. By the way, Runty, I previously misjudged you, and I owe you an apology. Chopper, recalling something, approached Runty, who was sharing a drink with Nami, and earnestly expressed his remorse. Huh? What are you talking about? Runty's head was adorned with a large question mark. Chopper explained the misunderstanding and sincerely apologized. It's no big deal. Let us toast to it and move on. Runty cheerfully raised her glass to clink with Chopper's. Ha ha ha. Chopper, you're quite adorable. You rascal. The festivities continued amid laughter and joy. As the celebration neared its conclusion, Nami suddenly expressed her concern. We've embarrassed the Big Mom pirates. Do you think they'll retaliate? Rello downed his fruit wine, scoffing. Oh, they definitely will. With Big Mom's temperament, she won't let this go easily. Observing the expressions of Nami and the others, he recalled something. Oh, she also has a particularly protective son. After we bullied his sister today, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance as long as we remain in the new world. Moreover, he's the top of the sweet commanders, possessing terrifying strength. Rello smirked as he glanced ominously at Chopper, Nami, and the others. Kaboom. Help. We're going to be killed. Nami and Chopper screamed in fright, tears streaming down their faces. Ha ha ha. Arrow, you're quite the joker. Nojiko playfully punched Rello. It's just the big mom pirates. There's nothing to fear. The beast pirates will protect you, Runty declared nonchalantly, putting down her drink. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions shifted slightly. Nojiko turned to Runty, stating earnestly, though we are friends now and appreciate your concern, we will not act under the name of pirates. Huh, why not? Seeing Runty's bewildered expression, the others chose not to continue the conversation. After the meal, Rello yawned while carrying his beach chair onto the deck, with Chopper mimicking him by bringing out a chair of his own. The two reclined side by side beneath the sunshade, savoring the cool sea breeze, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. In a daze, time passed unnoticed until Rello was jolted awake by a loud shout. Everyone, another pirate ship has appeared ahead. What? The group quickly rushed to the deck, spotting a massive ship flying a pirate flag in the distance. That must be the Beast Pirates banner, Robin remarked confidently after glancing at it. Just then, Runty, who had just emerged from the lounge, leaped forward upon hearing Beast, excitement lighting up her features. She dashed to the bow, waving her arms and calling out in hopes of catching the attention of the distant ship. Suddenly, white smoke billowed from the enemy ship's cannons, and cannonballs flew toward Rello's vessel. With a flick of his fingers, lightning sparked as the incoming cannonballs exploded in midair. Hey, Runty, is this how you greet your own people, with cannon fire? Rello continued to stoke the flames of her anger. As the two ships drew closer, Runty froze upon recognizing the figures on the opposing deck, her rage extinguished in an instant as tears welled in her eyes. Little Pei, thud. Runty leapt from the air, tackling her brother, Pejuan, who wore a white and green horned hat and a white cloak over green trousers. Little Pei, you have no idea. Sister was swept into the comm belt and nearly died, woo. She tightly embraced her brother's head, lamenting her perilous journey. Little Pei, why didn't you come find me? Hey, I only set sail right after I realized you were missing. Besides, aren't you alive and well now? Pejuan, nearly suffocating, raised his hands in exasperation, squeezing him tighter. Creak. After all the hardships I faced to return, and that's your attitude? Runty's voice turned ominous. By the way, was it you who ordered the cannon fire when I stood at the bow? Was it so that you didn't want to see your sister return? Feeling the rising tension, Pejuan broke into a cold sweat, trembling under his sister's bloodline pressure. Oh, older sister, I'm so relieved you're back safely. I was so worried. Little Pei is the best. Runty's murderous aura vanished as quickly as it had come. Pejuan exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, finally appeasing his sister. By the way, what about that ship ahead? He cautiously inquired, glancing at the floating metallic vessel. Runty suddenly remembered she had forgotten to introduce it to her brother. Do you recall the discussion we had about Kaido's illegitimate son some time ago? Are you saying? Exactly. It's the miracle ship of the adventure seeker. After emerging from the comm belt, they saved me and brought me back. Runty excitedly interrupted Pejuan, eager to share her experience. Chapter 74, Landing on Anagashima. Older sister, are you saying that the adventure seeker, Rello, is truly Kaido's illegitimate son? Pejuan whispered, cautiously glancing around before leaning closer to Runty. Bang. What on earth? I have no relationship with Lord Kaido. It's merely a rumor. Pejuan, feeling somewhat wronged after receiving a punch to the head, protested, I was just asking. Turning to his companions, he added, by the way, I promised them I would express my gratitude to Lord Kaido after they brought me back. Let us return to Anagashima right away. But Lord Kaido and the others haven't returned yet, came the reply. Nanny, they haven't returned yet? What should we do? Upon hearing that Kaido had yet to return to Anagashima, Runty was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. How about we invite them back to Anagashima as guests? Perhaps by then, Lord Kaido will have returned. Yes, let's do that. Little Peg, you are quite clever, Runty exclaimed, embracing Pejuan in a flurry of affection. Under Pejuan's reluctant urging, she hurried to relay this news to Rello and the others. Subsequently, led by Pejuan's ship, the two vessels set sail towards Anagashima in tandem. Runty, is that your brother? Your bond seems quite strong, Noki exclaimed, noticing Runty's noticeably uplifted mood upon returning to the ship. In response, Runty beamed with pride. I am undoubtedly the person who loves my brother the most in this world. Hearing this bold declaration, Rello couldn't help but smirk. You truly are a good sister. One might think you care deeply for your brother, yet little do they know that much of his suffering stems from you, the so-called good sister. Look, we're almost there. Runty suddenly pointed ahead, her voice brimming with excitement. Wow, what is that? Is the Beast Pirate station there? Is it really that tall? How do you usually get up there? The group gawked at the towering terrain, reminiscent of a volcanic crater, with waterfalls cascading around it. You wouldn't know this. But it's impossible for ordinary ships to enter Anagashima. Of course, your ship is an exception, Runty said mysteriously, observing their puzzled expressions. We have our own special methods for entering. Outsiders simply cannot access Anagashima. Just wait and see how Little Peg operates. I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience. Standing at the bow of the ship, Nami felt the wind rushing towards her, her gaze fixed on the suddenly tumultuous waves below, her expression growing serious. This cold wind and these unprecedented waves, what kind of hellish scene awaits us ahead? Looking up at the sky, she saw dark clouds swirling violently, as if brewing a terrible weather disaster. Runty, with such treacherous currents and this kind of weather, will your brother's ship be all right? Not to worry. This area has always been characterized by such harsh conditions, and we have grown accustomed to them. Nanny? Always. Nami gasped in shock. How did this geographical environment come to be? Just then, Chopper, who had been peering over the railing, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there are things underwater, many of them." Noki and Guena quickly leaned over to see, spotting enormous shadows surfacing around Pejuan's ship. "Hey, Runty, quickly inform your brother. There's danger beneath the water." "Everyone need not worry. This is simply our special means of entering Anagashima," Runty reassured them, crossing her arms and remaining unfazed by their alarmed expressions. "Just wait. I promise you'll be in for a surprise." Rello, unfazed by how to enter Anagashima, was already aware of the situation, especially since his ship could fly, rendering such concerns moot. However, Runty, with her arms crossed, looked increasingly voluptuous, prompting Rello to steal a few glances. Nami and the others were puzzled by Runty's demeanor, but her confident assurance suggested that no danger was imminent. As the ship continued to advance, the group felt the weather shifting. The wind grew stronger, and the waves grew higher. This was no ordinary current. The way it churned, combined with the unusual sea flow, was concerning. Sensing the decreasing air pressure, Nami felt a twinge of worry. The impending storm seemed inevitable. Yet recalling Runty's earlier mention of this region's perpetual climate, she felt slightly reassured. Suddenly, the massive black shadows beneath the water leaped out, allowing the group to see their true form. Carp. They're enormous. Wow, what gigantic carps. The sight of the massive fish leaping from the water left everyone dumbfounded. Carmen shrieked. How can there be carps in the sea? Aren't they freshwater fish? How can they survive here? It's unscientific. Haha, the show is about to begin. Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch closely, Runty exclaimed, leaping to the ship's bow, eagerly showcasing this marvel to the outsiders. The group observed as the enormous carps swam forward, surrounding Pejuan's vessel as they approached the colossal waterfall. Suddenly, the gigantic carps began to leap into the waterfall, struggling to swim upwards. Are they climbing the waterfall? Why? Nami and the others were utterly baffled, marveling at this spectacle. At that moment, Pejuan at the ship's bow threw two ropes, which ensnared the heads of two carps climbing upwards. The ropes tightened instantly, pulling Pejuan's ship along as the two massive fish propelled them towards the top of the waterfall. Is it really possible to do this? Wow. Using carps to pull the ship is incredible. This novel mode of navigation intrigued Robin, who rarely spoke up while sketching. Rello glanced at Robin's drawing and rolled his eyes. What? Does it not resemble what you intended? Robin turned to glare at Rello, her eyes glinting with challenge. Cough, cough, your drawing is quite innovative. After glaring at Rello, Robin returned to her art, dismissing him entirely. Rello thought, I can't afford to provoke her, and swiftly turned his attention back to steering his ship towards the waterfall's summit. As the group turned to gaze at the steep waterfall, they felt a mix of awe and admiration for this unique method of using carps to pull a ship. Truly, it's a remarkable idea. Their eyes widened at the sight of a massive, horned skull-like structure ahead. Anagashima truly lives up to its name. Nami and her companions expressed their admiration for this fantastical journey. Hastily, they beckoned Runty to lead them to explore the renowned pirate crew's stronghold. Chapter 75. The filial son appears following Runty. Rello and the others passed through enormous gates and traversed a series of towering structures until they reached the heart of Anagashima. Before them stood a 6- or 7-story ancient pavilion, soaring majestically at the center. Perhaps due to Kaido's towering stature, each floor was several times taller than a typical pavilion. On either side were 5-story structures, likely the residences of the crew's officers. In front of the pavilion lay a vast plaza, flanked by imposing animal statues. Oh, so this is the pirate crew's stronghold. The architectural style is quite straightforward and unrefined, Rello remarked, surveying the surroundings. Aside from the 3 pavilions, the remaining structures resembled simple dwellings, adequate for habitation. It seems pirate life isn't as lavish as one might think, Chopper mused. Uffed. No Kigo, Robin. and the others were amused by Chopper's remarks. If the world were to discover that Chopper held such an opinion of the beast's pirates, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. However, one cannot say such things. The majority of a pirate's wealth is squandered on indulgence. After all, it is all ill-gotten gains. And they do not care much for it. Observing the clarity and wisdom in Chopper's eyes, Rello felt somewhat weary. Some of the more formidable pirates are indeed quite affluent. They can amass wealth through their strength, engaging in plunder and slaughter. Yet, pirates, once they possess riches, tend to revel in them. When the money runs out, they simply return to thievery, perpetuating this cycle until they ultimately perish in some battle, all the while proclaiming their freedom. Listening to Rello's account, Chopper's face flushed with indignation at the thought that pirates were merely a band of villains setting sail to seize others' treasures. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. With a clap of his hands to redirect everyone's attention, Rello said, "All right, let us lighten our spirits. We are merely tourists here. There's no need to overthink during our visit. Once our business here concludes, I shall take you to explore Weno country." Just then, he noticed Runmi returning from a distance, seemingly having arranged accommodations for them. "By the way, Runmi, I heard that your pirate crew possesses a massive red stone. Is that true?" Rello inquired, a sudden thought striking him as he gazed at Runmi. "Huh, the red stone? Yes, I know about it. It's located in a warehouse beneath Lord Kaido's lair." Runmi replied. At the mention of the red stone, she instinctively shrank back, recalling the time she had hidden behind that enormous stone while sneaking a taste of a devil fruit. Kaido had subsequently discovered her and given her a sound thrashing, a memory that lingered vividly in her mind. "Could you take us to see it?" "Just a glance," Rello urged. "Of course. Follow me." Runmi readily agreed to the simple request from her friend and savior. "Robin, you should accompany them," Rello suggested, as he intended to wander about. Upon hearing her name called out specifically by Rello, Robin cast him a meaningful glance before joining Runmi and the others. Watching them depart, Rello turned back the way he came, allowing his observation haki to spread out. Moments later, he withdrew his gaze. The geography of this ghost island, along with the entirety of Weno country, was indeed remarkable. The formidable cliffs were easy to defend yet difficult to assault, complemented by the treacherous weather and turbulent waters that served as a protective barrier, rendering it a veritable paradise. After steeling himself mentally, Rello suppressed the urge to seize this place, only to reconsider. Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. "Hey, who are you, and what are you doing here?" A somewhat muffled female voice interrupted Rello's internal deliberation. Snapping back to reality, he turned to the source of the voice and was nearly prompted to laugh. The newcomer was clad in a white kimono with a red skirt, wearing a henya mask and wielding a spiked club, glaring at him. Indeed, it was Yamato, the devoted child who had consumed the mythical Zoan fruit, transforming into the form of a white-eyed wolf. "Ahem, I'm here for sightseeing. I was just lost in thought." "But you, wearing a mask in broad daylight, that is quite peculiar," Rello replied. "Nonsense. This is Kaido's lair. How could a stranger be allowed to wander freely?" "But he isn't here, is he?" Rello shrugged off Yamato's tone. "I am the adventurer Rello. It's a pleasure to meet you." After a prolonged silence without a reply, Rello focused again on Yamato, who was now staring at the ground, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes ablaze. "You are Kaido's illegitimate son, Rello? Are they all so dim-witted?" Rello could no longer contain his irritation, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yamato and delivered a punch aimed squarely at her forehead. Boom! Dust flew, and the ground trembled as Yamato's masked head was embedded into the earth. "I shall say this once more. I have no connection to that man, do you understand?" Rello stated sternly as Yamato struggled to rise. "You scoundrel! Attacking without honor." She ripped off her mask and wiped the blood from her nose, glaring at Rello with fiery eyes. "You seem quite unsatisfied. Come, let us settle this," Rello taunted, beckoning her with a finger. "Curse you." Yamato gritted her teeth, her grip on the spiked club tightening until her knuckles turned white. Suddenly, she leapt into the air, raising her weapon high and swinging it down toward Rello. Boom! The rush of air surged, dust swirling as Yamato's weapon descended. When she finally focused on Rello, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. No way, for Rello merely rested a single black finger against her spiked club, rendering her unable to advance an inch. "Take this." Frustrated, Yamato unleashed a flurry of strikes with her club, her movements fierce and relentless. Ora ora ora. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sounds of impact echoed, the air quaking, sparks flying as the residual force kicked up clouds of dust obscuring their figures. Yamato, filled with resentment, realized that despite pouring her all into her attacks, her opponent merely stood there, effortlessly blocking everything with a single hand. What? Are you not going to attack anymore? You infuriating scoundrel. She gripped her club tightly, eyes wide as she glared at Rello, who appeared utterly nonchalant. The disdain in her expression deepened. Her strength seemed insignificant in his eyes, failing to provoke even a modicum of seriousness from him. Huh. Yamato suddenly roared, an aura of power erupting around her, her hair standing on end as she unleashed her conqueror's haki. Impressive spirit, Rello remarked, appreciating the pressure that enveloped him, akin to electric arcs flickering across his skin. Chapter 76, The Devoted Child Appears. Hearing Rello's casual assessment, Yamato's eyes widened as she propelled herself off the ground, charging toward him like a comet. The air crackled around her, the ground fracturing beneath her, as her electrified spiked club sliced through the atmosphere, crashing down upon Rello. Thunderous roar. Rello, taken aback by the sheer force of her onslaught, instinctively threw a punch. Boom. The air between them warped as the collision unleashed a shockwave that soared into the sky, and electric arcs danced wildly around them. The terrifying force obliterated everything in its vicinity, dark clouds roiling above Ghost Island, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Yamato's body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, shattering stone pillars along her path until she landed amidst the rubble. Oh no, I used too much force. Rello quickly dashed after her, amidst the billowing dust. He found Yamato bleeding from her mouth and nose, collapsed among the debris, her gaze unfocused. Phew, thank goodness. Rello exhaled, relief washing over him as he grasped Yamato by her collar and vanished in a flicker. The commotion had been rather loud. Should the beast's pirates discover that he had assaulted their young master, it would undoubtedly complicate his journey. Rello was not keen on having his tranquil voyage disrupted. At the seashore within Ghost Island, amidst a stone forest. Ah, you've recovered. You possess considerable strength. As Yamato struggled to sit up, a look of admiration adorned Rayleigh's face. Are you mocking me, you scoundrel? No, I genuinely mean it. Your prowess is quite impressive. Have you ever considered sailing the seas? At the mention of sailing, the chains clanked loudly against Yamato's wrists, and her shoulders trembled slightly, her fingers clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. I am Yamato, the daughter of Kaido. Since the age of 8, I have been bound by him, unable to leave the island or set sail. Are you certain, my child? Rayleigh remarked with a hint of mischief, eyeing the pronounced contours of Yamato's chest. Where is your attention focused, you jerk? Infuriated by Rayleigh's gaze, Yamato rose and brandished her kanabo, ready to strike. Seeing this, Rayleigh quickly calmed her, urging her to continue recounting her plight. It's all his fault, Kaido. That man is my father, and he has kept me imprisoned by his side. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Yamato's gaze burned with the flames of hatred. He has confined me to this island, shackling me with cuffs that would explode should I attempt to leave, leaving me with but one choice for my entire life. All of this is because I am Kaido's daughter. If only. A suppressed roar escaped her lips, her clenched fists expressing her bitterness and despair. Oh, is it all Kaido's fault? Then why not defeat him? Huh, defeat Kaido? No, that's impossible. I can't do it. The image of Kaido's colossal dragon form, with its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, flashed in her mind, and the thought was instantly shattered, causing her to tremble and collapse to the ground. Yamato, let's set aside the cuffs for a moment. Has your heart also been shackled? Think carefully about what your true desires are, what kind of person you wish to become. Rayleigh stepped closer, placing his hand on Yamato's chest, gazing intently into her eyes. His intention was not to take advantage, but to unlock the barriers within her heart. Otherwise, her conqueror's haki would forever remain unfulfilled. My heart. With her head bowed, Yamato reflected on the grand world depicted in Odin's journal, the heroes who traversed the seas with unbridled freedom. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes now ablaze with brilliant fervor, her spirit swelling as her hair was swept by the surrounding currents. A low hum erupted as her conqueror's haki involuntarily surged forth, enveloping the world around them, bright arcs of electricity dancing in the air. Ever since being imprisoned on Anagashima, she had attributed the explosive cuffs, her shattered dreams, and her identity as Kaido's daughter to Kaido himself, convincing herself of this narrative. Taking a deep breath, Yamato turned to face the vast ocean, arms outstretched, and slowly closed her eyes. I admit, I have been the one to imprison my own heart in the past, but now, I have awakened. I will sail the seas. I will experience this expansive world, living freely like Odin. Applause erupted as Rayleigh, beaming with joy, approached Yamato. Welcome, Yamato, to the ranks of adventurers. Together, we shall traverse the world and witness the vast ocean, a kaleidoscope of wonders. Huh, You and I. No need to say more, I understand. From now on, we are comrades. Rayleigh, with a beaming smile, grasped Yamato's hand warmly. But rest assured, with me around, there will be no accidents. Rayleigh patted his chest confidently. Bang. Unable to contain her frustration, Yamato punched Rayleigh, knocking him down. You scoundrel, let me finish my sentence. I still have these explosive cuffs on my wrists. Yamato lifted her hands, looking helplessly at Rayleigh. I thought something serious was happening. Rayleigh got up and approached Yamato, gripping the cuffs on her wrists. With a swift motion, he applied a bit of force. Crack, crack. The cuffs shattered and fell to the ground. Yamato stared in disbelief at the fragments. They broke just like that? Unsure of what to believe, she raised her hands, shook them, and finally confirmed that the shackles that had bound her for years were indeed shattered. Ha, I am free. Free. As laughter erupted, tears began to flow. Suddenly, Yamato embraced Rayleigh tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Rayleigh. I always believed I would be trapped here forever, destined to die on this cursed island. Your arrival has saved me. Feeling the tight embrace, Rayleigh squinted his eyes slightly, gently patting Yamato's back. No, it is I who should be thanking you. Before Rayleigh could savor the moment, a biting voice pierced through the air. Hey, you idiot Rayleigh, what are you doing? Upon hearing that frosty tone, Rayleigh froze instantly and quickly released Yamato. Ahem, you all returned so quickly, huh? Ha. Yes, back so soon. Did we interrupt something good? Nami fixed a piercing gaze upon Rayleigh, striding closer. What nonsense is this? What good thing? This is my new crew member, Yamato. Let's all get acquainted. Rayleigh introduced her, his gaze flitting about. Robin looked on with a bemused expression, while Noki, Kuna, and others regarded him with narrowed eyes. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Rayleigh felt a prickling sensation on his back. Fortunately, Runmi broke the suffocating atmosphere just in time. Young Master Yamato, what is this? Chapter 77. The Devoted Son emerges. Having just witnessed Yamato embracing Rayleigh, Runmi was already taken aback, but she was utterly shocked to find that the cuffs around Yamato's wrists had vanished. Given Yamato's character, now that the shackles were gone, Anagashima would likely not be able to contain her, leaving Runmi feeling utterly flustered. If Lord Kaido returned and discovered his heir was missing, the consequences would be dire. Oh, Runmi, I have already boarded Rayleigh's ship and will be sailing with them from now on. Spotting Runmi, Yamato waved her hand cheerfully. Sailing? Sailing? Young Master Yamato, if you set sail, what about Lord Kaido? Kaido? He can no longer bind me. I must set sail. But, no buts. Yamato interrupted coldly. Having finally gained her freedom, there was no way she would submit to Kaido's whims again. Runmi glared at Yamato with wide eyes, fuming. You'll just up and leave, leaving us siblings to clean up after you? Do you think Lord Kaido's wrath is easy to bear? That despicable person only cared about his own pleasure, completely disregarding the lives of others. For everyone's safety, before setting sail, I will ensure Yamato leaves a letter stating that she willingly departs with me. It will be of no concern to anyone else. Considering the situation with the beast pirates, Rayleigh suggested. Runmi felt somewhat resigned, but she had no choice. The key point was that now Yamato was no longer bound, and with the officers absent, they had no confidence in keeping her. Rayleigh then introduced everyone to one another. Upon learning about Yamato's ordeal, Nami, Robin, and the others expressed their sympathy, quickly engaging in warm conversation. Rayleigh entrusted Noki and Robin to teach Yamato well, for she had been locked away on Anagashima and knew nothing of the outside world, not even distinguishing between men and women. Yamato, captivated by the tales of adventure recounted by Nami and the others, had her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to set sail immediately. Ultimately, at Carmen's suggestion, Rayleigh and the others held a welcome feast for Yamato. Rairo raised his wine glass, surveying the room before finally resting his gaze upon Yamato. Let us all extend a warm welcome to our new companion, Yamato, who has joined our ranks. Cheers! Cheers! The crowd echoed, raising their glasses in joyous celebration of Yamato's arrival. Wow, what is this? It's absolutely delectable, Yamato exclaimed, rolling her tongue and puffing her cheeks as she savored dish after dish. Skay, is this dish prepared in such a manner? Carmen, you are truly remarkable. Oh ho ho ho, I'm glad you enjoy it, Yamato. There's plenty more to relish. Watching Yamato devour her culinary creations, Carmen felt a swell of happiness. Had I known, we should have caught a large carp back at the waterfall. Indeed, it could be prepared in so many delectable ways, such as steamed, braised, or sliced. As Rairo suggested, Carmen began to recount the various preparations for carp. As the banquet progressed, Rairo noticed the quietly enjoying Runmi. An idea struck him, and he blurted out, Runmi, it seems we have all been getting along splendidly these past few days. Would you consider joining us adventurers? Yes, Runmi. Let us embark on a journey around the world together. Indeed, Runmi, come along with us. The girls looked at her with eager anticipation, waiting for her response. Taken aback by Rairo's sudden invitation, Runmi was soon met with enthusiastic appeals from Nami, Chopper, and Noki, leaving her both touched and somewhat at a loss. Sensing Runmi's turmoil, the girls refrained from pressuring her and instead granted her the time to contemplate. Runmi, there's no rush to respond. We want to be departing for a while. We look forward to your answer. Meanwhile, as Rairo and the others reveled in their festivities, in the Totland Sea of the New World, on Cake Island, a teacup shattered before the kneeling Smooji sisters, who appeared rather disheveled. The eldest, Smooji, was particularly pale, her body wrapped in bandages that oozed blood, trembling as she knelt on the ground. So, you wish to inform me that you were defeated by some nameless wretch emerging from the shadows, and it was a resounding defeat. Big Mom glared at the three sisters with a fierce, incredulous gaze. Why yes, Mother, we were defeated by the crew of an adventurer from the East Blue. Adventurer? What? Mother. It's the adventurer who recently defeated the Golden Lion and battled with Carp. Katakuri interjected, noticing a fleeting look of confusion in his mother's eyes. Oh, so it is that little brat. So, you were vanquished by him? No, we were defeated by his crew, they replied in unison. A chilling wave of Conqueror's haki descended upon them, and the sisters felt as if they had been struck, their faces turning ashen. Smooji, already injured, coughed up blood and fainted. Useless. All of you get out. The two sisters hastily helped Smooji to exit. Katakuri stepped forward, glancing at his mother, hesitating to speak. Observing the pitiful state of her daughters, Big Mom's fury escalated. Mother, according to the intelligence I've gathered, this adventurer's strength is formidable. Captain Rairo is on par with an admiral, and his two female swordsmen are equally impressive, both possessing mythical Zoan devil fruit abilities. Katakuri continued, glancing at his mother, who appeared to have calmed slightly. Furthermore, his crew includes a Logia user and a Paramecia user, collectively. This adventurer's strength is robust enough to challenge an average pirate crew. Ah, I see. So where is this adventurer now? Mother, according to Stulong's report, they should currently be in the Beast Pirates territory. Previously, one of the 6 flying bullets, Runmi, appeared on the adventurer's ship, and she attacked Snamin before they set sail for the Beast Pirates domain. Katakuri's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he mentioned Runmi's attack on his sister. Oh, my dear brother, do your subordinates dare to trample upon the dignity of my Big Mom pirates? Big Mom cackled, a glint of malice flashing in her enormous eyes. I recall Kaido is currently embroiled in a territorial dispute with that red-haired brat, correct? Yes, Mother. Katakuri, you shall lead the fleet to Weno and capture the instigator. This is also an opportune moment. We are in need of the sea stone from Weno. Yes, Mother, I shall summon the fleet and depart immediately. Chapter 78, The Flower Capital. Wow, it's breathtaking. Is this the flower capital? It's simply magnificent. The fragrance of flowers wafts all the way here. And there are so many cherry blossom trees. That tree in the distance is enormous. After spending some time on Anagashima, Nami and the others felt a bit bored, urging Rairo to take them to Weno, which he had previously mentioned. Guided by Runmi, they arrived at Weno's most prosperous city, the flower capital. Indeed, it lived up to its name, with cherry blossom trees lining the streets, and a colossal cherry blossom tree standing prominently in the city's center, complete with houses built upon its branches. In accordance with Runmi's suggestion to embrace local customs, the girls donned traditional kimonos. Reluctantly, Rairo also changed into a common kimono at their insistence. The group wandered through the bustling streets, marveling at the cherry trees, the architecture, and the throngs of people. Wow, what is this? Shumai? It smells amazing, Carmen exclaimed, drawn into a food stall by the enticing aroma, eager to taste. Hey, what is this? Odin, what an unusual name. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the array of delicacies in the compartments. Oh, Odin, I must try this. It should taste delightful. Upon hearing of this famous dish, Rairo beckoned everyone to sit down. Haha, how does this place strike you? I often come here to indulge in the local cuisine when I have free time. Observing the enthusiasm of the group, Runmi lifted her chin with a hint of pride. Yamato, you are truly unfortunate, being so close yet unable to savor such exquisite flavors. Rairo, with his mouth full of food, looked at Yamato with a sympathetic expression. Suddenly, Yamato froze, raising her head and glaring at Rairo with fiery eyes. You jerk. Why must you rub salt in my wounds? Cough cough, my apologies, my apologies. I spoke without thinking, please don't take offense. Noticing Yamato's growing displeasure, Rairo quickly apologized. fearing she might suddenly brandish her club at him. Nearby, Nami appeared to be relishing Rairo's predicament. Serves you right, foolish Rairo. That LL teach you to speak recklessly. Noki also shot him an annoyed glance, well aware of Yamato's struggles over the years. Seeing this, Robin quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. It's all in the past now. Let us not linger on bygone days. The future is vast and promising. By the way, Kuina, do you feel a sense of familiarity with Weno country? Lightning struck as he found a topic, glancing at Kuina, who was savoring her meal. What familiarity? You didn't know? Your Shimatsuki clan originally resided in Weno for generations. Nanny? What? As soon as Leilo's words escaped his lips, both Kuina and her companions, Runty and Nami, were taken aback. You all weren't aware? Leilo continued to relish his meal while scanning the group. Nami, flustered and irritated, punched Leilo lightly, exclaiming, "Of course we didn't know. Hurry up and explain." Apart from the Kazuki clan, Weno was historically governed by 5 prominent families: the Shimatsuki, the Kazumitsuri, the Tenmitsuri, the Amatsuki, and the Korizumi clans. Previously, these 5 families assisted the Kazuki clan in ruling Weno, and they could be considered as subordinate clans. Observing Kuna's slightly bewildered expression, it was evident that her father had not shared any tales regarding their lineage. However, for reasons unknown, this clan gradually declined and has now nearly vanished. The Shimatsuki clan still exists, but it was under her grandfather's generation that they moved from Weno to the East Blue. Leilo, regarding the reasons for their family's presence in the East Blue, was equally puzzled. Perhaps only her grandfather held the answers. Kuina looked a bit dazed, as she knew very little about her family's history, primarily because her father had never divulged it to her. Is that so? Had you not mentioned it, I would have never known that our roots lie in Weno. What do you think? Should we delve deeper into this matter? Perhaps we can uncover the reason. Leilo expressed a keen interest in Kuina's family's situation, contemplating the potential revelations. But then again, the grievances of the past are not my concern. If I truly wish to know, I could simply ask my father when I return. Very well then. What's happening over there? Why is it so noisy? Yama, engrossed in her meal, suddenly perked up and turned her attention to the bustling street outside. There, a throng of people was jostling and pushing forward. A sea of heads visible from a distance. That's the appearance event for this year's Oiran Festival. A nearby proprietor, who was serving food to several patrons, remarked as he glanced at the distant crowd. It must be the moment for Kamurasaki's entrance. She is the most beautiful woman in Weno. Nanny? The most beautiful woman in Weno? Scree. Chopper's eyes widened in astonishment. Chopper, why are you so excited? Nami said, exasperated by Chopper's exaggerated reaction. She is the most beautiful. Isn't that impressive? The most beautiful? Is she as stunning as the lovely ladies aboard our ship? Leilo chuckled, discreetly patting his horse while reveling in the joyous expressions of the women around him, silently applauding himself for his cleverness. Nami shot him a knowing glance, acknowledging his discerning taste, while Chopper's gaze flitted back and forth between Leilo and the women. Only Robin observed Leilo with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Captain Leilo, aren't you curious to see what the Oiran looks like? Well, what is there to see? With all of you around, no beauty in the world could capture my attention. Leilo, if you want to see her, go ahead. You don't need to accommodate us. Noki stifled a laugh, eyeing Leilo's exaggerated demeanor. Really? I can go see. Bam! Nami swiftly appeared before Leilo and punched him to the ground. I knew it. You big pervert. The moment you heard beauty, your mind drifted over there, sweet-talking us. The sight of Leilo, with a swollen head, sprawled under the table, made the women burst into laughter. Are you all right, Leilo? Is it serious? Shall we still go see the Oiran? Chopper rushed to Leilo's side, concerned for his well-being. Thank you, Chopper. Why are you, a reindeer, so fixated on beauty? Bam! You jerk. I'm not obsessed. I'm merely curious. Chapter 79, Observations of the Oiran. Indeed, she is quite a beauty. Isn't she, Leilo? Feeling the pressure of Nami's fingers at his waist and her sultry gaze, Leilo found himself at a loss for words. Hee. Robin stifled a laugh at Leilo's woeful expression. Leilo shot her a glare, muttering, It's all your fault. Had you not instigated this, I wouldn't be suffering like this. Without a say in the matter, Leilo ultimately accompanied the group to witness the so-called most beautiful woman in Weno. Oiran, how beautiful she is. I might faint. Lady Kamurasaki. Over here. As they reached the street lined with eager spectators, the crowd's fervent gaze followed Kamurasaki's every move, with many men shedding tears of joy. My goodness. Is the influence of this Oiran truly so immense? Carmen was taken aback by the uproarious crowd. As the pinnacle of Weno's idols and superstars, The Oiran's influence and charisma were undeniable. Just look at the throngs gathered for this parade. Runty seemed well acquainted with Weno's Oiran, indicating that such scenes were not unprecedented. Scree. A superstar. How cool. Chopper managed to squeeze to the front, only to be quickly engulfed by the passionate crowd. Fortunately, Robin used her powers to pull him back. How terrifying. I almost got crushed by that mob. Chopper wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression filled with dread, unable to leave Chopper behind. Rello hoisted him onto his shoulder so he could see the spectacle ahead. Observing the throng, Rello felt a sense of nostalgia, whether in the past or present. The fervor of fan culture remained the same, a universal madness. Upon closer inspection of the woman disguised as Kamurasaki, he perceived that, perhaps due to the attire, her beauty was merely average, far from the extraordinary. In fact, he found the women accompanying him far more enchanting. As such thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze swept over Nami, Nojiko, and the others. What's the matter? Not going to see the beauty? Why are you staring at us? Nami, noticing Rello's gaze, shot him an annoyed look. I stand by my words. She truly pales in comparison to your beauty. The women exchanged astonished glances at Rello's statement, noticing that his expression seemed genuine, rather than merely offering a compliment. Feeling a sense of relief wash over them, their lips unconsciously curled into smiles. Women often dread being compared to one another. Whoever falls short faces embarrassment. Since it wasn't them, their spirits lifted considerably. Humph, I suppose this big pervert has some discernment. Nami couldn't help but regard Rello with a proud gaze, her smile widening. Oh, our Captain Rello truly knows how to make girls happy. Robin mused, her eyes glinting with mischief. Smack. Approaching Robin, a swift slap landed upon her pert backside. The recently liberated Robin had been incessantly provoking Rello, and if he did not discipline her, it seemed she might ascend to the heavens. With a soft whimper, Robin's face flushed crimson, and she attempted to shift away from Rello, only to be ensnared in his embrace. Leaning down, he whispered warm breath against her ear, teasingly inquiring, My dear Robin, have you been feeling rather bold lately? Are you eager to experience the captain's corrective measures? In a heartbeat, Robin's complexion deepened to scarlet, and wisps of steam seemed to rise from her head as she nestled into Rello's arms, rendered speechless. Smirking, Rello tilted his head back, pride radiating from his eyes, thinking, still unable to handle you? Nearby, Nojiko, observing the scene, rolled her eyes in exasperation at Rello's smug demeanor. Just as Rello engaged with the girls around him, a sudden commotion erupted in the direction of the courtesan. A group of ragged individuals, brandishing daggers, charged forth, intent on a public assassination. Swiftly, glinting blades flashed through the air, and the assailants were sent hurtling backward, crashing into the adjacent structures. Do not approach the courtesan, bellowed a robust guard wielding a long blade, casting a cold gaze around before dutifully positioning himself beside her. With calm eyes, Xiaozi passed by the would-be assailants, not granting them even a fleeting glance. The defeated individuals, faces streaked with tears, glared hatefully at the retreating courtesan. Xiaozi, return my money. Give it back. You wretched thief. Return my funds. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Nami and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the demand for the courtesan to repay them. Chopper craned his neck, listening to the shouts, his face a mask of confusion. With a scoff, Rello remarked, what else could it be? A band of lust-driven fools, willing to squander their wealth for beauty, only to find themselves duped. Observing the tattered individuals, Rello felt an overwhelming disdain, unable to comprehend how one could lose everything for a woman. If they had been manipulated or deceived, it might have been somewhat excusable. But the reality was that these individuals had chosen this path willingly. Is Xiaozi truly so enchanting? Rello mused. He certainly did not perceive such allure. Wait, did the courtesan deceive them? How could this be? She is a superstar. Chopper struggled to reconcile this revelation, given her immense popularity. Chopper. One must not judge solely by appearances. Often, many things and people are gilded on the outside, yet rotten within. Noting Chopper's crestfallen expression, Rello felt compelled to share insights regarding Weno. Along our journey, aside from these ragged individuals, have you encountered others like them? Are the residents here truly devoid of poverty and content? Certainly not. Those who live in destitution have been exiled to the slums. Reflecting on Rello's words, Chopper recalled the beautiful scenery and joyful residents he had witnessed along the way, astonished to learn of the underlying cruelty. Beneath the facade of prosperity lay countless harsh realities. Well, these matters are beyond our control. We must simply take care of ourselves and ensure they do not provoke us. This world is rife with tragedies. Can one truly manage them all? Rello had no desire to intervene. He merely wished to live his life well. Rello, I've been meaning to ask. You seem to possess considerable knowledge of Weno. Have you been here before? The astute Yamato quickly discerned the crux of the matter, noting that Rello's insights surpassed even those of Runty, a local. Yamato, to comprehend this world, one must not only traverse countless miles, but also immerse oneself in countless tomes. What do you mean? It means my understanding of Weno stems from my extensive reading. Gazing into Yamato's clear eyes, Rello imparted this lesson with sincerity. Yamato, with a look that suggested she was not well read, nearly elicited a laugh from Rello.